The way I heard it go down was that my teenage son, Jimmy Boy, was standing in the middle of the scorching hot desert with a gun in his hands, a man on his knees in front of him, and no way out of a terrible situation. If I had been there, none of this would have happened. The man on his knees was named Sal Vittori. Please, I swear I didn't steal it. Why would I start a war between us? Aidan Byrne, the head of a local Irish gang, put his hand on my son's shoulder. The hand of a man who had claimed my son as his own. Listen to me, boy. This is your chance to show us what you're made of. Sal wept. Please, I have kids and grandkids for Christ's sake. I never stole from your gang. Aidan's crazed, trigger-happy wife, Kaylee, stepped up beside them. Can we cut this one's head off and go bowling with it? Aidan laughed. Whatever you want to do, darling. Sweat poured down my lost son's face. His 17-year-old hands were shaking, and every part of him that was still human was in direct conflict with every part of him that just wanted to belong to something and be cool. My son stood up straighter and tried to dig deep and find what he thought was strength. He stood there for a long moment with the gun against Sal's head, and what I consider a miracle, he couldn't do it. His arm dropped. He stepped back and stared down at the ground in shame. I'm sorry. Aidan went ice cold. Then he did something that haunts me when I think about it. He put his hand against my son's cheek the way a father does, pulled him in and kissed him on the forehead. Aidan took the gun from Jimmy Boy's hands and passed it on to Kaylee. She took it with the manic smile of someone who lived to kill and got off on power. She pulled the trigger and emptied the clip into the rest of Sal, just for fun. But they had literally no idea someone was watching, because behind a large rock 50 yards away, a man from the Riccozzi family saw the whole thing. From the angle where he was crouched down, Kaylee's smaller frame was hidden in front of my son's body. All he saw was a young man with a gun doing the shooting, and that's what he reported back to my handler, Lou Riccozzi. Lou called me immediately while I was waiting to see my doc. I got one last job for you. My little brother Sal was just taken out by the Byrne gang. Lou choked back tears. I had never heard him like that. I have a guy that told me some new recruit named Jimmy Boy did it. I want you to kill this Jimmy Boy fella and send a message. I'll pay you double your normal wage. This one's personal for me. You've taken good care of me all these years, so why not go out in a blaze of glory, right? That's the man I know. But before I even realized what I agreed to, Dr. Harding slid my medical file to me across his desk like he was handing me a parking ticket. I'm sorry to say it, but the X-ray shows that your tumor has grown to the point of no return. There's no easy way to say this. You probably have a week at most to live. I stayed still. Wasn't expecting to hear an expiration date on my life. We could try another round of chemo if you want. Up to you. Nah, I'll pass. I stood up. It's been good knowing you, Doc. Just a warning. You might start losing your faculties before you go. Enough with all the good news. He grinned as I left. I drove to my ex-wife Lucy's place the next morning. She opened the door, saw my face, and slammed it shut again. I stood on the porch and knocked until she opened up. Listen, I know you hate me, but I got a week to live. Probably less. Lucy's eyes were red from crying as I followed her in. Why do you look more sad than me? She fixed herself a drink. It's been 10 years. You really think I want to start opening up to you now? She had a good point. I'd carried the reason for leaving like a stone in my gut for a decade, telling myself it was the only way to keep them safe from what I had become. I just wanted to see you and James one last time. That's all. Well, you're gonna have to go to the Irish pub if you want to see him and call him by his new name. Jimmy Boy. I dropped my glass. You're crying because our son's trying to join the Irish Mafia? How did you know that? Don't worry about that. Why the hell didn't you stop him? Because he's completely out of control. Maybe if you had been around the last 10 years, he wouldn't be searching for a father figure. And why do you care all of a sudden? Because I've been hired to do one last job. Kill our son. She dropped her glass. I walked into the Irish pub with the intention of learning what was what and who was who, then letting my gun do all the talking. I sat at a booth and ordered a drink when Aidan approached me in the way dangerous men do when they're deciding whether you're gonna be useful or just a problem. How you doing? All right. You? I'm peachy. Thanks. Then the back door opened and Jimmy Boy walked in. I hadn't seen him in 10 years, and holy crap did he grow. He looked right at me, then looked away, not recognizing me at all. That one stung. He sat nearby and was wearing a Rams hat. Rams fan, huh? Yeah. Even his voice had gotten deeper. Have you always been a Rams fan? I love football. Cool. Jimmy Boy looked at me like I was a weirdo, then walked off. Aidan glared, then leaned closer to me. Why you trying so hard to talk to my son? Your son? Yeah. You some kind of perv? I shook my head. I'm getting a weird vibe from you, pal. I think you better see yourself out. I haven't finished my drink. Aidan got right in my face. I won't ask again. His henchman, Connor, approached from behind me with a menacing stare. It's ironic that you call him your son, since he's actually my son. By blood. Aiden sat back, waved Connor away, and smiled. Jimmy Boy turned towards me when he heard that and took a closer look. My dad's been dead to me for 10 years. You have every right to hate me, but I just want a few words with you, that's all. My son's eyes darted at Aiden, searching for permission. Aiden gave it to him. We sat in a booth, but Aiden and Kaylee were nearby, listening in. I just stared at him, taking in who he's become. Would you quit staring so hard? You're creeping me out. I leaned in closer to him. You mind if we go somewhere private? Yeah, I do mind. Aiden and Kaylee are my real parents. They actually care about me. I covered how much that one hurt. All right, so, how's school going? I dropped out in the 7th grade. I grinded my teeth. Why'd you do that? Because I felt like it. Take it easy with the attitude. I'm just trying to get to know you. It's way too late for that. What was your name again? I felt Aiden and Kaylee watching us from the bar, listening to every word. Look, just give me a chance to make it right between us. Let's go and get a bite to eat and let me explain some things. Aiden and Kaylee slid into the booth. I unhooked the leather strap on my gun holster. Do you mind? We're trying to have a conversation here. I heard, and I want to interrupt because while you're telling him about yourself and all that crap, I want to know, what do you do for a living? None of your damn business. I gripped onto my gun and stared directly into the bastard's eyes. Aiden and Kaylee both lowered their hands below the table and did the same. Jimmy Boy froze as Connor and 2 more Irish mobsters approached. I was outgunned and outmanned, but I didn't budge. I'm gonna give you 20 seconds to get the f*** out of my bar, or your son will see your brains get splattered like a painting on that wall behind you. I thought about just going out, guns blazing right now, but remembered that I had to save my son, and this wasn't the smart way to do it. So, I stood up and started walking towards the front door. On my way out, I heard Aiden call me a muppet. I drove away with my hands gripped tightly on the wheel. My vision was getting blurry from the tumor pushing in on the back of my eyes. I was happy in a way though because I saw a flicker of curiosity in my son's eyes. That was all I needed. An hour later, I got an urgent call from Lucy. Someone's in my house. I'm hiding in the closet. Seconds later, I could hear the closet door swing open and Lucy scream out, "Get your hands off of me." I heard her get slammed down onto the hardwood floors, so I hit the gas and headed over to her house. By the time I had arrived, I found her in a daze on the floor, with a black eye and a busted-up nose. It was one of those Irish assholes. I tried to stop him, but he stole Jimmy Boy's birth certificate out of the safe. I helped her up and realized Aiden wanted to verify that I was Jimmy Boy's real father, and he got my real name. That meant Aiden would now easily find out that I was a hired gun for the Riccozzi family. Later that night, I followed the gang in their Cadillac to a house party across town and stopped at the dollar store on the way. I got a sombrero and a curled fake mustache. Not my most sophisticated disguise, but it got me through the door. I moved through the party with people giving me sideways looks, and I patiently waited for my opportunity. Jimmy Boy finally headed into the bathroom alone, and I followed him in and took off my disguise. Look, I just needed to tell you, I'm really sorry about everything I've done. I screwed up so bad, but believe it or not, I really do love the hell out of you, kid. And I want to make sure that you know what you're getting into. He was speechless. Then the door busted open, and a cute teenage girl barged in. Jimmy Boy smiled and wrapped his arm around her. "This is Kyler, my girlfriend." I shook her hand, choked back tears of pride. "It's great to meet you. This is my bio dad." I stopped cold. He called me dad. Yeah, bio dad, but I'll take it. Then I turned to see Aiden and Connor approaching, making their way through the crowd. As I was climbing out the window, I got my son's attention. If these people were your real family, they'd want the best for you. Just think about that. I snuck out before Aiden and Connor arrived, made it down the street, looked back, and saw my son standing on the balcony with his girlfriend. I smiled to myself. They make a great couple. I had a fantasy of them getting married one day, and I'd be there in the front row in my tux. Then a harsh pain coursed through my body, bringing me back to my ugly reality. I pulled up in my driveway and noticed that my front door was slightly open, and I heard faint sounds of strange classical music coming from somewhere inside my house. I don't own any classical music. I drew my gun, knowing full well that Aiden had sent one of his henchmen to take me out. Once he found out who I was, he sure as hell didn't waste any time. I entered my house and searched through the living room, then very carefully went down the hallway. I kicked open the door to the bathroom to see nobody. Then I shoved open the guest bedroom door to see no one. The eerie classical music was growing louder. Someone was obviously trying to bait me into a trap. Then I saw my bedroom door slowly creak open by an inch. The music was coming from my bedroom, and someone turned the volume up on it. I held my gun steady, kicked in the door, and rushed in to see no one, but a small Irish leprechaun doll sitting on my pillow, blinking and playing classical music through a speaker in its mouth. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the bottom of my bedroom closet door, slightly open by half an inch. I swung the closet door open and stepped aside. A bullet flew past my head and went into the wall. The sound of it made me temporarily deaf. I saw a massive tattooed Irishman, so I disarmed his gun, aimed mine at his head, but he smacked my gun out of my hands before I could fire. We wrestled around the room and bashed into the walls and knocked over side tables. We landed hard on the ground with his weight crushing down on me. I had to ask, does this weird Beethoven Lucky Charms usually work for you? Yup, most people aren't smart enough to check the closet when they see his smiling little face. I kneed him in the nuts and he clawed at my eyes. I shoved his hand out of my face and bit his hand. He slammed an elbow across my jaw. Then I remembered that I had taped one of my strategically placed knives under my mattress. I grabbed it and stuck it through his chest. He stared into my eyes in shock. Who keeps a hunting knife under their bed? An ex-Marine with about 1,000 enemies. Makes sense. Good one. He died as his eyes stayed open and the eerie classical music still played from the leprechaun doll. A few hours later, after I cleaned everything up and iced my face, I started taking painkillers by the handful. My body aches were getting worse. I perked up a little when Jimmy Boy came over, looked around and sat across from me. What's with the heavy scent of pine sol and incense? I had the stench of an evil little leprechaun here earlier. Had to get rid of the smell. Can I get you something to drink? Soda? Water? How about a beer? Nope, you're underage. So look, I work for the Lou Riccozzi Mafia as a hired gun. His cousin, Sal, was recently killed by your Irish pals. Did you pull the trigger? I was supposed to, but I couldn't go through with it. Kaylee ended up doing it instead. I let out a sigh of relief. Jimmy Boy looked away, embarrassed. Look, this path you're on is no good, says the hired gun. I've made my own bad choices that you don't have to follow. All I want is for you to be safe. Come with me right now and let's skip town. I'll get you set up wherever you want. He shook his head. I'm sorry, but my whole life is here. I can't. Besides, I'm in love with Kyler. I was at a loss. I couldn't blame him for not wanting to leave. It just meant that the only way I could ensure his safety was to take out the entire Irish gang. All right, try to stay away from the pub until I sort this out. Aiden won't let me. If I spend the night anywhere else, he has Connor outside guarding me. He sees me like a son. Fine, but when guns go blazing, you need to find the nearest exit. You feel me? He nodded with fear in his eyes. I realized that I was better off at a motel, so I packed a bag and headed out. It wouldn't be long before Aiden sent another assassin once he finds out what I did to his guy. I settled in and returned Lou's call. Look, the situation just became a lot more complicated. What does that mean? I found out that Jimmy Boy wasn't the one that pulled the trigger. Kaylee Byrne is responsible. No, that can't be true. My sources have confirmed that it was Jimmy Boy. Your sources are wrong. Fine. Then I need you to kill Jimmy Boy and Kaylee and Aiden. I want all the leaders taken out. No one gets away with what they did to my brother. He hung up on me, and then I felt my hands start tingling. The body aches kept coming in waves in a battle with the painkillers. I tried to sleep it off, but all I did was roll around and soak the sheets in sweat. A couple hours later, Jimmy Boy called me. Aiden wants to bury the hatchet and have you come over to the pub for dinner tonight. He thinks we can all come to some sort of a resolution. Could he be any more obvious about this being a trap? There was dead silence on the other end, which told me that Aiden was probably standing right next to him. Tell him that I'd be honored to be his dinner guest. I quickly drove over to the Irish pub, parked in the back alley, and cut out their power with a remote device. Aiden, Kaylee, and Connor all came out front, guns drawn. I used the distraction to go around to the back of the bar and stash weapons in different hiding spots next to the dumpster. I headed out to my storage unit and loaded up on ammo and hardware. Lucy met me there. Listen up. After I take care of business over at the pub, I'm gonna need you to get out of town with Jimmy Boy and his girlfriend. I can set you up with enough money for a few years, and I have a friend in the Midwest that'll take you all in. She agreed. What are you going to do? What do you think? I took her hand. I want you to know that I never stopped loving you. The real reason I left was that I really felt that it was the only way to keep you and Jimmy safe and away from the life I've lived. I was wrong, and leaving both of you will be the biggest regret of my life. I hope one day you can forgive me. She wiped a tear away and hugged me. What I found out later was that before I arrived for dinner, Aiden pulled my son aside and told him that tonight was the night he proved himself worthy of the gang. One job: put a bullet in his father's head. I was a liability, and I had to go. And if Jimmy Boy failed, Aiden would take Kyler out, put a bullet in her head, and bury her in the desert. My son was 17 years old, and the man who'd been his whole world for the past several years was pointing a gun at the girl he loved and calling it loyalty. Aiden and Kaylee greeted me as I walked in. What are you drinking? Anything. Connor patted me down for any weapons and escorted me to a seat directly across from Aiden. Jimmy Boy sat near me as Connor and Dylan stood guard right behind me. Aiden sized me up as Kaylee gave me a drink. I twisted my glass to face the exact angle where I could see the reflection of Connor and Dylan standing behind me. Aiden tapped his glass to get my attention. Has Jimmy Boy told you how we met? Nope. It's a beautiful story. He was 9 years old and played baseball on my son's team. Aiden glanced over at a picture of Calvin, a cool-looking 9-year-old kid that looked a lot like Jimmy Boy. They used to be best friends. He used to come over to our house and the two of them would toss the baseball in the backyard for hours. Then our son caught an errant bullet from a drive-by. Chechen gangsters. 6 months later, I found every Chechen and their family members and removed them from the planet. Why the hell are you telling me this? I just need you to know that there's nothing I won't do to hold on to Jimmy Boy here. He's all we have left that reminds us of our lost boy. So, I'm gonna give you two choices. You can leave town and don't ever contact your son again. Or you can die a bloody, long, miserable death right here in this pub. We will beat and torture you unlike anything you've ever experienced, and we'll force your boy to watch before he stands above you and pulls the trigger and puts you out of your misery. I'll give you 30 seconds to mull it over. I stared straight at him. You're lying because if I left town, you'd spend every resource imaginable coming after me, and you know it. I'm a dead man either way. Aiden smiled. I admire your intelligence. Before I could say anything else, I went completely blind in my right eye and lost feeling in my left hand. On top of that, my painkillers had completely worn off. Lucky me. On the bright side, at least it wasn't my shooting hand that lost all feeling. All I can say is, you and your entire gang can all f off and die. And when you're all dead and buried, I'll stop by the cemetery every Sunday and piss on all of your graves. I smiled and pointed at Aiden. And I'll save an extra special treat for you. I'll shit all over your grave and sing an Irish lullaby while I do it. Aiden turned red, signaled to Connor with his eyes. Through the reflection of my glass, I saw Connor draw his gun and aim it at the back of my head. With all the energy I had left, I swung my arm around, knocked the gun out of Connor's hand, leaped over a table and rushed out of the back door. I ran out back towards an area near the dumpster, reached down and pulled out 2 handguns. I waited by the edge of the dumpster. Connor and Dylan came out, guns firing. A bullet grazed my arm. I blinked a few times and tried to get my bearings with only one of my eyes working. Severe pain was shooting up through my spine at random times. I gritted my teeth, aimed around the corner of the dumpster and fired back at their position. Connor and Dylan took cover behind the back door to the bar. Both of us traded gunfire back and forth several times. Then I ran out of ammo on both guns, dropped them, rushed around to the other side of the pub and took out another gun I had hidden under a garbage can. I waited for Connor to come around the edge of the building wall, then blew off his head. Dylan stepped out from behind the edge of the wall, and I took him out with a bullet to the eye. Kaylee came rushing out shooting a machine gun and screaming like an Irish banshee. She saw me and unloaded on my position. Tons of bullets ricocheted off of the back fence, the dumpster and the wall. I caught a bullet to the shoulder and another one to the side. I grimaced in pain as blood spilled out of me. I tried to hide behind the dumpster, but bullets kept bouncing off of everything. Then it stopped abruptly. I waited for Kaylee to reload, stepped out, and put a bullet in her neck. She clutched her throat, dropped down in agony as Aiden came running out and saw her. He knelt down and tried to stop the bleeding. I fired at him and missed. He yelled out in a guttural rage and fired his M16. He caught me with 2 shots in the gut and the chest. I hit the ground and choked up blood. He walked over to me casually, stuck his gun in my face, then a bullet rang out and nailed him in the back of the head. He dropped like an Irish sack of potatoes. Jimmy Boy had snuck up behind him and pulled the trigger. He sat down on the pavement next to me and held my hand. I touched the side of his face and smiled. I'm proud of you, kiddo. He choked back tears. I'm sorry it had to be this way, Dad. I got choked up. I'm happy you didn't call me Bio Dad. We shared a smile. Promise me you'll leave with your mom and go and become an accountant or do some other boring job, will ya? He smiled. You got it. I love you, kid. Then I heard a car slam on its brakes and Lou got out, aiming his gun at Jimmy Boy. Don't do it, Lou. Please. Lou was trembling. No one takes out my little brother and gets away with it. He started to pull the trigger at my boy. I sat up with the few ounces of strength I had left and put my very last bullet in his head. I laid back, looked up at the sky, and pictured myself sitting at my son's wedding. Shortly thereafter, Lucy and Kyler pulled up in a car, and Jimmy Boy kissed my forehead. Love you too, Dad. As the police sirens were getting closer, I barely spoke. Go! Go! He took one last look at me with tears in his eyes, got into the car, and drove away. I barely managed to wave goodbye as they went, and then it was like someone flipped off a switch and turned out the lights. It was around sunset when I curled up on the sidewalk in as many blankets as I could find so I wouldn't freeze. Buffalo winters are rough. A few minutes later, a black Mercedes G-Wagon pulled up to the curb and a man in a cashmere coat rolled down the window and stared at me. "What unit did you serve in?" He could tell I served from my camo-style jacket. I was 2nd Unit Marine Battalion, served 11 years and did 3 tours in Iraq. I run a small foundation that places vets into transitional housing. I have some guest cabins up north. I can offer you a bed for the night. Why don't you let me take you over there? My feet were starting to go numb, which meant frostbite wasn't too far off, so I got in the car. He started driving. His G-Wagon kept climbing up the winding mountain road and finally pulled up to his cabin, which was more like a mansion. He led me in, and I glanced over at his hunting wall and saw several animal heads sticking out. I thought it was strange because he left a thick coat of blood around each of the animals' necks where their heads were severed instead of cleaning it. Charles cooked me a 14-ounce ribeye, poured me a glass of red wine, and sat across from me. We toasted, and I quickly finished off the meal and my wine. I was so blown away by this man's hospitality that I stood up and hugged him. After dinner, he showed me the guest bedroom. "I'll see you in the morning, soldier. Wait until you see what kind of surprise I have for you for breakfast." The sheets and pillows felt like white fluffy clouds. I woke up at sunrise to the sound of my door opening and I sprung up, excited. I thought he was about to bring me breakfast in bed. Then Charles and 3 men walked in, each one of them holding different weapons. In all, there were 3 hunting rifles and 1 compound bow. My first thought was, "Aw man, I hope they have a good rifle for me to join the hunt." Then I felt a shiver run down my spine when I saw Charles pointing his rifle right at my face. "Good morning, Jake. Are you ready to be hunted?" Yeah. Is this some kind of joke?" "Nope. Nothing funny about the type of sport we play." I stayed as still as possible, beyond horrified. In the Marines, we learned to cover our emotions, but I was dying inside. I really liked the guy, and that annoying, nagging voice telling me that this was too good to be true was right again. Behind Charles was a beanie-wearing guy that was built like a refrigerator with a compound bow over his shoulder, an older gray-haired man with a shotgun and tactical vest. "I take it, you guys have done this before?" They all shared a perverted giggle, and Charles got closer to me. "Only 26 times before you. You inquired about what was in my treasure chest? Trophies of the dead." He said it so proudly. "We try to get out at least once a month and place our bets. How much is in the pot?" $2 million. Whoever takes you first, wins. We split it 4 ways if it takes more than one of us. I was morbidly curious. "Do you mainly target homeless folks?" Charles nodded. "They're the easiest to lure in, and I think I'm about done with the questions. Here." He tossed me a pair of work boots, a wool jacket, and a cheap utility knife. "You get the basics. We're not complete animals. How about a little breakfast before we start? How about a bullet pancake instead? Time's ticking, you loser bum. Go." Charles clicked his stopwatch. "You get a 10-minute head start." I slipped on the boots, grabbed my jacket, and sprinted out. Outside, I hit the tree line and noticed a maintenance shed about 40 yards behind Charles's cabin. I went around the cabin in a wide arc through the trees so they couldn't track my footsteps in the snow and came up on the shed from the back. I broke the lock with a fist-sized rock. Inside on a shelf, I found a roll of small paracord rope, a hatchet, a coil of 14-gauge electrical wire, binoculars, and a long-handled garden spade. I wrapped all of it in a tarp and slung the bundle over my shoulder. I had 8 minutes left before they started hunting, and I needed to get on higher ground to study them. They thought they were giving me a head start. They were giving me my workshop. I headed north and uphill, into terrain that I could read, and at the very top of the first ridge, I lay flat and watched the cabin through the binoculars. I watched the 4 of them gather their gear, split up, and start the hunt. Charles carried a bolt-action rifle with a scope, and he moved the way old hunters move, slow, patient, and reading the wind. I could tell that he moved in a relaxed, calm, calculated way, making him the most dangerous of the 4. The older guy with the shotgun moved through the trees like a man who'd spent every November of his adult life in snow country exactly like this. He was also very methodical because he knew he couldn't move like a youngster anymore and relied solely on his strategy. He'll also be a problem and won't act erratically. He was hyped up on energy drinks and coffee and was going to be the easiest simply based on how impulsive he was. The quiet beanie-wearing guy that carried the compound bow approached my position first. He thought that if he was very quiet, I wouldn't ever see him. Man, was he wrong. He closed the distance towards me the fastest, and that impressed me. He tracked my deliberate boot prints up a frozen creek bed about a quarter-mile north of the cabin. That was exactly where I'd wanted him to go. I was luring him into what we used to call the rabbit trap in my unit. I know it well because I got caught in this trap in basics during a training exercise. I saw him steadily approach my position. Then before he got too close, I rigged a shovel that was tied with a wire between 2 trees and propped the blade of the shovel pointing at chest height. I covered it with a few branches and leaves, then tied another wire across the trail in front of the shovel at ankle height, so if he stepped across the first wire, the shovel would propel itself into his chest. I made sure that my tracks that he was following led him directly into the booby trap. Then, as a backup, just in case the trap failed, my backup was me and my hatchet. I climbed up the nearest tree that was about 5 feet away and waited for him. He worked his way up the snow-covered hill and was just about to take a step across the wire, but he stopped cold and saw it stretched below him. I was impressed. The guy had a smart hunter's awareness. I realized that I had to act fast, so I leapt down towards him with my hatchet raised high. He twisted towards me at the last split second and got one shot off with the bow at point-blank range. The tip of the arrow barely grazed me across the left side of my ribs. I slammed the hatchet down into the side of his neck. He dropped his bow, keeled over in the snow, and clutched onto his wound. He coughed and choked up blood that sprinkled the snow, took his last few breaths, and died staring directly at me in shock. I always liked it better when the enemy fired at me first, with the intentions of killing me. It made me feel a lot better when I took them out in retaliation. I still get haunted by the ones that hesitated and never fired at me. This first asshole was easy work. I checked to make sure the others weren't anywhere near, then grabbed a handful of snow and packed my wound. Snow is natural ice and perfect for this type of injury. I stuffed strips of my t-shirt into it and bound it with paracord. It was bleeding through my makeshift bandage wrap in less than 2 minutes. I took his compound bow, his arrows, his lighter, his hunting knife, his radio, and his jacket. I put it on over my own. The dead man's radio crackled in my ear, and Charles's voice came through. "Walcott, check in." "Walcott?" I chimed in. "Walcott's not here right now. Go ahead and leave a message and I'll be sure to give it to him." "Oh wait, he's a little busy right now, down in hell getting rammed in the ass by Satan." The silence on the other end was thrilling for me. 1 down, 3 to go, shitheads. I hiked half a mile east. I got Walcott's body and dragged it about 60 yards uphill to a pine tree with a clear sight line down into a ravine. So much of this game is about planting questions in their heads. What's real? What's a distraction? Where is the attack coming from? Creating that unpredictability is what separates the pros from the amateurs. I propped his body up, sat him down against a tree, and arranged his arms to look like he was a man taking a break. I put his hat on his head and threaded a length of paracord through his sleeve and ran it 60 feet down the slope to where I was going to be, so I could twitch his arm from a distance and make a corpse look like a wounded man trying to raise his arm and signal for help. Then I clicked on Walcott's radio, and in my best older man voice, "It's Walcott. I need help. I'm injured." I doubted they would believe that transmission, but I wanted to give away my position, especially to Marsh. I had a hunch he would want to a hero, and I was giving him that opportunity. Then I hid in some thick bushes and waited. Like I thought, Victor Marsh approached me fast. He had used his scope to see Walcott's propped-up body and wanted to be a hero, so he stormed in to save the day. "Way to go, Superman, you idiot." He stopped about 20 feet in front of Walcott and realized that he was dead and that this might be a trap. I aimed Walcott's compound bow and fired an arrow at his head. At the last split second, he turned to me and ducked. The arrow grazed the top of his head, taking off a chunk of his hair and the skin on the top of his scalp. He yelped out in agony and turned red with rage. I loaded up another arrow into the bow, looked up and saw that he was gone. A small trail of his blood led towards a cave. It was now time for me to become the hunter. I quietly made my way towards the entrance and saw the blood specks lead inside. Based on how impulsive I knew he'd be, I grabbed a rock and tossed it into the cave and heard him fire off 2 gunshots. Itchy trigger finger anyone. Then I thought, shit, that might alert the others, so I needed to be quick about this. His hollow voice came out from inside the tunnel cave. "I bet you think you're pretty slick, don't you? I did give you one hell of a blood-soaked mohawk. I missed my calling. I knew I should have been a barber. And you may want to consider going on America as top model with that look, pal. You're real funny." I was the class clown in high school. I knew his nerves would seriously be on edge now, so I found another rock, tossed it into the cave and rushed in on the opposite side and slid on my knees. That way, if he was looking at eye level, he would have to take the extra beat to look down, and by then, I would have gotten off my shot. When I entered, I saw him aiming his rifle across the way from me, but was surprised at how quick he was when he whipped his rifle to face me. At the exact same time, we both fired our weapons. His rifle caught me across the right side of my thigh as my arrow stuck directly through his eye socket and out of the back of his head. He dropped to his knees, trembled, and died. I heard his radio go on with Charles checking in. "Marsh, you there? Come in." "Marsh?" I grabbed the radio. "Hey there, this is Marsh's executioner. He's unavailable right now due to being overly anxious and just being an all-around c**k. Go ahead and leave a message and he'll never get back to you." Once again, the silence was wonderful. Then Charles still had to ask, "Blanchard, you good?" "I don't care if he hears me." The gray-haired man, that must have been Blanchard, chimed in. "Yeah, radio silent. Repeat, radio silent." Aw, come on guys, we were all having such a lovely conversation. Charles couldn't help himself. I can't wait to see the look on that smug, arrogant face of yours when I blow your fucking brains out, you little piece of shit. What happened to caring about those that serve this country, you corrupt rich prick? I don't give a shit about any of you. That's the most honest thing you've said. Come and get me, guys. I'm waiting for you. I hung up and took off around a snowy bend. I realized that these last two men were clearly the ones that built this twisted game and had successfully taken out many men before me. I had to find cover fast because I was now bleeding from two places. I took Marsh's Glock, 3 bullet magazines, and his AR-15 rifle that had an awesome scope on it. I rushed towards a small tree cover, dug into some brush, built another small fire, and tried to stitch up my thigh, but was failing and had lost a lot of blood. I looked out over the edge of the cliff and saw Blanchard quickly approaching my position. He was tracking the specks of blood I was leaving behind. My bandages could only do so much. He was a lot smarter and more careful than the other two. He never put himself in a vulnerable position, which meant I needed to be a lot more strategic if I wanted to take him out. If Blanchard was getting close, that only meant Charles was also nearby. I can only assume they would both be trying to trap me in from opposite sides. That's what disciplined hunters would do. Then I put together a plan for him where I would use myself as the bait. He's old, and I needed to take advantage of those brittle bones. I needed to draw him out to where the terrain is rough and he can't get around as easy. I ran to an area of trees where I would want him to use his scope and spot me. Hopefully that would make him think he has me. I stood beside a tree, giving him just enough of my back so he can spot where I am, without it looking like I'm doing it on purpose. I used Marsh's scope from his AR-15 and could see Blanchard holding a corner of his sleeve loose against his cheek. He did that so he could test the wind and see if he could take a shot at me from where he was. I knew that if I shot at him from where I was, I didn't have a chance, so I waited. I wanted his old ass to make his way through this steep, snowy terrain where it's really easy to lose footing. I watched him through the scope as he aimed towards me, and he was definitely thinking about taking a shot. He decided that he couldn't, lowered his rifle and struggled to make his way up towards me. I started cutting into the base of a smaller-sized spruce tree with the hunting knife and got it right to the point where it was just about to fall. He made his way closer, saw me, and fired a shot at my head. The bullet whizzed by my ear. I ran and hid behind another tree and was hoping to use the falling spruce tree as a distraction that would hopefully give me a clean shot at him. He was looking old and wobbly as he stepped through uneven snow and got closer and closer. I saw the spruce tree starting to snap, crackle, buckle, and fall. I looked at Blanchard and saw him searching for me through his scope. Then he got too excited when he saw me, quickly stepped about 10 feet from my position and tripped onto the ground. As he landed face first, the spruce tree fell directly on top of his back and pinned him face down in the snow. I walked over to him. His back was broken in 2 places, and he was wheezing, which meant his lungs had collapsed from the weight of the tree. He had dropped his shotgun nearby and looked up at me. "You need to help me. I'm a county judge and I have grandkids that rely on me." I laughed. "Why do you think you're so much better than anyone else?" "Because I just am. Dust and bone. No matter how rich or poor, we all end up the same. But you're turning to dust quicker than I am. I demand you to help me. I am your elder, for crying out loud. That makes what you and your pals do that much worse, asshole. You take advantage of your power and deserve everything you're getting. I mean shit, you're getting off easy. You should see what I have in store for your pal." He snarled, then quickly tried to reach for his shotgun. I stepped on his wrist and blew his head off like an exploding watermelon. I rarely got a lot of satisfaction from killing, but that one gave me the tingly winglies. I started feeling really weak and woozy from blood loss and very little water. Plus, my adrenaline was waning. I searched his pack for any supplies and saw that he was out of water and had no food. I needed to somehow refuel and tend to my wounds. I didn't see Charles anywhere, which made me nervous because I knew he was watching me from somewhere. I came around the edge of a ridge, maybe a half a mile away from a lake at the bottom of his property, and I found a hunter's shed hidden behind tree cover. I very carefully aimed my gun, kicked the door open, and saw no one. I checked for booby traps and cleared it. Charles had built this place, probably for his previous hunting games. Inside, there was a small propane heater, a thermos of coffee that had gone cold, and a granola bar. I ate it fast and warmed my hands. The radio in my pocket clicked on with Charles's cracked, troubled voice. "I bet you think you're pretty special, killing an old, fragile man like that. Now that's comical. You assholes poked the hornet's nest and now you're the victim. Karma's coming for you, and it's going to be a slow, torturous death." He let out a guttural yell, and my plan to make him lose his composure was working brilliantly. But I still had to be very careful. He'd been a hunter for 40 years and built this sick game. He was patient, disciplined, and had a rifle that could put a bullet hole through a quarter from 300 yards away. And he'd had the entire morning to watch me work. He knew everything I'd done because he'd just watched me do it. He'd probably been 300 yards away the whole time, letting me take out the others. Then I remembered an old training exercise in the Marines we used to call the rat trap. I went outside, looked around and didn't see him. I needed to quickly set up my trap, so I started collecting wood and set up a tripwire 5 inches above the ground across the cabin door to be a decoy for something much worse. I laid out a few blood trickles so it would look like I went into the cabin. I spoke into the radio. "I found your cabin. Why don't you be a f***ing man and come down here and face me?" "I'd love to." I quickly snuck out about 30 yards outside of the cabin and climbed up a tree onto a small perch so I had the higher ground, and I patiently waited. Several hours went by and I knew he was planning an attack. Then I heard footsteps approaching and saw him heading towards the back of the cabin with his rifle aimed. Since he chose to go around to the back, I didn't have a clean shot at him. Hats off to him. That was smart. Luckily, I didn't plan my attack from inside the cabin. He might have gotten the drop on me. He searched inside the cabin, and then I watched him step out front. That's when I knew I had him. He looked down and saw the tripwire, shook his head and laughed. I expected that. I left the wire out in the open on purpose. That's when I aimed directly for the trap below his feet with my rifle. All I had to do was hit the wooden trap and it would catapult sharp wooden spikes into his midsection. I aimed and fired. To my surprise, I missed, which gave up my position. The reason I missed was because at that point, my hands were freezing and the cold was making them tremble. It took everything in me to hold them as steady as I could. He took 2 shots at me, which made me fall out of the tree, bounce on some hard ground and bust 3 of my ribs. I stood up, sucked in a huge breath, quickly aimed my rifle again at the trap near his feet and fired. I nailed it. The sharp wooden spikes catapulted up into his stomach and pinned him against the front wall of his small cabin. His whole body went limp, yet he was still suspended by the splintered wood. He had dropped his rifle and stared down, horrified. I walked over as he was spitting up blood. His head was drooping down, and he looked up at me with his cold eyes. "Congratulations, you win." "I didn't win shit. But guess what? You just won a life sentence of eating through a straw in prison." He stared at me, confused. "What the hell are you talking about? I'll be dead within minutes." "Nope. Try moving anything below your neck." He tried and was comically unsuccessful. "Those wooden spikes caught your spine, and the way your body and neck is slumped over right now suggests complete paralysis from the neck down. I've seen it before." It slowly dawned on him that I was right, and he begged, "Please, kill me. I'll do anything. I'll give you millions. How do you want it? Cash? Cars? Yacht? Don't make me suffer for the rest of my life. I'll give you whatever you want. I'm not for sale, dickwad." I kneeled down in front of him. "Get a good long look at me, asshole. Remember my face as the man that ended you and all of your friends." He started crying like the bitch-ass loser that he is. I walked away, radioed the police and told them the truth. After a thorough investigation, they concluded that I had the right to self-defense, and Charles spent life in a prison hospital being fed prison food through a straw. The VA got their act together and gave me enough money so I could get a place down in Florida on the beach. Plus, I can work construction down here all year round. F*** the cold. I was walking to second period when I saw the cheerleading captain Madison slam a girl into the lockers. The girl hit the metal hard and her binder fell open, causing her papers to go everywhere. The girl was small and her hair was greasy and she was trying to pick up her papers without crying, while Madison was laughing and recording the whole thing. I walked over and shouted, "Madison, back off. Oh, Hudson, you're such a hero." She mocked me and then walked away, but I didn't care. I just knelt down and helped the girl pick up her papers. "Are you okay?" I asked. She nodded without looking at me. "What's your name?" I asked her. She whispered it so quietly, I almost didn't hear her. "Bertha." I smiled. "Well, Bertha, you didn't deserve that. You seem like a nice person. Madison's the one with the problem, not you. Don't let her ruin your day." She looked at me for the first time. "Thank you. I won't forget this. I won't forget you," she said shakily, and I tried to ignore how weird that made me feel. I just gave her a small nod and said, "Have a good day," then walked off to second period before the bell rang. But when I checked my locker later that day, there was a note in there that said, "I'll never forget what you did. Yours B." I thought it was weird but shrugged it off and put it in my backpack because I figured she was just grateful. And then I went to lunch and sat down at my usual table with my best friend Andre and 3 other guys from the football team. But before I could even start eating, Bertha sat down in the empty seat next to me and put her hand on top of mine. "Hi, baby. I was thinking about you all morning." The whole table went quiet, but she just smiled at me like we'd been doing this for years. I pulled my hand back and she looked confused. I spoke to her softly. "Hey Bertha, I think you have the wrong idea. I was just trying to help out and I have a girlfriend." She patted my shoulder and stood up. "Babe, you don't have to pretend in front of your friends." She walked off before I could respond, and Andre stared at me. "Bro, what was that?" "I don't know," I said, feeling uneasy about the whole thing. I didn't think about Bertha after that until I was 10 minutes into football practice and I heard someone screaming my name from the bleachers. "Let's go, Hudson. That's my man. You got this, baby." I knew that voice before I even turned around. Bertha was on the fourth row of the bleachers holding a sign that said, "My number one, go baby go," cheering like she was at the state championship. Andre jogged up next to me and elbowed me in the ribs. "Bro, you got a fan." I just face-palmed and a couple of the guys started laughing. One of them even whistled at her. Another one yelled toward the bleachers, "Yo, who are you? You here for our boy?" Bertha cupped her hands around her mouth and yelled back, "I'm his girlfriend." The whole offensive line lost it. They were doubled over laughing, slapping each other, pointing at me. One of them said, "Damn Hudson, what happened to Lauren?" While Andre asked, "Bro, what is happening?" "She's not my girlfriend," I yelled, stressed out of my mind now. "Lauren and I are still together. I don't know that girl." Everyone went silent, and I jogged over toward the bleachers because I had to shut this down before it got back to Lauren. Bertha was already leaning over the railing, beaming at me. "Bertha, you can't tell people we're dating. You know I have a girlfriend." She just laughed like I'd said something adorable. "Babe, relax. They were just playing. I'm not embarrassing you, I promise." I stared at her, wondering how I was saying one thing, but she was hearing something else. And then Coach blew his whistle from the field. "Hudson, get back here. What are you doing?" I sighed heavily and jogged back to the line with my hands shaking. By the time we hit the showers, I had a headache so bad I could barely see straight, and it got worse the second I checked my phone because Lauren had already texted 17 times. "Hudson, what the hell? Nala just sent me a video of some girl in your bleachers holding a sign saying she's your number one. Why is she there? Why is she saying that? Babe, I'm trying not to spiral, but this is really messing with me. I don't know what to think. Call me the second you're done." The air went out of my chest, and I stared at the screen wondering how I was going to explain Bertha to Lauren. But I called her the second I got in my car and told her I was a wreck and asked if she could meet me. A few minutes later, she was in the parking lot and I hugged her tightly. "Babe, what is going on?" Lauren asked shakily. I pulled back and told her everything, and when I was done, she put her hand on the side of my face. "Hudson, I believe you. I just needed to hear it from you. We're gonna figure this out together. I love you." I hugged her again, and I realized I needed support right now. We sat in my car for 20 minutes talking about everything except Bertha. By the time she had to leave for her shift at the cafe, I felt like I could breathe again. But when I got home and walked into the kitchen, Bertha was standing at the counter next to my mom, and they were laughing like they'd known each other for years. There was even a casserole dish between them, and the second Mom saw me, her face lit up. "Hudson, honey, Bertha was just telling me she finally got the courage to come introduce herself. I can't believe you've been hiding her from me. She's such a doll." Bertha looked at me over my mom's shoulder and gave me a little wave. "I was just telling your mom about the cabin trip we were thinking about for spring break." I felt the headache from earlier come right back. "Mom, I've never planned a cabin trip with her. I don't know her. Please don't let her in this house again." The kitchen went silent. Bertha's bottom lip started shaking and her eyes filled with tears. She put a hand over her mouth and a small sob came out. "Hudson, why are you doing this? Why are you saying these things in front of your mom?" I didn't do anything." She started crying for real now, and her shoulders actually shook. Mom instantly believed her and pulled her into a hug and rubbed her back. "Shh, sweetheart. It's okay. It's okay. He's just stressed about football. You know how boys are." But then she glared at me over Bertha's shoulder. "Hudson Walker, what is wrong with you? This girl drove all the way over here and made you dinner and you're going to embarrass her like that. In my house? You're better than this." I opened my mouth, but my mom held up her hand to stop me. "No, I don't want to hear it. You're grounded. Go to your room. You can come back down when you're ready to apologize." I stood there for a second, staring at my own mother, holding the girl who'd been stalking me for 2 days while she told me I was the problem. And then Bertha peeked at me, and I swear to God she was smiling. But since I clearly lost, I went upstairs and shut my door and sat on the floor while my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I didn't know what I was supposed to do tomorrow when I had to see Bertha at school again. The only thing keeping me from completely losing it was knowing Lauren still believed me. But the next morning, I woke up to something on my pillow. I picked it up and saw it was a Polaroid of me sleeping. On the bottom in black Sharpie it said, "Don't be sad, baby. She shouldn't have grounded you." I sat straight up and the picture fell into my lap. Bertha had been in my room. Bertha had stood over my bed with a camera while I was unconscious and taken a picture of me. I felt like I was going to throw up, and the worst part was I couldn't even tell Mom because after last night she would think I was making it up. So instead, I drove to the hardware store after school and bought a deadbolt and a new lock for my window and a motion sensor I could stick on my windowsill. I installed all of it and even tested every lock 5 times. I got into bed thinking I would be safe, but the next morning there was a new Polaroid sitting face up on my pillow. My hands shook as I looked at it because this time it was a picture of Lauren sleeping in her bed taken from inside her room. Bertha even wrote, "She won't bother us after today." I jolted out of bed. My chest was heaving and I couldn't breathe. I immediately caught Lauren, but it went straight to voicemail, so I texted her, "Lauren, pick up Bertha was in your room last night. Call me right now." And then I grabbed my car keys and ran out the house. I was speeding the whole way to Lauren's house, and I tried calling her again, but it went to voicemail again. By the time I arrived, I saw Lauren's front door was wide open, so I left my car and ran inside. I heard Lauren crying from upstairs, so I took the stairs 2 at a time and ran into her bedroom, and Bertha was standing there while Lauren was on the floor by the foot of the bed. Lauren's nose was bleeding, and her right eye was already swelling shut, and her hair was a mess, and she was sobbing. I clenched my fists, trying hard to control my anger. Bertha looked up at me, and she got so happy. "Hudson, oh thank God you're here." She just wouldn't listen to me. I tried to be nice. I really did. I didn't bother looking at her and just knelt down next to Lauren and tried to look at her face, but she flinched. Babe, it's me. I hugged her while Bertha screamed, "Hudson, let her go!" I said, "I'm gonna call 911 right now." But Lauren grabbed my wrist with her shaking hand. No, don't. Just get her out. Hudson, please, just get her out of my house." And so I stood up and grabbed Bertha's arm and started pulling her toward the door. "Hudson, baby, what are you doing? Why are you mad at me? I did this for us." I rolled my eyes and dragged her down the stairs and out the front door and shoved her down onto the porch. "Bertha, if you ever touch her again, come near her again, or even say her name again, I will end you. Do you understand me?" She was standing on the porch looking up at me confused. "Baby, you're scaring me. I did this so we could be together. Why are you talking to me like this? Get out of here. I should have never stopped Madison that day." She stood there for another second, like she was waiting for me to apologize, but I just slammed the door in her face and ran back upstairs. Lauren had already pulled herself up against the side of her bed, and she was holding a tissue against her nose. "Babe, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna take you to the hospital." "Hudson, no," she said, making me stop in my tracks. I woke up and she was sitting on the edge of my bed watching me. She knows where I live. I don't think I can do this anymore. I didn't say anything. I couldn't because I knew right then and there that I lost Lauren. I just didn't want to be the one to say it out loud. "Hudson, just go home, please," she said weakly. I stood up slowly and walked out the front door, then got in my car and drove home. The next day at school felt like walking into a different world because half the school wasn't looking at me while the rest were giving me dirty looks. I tried to ask one of my friends at lunch what was going on, and he just said, "I don't want to get involved, man." I ended up walking past Madison on the way to lunch, and she pointed and laughed at me. "Heard you finally showed your true colors, hero." Her friends laughed with her, and they kept walking. I didn't even know what she meant by that. Then 2 of my teammates passed me in the hallway after 6th period and didn't say anything. I finally caught up to Andre after classes and asked him what was going on. "Bro, people are saying you hit Lauren yesterday. They're saying you've been losing it all week. I don't want to get involved, man." He walked off before I could say anything. As if things couldn't get any worse, Coach pulled me into his office during practice. "Hudson, I'm gonna be straight with you. Parents are calling. The recruiter from state is calling. I have to bench you until all this gets sorted out." "I'm sorry, son." I nodded because there was nothing left to say. I sat in my car in the parking lot for 10 minutes, staring at the steering wheel because Bertha had just taken football away from me. I finally turned the car on to go home, but when I pulled into my driveway, I saw Bertha through the front window sitting on my couch with my little sister Hazel cuddling up against her. I felt a headache coming in immediately as I walked through the front door, and then I saw Hazel was crying. "Hudson," Hazel said with a small voice, "did you really hurt your girlfriend?" "Hazel, I didn't hurt anybody. Whatever Bertha told you is a lie." Bertha stroked Hazel's hair and smiled innocently. "I've just been telling Hazel the truth about who her brother really is. She deserves to know." Hazel curled in closer to Bertha and looked up at her like Bertha was the only thing keeping her safe. "Hazel, go upstairs, now," I said, but Hazel didn't move. Instead, she looked at Bertha for permission, and when Bertha nodded, Hazel got off the couch and went to her room. I was disgusted, but didn't say anything until I heard Hazel's bedroom door close. "Get out of my house, Bertha." I was fed up at this point. She stood up and walked up to me until she was inches from my face. "Your mom said I could be here so you can't kick me out, sweetie." She went to kiss my cheek, but I stepped back, and she smiled sadly. "I'll see you soon, Hudson." She walked out the front door while I stood in the living room shaking. I realized Bertha couldn't take Hazel away from me too, so I went to my room, opened my laptop, and started looking for anything I could find on Bertha that I could use against her. I instantly found her home address, but when I pulled up to it, the windows were boarded over, and there was yellow tape across the front door and a notice from the city stapled to the porch. It was obvious nobody had lived there in a long time. I was sitting in my car staring at it when an older woman came out of the house next door and knocked on my window. "You looking for somebody, honey?" she asked me. "I'm looking for Bertha." The woman's face softened. "Honey, that poor child hasn't lived here in over a year. What happened to her? CPS came and took her. Her mama wasn't fit to raise nobody. She's in and out of jail now. Where is Bertha now?" The woman shrugged. "She bounces around. Sometimes sleeps at the laundromat when they leave the back door open." I thanked her and drove back home, where I instantly pulled up every social media account Bertha had. It was normal at first with pictures of food and sunsets, but then I found an account of hers that felt more like a public diary. The first entry was from the day I helped her in the hallway. He saved me from Madison today. His name is Hudson. He's the one. I just know it. The next day she wrote, he pretended not to know me at lunch. It's okay. He's nervous. We have time. Every single day after had a new entry with conversations we never had and photos of me she'd secretly taken. There was a list of baby names for our kids, a boy named Theo and a girl named Margot. A countdown to graduation captioned, "That's when I'll tell him I'm ready." The entry from this morning sent shivers down my spine because it was a picture of me sleeping with the deadbolt visible behind me, and the caption underneath said, "He's getting more careful, but he doesn't have to be. I'll always find him because that's what love is." I stared at it in disgust and decided enough was enough, and so I printed every page. When Monday morning came, I walked into the counselor's office, put the folder on her desk, and asked her to call Bertha in. Bertha came in a few minutes later smiling at us like we were meeting up for coffee. She sat down in the chair next to mine and reached for my hand, but I pulled it away. "Baby, don't be like that," she pouted. "Bertha, I went to your house yesterday," I told her, and her pout instantly disappeared. Her smile stayed on her face, but her eyes went somewhere else. I opened the folder and showed her the picture of the boarded-up house. "Nobody lives here. Nobody's lived here in over a year." She glanced at it and laughed a small laugh. "Hudson, that's not my house. You went to the wrong address. Your neighbor knew who you were when I asked about you." Well, she lied. That's not my house. I ignored her obvious lies. "Your mom is in jail. CPS took you out of that house, so now you sleep in a laundromat." "I know all of it, Bertha." Her smile started cracking. "Who told you that?" "Hudson. Who told you that?" "That neighbor doesn't know what she's talking about. My mom is at home. My mom is at home making dinner right now." "Bertha, your mom is in jail." "My mom is at home." She said it louder. "My mom is at home, Hudson. She's making dinner. She's making the chicken thing she always makes. Stop it." But I didn't stop. I took out the printed diary entries and laid them down on the desk one by one. The first entry, the second, the graduation countdown, the baby names, the picture of me asleep with the deadbolt behind me. Bertha's eyes followed each page, and her mouth started moving without making sound. Her eyes had tears in them, and her cheeks were red, but she was smiling like nothing was wrong. Oh, I see what this is." She started laughing. "You read my journal. Hudson, you read my journal. That was so private, baby. I didn't know you were such a snoop." She laughed harder, and then the laugh caught in her throat, and her face crumpled, and she was crying. She pointed at the counselor. "Why are you doing this in front of her? Why are you embarrassing me in front of her? We're getting married. I picked names. We picked names. You said you wanted Theo if it was a boy. You said it. You said it in the kitchen with your mom. Your mom heard you say it. We never talked about names. You said it." She slammed her hand on the desk. "You said it, Hudson. Don't do this to me. Don't do this." Then her voice dropped to a whisper, and she was rocking a little in the chair, and it was like she was malfunctioning again. "You said you wanted Theo. You said Theo had your eyes. You said it. You said it. You said it." The counselor then spoke. "Bertha, sweetheart, you're okay. You're safe right here. I'm going to get you some help, all right? Just stay with me." Then she grabbed the office phone and dialed 911. But Bertha wasn't safe, and I wanted her to feel the fear and panic she had put me through. And so I slid the deadbolt photo to her. "You broke into my house and took this picture. You're insane." Bertha looked at the photo, and her face went blank. She picked it up and held it close to her face like she was trying to see something inside it. "This is our bed. Hudson, this is our bed." She was whispering now. "I sleep here every night. I sleep here next to you. Why are you saying I broke in? I live here. I live here. You don't live in my house, Bertha. I live in our house," she cried, and then suddenly slid out of the chair and fell to the floor with the deadbolt photo crumpled against her chest. She kept whispering, "I live in our house. I live in our house. I live in our house." The counselor crouched next to her with one hand on her back trying to calm her down. I looked at her on the floor. Her greasy hair was stuck to her wet face, and she was looking at me like I was the only person in the world, because to her I was. I was the only person in her world. The rest of it was a story she told herself so she could survive being completely alone. But I had just shattered her delusions and brought her back to the real world, and she couldn't handle it. 2 EMT guys walked in a few minutes later, and one of them knelt down next to her and tried to get her to sit up. When she didn't, the other rubbed her shoulder and told her she was going to be okay, and they were going to take her somewhere safe. Bertha still didn't look at them, but they lifted her onto a stretcher, and she didn't fight them. "What's going to happen to her?" I asked the counselor as they wheeled Bertha out of the office. "She's probably going to be placed in a long-term psychiatric facility. She'll be there at least a year, probably longer. She needs help, Hudson. Help she should have gotten a long time ago." I nodded, but didn't say anything. By the end of the school day, everybody knew what happened in the counselor's office, and so Andre caught up to me at my locker. "Bro, I'm sorry. I should have had your back. I knew you wouldn't have done that to Lauren. It's okay, man, I said, but wasn't sure if I really meant it. I gotta get home though. Yeah, alright bro. Catch you later. I was almost at the doors when Coach caught me in the hallway. I'm putting you back on the starting roster on Friday. The recruiter from state is coming to the game. Don't let him down. I won't, I told him, feeling glad I had football back. I was walking to my car when I saw Lauren standing by hers across the lot. Her nose was bandaged across the bridge, and she had a yellow bruise under her left eye that was starting to fade. She looked at me, and I tensed up because I didn't know what to do, but then I walked over to her. Hey, I said awkwardly. Hey. We stood there for a second. How are you feeling? I asked her. The doctor said the bandage comes off Friday. I nodded because I didn't know what to say next, and so she spoke. Hudson, I love you. I want you to know that. But every time my phone buzzes, I still think it's her. Every time I hear footsteps behind me, I still think it's her. I can't be your girlfriend right now. Maybe not for a long time. I'm sorry. You don't have to be sorry, I said, choking up because I thought we could go back to normal. She nodded and her eyes got teary, but she didn't cry. I didn't either. She got into her car and I stood there until she pulled out of the lot. I was walking back to my car when I saw Madison standing over a girl on the concrete, and she had pink syrup running down her face and into her shirt. The girl wasn't even crying, as if she had given up. I stood there for a second watching them, thinking about telling Madison to back off like I did before, but I didn't. Instead, I got in my car and drove home. I jolted awake when I heard a speaker crackle and an excited voice came through. Rise and shine, sleepyheads, my favorite game is about to begin. I was terrified because I had no idea where I was or who was speaking, and when I tried to sit up, the whole room spun so hard, but I didn't know why. And when my vision got steady, I saw a room with gray walls and cameras in every corner, no windows, and 5 strangers. There was a man in doctor scrubs whose hands were trembling badly, a pregnant woman anxiously biting her fingernails, and a big man with broad shoulders shouting at a metal door, "Let me out of here!" And then my heart dropped, because there was a little girl sobbing in the corner with 2 messy black braids. It looked exactly like my little sister Gia. It had to be her. I dragged myself across the floor toward her and pulled her into my chest and hugged her tight and sobbed out, "Gia, Gia, I'm here. I'm right here. I'm gonna get us out." But then she looked up at me with brown eyes when Gia's were blue, and my heart sank because it wasn't Gia at all. I whispered, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought you were my little sister." And her lip trembled, and she quietly said, "I want my mommy." I felt bad for her, but just sat back on the floor in shock, and that's when I noticed the smudgy purple flower Gia had drawn on the back of my hand that morning before I left for work. My heart hurt, because that flower meant Gia was waiting for me at home, so I decided right there that I was getting back to her no matter what. That's when a red countdown screen appeared high on the wall. 25 minutes. So here's the bad news. You've all been poisoned, and that clock you're staring at. That's how long you've got before it kills you. I gasped and started panicking for my life, but then he said, "The good news is there's an antidote hidden somewhere in this building." And I almost sighed a breath of relief, but the voice continued, "But don't get excited now, because there's only one antidote, so you all have to decide who walks out of here alive." I balled my hands into fists as I decided that I was getting out of here before the timer hit 0, but that's when I grabbed my head because the poison was eating away at my brain. That's when the big man gruffly said, "Listen up, I've got a wife and 2 kids at home, and I'm the only one putting food on the table, so that antidote's mine." My heart raced, because if he got the antidote first, Gia was losing her brother tonight, and I couldn't let that happen. The little girl pressed herself against my side and cried, "But I want my mommy. Where's my mommy?" Then the doctor jabbed his finger into the big man's chest. "You don't get to claim it just like that. Everyone in this room has somebody waiting for them." The big man shoved his hand off his chest. "I don't care. My kids need me home, and that's the end of it." The pregnant woman yelled back with her hand on her belly. "And what about my baby? You think your kids matter more than mine?" The big man clenched his fist and looked at both of them like he was deciding which one to deal with first. But the countdown had already dropped to 23 minutes, so if we didn't start looking for the antidote now, we were going to die here. So I got off the floor and got between them. "Knock it off. We need to find the antidote first, and we figure the rest out together." The big man took a step toward me and roughly asked, "Who died and made you boss?" My hand was sweating because he looked seconds away from punching me, but the doctor and pregnant woman knew my plan was their only shot at survival, so the doctor said, "He's right, we're wasting time," and the pregnant woman nodded. The big man's jaw tightened, furious that he didn't get his way, but I turned away from him because every second we stood here was a second closer to dying. "Let's split up and check every room. We've got 21 minutes." We split up through the 4 doorways leading off the main room, and I ended up checking the storage closet with the doctor and the little girl. The doctor said, "Whoever did this wouldn't make this easy. Start tearing things open." But then he looked terrified as he struggled to open a jammed drawer because his hands were trembling badly. I walked over and opened it for him and he muttered, "Thanks." We quietly searched next to each other, but my heart was pounding hard because every empty drawer was a minute of searching we'd never get back. So I talked to him to ease my nerves a bit. "Who do you have waiting for you at home?" He gripped the edge of the counter and his eyes filled with tears. "My fiancée. We're supposed to get married in 2 weeks." I told him I was sorry and asked him what she was like, and he let out a small laugh. "She's the love of my life. If I don't make it out of here, she's going to think I abandoned her at the altar and she's going to be crushed." A tear ran down his face. I can't do that to her. I felt so bad for them that for a second I wanted him to make it out so they could get married. And then he went back to searching with more urgency. "That's why I'm going to find the antidote. For her." That's when I felt a small tug on my shirt and looked down to see the little girl pointing up at the top shelves with tears in her eyes. "I can't reach those. Can you help me?" Her braids fell over her shoulders, and for a second I saw Gia standing in front of me, asking me to grab cereal off the top shelf. So I told her, "Of course, come here," and I picked her up under her arms and lifted her up to the top shelf. She started pushing things around looking for the antidote, and her body was trembling from the poison, but she didn't say anything because she was trying to be brave. After a minute, she quietly asked, "Am I doing it right?" And I smiled. "You're doing perfect." But I looked over at the countdown, and it was already at 18 minutes, so we really needed to hurry up. That's when the big man stomped into the storage closet and started yanking drawers open with sweat running down his face, muttering, "Saturday, Saturday," and I didn't get why. Then the little girl gasped and clung to me. "He's scary. I don't like him." I quickly pulled her into my chest so she couldn't see him and quietly said, "You're okay. I'm not gonna let him hurt you." The big man looked at us and said, "Only one of us is walking out of here. Remember that." I got nervous because it was clear he was going to fight for the antidote, and then he stomped off into another room. The little girl looked up at me with tears in her eyes, and her voice cracked when she asked, "So I won't see my mommy?" My throat closed up because I didn't know how to answer her, but I pulled her back into my chest and told her, "Don't listen to him. You're gonna see your mommy. We just need to find the medicine." She nodded, but I didn't even believe what I said. I set her back down on the floor, and we got back to searching. I grabbed a small container from one of the lower shelves, and before I could open it, a wave of dizziness hit me so hard I had to grab the shelf to keep from falling. I gulped anxiously because the poison was getting worse, but we weren't getting close to finding the antidote. The little girl saw me struggling and reached up. "I can do it." I gave it to her and noticed my purple flower getting more smudged. And I told myself the first thing I was doing when I got home was letting Gia draw a new one. But then the little girl looked inside and frowned. "It's empty." My heart dropped, but I forced a smile and said, "That's okay. You did really good. You're helping us a lot." And her face lit up. But then she started coughing really hard, and her face went pale, and her little legs gave out. I caught her before she hit the floor, and we both slid down to the ground together. My heart was racing because she was getting sicker fast. "Just rest for a second, okay? I'm gonna stay right here with you." She rested her head against my arm and quietly said, "I want my bunny. He always makes me feel safe." I talked to distract her from the pain. "What's his name?" "Mr. Peanut," she said. And when I told her that was a silly name, she giggled, but it quickly turned into another cough, and it worried me. But my worry got worse when I saw the countdown at 16 minutes. My stomach twisted because I needed to be searching for the antidote to get back to Gia, but I couldn't leave the little girl alone either. But that's when the doctor walked over to us. "There's nothing else in here. We have to check the other rooms." I pushed myself off the floor on shaky legs and lifted the little girl up to her feet, and we headed into the next room to keep searching. The pregnant woman was already in there opening cabinets, but she was struggling to bend down and check the lower ones because of her belly. So I told the little girl to start checking the drawers on the other side of the room, and then I walked over to the pregnant woman and told her, "I'll check the low ones. You can check the higher cabinets." She let out a relieved breath and said, "Thank you." I opened the lower cabinets and she checked the high ones while holding her belly, and I asked, "How far along are you?" She rubbed her belly. 7 months. I'm naming her Connie, after my mom. I told her, "That's a pretty name," and her eyes filled with tears. My mom's been sick for a while now, cancer, and this baby's the only thing keeping her holding on. If I don't make it out of here, she's never gonna get to meet her. I softly said, "Connie's lucky to have a mom like you," and she gave me a small smile. "Thank you." That means a lot. I felt a little happy that I could comfort her, and then we went back to searching. But we didn't find anything, and the countdown had dropped to 15 minutes, so we rushed to the next room. But the big man stomped past us and started ripping every cabinet open, muttering, "Saturday. I can't miss Saturday. Saturday's his birthday. I got him a bike. I gotta be there." My heart broke for him, because that's what he'd been muttering this whole time, and now I couldn't even be mad at him for fighting so hard for the antidote. The 5 of us started ripping through every drawer and cabinet because we all had someone waiting for us at home, and after a couple of minutes the little girl opened a cabinet in the back and pulled out a small glass vial, and she turned to everyone asking, "Is this the medicine?" My heart actually stopped for a second because that was our way out, but then I watched everyone's reactions to the vial and realized we all wanted it. The doctor tightened his jaw. The pregnant woman's hand went to her belly, determined to save her baby, and the big man's eyes locked onto that vial like nothing else in the room existed. That's when everyone moved at once. The doctor crouched down in front of the little girl with tears running down his face and held out his ring finger to her. "Sweetheart, look at my ring. It's pretty, right?" The little girl sniffled and nodded slowly. "It's really pretty." "Yeah, it is. My fiancée. She's really pretty too, and she's waiting for me. You want to help me get back to her, right? Just give me the medicine." I got so mad I grabbed him by the back of his scrubs and yanked him away from her, yelling, "Are you seriously manipulating a little girl right now?" We stumbled back, and the pregnant woman immediately rushed at the little girl from the other side, sobbing, "I'm sorry, sweetheart. My mommy's been waiting her whole life to meet my baby, so I can't die here." I let go of the doctor and shoved her away from the little girl. "Stop it. She's a child. Are you all out of your minds?" And that's when the big man stepped forward, his face wet with tears. My body filled with dread when he roared, "I told you that antidote was mine," and charged straight for us. I threw myself in front of the little girl to protect her, but the big man slammed into both of us so hard, we crashed back into the cabinets, and the vial flew straight out of her hand. Everything moved in slow motion, and I couldn't breathe, because that was our only way out, and it was falling right under our noses. The doctor dove forward, the pregnant woman screamed and lunged with both hands out, and the big man stumbled trying to catch it, but the glass vial hit the concrete and shattered into 100 tiny pieces, and the clear liquid splattered across the floor. The room went dead silent, except for the sound of the countdown ticking down to 11 minutes, and we all stood there frozen, staring at what we'd just done. My legs gave out, and I dropped to the floor devastated because I knew I was never seeing Gia again. Then the voice came over the speakers with a long, mocking laugh. "Oh, that was incredible. All that fighting just to break the only thing keeping you alive. Congratulations. You just killed each other." The big man dropped to his knees and just pulled a folded photo out of his wallet with shaking hands. I could see it was 2 little boys and a woman, and he muttered, "I'm not gonna be there Saturday, buddy. Daddy's not gonna make it." Seeing him cry made my chest ache, and then I saw the pregnant woman sink to the floor and pressed her hands against her belly and started talking to it. "Connie, baby, I'm so sorry. Mommy's so sorry. Grandma was gonna love you so much. She's been waiting for you her whole life." I had to look away from her because I couldn't watch a mother apologize to her baby for dying before she got to meet her. The doctor was also crying and playing with his engagement ring, whispering his fiancé's name over and over. The little girl tugged at my shirt, and tears were streaming down her face when she asked, "Are we gonna die?" I dropped down to my knees in front of her and pulled her into the tightest hug, sobbing hard, and I felt her little arms wrap around my neck and her braids pressed against the side of my face, and for a second it actually felt like I was hugging Gia goodbye. But then the little girl started coughing badly, and when I let go, there was blood all over her mouth, and the pregnant woman started moaning and clutching her stomach harder while the doctor collapsed onto his side, gasping for air. I clutched my heart because it felt like it was being squeezed, but I ignored the pain and crawled over to the puddle and stared at it because we were so close. I whispered, "I'm sorry, Gia. I'm so sorry." Because in 9 minutes I would be dead and she wouldn't even know. But then I saw the vial's label and my heart happily skipped a beat because it said Antidote 1 of 2 in black ink. I got up and held up the wet piece of label. "Everyone get up. There's another antidote in here. Look." The doctor's voice came out hoarse. "That's just a label. It doesn't mean anything. Just give up." But the big man wiped blood off his lip and dragged himself upright, using the wall for support. "I'm not dying in here. My son's birthday is on Saturday. If there's a chance there's another way out, I'm taking it." The pregnant woman looked at him with a hint of courage she didn't have a second ago, and she pushed herself off the floor too. The doctor exhaled hard through his nose and also got up, muttering, "Fine. But if this is a wild goose chase, I swear to God. And he stumbled toward one of the 4 doorways without finishing the sentence. I helped the little girl up to her feet and she asked, "So I will go home to my mommy?" I nodded slowly and said yes, even though I didn't know if it was true, but I didn't want to break my promise to her. We all split up again to search rooms we hadn't searched yet, but my lungs felt like they were filling with something thick, and I had to stop every few steps to catch my breath. And then I checked the countdown again, and it was at 7 minutes, and I knew if we didn't find that second vial soon, we were all dying in here. But I continued to drag myself down the long, narrow hallway because Gia was waiting for me. At the end of the hallway was a small storage room with a glass vial and syringe sitting on a table in the back. My heart jumped in my chest because that was my way back to Gia, and I almost ran toward it. But that's when the big man stumbled in through a door on the other side of the room. He looked angry when he saw me, but then his eyes locked onto the table and his whole body went rigid, and I knew I had to act fast because we only had 5 minutes left. I held up my hands. "Don't do anything stupid. We promised we'd figure this out together." He shook his head with tears already in his eyes. "It's not stupid. I promised my boy I'd be there for his birthday." His shoulders dropped forward an inch, and I watched him so closely my eyes started to burn because I had no way of knowing when he was going to make a run for it. But a few seconds later, he lunged towards the table and I ran after him. I tackled him and we both dropped to the concrete floor. But even with the poison killing us both, he was still stronger, so he pushed me off and got up. He stumbled toward the table and grabbed the vial and the syringe, and I was going to get up, but that's when another wave of poison hit me, and my whole body went heavy and I couldn't move. Tears were streaming down my face as I watched him push the needle into the vial and with shaking hands fill the syringe with the antidote. Every part of me was begging my body to move because Gia couldn't lose me, but my body stayed still, so I shouted, "Please, I have a sister. She's only 7. She needs me." But he was already lifting the syringe over his thigh, sobbing, "I'm sorry, my boy needs his dad." I dug my nails into the concrete and forced myself off the floor screaming because I wasn't letting Gia lose her brother. I grabbed his leg and yanked as hard as I could. He crashed down, and I jumped on top of him to get the syringe from him. We got tangled up, and he was holding the syringe in his fist, trying to push it down into his own thigh, but I grabbed his wrist with both hands and tried to pull it back up. He was crying so hard he could barely get the words out. "Please, please, just let me go home, please!" I shouted back through my own tears. "I have a sister, I have a sister!" But then he plunged the syringe straight down between us, but we both stared at each other horrified, because when we looked down at our thighs, the needle was in my thigh and the antidote was in me. I got off him and took the syringe out of my thigh, feeling relieved because Gia wasn't losing me tonight. But when I looked at the big man, his eyes were filled with tears, and I instantly felt guilty. He slammed his fist into the concrete next to him hard enough to split his knuckles open, and then his voice came out broken. "Tell my boy I tried. Tell him his dad got him a bike for his birthday, and I tried to be there on Saturday." I told him I would because that was all I had left to give him, and then I pulled myself up using the table and stumbled toward the door. I entered the main room and everyone was already there, sitting against the walls with blood on their mouths and gray skin. The countdown said we had 1 minute, but it didn't even matter anymore. The doctor rasped out, "Did you find it? Did you find another one?" And the pregnant woman stood up looking hopeful. The little girl looked at me with trusting eyes, and I had to look away from all of them, feeling ashamed, but I forced myself to look them in the eyes and said, "The big man accidentally injected me. The antidote's already inside me. I'm so sorry." The doctor's eyes widened in fear, and he let out a broken chuckle. "I'm not gonna make it to the wedding." The pregnant woman started talking to her baby again. "I'm sorry, Connie. I'm so sorry." The little girl walked up to me on shaky legs and grabbed my hand and looked up at me and quietly said, "It's okay. Gia needs you." I started sobbing because I didn't deserve her being okay with this, and then the big man stumbled in, dragging himself along the wall for support, and that's when the voice came back laughing hard. "Oh, that was the best one yet. You couldn't have written it better if you tried. Congratulations to our winner." My chest felt heavy because I didn't feel like a winner. But then 4 red sniper dots appeared on 4 foreheads. 1 on the doctor's forehead, the pregnant woman's, the big man's, and the little girl's. My breath got caught in my throat from the realization that the little girl was going to die, and then everything around me slowed down. I felt my legs push off the concrete before my brain caught up, and the air around me went thick like I was running through water. I could hear my own voice screaming from somewhere far away. "No, no, she's a kid, she's just a kid." But my body was moving too slow. The dot stayed on her forehead, and her little eyes were still looking up at me like she was waiting for an answer. I wasn't going to push her out of the way in time. I wasn't going to make it. But then I tackled her onto the floor as 4 gunshots cracked through the air at once. The doctor, the pregnant woman, and the big man's bodies dropped to the concrete floor, but I could hear the little girl breathing. I felt the air rush back into my lungs and I sobbed, "You're okay. Oh my God, you're okay. You're okay." But then she coughed again, and blood landed on me, and my face went pale because I forgot about the poison. Her little body started going limp in my arms, and I quickly sat down on the floor and cradled her in my lap. Hey, stay with me, okay? You're okay. Just stay with me." She looked up at me with her tired eyes and quietly said, "Can you tell me a bedtime story? My mommy tells me one whenever I'm scared." I was so devastated I couldn't find the words, but if this was Gia's, the little girl's last request, I had to try. So I took a shaky breath and said, "Once upon a time there was a brave little princess, and she lived in a castle with her stuffed bunny, and her bunny would protect her from any monsters that tried to get her." She smiled with blood on her teeth, and I had to bite the inside of my cheek so I wouldn't break down in front of her. She said, "Just like me and my bunny." I nodded and stared up at the ceiling because I was barely holding myself together. "Yeah, just like you and your bunny, and the princess was never scared because her bunny protected her, right?" I waited for her answer, and my pulse quickened when I didn't get one. It took everything in me to look down at her, and I saw her eyes were still looking up at me, but there was nothing behind them anymore. But I refused to believe it, and I shook her gently and asked about her bunny, but she didn't move, and I couldn't deny it after that. The little girl who held my hand and trusted me died in my arms. I gently closed her eyes and let out a broken sob, and I kept whispering, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry," because I'd promised her she'd see her mommy, and I'd lied right to her face. I slammed my fist into the concrete and my bones cracked, but I didn't care. I looked up at the cameras and screamed, "She was a kid! She was just a kid! Why her? Why did you take her?" But no one answered me. That's when the countdown on the wall hit 0, and the door at the front of the room clicked open, allowing me to leave, but I couldn't let go of the little girl. I held her for as long as I could, but eventually I forced myself to lay her down gently on the floor. I gently brushed her braids out of her face one last time, and stood up with all the strength I had left. I fell into the wall, but I used everything to limp towards the light. But just as I stepped out, I heard the speaker. "Congratulations, Jackson. I'm glad it was you." My eyes widened because he knew my name this whole time, and none of this had been random. I felt my fists clench. He was still toying with me after he killed innocent people, but I heard, "There, someone's coming out." I looked up in shock and saw police cars and an ambulance lined up across the parking lot, and 2 officers were running up to me. One of them asked, "Sir, are you okay? Sir!" They grabbed me, yelling for medics. "Where are the others?" But my eyes filled with tears. "It's just me. I'm the only one." I saw his face go pale, but they rushed me over to the ambulance. "We need to hurry." They put me in the back of it, but that's when a woman walked up to me crying really hard. "Mister, my daughter was in there. Is she coming out?" I didn't know who she was talking about, but then my eyes widened when she pulled out a stuffed bunny from her purse, the same bunny the little girl kept asking for. "She gets scared easily, so I brought her bunny. She'll be right out, won't she?" I started sobbing so hard I couldn't breathe, and the mom instantly realized her daughter was dead, and she dropped to her knees, bawling her eyes out. Then a little boy behind her said, "Mommy, so Daddy's not gonna be at my birthday?" He heard everything, and my heart stopped when I saw 2 boys and their mom, the same ones from the big man's picture. His mom covered her mouth and started crying, and I forced my legs to walk over, but the medic yelled, "Sir, we need to get you to the hospital." But I kept walking because I had a promise to keep to the big man. I knelt down to them. "Your daddy wanted me to tell you something." They looked at me with curious eyes. "What did Daddy say?" "He got you guys a bike for your birthday on Saturday. He tried really hard to bring it home to you. He loved you two so much." They started crying, and their mom dropped down and pulled both of them into her chest, sobbing. "Sir, we have to go now." I stood back up with the guilt eating me alive, and that's when I heard it. "Jackson!" I turned around and my heart actually stopped. Gia was running to me, braids bouncing and tears on her face. I fell to my knees and held my arms open. She crashed into me and wrapped her little arms so tight around my neck I could barely breathe. But when I saw the smudged purple flower on my hand, I sobbed harder because I'd made it home and she was going to draw me a new one tomorrow. "Jackson, Jackson, I thought I lost you. Please, please, please don't leave me ever again. I'm here, Gia. I'm not going anywhere. I promise. After a while, I pulled back and looked at her face, and her braids were a mess, but it was her, my baby sister. I shakily whispered, "Let's go home," and grabbed her tiny hand, and we walked to the ambulance together. But as we climbed inside, I saw the big man's family and little girl's mom sobbing, squeezing her bunny. I realized I had survived the game, but I would never survive what it cost me. It was quiet at 11:02 p.m. on a Friday night in the emergency room when I was washing my hands after my last patient. Then the double doors swung open and the paramedics' voices were aggressively sharp. "We got a gunshot victim, code red, all hands on deck." 3 paramedics rushed in a man with his blood-soaked shirt wide open, exposing a gunshot wound to his stomach. I quickly dried my hands, slipped on my mask, my rubber gloves, and went to work. I was scanning his wound first, running a checklist through my head going through what I might need, then noticed a familiar dragon tattoo on the victim's wrist. The victim barely spoke. "I'm so glad it's you." I recognized his voice, looked up at the victim's face, and completely froze. It was my little brother, Chris, my kind, caring little bro that I love with all my heart. I lost my breath, and my heart started racing. He smiled that classic smile at me. "Hey pal, I bet you didn't think you'd see me here." "What the hell, Chris?" I couldn't talk, had to focus. "Talk later. Hang in there, buddy." Chris started to say something, then passed out. He'd been shot at close range with what looked like a .357 Magnum or something similar. Fear and panic set in. Sweat poured down my face as I struggled to check his vitals. My nurse Donna noticed my horrified look. "You okay?" "Yeah, I'm good." I was lying, but had to take a deep breath and gather all my strength. "I'll pack the wound. Set up the IVs." We packed the wound with gauze to try and stop the bleeding. Donna hooked up an IV that started pumping new blood and saline into his veins. I went into hyperfocus. "Blood pressure? Blood pressure?" Donna's eyes darted up at the numbers. 70/40. "Give him another unit of blood. Quick!" Donna moved too quickly and grabbed the potassium chloride. I grabbed her wrist, stopped her. "Wrong meds. That will stop his heart within about 20 seconds. Donna realized her mistake. I looked closer at the wound, studied the pace and flow of his bleeding, and realized that the bullet had nicked something it shouldn't have. My panic and anxiety shot through the roof. If I didn't get him into the operating room within 20 minutes, he'd be dead. What would I tell our mom if I failed him? How would I ever face the guilt of knowing that I let him die? I couldn't think negatively, swallowed my fears and refocused. I kept working on slowing down the bleeding and thought, how the hell did this happen? Chris worked a desk job at Boston PD. I cut away more of his shirt to see the wound from another angle, then felt something hard inside of his pocket. I reached in and pulled out his police badge and stopped cold when I saw that the name on it read, Tom Brennan, not his name. That's weird. I set the badge on the tray and kept working. The bleeding was still not under control, and I was running out of solutions. I was failing at getting him ready for surgery. What was I doing wrong? I barked at our medic tech. Take off his boot for a circulation check. Something else fell out and hit the floor. I saw a second black leather wallet. I opened it up and saw a driver's license with a name inside that read Daniel Reyes, but the photo was Chris's face. What had he gotten into? I stuck his second wallet in my pocket and kept working. I got my medic tech's attention. Get me chain of custody on his sidearm. I want it bagged before he leaves this room. Yes, sir. He left. I kept working his wound and finally started to slow down the bleeding. 2 minutes later, my tech returned with a small plastic bag and put the handgun inside of it. I noticed that the serial number on the slide of his gun had been carved off. Cops don't carry illegal pistols. His blood pressure was holding, and he was stable for now. At 11:47 p.m., while I was scrubbing his blood off my forearms in the sink, I looked up through the observation window into the lobby and saw 2 men in black suits standing at the registration desk. They had an eerie, calm look in their eyes, which was unnerving. They didn't look like cops. I noticed that they weren't looking at the receptionist. They were scanning the entire room instead, the exits, the cameras, and the security guard at the door. The shorter one leaned on the counter and asked a question. The receptionist pointed toward the trauma bay. The men turned. They looked through the window and stared right at me. I got a weird vibe. Then they sat down in the lobby chairs, keeping their eyes on me the whole time. I wondered who they were, why they were here, and how they knew Chris. I approached them. You guys here for someone? We sure are, Doc, that gunshot victim. How are you guys related? The shorter one glanced at his buddy, then at me. I'm his cousin. My friend here's not related, but we're all real close. I stayed as still as I could, knowing the guy was lying. He was definitely no cousin of mine. You think he'll make it, Doc? I covered how disconcerted I was. Hard to say. He's being transferred into the operating room for emergency surgery. It'll probably be 4 to 6 hours before we know anything. I'll keep you guys updated. I walked back to the trauma bay and felt their eyes on me the whole way. Then the shorter one followed me down the hallway and tapped me on the back. Let's you and I have a little talk, Doc. In here. He gestured that we go into a nearby office and shut the door. Something was seriously wrong. He pulled a small manila folder out of his coat pocket and opened it. He held it up so I could see what was inside. It was a photograph of a girl coming out of a side door of Roxbury Middle School, blue backpack, brown hair in a ponytail. I looked closer and realized that it was my 12-year-old daughter, Lily, walking out of her school yesterday afternoon. Cute kid. You have her every other weekend, right? I turned cold, not wanting to give him the satisfaction of thinking he was scaring me, but I was terrified. I need that cop to not make it. Understand? I don't care how you need to do it, but by the time your shift ends, I want him gone. And don't even think about notifying the cops, or else we'll pay a visit to your house. I quietly nodded in understanding, and he walked out. I was horrified, praying I wouldn't have to choose between saving my daughter or my little brother. I steadied my nerves, headed back into the trauma bay, and immediately called my ex-wife. She answered on the second ring because she always did, even after the divorce. Hey, I need you to listen closely, and don't ask any questions. I need you to wake Lily up right now, put her in the car in her pajamas, and I need you to drive to your sister's house in Vermont. Right now. Don't pack, don't stop anywhere, and don't use any phones. What? Why? You need to tell me something. Chris has been shot and there are really bad men here that are trying to finish the job, and they know about you and Lily. Go. Okay. I hung up, then saw 2 nurses wheel Chris into surgery, and I walked behind them. We passed by the 2 thugs in suits, and we locked eyes. That's when I started to feel the rage towards them for what they've done to my little brother. We entered the surgery room, and I pulled one of the surgeons aside. Take extra care. That's my little brother. The surgeon took note and touched my shoulder, reassuringly. I waited in Chris's surgery room while the surgeons worked on him. I thought about calling the cops, but wanted to wait until my wife and daughter were safe. I texted my wife every 5 minutes to see if she was on her way to her sister's place, and she didn't respond. I texted her again and again. Did you make it to your sister's? Hey, I'm worried. Text me back. Then I received a text that read, your wife and daughter will be fine if you just do what you're told and be a good little boy. That sent a chill down my spine. Whoever the hell these guys were, they now had my wife and daughter. My hands trembled and my stomach churned. I watched the surgeons flawlessly get the bullet and all of the shrapnel out of Chris's gut and stabilize him. The surgeon pulled me aside. We got everything out of his system. Now it's just a matter of whether or not his body can heal itself. What are his chances? The truth. If I had to guess, 70-30, not in our favor. Sorry, I ignored that. Chris has always been a tough kid. He'll make it. He has to. He was moved into another recovery room down the hall. I looked out of the glass window and saw the 2 thugs watching my every move very closely. The shorter one approached me in the hallway and pinned me against the wall. You better follow through, or you and your family will experience one hell of a nightmare. I turned cold and thought to myself, as soon as I get the chance, I will kill you. I've never felt such a deep, murderous rage. I slowly nodded, took his hands off of my shirt collar, and walked away. Chris woke up at 5:20 a.m. I was next to him, checking the bag pressure when his eyes opened and he focused on me. He was glad to see me. Then his mood shifted when he realized that I was somewhat aware of his situation. He knew me better than anyone and could tell when I was troubled. What do you know? I know a lot. These guys are for real. They mean what they say. Yeah, they have Sarah and Lily. He closed his eyes, distraught. I'm so sorry, man. What the hell happened to you? He blinked his eyes several times, trying to gather his thoughts. I was working undercover and made my way into the Italian mafia. I was driving a truck, transporting some money for them. I shifted around nervously, now knowing that the guys in the waiting room were mobsters. How long were you doing this? A little over 2 years. I couldn't tell anyone. I understood. He started to fade in and out of consciousness. They found out I was a cop and shot me. I somehow managed to get away from them and found a cab driver that got me here. Then he coughed something up and spit it out into his hand. It was a key, a paper tag through the loop that read 217. He coughed a few times, then caught his breath. Bus station, south corner lockers. Go and get what's in that locker. What's in it? Insurance and evidence. Evidence of what? His eyes rolled back into his head and he passed out. Evidence of what? He was out cold. I knew what I had to do. So I changed clothes, headed into the hallway, made sure the coast was clear, then saw the short guy walking down the hallway towards me. I quickly bolted out of the back door, ran down into the underground parking garage and rushed to my car. I cranked the engine and took off. On my way out, I passed by the short guy, and I wasn't sure if he recognized me or not. It was hard to say. Several minutes later, I parked at the bus station and kept checking my back as I made my way to the south corner lockers, opened up locker 217 and took out a small envelope that had a thumb drive inside of it. I turned and saw the short guy standing about 20 yards away from me. I took off running and he chased me. I made my way through the underground, past subway trains, then back up the stairs to the city streets. No matter how fast I ran, he was still gaining on me. I ran down an alleyway, hopped over a fence, and he grabbed onto my foot. I kicked back at him and nailed him in the face. He dropped back to the ground and turned red with rage. I took off, hopped back into my car, and drove straight back to the hospital. I walked into the entrance and saw the other shady guy glaring at me. It wasn't more than 30 seconds when the short guy, now with a bloodied nose, entered. They both started following me down the hallway. I tried to get away from them, but they grabbed me and slammed me against the wall while no one else was around. Then I got lucky because right behind them, a police officer in civilian clothing with a badge walked in and saw us. I raised my hand to get his attention. Then the taller, shady guy showed me a video of my wife and daughter tied up in a basement somewhere. I froze, horrified. The cop walked over to us. "Everything okay here?" The two thugs stared at me. I had to say something. "Yeah, everything's cool, officer. What brings you by?" I heard that one of our own made it in, and I wanted to be by his side. The two thugs glanced at him. "Absolutely. I can take you to him." I walked towards Chris's room, and the officer followed me. The two thugs in suits went back to the waiting room, shaking their heads in frustration. I walked into Chris's room with the officer. "I didn't catch your name." He smiled at me. "Detective Cooper." He leaned in closer to me. "Are you all right?" I was hesitant, obviously thinking about my wife and daughter and what they must have been feeling at that moment and if they were okay. I wanted to tell him everything, then hesitated. I started getting choked up and he looked straight at me. "What's wrong, pal?" I realized that I had to tell him. I was so scared for my little girl. Maybe there was some way he could help and pretend not to know that he knows or something. "Those two men out there are Italian mafia. They have my wife and daughter and want me to kill my little brother, Chris. If I don't, they'll hurt my family." I did my best to hold back tears, but failed. He nodded his head in understanding and patted my shoulder. "Those guys out there seem real scary, so I think you should probably do what they tell you to do." I gasped as he let out a wicked smile. He was one of them. I should have known from his watch. It was the exact same expensive model as the short guy in the suit. There was no way this guy could have bought a watch that expensive on a cop's salary. I gathered myself. "Right. Well, Chris is still recovering and will be for a while. And I think visiting hours are closed, so you'll have to wait in the waiting room." "Nah, I'm gonna wait right here with my fallen brother. I'm afraid I'm going to have to insist. It's hospital policy." He got in my face. "I don't care about your stupid policy. I ain't moving." He sat right next to Chris, and I could tell as soon as I walked out, he would try and finish the job. I couldn't let that happen, but I was at a loss with how to get him out. I couldn't leave him alone with Chris. I waved down Nurse Donna from the hallway, and she entered. "I need you to run a blood and lung check on him." "I just did one. We saw something a little weird from the MRI, so do it again." She looked at me, confused, then nodded. "This is one of Chris's co-workers." The fake cop nodded. Then Donna started working on Chris. He wouldn't try anything with her in the room. I didn't have long before the two guys would want to know what I got from the locker, so I headed into my office, took the thumb drive out of the small envelope and popped it into the side of my laptop. A screen with a list of names came up. Next to each name was a dollar amount and a crime next to their name. I studied the list and saw several known politicians listed as having taken money and committing different crimes. The crimes dated back to the early 2000s. This document exposed every person on the list. I quickly took pictures of the entire list. Then my door swung open and the short guy and his tall buddy barged in and locked the door behind them. "Give me what you got from that locker or I will make a call that will end your wife's life. Right now." I handed him the thumb drive and he cracked me across the face. I spit out some blood. "Don't ever try some shit like that again. And your time to finish the job just got shorter. I'm giving you 20 minutes to end that rat bastard or my guy will do it himself." He meant it. Okay. Just take it easy. I'll do it. You better." "You got 20 minutes." I nodded, then walked out. As I entered Chris's room, Donna was next to his bed, and out of nowhere, Chris's totally crashed. His vitals went haywire, and his blood pressure dropped significantly. He went from stable to dying in the span of 20 seconds as his monitor flatlined. The fake cop stood up, and I wondered if he somehow poisoned Chris when Nurse Donna wasn't looking. He backed away, probably thought that Chris would die, and walked out, grinning to himself. I immediately jumped into action, grabbed the defibrillators, and used them on his chest before Donna knew what was happening. I zapped him again, nothing. Then zapped him again, nothing. The third time, his back arched off of the table. His arms went stiff, and he was so still afterwards that I thought it was over. I zapped him a fourth time, and by the miracle of God, I heard the monitor start beeping on and off again. He came back to us. My hands were trembling as I put down the defibrillators. Donna asked me if I was okay, and all I could do was shake my head, speechless. I noticed Chris's IV bag, then got an idea that might get me out of this nightmare. I had to save my family and didn't have much choice, and I checked my watch and saw that I had less than 15 minutes to finish the job. I walked down the corridor to the medication room, unlocked the controlled substances cabinet, and took out a 20 cubic centimeter vial of potassium chloride concentrate. I drew some of it into a syringe, put it in my pocket, and walked out. If any amount of this drug enters anyone's bloodstream, they're dead within seconds. I mustered up as much courage as I could, then walked out to the waiting room and addressed the three thugs. "I'm ending this right now, but I need a guarantee that my wife and daughter are freed, and I need to see it. You can still hold on to them until I show you proof that the patient is gone." The short guy thought on it, then agreed. "Fine." He sent a text. Several seconds later, the short guy showed me a live video feed of my wife and daughter in the back of a car. They both looked terrified, which made my blood boil. "Give me 2 minutes, then come and confirm for yourselves." I walked into Chris's room and he woke up. "Hey man, hey." He saw the syringe in my hand. "What's that?" I got close to him. "Do you trust me?" "Yeah, I do." At that moment, the three thugs entered the room. I didn't have a choice, and I knew it was time. My brother looked at me, fear in his eyes. He looked just like he did when he was 6 years old, and we were playing street baseball, and I was teaching him how to swing. He closed his eyes and looked up at the ceiling, accepting whatever was to be. I held the needle over the IV port. Chris watched me and did not flinch. I took a deep breath, prayed to God under my breath, "Please let this work." I pushed the plunger into the bag and the fluid went in. He felt it. I watched his face register it as his sad eyes locked onto mine, as if I betrayed him. "It'll be okay." 20 seconds later, his heart monitor went flat. The tone was eerie and cold. I sat there and didn't move. The three guys all shared a reassuring nod, and then the short guy made a call. He showed me my wife and daughter being let go through the video screen in real time. I could see them step out of the car, then saw the car speed away. I closed my eyes, temporarily relieved for my family, yet still horrified for my little brother. The three thugs walked out. Once they were completely out of sight, I waved in a panic to Donna. Hurry up! We have less than a minute to save him." She rushed in as fast as she could with calcium chloride drawn up in one syringe and the high-dose insulin in another syringe. She was ready because earlier I had texted her instructions. She was doubtful. "Here." She handed them to me, and my hands shook as I started to inject them into his IV. "Are you sure this'll work?" "It has to. Chest compressions. Now." Donna started quickly compressing. She was as panicked as I was. "I don't think it's working. Just keep going." The amount of potassium chloride I gave him stopped his heart. In order to reverse it, we need the calcium to stabilize the cardiac membrane and the insulin to drive potassium back into his cells. It'll work. It has to. I finished pushing the syringes in and took over for Donna and started doing the chest compressions myself. "Come on, Chris. Come back. Come on, buddy. Please." 40 seconds in, there was no pulse. 60 seconds in, nothing. 80 seconds in, still nothing. I compressed as hard as I could, pounding down into his chest with every ounce of energy I had. Then suddenly, his heart started up again. We saw it go up and down on the monitor. I cried. We both did. He was alive. I hugged him, tears flowing down. "Welcome back, pal." I gathered myself, made sure he was stable, then quickly checked the surveillance cameras to see if my plan would work. I had also called the cops and notified them that we were dealing with the mafia. So I checked the surveillance cameras and saw that the three thugs were in the parking garage, still heading to their car. I prayed that the cops would get them before they left. Then my prayer came true because through the camera I saw 10 cops all jump out of their cruisers, gun drawn. They were yelling, "Get your hands up! Get your hands up right now!" The short guy glanced at his buddies, giving them a signal. They whipped out their guns and tried to shoot their way out. The idiots weren't very good at math. 3 against 10 are not good odds. The 3 mobsters got gunned down. I saw it happen and let out a huge sigh of relief. It was finally over. News reporters and cops flooded the building. I pulled the lead detective aside and showed him the pictures I took from the thumb drive list on my cell phone. He read the names and their crimes, and his eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. He quietly whispered, "Oh my God, this is a gold mine. This shows every connection any corrupt politician has ever had to the mafia and how much they received and what crime they committed. Do you have any idea how huge this is?" He walked away and called out to another cop, "Get me the FBI, now!" Then my wife and daughter walked in, and I've never hugged them harder. The 3 of us stepped out into another room, and I showered them with kisses. I kneeled down to my daughter. "I'm so sorry, baby. You okay?" She nodded. "She's tougher than I think." A week later, Chris was moved to a remote rehab facility where no one could find him. Then, while I was at home playing with my daughter, I got a call from the same lead detective. "I just want you to know that we arrested over 40 criminals and politicians because of that list you got us." I smiled. Maybe there is a little justice in the world. I shot out of bed when I heard my mute daughter Ren screaming her lungs out like someone was killing her. I ran out of my room and saw my oldest daughter Callie running down the hallway looking just as terrified as me. When I opened Ren's room, she was sitting up in bed, pale-faced with tears streaming down her cheeks and her whole body trembling. We rushed to her and I pulled her into my chest while Callie rubbed her back. I asked, "What happened?" Ren's hands were shaking so badly she could barely sign, but I understood it. She saw a man standing in her doorway. I got goosebumps all over my body and I asked her, "Ren, is he still in the house?" She nodded fast and Callie let out a small cry. I stood up. "Callie, stay with your sister. I'm going to check the house. Lock the door." Callie nodded fast and stood up to lock the door behind me. "Be careful, Dad." I ran to the hallway closet and grabbed the baseball bat from the top shelf and gripped it tightly, prepared to kill the man in my house. I checked Callie's room, then the bathroom, the closet, the basement, and the garage, but found no one. Even the front door and every window on the first floor was locked. My heart pounded because there was no one here, so I didn't know what Ren saw. Callie unlocked Ren's room after I knocked, and Ren was sitting on the bed trembling, and I knew I had to reassure her she was safe. I sat on the edge of the bed and softly said, "Ren, he's not here anymore. You're safe, I promise." But Ren shook her head fast, like she didn't believe me, and I didn't know how to reassure her more until I looked at her lamp on the nightstand and got an idea. I flicked the lamp off and on and signed, "If you ever need me, you flick the lights 2 times and I'll come running to you no matter where I am." Ren's tears instantly stopped, and she bounced on the bed excitedly at the system, making her forget all about the man in her doorway. She flicked the lamp twice and watched me with a big smile on her face. Then her eyes got big like she had an idea, and she flicked it 6 times, then signed, "6 flicks means good night, Dad." I laughed and flicked it 4 times and told her, "4 flicks means good night." Ren giggled and she hugged me tight, and I asked her if she felt safe now, and she nodded. 2 years went by without Ren seeing the man in the doorway, but the flicker ritual we made up that night became ours. She'd flick the bathroom light because she scraped her knee, and flick her lamp because she'd thrown up in her sleep. And every night I flicked her bedroom light off and on 4 times, and she would flick her bedroom light 6 times. Things were so good, I thought the man in the doorway was the worst thing that would happen to our family until the day I got home from work and shouted Ren's name, expecting her to come running up to me like always. But she didn't, so I went to her room, but it was empty, as if she never came home from school. I tried not to worry and told myself she was probably playing in Callie's room, so I went to her room, but Callie was sitting alone on her bed, scrolling on her phone. My voice came out shaky when I asked, "Where's Ren?" Callie looked up from her phone and asked, "What do you mean? Didn't you pick her up from school?" I knew something was wrong, but tried to calm down by telling myself she was probably still at school. But when I called the school, the lady told me Ren got on the afternoon bus home. My phone slipped from my hand, and dread filled me as I realized something bad definitely happened to my daughter. I looked at Callie, trying hard not to look scared, but failing. She got on the bus, but she's not here. Callie was already standing up, eyes wide. "Dad, what does that mean?" I ran out to go to the bus stop and heard Callie running behind me. "Dad, I'm going with you." I told her, "No, stay here in case Ren comes back." But she ran out the front door and climbed into the passenger seat before I could stop her. I drove fast to the bus stop while telling myself Ren was sitting on the bench waiting for me, and this would all be a stupid mix-up we'd laugh about later. But when we got there, my heart nearly stopped because the bench was empty. Callie's breathing got fast and shallow, and we both got out and walked up the road in different directions, shouting, "Ren! Ren! Where are you?" But then Callie suddenly stopped calling her name, and I saw her staring down into the ditch with her hand covering her mouth. My legs felt like jelly as I walked over, not prepared for what I would see. My eyes widened when I saw Ren's bright pink backpack in the ditch. Callie let out a broken scream that I felt in my chest. I stumbled into the ditch and picked up Ren's backpack. Her lunchbox was in the grass a few feet away, and the True Moo I'd packed for her that morning was lying next to it. I knew in that moment that somebody had taken my daughter, and the first thing I thought of was that the man Ren saw in her doorway had come back for her. I tried not to spiral because Callie needed me not to spiral, so I called 911 with my hands trembling as I told the dispatcher everything while picturing Ren wherever she was right now and wondering if she was cold or scared or hurt. I hung up when she said a car was on the way and went up to Callie, who was crying and shaking. I squeezed her shoulder. "We're going to find her, Callie. We're not losing her." When the cop showed up, he looked around the area for 3 minutes, then said, "There's no signs of a struggle out here, Mr. Powell." I said, "That doesn't make sense." But he told me, "Most kids her age run away from home and come back in a day or two. Just go home and wait it out." I clenched my fists. "You don't understand. 2 years ago, she saw a man in her doorway. What if it's the same man?" The cop sighed like I was making things up and asked if I filed a report, but when I said no, he said, "No report means that's not a lead. Best I can do is put out an alert." I knew he was going to be useless and not do that, so I told Callie we had to go, and we both angrily walked back to the car. Back at home, me and Callie started making missing persons flyers. Callie was crying the entire time, but kept wiping her tears and saying, "I'm fine," before I even asked. I squeezed her hand and told her that we were going to find Ren because we had to. When midnight came, I told Callie to go to bed because we were going to hand out the flyers at 8 a.m. She nodded and went to her room while I went to Ren's. I flicked the bedroom light off and on 4 times to tell her goodnight and stood there waiting for her lamp to flick back 6 times, even though I knew nothing was coming. The next morning, Callie and I were out the house putting up flyers on every telephone pole when our neighbor Mr. Reeve came up to us. We never really spoke, so it surprised me when he told me, "Silas, I heard what happened to poor Ren. I'm not letting you do this by yourselves. Tell me what you need." I stood there amazed because he was offering more help than the cop had. I handed him half the stack of flyers and he looked at Callie and his voice cracked when he said, "Callie, sweetheart, we're going to find Ren." Callie just nodded, and then Mr. Reeve walked off in the opposite direction, and I felt more hopeful than I had all night. We worked until we ran out of flyers, and Mr. Reeve told us, "I got every porch and every telephone pole between here and the school. I also told the guy at the gas station to look at his cameras for yesterday afternoon." I pulled him into a hug before I even knew I was doing it. "Thank you for your help." He patted my back. "Silas, I don't have kids of my own, but I'd want somebody to help me if I were in your shoes." He took his phone out and told me to save his number so I could call him whenever I needed something. I saved it with shaking hands, and my voice cracked when I said I didn't know how to thank him. He rubbed his neck and asked, "Could I see Ren's room for a minute? I know that probably sounds strange, but I want to pray over it." It did sound strange, but he spent the whole morning helping, so I nodded. Callie whipped her head at me and through gritted teeth said, "Dad, what are you doing?" I shook her off and said he was being polite. I walked past her and led him upstairs. He looked at the bed and the lamp on the nightstand and the stuffed rabbit on the pillow and the pink walls. Then he closed his eyes and whispered a prayer, and when he was done, he told me again that we were going to find Ren. I thanked him and walked him out. Callie was in the living room now with her arms crossed tight and face pale. "Dad, that was so creepy." I couldn't believe what she was saying. "Cal, he was just praying." She scrunched up her face. "I don't care. I don't want him in our house again." I reminded her that he was the only one helping us, and she stormed off angrily and slammed her door. I went back up to Ren's room and flicked the bedroom light off and on 4 times and still stayed there waiting for her lamp to flick back. But that's when I noticed I could see into Reeve's living room, and his overhead bulb was flickering on and off. My throat closed up because it felt like Ren was talking to me, but I knew it wasn't her. The next morning, Mr. Reeve knocked on my door holding a foil tray. "I made you guys breakfast burritos. Food is probably the last thing on your mind." I let him in, and he set the tray on the counter, and that's when Callie came down the stairs. She froze when she saw him, but Mr. Reeve happily handed her a plate with a burrito. She took it without a word and sat at the kitchen table but didn't touch the food. Reeve sat across from me, and his eyes were as tired as mine. "Silas, there's something I have to tell you." I gestured for him to continue. "Do you know the man that lives in the brown house with the chain-link fence?" When I nodded, Reeve said, "I don't want to point fingers, Silas, but he has a history with kids. He could be a suspect." Callie was already standing up, and I was grabbing my keys off the counter, and we all ran outside. Callie and me got in the car while Reeve watched us from our driveway. When we got to the brown house, I saw a white van in the driveway, and the blinds were closed. I got an unsettling feeling in my stomach, and it made me think this was the man Ren saw in her doorway 2 years ago, and he'd come back to finish what he started. I unbuckled my seatbelt, and Callie unbuckled hers, but I grabbed her wrist. "Stay in the truck." She tried to pull her arm back. "No, Dad. What if he took her? That's why you need to stay in the car." I got out the car and walked up the porch, hearing my own pulse in my ears. When I knocked, a man in his 50s opened the door, and he looked annoyed at being interrupted. "Yeah?" he said, really annoyed, and that pissed me off. My voice came out cold. "Where is she?" He looked confused. "Where is who?" "My daughter, 9 years old, mute, missing. I know you took her." He stood up straight, menacingly towering over me. "I don't have your daughter. Now get off my property." But I wasn't intimidated and looked past him into his house, and that's when I saw a bright pink backpack that looked just like Ren's. My vision blurred, and I grabbed him by the shirt and slammed him into the doorframe. "Where is she?" he struggled out. "I don't know." I didn't believe him and punched him in the face, and he dropped to the floor, but I continued hitting him. My knuckles were splitting open on his face, but I didn't care. "Where is she? Where is my daughter?" That's when I heard sirens, and a cop quickly pulled me off him and slammed me against the porch railing. "Sir, you need to calm down right now," I screamed. "He has my daughter. Check the house. I saw her backpack on his counter." The other cop was helping the man up, and he was spitting blood and shaking his head and talking fast. The cop let go of me while his partner walked over. "Sir, he's got an alibi. He was at work the day your daughter went missing." "He's lying. Call his manager." The cop sighed and told the man to call his manager, and he put her on speakerphone. The cop explained everything to her, and my face crumbled when the manager said, "I can confirm he was here on that day." I shook my head rapidly and felt my head spinning. "No, he's lying, I know it. I saw her backpack on his counter." The cop sighed and asked the man if he could show me the backpack, and when I saw it, I realized they were 2 completely different bags. I closed my eyes and my legs almost gave out because I was still nowhere near finding Ren. "He's not pressing charges, but if you come within 100 feet of this house again, you're going to jail. You understand me?" I nodded weakly, then walked off the porch. When I got in my car, Callie looked scared of me, but then regained her composure and said, "Dad, you can't do that again. If you go to jail, Ren doesn't have anybody." I swallowed hard, suddenly feeling guilty, and drove us home in silence. When I pulled into the driveway, Reeve was at my window in seconds, and he covered his mouth when he saw my hands. "Silas, oh my God, your hands. What happened?" We got out of the car, and I told him everything. Mr. Reeve was moving around anxiously. "We need to clean you up. We need ice and a cloth." Callie stared with her arms crossed, then coldly said, "Mr. Reeve, you should go home. We're really tired." He froze. "I just thought I'd—" "Callie, not right now. Please," I said sternly because I knew she was getting suspicious of him again. She looked at me in disbelief, then stormed off into the house. Reeve looked at me with a wounded face and tried apologizing, but I told him I just wanted to rest. He nodded, then walked away, and I went inside and straight to Ren's room. I laid down on her bed and pulled her stuffed rabbit against my chest and closed my eyes. When I woke up, it was dark outside, and I could see Reeve's bulb flickering on and off in his living room again. And watching it reminded me of the night I made up the ritual and how scared Ren was of the man in her doorway. I thought I'd kept her safe all this time, but she'd been in danger this whole time, and I was too stupid to see it. The next morning, it took everything in me to get out of Ren's bed, and when I finally did, I saw Callie on the couch with one of Ren's hoodies pressed up to her face, whispering into it. I watched from the doorway, and I couldn't make myself go up to her because if I touched her, I was going to break too. The next couple days blurred together. I would sleep in Ren's bed and couldn't get out most of the time, and when I did, I would notice that Callie stopped eating since her face was slimmer. Her hair was also matted on one side from sleeping on the couch. I'd been telling myself we were going to find Ren, but part of me didn't believe it anymore. The other part of me did believe it, and it was enough to get me to flick her bedroom light 4 times. I waited for the lamp to flicker, but the only thing flickering was Mr. Reeves' broken bulb. I almost didn't look at it since I was sick of it by now, but I decided to look either way. It flickered 6 times, then stopped, and I suddenly couldn't breathe because I just counted Ren's goodnight signal from across the street. I started crying because Ren was across the street this entire time, and the man who had been helping me was the same man who'd stood in Ren's doorway 2 years ago. I instantly went to Callie's room because she had to know where her sister was. I opened her door, and she was in bed with Ren's hoodie pressed against her chest. Cal, Reeve has her. He's the man she saw in her doorway. Her eyes widened, and she suddenly got up and started hitting my chest angrily but weakly at the same time. I knew it, Dad. I knew he was creepy, but you wouldn't listen to me. I took her punches as I told her, I know, Callie. I'm sorry. I promise we'll get your sister back. We just need proof so the cops will finally listen to us. Me and Callie had hope again, so we got to work the second the sun came up. Callie put her phone on Ren's windowsill to record inside Mr. Reeves' house, and we saw him walk into his kitchen and prepare a plate of food and a cup of juice, then carried both somewhere down the stairs. Dad, he's going to his basement. I spotted a window to the basement low on the side of his house, and my eyes widened in fear because the basement walls were the same pink as Ren's room. My head started spinning, and I had to put a hand on the windowsill to steady myself because he had painted the basement just for Ren. Callie noticed it too and dug her fingernails into my hand from anger. After 30 minutes, Reeve came back upstairs with empty dishes, then grabbed his keys and walked out of his house and got in his car. I stood up. Callie, stay here and keep recording. Call me if anything moves. I'm going to see where he's going. She nodded fast, and I ran out of Ren's room, grabbing my car keys from the counter and a baseball cap. I followed Reeve 3 cars back the whole way to a grocery store, then put the baseball cap low over my eyes to hide my face, and walked in behind him with my phone in my hand already recording. Mr. Reeve walked down the aisles picking up normal groceries like a man with nothing to hide, and that made me angry. But then he walked into the dairy aisle and he grabbed a yellow 12-pack of True Moo and dropped it into his cart. My hands started shaking because I couldn't believe he was buying True Moo for my daughter, as if he were her dad. I wanted to slam him to the floor but stopped myself. After he paid for his groceries, I drove home knowing we had him. Back at home, I called 911 and told the dispatcher I had evidence that my daughter was being held in my neighbor's basement. She told me to stay in the house and that cops were on their way. Callie and I held our breaths until we heard the police knocking on our door. After I let them in, they took our statements and our phones for evidence and said a warrant would be ready tomorrow. Before leaving, they warned us to not go near Reeves' property. Callie and me felt so much relief at finally being believed, and soon we were all going to be reunited. But for now, we sat on the couch watching Reeves' house through the front window. Every hour that passed felt like another hour Ren was alone down there. Then the living room bulb started flickering. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Callie covered her mouth and started sobbing since it was her first time seeing it. Seeing both my daughters hurting made me stand up ready to march to Reeves' house and bring my daughter home. But Callie grabbed my arms and pleaded, "Dad, you can't. If you go over there now, you'll go to jail and not him." She was right, so I took deep breaths to calm myself and then sat back down. The next morning, the cops, a detective, Callie and me were all at Reeves' front door, and when the detective knocked, Reeve opened the door looking confused. The detective held up the warrant. "Mr. Reeve, we have a warrant to search your home. Step aside, please." Reeve turned to me with a hurt look on his face. "Silas, you think Ren's here, but I've been helping you find her and praying for her." I cut him off, sick of his lies. "Save it. I know it was you in her doorway." He looked confused. "Silas? What doorway?" But he regained his composure and stepped aside. "Look anywhere you want, but she's not here." Callie coldly said, "We'll see about that, you creep." The cops spread out through the house, and we could hear doors opening and closing, and we'd hear cops shouting "clear" every few seconds. Dread filled my body at the possibility of Ren not being here. That's when Reeve put his hand on my shoulder. "Silas, you really think I'd do this? After everything?" I grabbed his hand and tightened my grip until he was in pain. "You really thought we wouldn't catch you? I wish I had killed you 2 years ago." He tried to free himself. "Silas, I care about Ren just as much as you." Callie screamed, "Shut up! Don't say her name!" Reeve flinched, and I finally let go. Then me and Callie followed the detective down to the basement, and I knew this was the only place left Ren could be in. Seeing the pink walls in person made me sick, but seeing an empty room made me sicker. The detective turned to me with her face softening. Mr. Powell, she's not here. I shook my head fast. No, that's not possible. She's here. I know it. Callie cried. She's supposed to be here. Reeve appeared in the basement, and he had tears in his eyes, and he suddenly looked like the kind neighbor who had been helping us, and I started to doubt myself. Mr. Reeve, I'm so sorry. I really thought you were the man Ren. I'm so sorry. Mr. Reeve put his hand on my shoulder and squeezed gently. Silas, it's okay, I'm not angry. You're just trying to bring your little girl home, and don't worry, I'll still help you look for her. My eyes filled with tears, and I went to hug him because he was still willing to help me after all this. But that's when we heard fast and frantic pounding somewhere behind the back wall, and I froze. Reeve looked scared now, and he talked faster. That's the pipes. I've been meaning to call somebody about it. The detective put her hand on her holster. Mr. Reeve, get on the ground now. But he bolted for the stairs while the detective yelled for someone upstairs to stop him. Callie gripped my shirt in fear, and my whole body locked up because we both thought he was going to make it out. But Reeve was tackled to the floor the second he got upstairs. He screamed, "No, wait! You got it all wrong!" The cop put his hands behind his back and cuffed him while Reeve thrashed, but me and Callie relaxed a bit. Then the pounding behind the back wall got louder, so the detective slammed her boot against the drywall. It caved in a little, so me and Callie started pulling at the edges while the detective kicked it one more time, and then the fake wall came down. My eyes widened, and Callie let out a cry because Ren was standing on the other side. Her hair was matted and tangled, and her fists were raw and bleeding, and her eyes were red from crying. I ran to her, and she collapsed in my arms, and my legs gave out right there. Callie dropped down and wrapped her arms around Ren and pressed her face into her hair, sobbing, "You're here, you're here." Ren grabbed 2 fistfuls of my shirt, and she was shaking so hard her teeth were chattering. I whispered, "Let's get you out of here." I carried Ren up the stairs while Callie followed behind me. When we got upstairs, Reeve was being walked to the front door, and he looked angry now. The wounded friend act was gone. When he saw me holding my daughter, he smiled creepily. Her scream that night was the prettiest sound I ever heard. I almost put Ren down to go beat him up, but I held on to her tighter because she was finally back in my arms, and nothing was worth letting go. So Callie stepped in front of me. "I hope you rot in jail, you creep." Reeve scoffed, and the cops shoved him out the front door. Then I took Ren to the hospital where the nurses cleaned the dried blood off her hands and wrapped fresh bandages on her knuckles. I wondered what she went through in Reeve's house, but shook the thoughts away because they scared me more than anything. After the nurses left, Ren grabbed a notepad and pen off the bedside table and wrote slowly and turned it around for us to see. "Did you see me flashing?" My eyes filled with tears and my voice cracked when I told her, "Yes, baby, I was flashing too." She started crying for the first time since we'd pulled her out of that wall, so Callie and me climbed onto the bed and hugged her. I held them both as tight as I could and thanked the heavens I'd looked at that bulb one more time. I was so excited when I graduated from the police academy and hugged my mom. "Congratulations, sweetheart. I'm sure your father's proudly watching down from the heavens." We shared a hug, and then my Uncle Doyle came over wearing his police uniform. He had been my trainer, mentor, and a father figure to me ever since my real dad passed away. "Congratulations, son. Are you ready for your first day?" I smiled, beyond thrilled. 3 hours later, I was at a crime scene, staring at my first dead body, trying not to get sick. It was a woman in her early 20s, and her mother was next to me crying. I felt so bad for her. Couldn't imagine what she must have been feeling. I took her hand. "You have my word that we will do everything possible to find this bastard." She cried, nodded in appreciation. I had noticed skin particles underneath the victim's fingernails, so she put up a fight and clawed the murderer before losing her life. The skin particles were real DNA evidence. Then, while I was comforting the mother, out of the corner of my eye, about 20 feet away, Uncle Doyle took out a bottle of hand sanitizer and cleaned her fingernails, destroying any possible DNA evidence. He repositioned her body back to how it was. Then he hesitated, turned his head, and saw me watching him. I quickly turned away from him in terror and rushed outside. The captain arrived along with a few other cops, and Uncle Doyle briefed them on everything. I saw Uncle Doyle pull the captain aside and say, "It's a cut-and-dry homicide, most likely an ex-boyfriend." The captain nodded. I was horrified and felt betrayed by a man I thought I knew. He just blatantly lied to his own boss. Uncle Doyle got back into the car, and we drove in eerie silence for what felt like an eternity. Then my stomach dropped when I saw 3 red fingernail scratches across his forearm that were just barely sticking out below his shirt sleeve. It hit me. Uncle Doyle murdered that girl, and he knew that I saw him hide evidence. I stayed quiet, because what could I really say? The first thing I thought to do was to call my mom, since he was her actual brother. But then I realized that I needed to go straight to the captain. Uncle Doyle glanced over at me. "If you tell anyone what you think you saw, you will become an enemy to me. And do you have any idea what happens to my enemies?" I shook my head, terrified. "My enemies end up face down in the LA River." I felt a chill go up my spine because I knew he wasn't kidding. But I didn't care about his threats. I cared more about truth and justice. So when we returned to the police station, I went straight to the captain's office and told him what I saw. He smirked. "You do realize what you're saying is a serious accusation, right?" "Yes, sir. Of course I do. But I swore an oath to uphold justice, and that's what I plan to do." He stared at me for a while, thinking about what to do, then called Uncle Doyle into his office. "Doyle, your nephew here is claiming you destroyed DNA evidence. Is there any truth to that claim?" He said it with a weird sarcasm, not believing it himself. Uncle Doyle smiled. "If you call me sanitizing my own hands destroying evidence, I guess so." They shared a comical glance, then cracked up laughing. "Way to go, Columbo. Great job with your investigation, dumbass." They laughed harder. Obviously my nephew's seeing things. It's his first day and his first dead body. He was shaking in his boots, pretty sure the little turd pissed himself. Fear makes the mind see weird shit. The captain nodded in agreement with him, and they started talking about football as if I didn't exist. I left, feeling obviously disappointed. I went straight to my mom's house and told her what I saw, and even she was doubtful. "Are you sure he wasn't cleaning his own hands? I mean, that doesn't sound like your uncle at all. He's always been the most honest, stand-up guy I've ever known. You probably just saw it wrong." I clenched my fists, so enraged that no one was believing me. "No, I know what I saw, and he's hiding something." The victim clawed at him. I saw the scratch marks on his forearm. No matter what I said to her, she wasn't buying it. He could have gotten scratched from that weird cat he has or something else. I walked out and realized that I needed to build a real case on my own with legit evidence. I was mad at myself because I should have taken a picture of her fingernails. Uncle Doyle never thinks about modern technology and wouldn't ever think I would have taken a picture. It's too late now. I called the only person in the city of Los Angeles that I was sure was not LAPD. Maria Cho was a defense attorney who I'd met a few years ago. I called her, and by 11:15 a.m. I was in her downtown office. "This is probably not the first time your uncle's done this. Whatever you do next, I highly suggest that you do not go back into your division alone. Let me think about what to do. Go home and wait for my call." I did what she said, went home and sat on my couch. I started to doze off, then heard a loud bang at my front door, woke up startled, and saw a man wearing a ski mask holding a sawed-off shotgun at me. My hands trembled, and my heart was racing a million miles per hour as I went to reach for my gun, but he slammed the butt of the shotgun across my face and knocked me out. I woke up in the trunk of a car in a panic. My wrists and ankles were zip-tied and I couldn't move. I was taught in the academy to control my breathing when in a terrifying situation, so I started taking in long, controlled breaths. The car drove for what felt like about an hour and stopped. I could smell dust and the heat was building up badly. The trunk swung open and I saw blinding yellow lights above. The same man in the ski mask pulled me out and dropped me on the concrete floor of an empty warehouse. He dragged me along the floor and tied me to a radiator pipe. The man pulled off his ski mask and he had a long, jagged scar running down his cheek. He sat across and stared at me for a while, then lit a cigarette. "You're probably wondering why I haven't killed you yet, huh?" The thought did cross my mind. I might as well be honest with you. After you left the station, your uncle had me tail you, and he said, "If you make any moves other than going home, I should grab you, take you out to the desert, and end your existence." So I planned on doing that. Then I got the text about how much he was offering me to do it. $5 grand. Can you believe that bullshit? I am so sick and tired of these corporate cop types that claim to have no money and try and lowball you at every turn. I don't care. I texted him back and said, "You better give me 20,000 or I'm not doing it." My uncle was notoriously cheap. Did he respond? Not yet. He took a picture of me tied up and sent it to Doyle. Maybe that'll motivate him to respond a little quicker. His phone rang almost immediately. I was terrified, yet intensely determined to escape, so I tried to dig into the zip ties with my fingernails and was slowly making progress while this guy put Doyle on speaker. "Hello, Daddy Doyle." He covered the phone. He hates it when I call him that. "You cheap son of a beach. What kind of bullshit are you trying to pull? I should be asking you that. I'm done being lowballed by you. You either get me 20 grand or I'm letting your rookie nephew go. Up to you." There was a long pause from Uncle Doyle as this guy winked at me and waited. "Fine, send me your address. I'll swing by with the cash, you greedy d." The guy hung up, sent a text, and did a celebratory dance. I was hit hard by the cold, hard reality of the cop life. My own uncle, someone I thought really cared about me, was paying a man to have me killed and was so casual about it. That seriously enraged me. My guts turned into stone as I kept slicing and slicing my way through the zip ties, praying that I was able to get loose before Doyle arrived. A few minutes later, the warehouse doors swung open and Doyle walked in with a duffel bag of what I was presuming to be the cash. He approached his guy with a cold look in his eyes. "Here you go, you greedy fuck. Are you seriously calling me the greedy one? When you're the asshole that's making serious bank on all of your corrupt side gigs?" Watching my own uncle do this gave me a deep sense of rage from how betrayed I felt. Doyle shoved the duffel bag at him. "Shut up and count it." The guy kneeled down, zipped open the bag, and pulled out toilet paper rolls. He looked up at Doyle, and the last thing he saw was a gun barrel in his face. Doyle pulled the trigger, then turned and approached me. My anger turned into pure fear when I saw firsthand what he was capable of doing. "You know, I never liked you. I always thought you were a whiny little self-righteous asshole, thinking he's better than everyone. You aren't. You shit twice a day just like everyone else. You just have the worst timing because you happen to start on a day when things are kinda crazy for me. I thought of all the times when he helped me or taught me how to be a cop and got really sad because he used to look out for me. Why did you kill that girl, Uncle Doyle? Because I can get away with it and because I get off on the power. I can't help myself. But my favorite part is watching suckers like you get really close to finding out, then failing." He let out a maniacal cackle. "Plus, I'm sick and tired of beaches always thinking they can lead me on and then not put out. I'm done letting them get away with it." He checked the bullets in his gun. "Well, it's time for you to go, kid. I'll make sure to cry extra hard next to your mother at your funeral. I'll even collect money from our whole family because I'll be so grief-stricken." He laughed again, stuck the gun against my head and hesitated. I closed my eyes in agony, thinking that the last person I would see before I died was my sick, corrupt asshole of an uncle. Then nothing happened. He was taking too long, and I saw that he was struggling to pull the trigger. You can't kill your own blood, can you? Shut the hell up. I could tell he was seriously conflicted. He was a very twisted guy, but killing a fellow cop and your own nephew crossed a line for him that he hadn't ever crossed. That's why he tried to pay someone else to do it. You could just let me go. It's never too late to do the right thing. Isn't that what you taught me? He laughed, thinking that was a ridiculous idea. Hell no. You know too much. He paced in a circle for a few moments, then got an idea, took out his cell phone and made a call. "This is Doyle. I caught the guy, red-handed. I have him in my custody right now. You won't believe this shit. He's one of our own. My own blood." He dug up some seriously big crocodile tears. "My heart's broken because I trained him myself. He was like a son to me. He's a psychopath that needs real help." So that was his plan. Frame me for being the killer. He hung up and smiled. "There it is, you sick, perverted little murderer. Damn, I love my life." I was beyond disgusted by him and wanted nothing more than to get free, and it was at that moment I realized I would not hesitate in putting this animal down if I got the chance. In a deep drive for my survival, I relentlessly scraped my thumbnail through the zip ties, set myself free, waited for him to look away, then tackled him to the ground, and when he landed, I heard a crunch. He clutched his ribs in pain. I slugged him across the jaw, grabbed his handcuffs and cuffed him. He started laughing. "Go ahead, you little dick. Who do you think they'll believe? A veteran hero or a rookie nobody?" I froze because I knew he was right. I grabbed his gun, aimed it at him, feeling murderous rage, and then thought, I'll just look guilty if I end him and no one will believe me over him. That frustrated the crap out of me, but I needed to get out of here, figure out how to gather some kind of evidence and bring it to my lawyer and then the cops. I stepped out of the warehouse and was conflicted when I saw both cars. Doyle's cop car and the hitman's car. Which one do I use? If I get caught in either one, I'm screwed. I figured I might as well use the hitman's car, especially if Doyle had already called the cops and they were on their way. They would definitely be looking for his squad car. Then I heard sirens, looked up and saw 3 cop cars already approaching. I jumped into the hitman's car and peeled out. We were in the middle of an industrial area, but I wasn't sure if the cops saw me take off. I sped around to the back of the warehouse and drove down an alleyway. As I was going, one of the cop cars spotted me. Crap. I hit the gas, then heard the cop cars peeling out, turning down an alleyway and speeding towards me. I floored it, hit the on-ramp up onto the freeway, and started passing as many cars as I could. I thought about pulling over, but it would be my word against Doyle's. I knew that I didn't stand a chance. I had to figure out some other way to prove it to them before they captured me. As I was speeding down the freeway, I saw 5 new police cars merge on and join the chase. My heart sank and my fear grew because now every cop in the city would be gunning for me. 3 minutes later, the helicopters and the news vans also started following and filming me. I was that idiot on the local news of Los Angeles that was now in a high-speed chase. I hoped my mom wasn't watching. I was feeling more and more hopeless the longer the chase went on. It wouldn't have helped me to pull over, so I committed fully. I went a few more miles towards downtown LA and exited. I hauled butt around the city streets with the cop cars right on my tail. I turned down empty alleyways and one-way streets, trying my best to get away and failing at every turn. I was starting to feel hopeless and desperate. Then I finally saw a homeless encampment on Skid Row and drove right into the middle of it. Several homeless people stepped out of their tents and smacked my car. I drove down a ramp that led down into the underground. I made it to an area of homeless people that were living in hundreds of tents in between subway stops. I hit the brakes and jumped out of the car. I saw the cop cars a few hundred yards behind me and took off running. They also jumped out of their squad cars and chased me on foot. I saw an older homeless woman and she waved me into her tent. I looked back and saw the cops gaining on me and didn't have a choice but to follow this woman. Her tent was full of food cans, blankets, and clothes. She handed me a different shirt, jacket, and a hat. "Put this on quick, then pretend to be asleep." I slipped on the clothes, put on the hat, and laid down on a thin mattress. The woman laid down behind me and put her arms around me as if we were a sleeping couple. The cops whipped open the entrance to her tent and saw us. We both pretended to be asleep and she snored loudly, really selling it. The two cops looked closely at us. I held my breath, thinking I was screwed. After a few moments, they left. I thanked the woman by giving her all the cash in my pocket, and I left. I was so moved by this woman's kindness. She gave me a little hope in humanity. I snuck out of the underground and made my way back up to the city streets. I ducked into alleys and hopped in a cab. I needed to make it to my lawyer Maria Cho's office, hoping she could help. I knocked on her window and scared the heck out of her. I climbed in, and before I could say anything, "What the hell did you do?" She had the TV on, and it was replaying my cop car chase. She stared at me like I was guilty. "Doyle's setting me up." She was skeptical. "I'm sorry, I can't help you. My reputation's on the line. I have worked very hard to build it over the last 10 years. I can't be seen harboring a fugitive." "What the hell? You said you'd help me. That was before you made the news. I'm really sorry, but I have to turn you in." She pulled a handgun out of her drawer and aimed it at me. I was betrayed yet again. She was the one person I had trusted, and now she's acting like I'm a murderer. I was so frustrated and at a loss, so I held up my arms in surrender and slowly made my way over to her. "Don't take another step. I will open fire." Her assistant rushed in, not knowing what was happening. The lawyer glanced at her, so I used that as a distraction to smack the gun out of her hand, jumped back out of the window, and escaped. I realized that the only way I was going to prove my innocence was to somehow find more evidence on my uncle and show it to the captain. My mom started calling and texting me, and I needed to talk to her and let her know that I wasn't guilty. She had probably seen the news and was horrified. I called her. "Mom, whatever you think about me, it isn't true. You think your brother is the innocent one here and you're flat out wrong." There was a moment of silence on the other end as she was crying. "I don't know what to believe, honey, but I think you should turn yourself in and let the powers that be help you find justice. The powers that be are being fooled by Uncle Doyle, and I'm gonna prove it, and you're gonna regret not believing me, Mom. Your own effing son." I hung up, beyond pissed off. I dressed up like a homeless person and snuck up to my uncle's house at around midnight. He wasn't there. I had my own key and quietly entered and started looking around. I searched every room in his house and didn't find anything. Then I happened to glance up into the ceiling and smelled a strong odor of alcohol and cleaning products. I looked closer and realized that he had an attic. I found the opening, pulled down the ladder, and climbed up to see stacks and stacks of boxes. I started going through each one and found several small pictures of many different women. I also found a box full of gold necklaces and bracelets with a small tag that showed a name and a date. He had been doing this for a very long time, and I was deeply disgusted and horrified. I snapped pictures of every single picture and piece of jewelry. Then I climbed down and saw the front door opening. I quickly hid in the closet and heard my uncle entering. I could see him through the crack of the closet. I held my breath and stayed as still as possible. He walked over to the minibar, fixed himself a drink, then stopped cold. He glanced up directly at me. He slowly set down his drink and faced the closet I was hiding in. Then, as if he was a cowboy in the Old West, he drew his handgun and fired into the closet. I was shocked. My hands trembled. He put a hole through the door and grazed my side with a bullet. By some miracle, I managed to stay quiet, but felt blood trickling down my side, and I almost blacked out from the pain, but barely held it together. Then my uncle looked down at his smoking gun, downed his drink, and cracked up laughing to himself as if he was being paranoid. I used his jacket and soaked up the blood that was dripping. About an hour later, he fell asleep on the couch, and I snuck out of the closet, tiptoed to the door, and stopped cold when I heard him snoring. I slowly and quietly opened the front door and snuck out. I waited near a trash can in front of the police station until sunrise and saw the captain arrive. Then I entered the station with my hands up. 10 cops pulled out their guns on me. My captain stepped out, and seconds later, Uncle Doyle walked in, and they all saw me. I held my phone in my hand with my pictures app pulled up and blood dripping down the side of my leg. I witnessed my uncle destroy evidence and found these pictures up in his attic. I believe this is evidence of trophies that he's kept over the last 20 or 30 years of murders that he's committed. My uncle's face dropped. Then the captain started laughing out loud. All of the other cops joined in on the laughter, as if I was some big joke. Are you freaking kidding me? I've known Sergeant Doyle over 30 years. Is this some kind of a prank? No, this is serious. I saw it with my own eyes. They cracked up laughing even harder. When Doyle saw what was happening, he joined in with the laughter, knowing he was in the clear. My own flesh and blood tries to frame me for a murder he committed. It is funny, but it's also kind of sad. I care so much about truth and justice, and the fact that I trained you and you've become this sick monster really breaks my heart. He pretended to get choked up, and out of the corner of his eye, he winked at me. Of course, no one saw it but me. Then the captain got in my face. You're about to learn a hard lesson of life, boy. You're a lying, murdering, delusional f***. Cuff him now. They arrested me on the spot and booked me. They took my phone, and a few hours later, when I demanded that they look at the photographs, they claimed that there weren't any pictures on my phone anymore. My uncle must have secretly erased them. I got my wound fixed up, then I was put in a jail cell. I called up Maria Cho and explained everything to her. You need to get a warrant so you can look inside my uncle's attic, and do it as quickly as you can, because he will destroy the evidence that's there. It took her 3 days, and she finally got a search warrant and searched his attic. Of course, she found nothing. He cleaned it out and covered his tracks. I felt like my entire world was falling down around me. There was no truth, no justice, and the entire system was a corrupt lie. Then the whole case against me changed during my first night in jail. I was abruptly woken up by a massive man with a knife standing beside me. He had a vicious glare in his eyes, and we both knew why he was there and who sent him. I felt terror, which quickly turned into pure rage for my survival. He stabbed at my head, and I slipped out below him. He grabbed me and slammed me into the wall, and then the small sink. I was fading fast and felt my world spinning out. I dug deep, gathered all of my strength, made my way around to his back, put him in a rear naked chokehold, and put him to sleep. An hour later, I called Maria Cho. My uncle just had someone try to kill me. You need to figure out a way to get a judge to give you permission to check his phone records. He sucks with technology and will forget to erase any texts or calls he had with the guy who just attacked me. A few hours later, Maria Cho met with me at the police station meeting room. Please, tell me you have something. I don't know if I'll survive another night in here. She touched my hand. I was able to get a judge to let me look at your uncle's phone records, and you were right. He's so sloppy. I found calls and texts to the man that attacked you. I have proof. Real proof that shows your uncle sent him to murder you. The judge is letting you out in an hour, and there's someone else here that wants to speak with you. My jaw dropped when I saw the captain sit down across from me. Son, I want to apologize to your face. Right now, I have every cop on the force gathering evidence on your uncle. They've been sending me pictures all day of the horrendous crap he's been doing. You were right. Later that afternoon, I waited with the captain out front of Uncle Doyle's house when he was dragged out in handcuffs by 2 cops. This is crazy. The whole world's out to get me. None of this is true. Fake news. I couldn't let him fool himself. The evidence speaks for itself, you piece of shit. You're a disgrace to the police force, to our family, and what it means to be human. You deserve to rot in prison surrounded by criminals that will always be trying to hunt you down and kill you. Good luck with that. And everyone you've ever known, our whole family included, knows what a piece of shit you really are. That cold, hard truth registered in his eyes, and he knew that I was right. He started crying like a baby. Please, you can't put me in there. I'm not cut out for it. I'm begging you guys. I gave him a taste of his own medicine and started laughing in his face. You're a ridiculous clown. Do you really think any of us are buying your big fake tears? Not this time, asshole. He stopped crying and turned hard. His true sick self finally came out. My captain had heard enough. Shove a gag in his mouth. The cop stuck a gag in his mouth, momentarily choking him. The captain turned to me and put his arm around me. Great work, kid. I think you have a bright future with us. After my uncle was driven away, my mom showed up. I am so sorry I didn't believe you, honey. You were right. I just couldn't see the truth. I hope one day you can forgive me. I pulled her into a hug, just so relieved and happy that all of this was finally over. I've already forgiven you, Mom. There wasn't even a court case because my uncle confessed to everything and got put away for life. The captain made sure that they stuck him in general population up at Rikers prison so that every murderer knew who he was and was truly gunning for him. We're all placing bets at the station that he won't last more than a month. At 6 a.m., my phone blared, jolting me up. I knew the sound. It was an alarm bell for another fire, and my crew chief, Mari, who also happens to be my wife, sprang up to her feet and flung on her jacket. 15 acres burning, choppers waiting. Let's go, let's go. Within 12 minutes, we were soaring through the skies on our way towards a firestorm. I was horrified because this fire was unnatural. The forest was still wet, meaning the blaze was man-made. We landed at 7 a.m. and hopped out as quickly as we could, lugging our gear. It was myself, Mari, my best friend Diego, and the rookie, Tate. The smoke engulfed our lungs before we could put on our gas masks. We were several feet away from the burning cinders when Mari read her iPad and barked out commands. Red flag at 6 a.m. tomorrow, 50-mile-an-hour east winds, 8% humidity. If this is still burning when those winds hit, 15 acres becomes 15,000 by lunch. We only have 23 hours to contain this. Start digging out a perimeter. Now! I started digging and thought of the houses that were 3 miles down the ridge. Houses, families with kids that are sleeping right now. It was up to us to protect them. We dug and dug, clearing out the brush. My back was on fire as sweat poured into my gas mask. Diego was 20 feet to my left running the chainsaw, cutting a break, sweat coming through his jacket in dark patches. Mari called distances. Tate wouldn't shut up. Then Diego's chainsaw screeched to a halt. He killed the engine and stared down at the ground in shock. I knelt down and scraped. I found a vent pipe, then another, then plastic tubing, the kind that doesn't belong in a forest, snaking under the moss. I followed it a foot down with my fingers and my knuckles hit steel. I scraped harder and discovered a shipping container, buried, way the hell out here, miles away from any roads. Leaves rustled behind me. I turned around and saw 4 Latin men step out from behind a tree with rifles aimed at us. They looked like some type of mercenaries wearing mismatched tactical gear. The heavy-set one stepped up, looked directly at me, and smiled as if he was excited that he would have a chance to kill. Behind him stood a tall, lean, calculating Mexican man that was eerily still and didn't carry a rifle. He had a small pistol on his hip and a little black notebook in his shirt pocket. He didn't speak. The heavy man kept glancing back at him and said, "Patron Salvador, Los Cabramos." I was confused, but realized he just called Salvador his boss. Then it hit me. They were cartel. We had heard back at the firehouse about them having drug labs hidden deep in the woods, but never really believed it. The heavy-set one started patting us down one by one, searching for anything that could be used as a weapon. Tate, our big talker, couldn't help himself. "Amigos, what up? So look, there's no need to get violent. We can all be friends here. We're just simple firefighters. We're not policia. We will leave you to your business." They all stared at him, already getting annoyed. I tapped him, trying to signal for him to shut up. He shoved my hand away as if he knew better. "I got this, bro. Where you guys from in Mexico? You like tacos? I'm a burrito fan myself. How is it being badass cartel guys? Must be so sick." As he was yapping, he had secretly turned on his radio, hoping headquarters was listening in on the conversation. I dated a Mexican chica once. Damn, was she saucy. The heavy-set man's eyes darted down and saw Tate's radio light was on. He realized what Tate was doing and told the leader. I was terrified that he would do something bad, so I tried to step in. "Please, let us live. We haven't seen anything here and we don't want any trouble." Salvador gave a small, indifferent nod to the heavy-set guy, which prompted him to raise his rifle and end Tate. My heart sank as I immediately thought of his wife and 2 little kids. My wife got grabbed by a Mexican cartel guy with a mohawk and was being dragged towards the shipping container. My blood boiled when I thought about what they might do to her. Another cartel guy with a long scar on his face shoved Diego down to his knees and stuck his rifle against the back of his head. It was obvious that the decision had already been made to execute all of us. I looked down at Tate's body, and then I looked at the line of trees behind me. I quickly pulled my wife aside and whispered, "I'm gonna escape and come back for you. I don't see another way." She nodded, giving me the permission that I needed. Then within half a second, I made the decision. I dove over a rotted tree log and rolled down a steep area of brush as bullets rattled out towards me from all 3 cartel guys, clipping the bark behind me and whizzing past my head. Luckily, I didn't get hit. As I kept tumbling, I was able to look back and see Salvador standing up on the ridge, glancing down at me with a smirk, as if he was being entertained. I hit the bottom of the canyon hard, slammed my ribs, quickly scrambled up, and took off running for my life. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs went rubber, and then I ran some more. When I felt like I was momentarily in the clear, I tried to gather myself. I was surprised to see that they weren't following me. Flashes of what they might be doing to my beautiful wife and childhood friend Diego haunted my mind. I wished that I could have been heroic and somehow saved them, but they had 4 rifles. We're not military. We don't carry guns. I honestly didn't see another way to survive in that moment and then make a plan to rescue them. But the guilt of thinking I could have done more to help them will haunt me forever. My guts burned with what I just witnessed, but I didn't have any time to mourn. I needed to quickly make a plan. I had my fire axe. I had my foil tent fire shelter. I had 2 road flares, a quart of water, a folding knife, and a radio with a cracked screen from the fall. I found a thicker area of tree cover and tried the radio in a panicked whisper. "It's Reyes. Anyone there? Over. Nothing. This is Reyes. Can anyone hear me? Over." A strange crackling sound came out of it, and I couldn't tell if anyone was there. Then it cut out. I made my way around the perimeter of the fire and climbed up a ridge as quietly and slowly as possible so I could get a view on the cartel. I found a lookout spot perched behind a tree and saw them shoving Diego and Mari into the cargo container. I was relieved to see they were alive, but feared what they were planning to do with them. They started loading boxes and equipment from inside the meth lab onto pallets, which meant they were going to probably chopper out the important parts of the drug lab before the firestorm hit and let the wildfire erase everything they couldn't carry out. I think this was how they were covering their tracks, but all of this was new to me, so I really wasn't sure. Salvador stood apart from the others on a flat rock, speaking into a satellite phone. At around 2:30, Salvador called over a scout, pointed down to where I had run away, then pointed directly up at me. I thought I was slick, but he had been watching me the whole time and knew exactly where I was. Salvador handed his scout a rifle and gave him instructions. I watched the scout break off from the group, head down the mountain, and start hunting for me. I watched the scout closely and then noticed the smoke column from the fire was leaning away from him. I had to change the direction of the smoke, so I cut a small horseshoe-shaped fire line into the dirt, dropped a handful of dry pine needles inside it to ignite a flame, then lit it upwind with my flare, so the smoke switched its path and faced the direction the scout was coming from. The flame headed downhill the way I needed it to, slow, contained, predictable to me, terrifying to anybody who didn't understand it. The scout came around the bend towards my position, saw the fire I had started and panicked. He tried to make his way around it, which put him exactly where I needed him to be, fully surrounded by smoke. I snuck down the brush towards him, gripped onto my fire axe, and mentally prepared myself for what I knew I had to do. I understood that it was either me or him. Pure survival. I saw him coughing and trying to wave the smoke away. It was fully covering him, and he probably couldn't see more than a foot in front of him, which made him not know what direction to go to get out of it. I slowly made my way up behind him, stepped into his cloud of smoke, and he quickly turned around and fired his rifle at me. I stepped to the side and got very lucky that he missed. I quickly closed the distance between us and slammed my fire axe into him. He fell over in agony and dropped the rifle. I grabbed the rifle, stared down at him, and saw him closely. He really looked like a lost, dumb, violent 20-year-old kid. I hated the fact that it had to be me to end him, but I didn't have a choice. He was in extreme pain, so I used his rifle and finished it. I didn't let myself feel anything, then took his rifle, his knife, his binoculars, and his radio. It crackled loudly with Salvador's voice speaking Spanish. I have a Spanish last name, but never learnt the language because my mom is American and I was born in Los Angeles, so I had no clue what he was saying. Then there was a long pause. He obviously understood that his scout was no longer with us, and in a calm, eerie tone. "Hello, Mr. Fireman. If you don't turn yourself in to me within the hour, both your wife and friend will die." How did he know we were married? I thought hard about how to handle this, and figured that I might as well challenge him if I wanted to get him away from his crew. I spoke into the radio. "Listen up, you cartel piece of shit. Why don't you come down here and face me yourself, instead of having your men do all the dirty work for you? Are you a scared little bitch that can't do anything on your own?" I hoped he'd take the bait. "When I catch you, I will torture you in unimaginable ways, then do the same to your pretty little wife and your family." I felt a chill crawl up my spine because I knew he wasn't kidding. I stayed quiet, used the wall of smoke for cover from being seen, made my way back to the upper ridge, and found a better hiding spot to keep spying and studying their movements. I started reading the mountain the way I'd been trained to read every fire I'd ever worked with: wind direction, fuel moisture, and slope angle. I had memorized back in fire school that there are 3 things that drive how a fire moves: fuel, weather, and the surface of the earth. The first is what's burning. The second is what's pushing the fire, and the third is what's shaping it. A great firefighter doesn't fight a fire, he reads it. Then he positions himself where it'll do the work for him. I was far from being a great firefighter, but at least knew the basics. I marked 3 potential death zones on the mountain in my head. If I could lure a cartel guy into them, I wouldn't have to pull a trigger because the fire would do the job for me. I tried the busted up radio again and got nothing. Then it was a little before 6 p.m. when a black, unmarked helicopter flew in low over the ridge. I watched through the binoculars and counted 6 more cartel guys roping down. They totaled 9 men now, and I was just one. And I had 12 hours until the red flag winds turned this entire mountain into a raging firestorm. Salvador ordered the new arrivals to keep loading everything out of the meth lab and put as much as they could onto the black chopper. I figured I had a way better chance at surprising them in the dark, so I sipped on the water I had, being sparing about it, and tried to get some rest. Dusk finally arrived, and it was time to make my first real move. I used my flare and lit a controlled fire along the eastern edge of the canyon, calculated the wind exactly, and watched the flames lean the way I needed them to. The fire I built wasn't big enough to threaten Mari and Diego in the buried container. I wouldn't risk that. But it was big enough to put an intense wall of smoke right in the middle of all the cartel men. When you're stuck inside a smoke column at night, you can't see your friend or your enemy. You can barely even see your own hands. The fire made Salvador and his men scatter around in a panic. He got pissed, then sent 5 men in different directions to start looking for me. I started moving towards Salvador and the container. The whole area was fully covered in dense smoke as I got closer to it. It was about 3 minutes later when I heard, "The fire got 2 of us, boss, and injured Pedro. Santiago and Perez are gone." Salvador calmly spoke. "If you let this pinchy gringo kill any more of you, every one of you deserves it. Find him and bring him to me, or I end you myself." I worked my way close enough to the container about 50 yards behind Salvador, and I saw Mari through a gap in the smoke. She and Diego were zip-tied to the edge of the cargo container. I was also able to see inside the 40-foot container and into the actual meth lab itself. They had already packed up most of it, but there was still some equipment left over and a whole crate of actual meth that they were storing until the last moment they would need to move it. I made eye contact with Mari, and she signaled with her eyes towards where Salvador was. That told me all I needed to know about how and where to set another fire. I knew I needed to dig in and wait for the right moment, so I dug out a hole under some thick brush and waited. I was about 50 feet away from them, and they had no idea. About an hour later, the 2 cartel men that went out looking for me returned. Salvador smacked them both across the face and yelled at them for failing. Then I looked up and saw Mari whisper something to Diego, and he looked in my direction. Then that compelled Salvador to look directly at my position. He got up, grabbed his hatchet, and made his way right towards me. I slid further down into the brush, took a huge breath in, and went dead still. Salvador made his way over to me and searched the area. I could smell his body odor as he got closer and tried to control my breathing. He gripped onto his hatchet and stabbed it into the brush beside me. I froze up and did my very best not to move. I had the rifle in my hands underneath the dirt, but had no light or visual of where he was. He stabbed into the ground and got a foot away from me. I was tempted to just leap out and fire at him, but didn't like my chances against 8 other cartel guys that all had guns. I needed to wait for the perfect moment. Sweat dripped down my face, and I tasted it along with a mouthful of dirt. Salvador stepped directly on top of my back. I'll be honest, that's when I closed my eyes and prayed. I really think God was looking out for me at that moment, because Salvador was just about to stab his hatchet down into my back when he got called over by one of his guys that had a question about the meth. Phew, close call. I waited in that hole until about 1 a.m. Then when I knew everyone was asleep, I quietly stood up, snuck over to the bottom end of the container, and lit another fire. This time, I wanted the smoke to go directly into the meth lab's vent, which would fill the lab with smoke and ruin the meth. Salvador would have to choose between fighting me and saving his product. Most cartel guys would choose to save their product. I lit the fuse and walked away. The flame burst up from the ground, and I took cover behind a tree. I heard shouting in Spanish and saw the cartel guys scrambling towards the container with fire extinguishers and shovels, exactly as I'd predicted. While they worked hard to put that fire out on that side, I snuck around to the back of the container and cut Mari and Diego loose with my folding knife. I pulled her in close and kissed her. Then she whispered in a panic, "Salvador went down into the lower levels of the container. He's below us." They must have dug out and created several floors underneath this container and turned it into some sort of a bunker. The 3 of us snuck out, made sure the coast was clear, and stepped out of the top floor of the container. As soon as we stepped out, gunshots rattled off towards us. Bullets bounced off of the metal container behind us, and we automatically stopped cold and raised our arms in surrender. My heart sank as I knew we were caught, and Salvador would follow through on his sick promise of torturing Mari and my family. It wasn't Salvador holding the gun though. It was his heavy-set right-hand man. He formed a huge smile across his ugly face as he saw me. Salvador probably offered a huge reward for my head. Then for the second time, I think God intervened. The wind was blowing the fire I had just started north, towards the container. Then by some miracle, the wind decided to do a full 180-degree turn, and it was as if the earth formed its very own blowtorch and set the heavy-set guy on fire. His entire body got consumed by flames, and he screamed out in agony. To make things even crazier, the gunpowder from his bullets and rifle ignited the fire even further, and he literally exploded. That got the attention of 2 other cartel guys, so we didn't wait. We took off running as fast and far away as we could and escaped. When we reached the flat land of tree cover, we stopped to catch our breath. "Are you guys okay? Any injuries?" Mari held back tears. "I'm okay." I looked at Diego and he just shook his head and raised up his shirt to reveal several cuts and bruises. These guys get off on some sick shit. They're a different breed of evil. I thought to myself, what can I put on those cuts so he doesn't bleed out? Then I remembered I always carried some extra glue in my bag for simple cuts we might get if we're out in the wilderness and need to quickly close up a wound. I glued him up and contained the bleeding for now, but I could tell he was feeling really weak. The wind is going to pick up and spread that fire. By 4 a.m. the prefrontal winds will begin, so we have about 20 minutes to build out a safer cover area. Let's keep moving. We went down the mountain slope as quickly as we could, and I kept looking back to make sure we were in the clear. My fear, paranoia, was at an all-time high. We made it down to a flatbed creek, and the initial red flag winds kicked in. We looked up at the fire, and within seconds, the flames were already 30 feet tall and rolling toward us at 40 miles an hour. The creek bed was the best ground we could ask for if we wanted to find some kind of safe ground from the raging fires. It had wet stones, exposed mineral soil, water running in a thin band down the middle of it, and a low overhang of rock on the south side. We deployed the fire shelter at 5:35. There was only one shelter tent, and all 3 of us needed to fit inside of it. We all dunked our bodies into the shallow water of the creek until we were all soaked through. We considered all of us just laying in the water creek, but it was too shallow. It wouldn't have protected us. Mari taught me, when a fire overruns your position, the only chance you have is to take away the 3 things a fire needs. Wet ground takes heat, cleared dirt removes fuel, and lying flat puts you below the worst of the hottest convection column. Then it's extremely important to hold still as the fire moves above us. The red flag winds arrived 10 minutes early, and the 3 of us were all laying in the shelter tent, soaked from head to toe and covered in sand. I heard the firestorm approaching. It sounded like a freight train gathering speed up in the sky right above us. 300-foot crown, tornado-like flames rolled over the ridge, the temperature spiking past 1500 degrees at its peak. I couldn't hear anything but the roaring blaze. I couldn't see anything but white-orange light through closed eyelids. I held Diego and Mari underneath me, and I prayed again. I thought, well, if I'm going to die, there's no one better than my wife and best friend to be with. Then I thought about Tate. I thought about Salvador in his bottom bunker, untouched, letting this happen. The roar went on, and then after what seemed like an eternity, it slowly began to fade. It got quieter as the light dimmed. The temperature dropped, slowly at first, then faster, the way it does when the bulk of the flames moves on. I lay there for a long time after the worst of it passed, because I knew the second wave of heat could still kill us. Then once that passed by, we all got up, checked our bodies for any damage, felt a few first-degree burns, but were mostly okay. I saw the sun starting to rise, making the sky a purple-reddish tone that was raining ash down on us. Every single tree on the ridge was a charred spike, creating a hellscape. We all hugged each other and held back tears, grateful to be alive, yet so sad about what had happened. Our pathway back towards the nearest radio station that was roughly 6 miles away took us right past the buried container lab. The steel container was glowing red, slumping into itself, with the paint blistered black. The cartel's evidence had been erased exactly the way Salvador had planned. There were several charred corpses scattered around. He left the other cartel guys to burn. I held my rifle as we were walking past the container and stopped cold. Diego and Mari turned to face me. Diego looked concerned. "What's up? Why are you stopping?" I was instantly struck by the thought of Salvador finding out our unit and discovering who we all are. It wouldn't have been that hard for him. Salvador's inside that bottom-level bunker. So, we need to finish this. If we let him go, None of us will ever sleep soundly again. Everywhere we go, we'll be looking over our shoulder, wondering when he'll show up or send someone to get us. I don't know about you guys, but I can't live like that. He's in that bunker, most likely alone. His people don't know anything about us, but Salvador does. They both thought about it for a few seconds, then agreed. We had to finish this. I walked over to the bunker hatch and noticed that the concrete shaft was still intact. The fire hadn't killed what was below. It had just sealed it in. I signaled to Mari and Diego, and we crouched 20 feet back behind a fallen log. I brought the rifle up, aimed it at the entrance of the container, and waited. I knew 3 things about a man who survived a firestorm in a sealed bunker. He's out of air, he's desperate, and he's not coming out of that bunker empty-handed. We waited as most of the smoke had lifted. The first edge of morning sun was starting to break over the ridge. And then, at 8:45, the hatch hissed. Hydraulic pressure released. The heavy steel door swung open and Salvador climbed out into the ash. He was soot-streaked and his shirt was half burned. He was the only one in there, and as soon as he stepped out, he opened fire at us with his pistol as if he was expecting us. I got one shot off and missed as I felt his bullet whiz past my head. I saw him clutch his right shoulder and stumble. He turned to face me and started walking directly at me, not caring at all that I had a gun. I fired another shot and missed, then another, and I missed again. Mari and Diego grew extremely nervous, hoping I could finish the job. I cocked the rifle back and realized the bolt action was clogged up with ash, and no matter how hard I tried to pull the trigger, the gun was completely jammed. Salvador aimed his gun at us. 8 long years I've been working in these woods, and you motherfuckers think you can come in here and ruin my business? He opened fire. We dove, ducked, and tumbled for cover behind the burnt tree stumps, struggling to find one that was tall enough to protect us. His last round grazed my ribs and tore a piece of flesh clean off. He ran out of bullets, tossed his empty pistol aside, ran and tackled me into the ground. He had the look of a vicious, wounded animal and the wild-eyed look of a man that planned to kill. We started wrestling back and forth, and once he saw my fire axe, he was desperately trying to steal it from me. We struggled for control of the axe, and he ripped it out of my hands and started slamming it down towards my face. At the last split second, he missed by an inch. Then I faked a jab, lowered myself down, grabbed around his midsection, and slammed him backwards into the ground, breaking his ribs and forcing him to drop the fire axe. He grabbed my wounded side, and I almost blacked out from the pain. I got a hold of his wrist, twisted it sideways, then snapped it back. He drove a knee up into my stomach and reached with his good hand for the fire axe. I headbutted him and busted open his nose. He screamed in pain and let go of the fire axe, giving me just enough time to grab it, raise it, and in 1 second I swung down, finally ending it. When it was over, I stood there for a long moment, trying to calm my breathing down. The whole world was quiet around me. At 10:30, a Cal Fire Black Hawk crested the ridge. The smoke had finally cleared enough for them to come in and rescue us. He picked us up and I could finally breathe easy. I hugged my best friend and kissed my wife. We made it. I just wanted to change my clothes after PE and get to science class without any troubles. Then, as I was sitting on the bench, one shoe off, one shoe on, I heard Chester Marshall's voice carry across the empty room. "Heard you said something about me in 3rd period. Beach." I hadn't. I never said anything about anyone. I felt my stomach in knots. Turned around to see Chester 6 inches from my face. All 4'11", 110 pounds of him. His big brother Bo had the locker room door closed as he watched with his arms crossed. Bo's twin brother Cody leaned against the lockers, looking bored. Both of them were 6'8", 300 pounds each, and were starting linemen on the football team. They were both 20 years old and still walking the halls of my high school like a pair of tired bears, because every time the school tried to graduate them, they punched somebody and got held back a year. These were the notorious Marshall brothers. Chester knew no one would mess with him because they were terrified of his massive brothers. Chester looked at his right hand that had a scorpion tattoo on the inside of his wrist. "Have you ever felt a scorpion sting?" I stayed still, thinking that if I didn't respond, I could just disappear, and it would maybe be better. I was wrong because he slapped me hard across the face. My fists clenched up, pure rage flooded through me. I felt the muscles in my arms lock and my weight shift forward, and for half a second I almost let myself tear his head off. Then I saw his massive, monstrous brothers both watching me very closely. Chester smiled, grabbed a fistful of my hair, and drove my face into the metal of the locker room door. The sound of my nose breaking was like someone snapping a pencil under a towel. Blood ran straight down my chin and started dripping onto the tiles. His knee came up into my stomach, folding me over. He whacked me across the back of my head with 2 more punches, sending me down to the ground. Then he started kicking. 3, 4, 5 times in the ribs, his sneakers pounding into me. I curled up because there was nothing else I could do, and I emotionally detached because I had to, in order to deal with this. "Stay down, piss boy." Bo and Cody giggled from the doorway. I love it when he has nicknames for his victims. "Yeah, wait until Dad gets home and hears about this. He's gonna love it." The whole thing lasted about 90 seconds, and then Chester spit on me and then walked out. I lay on the blood-wet tile and listened to their sneakers fade down the hallway. I got up slowly, cleaned my face at the sink with brown paper towels, and stuffed wet tissue up my nostrils until the bleeding stopped. I felt like such a pathetic, helpless loser. Then I realized that this had gone on for over a year, and I needed to report it. I went and told the principal, and he was shocked. "Chester, you expect me to believe that little shrimp is actually hurting anyone? He's one of our best students. Don't you have anything better to do? Get out of my office." On my way out, I bumped into Chester's father, Wayne Marshall. "Watch where you're going." He giggled and then hugged my principal. I was horrified. No wonder he backed up Chester. He was friends with his dad. To make matters even worse, Wayne had just come out of prison after a 10-year stint for manslaughter. The principal saw me staring at both of them and nudged Wayne. "This dumb kid actually just told me that Chester is picking on him." They both busted up laughing so hard that even the secretary joined in. I felt so small. Then Wayne called out, "Yeah, all 4 feet, nothing of him." They cracked up even harder as the principal blurted out, "Stop, stop, you're gonna make me piss myself." The entire office erupted in laughter. I shook my head and left feeling hopeless. I felt invisible, like I didn't matter or exist to anyone. I had no one else to turn to, so I went home that night, sat across the kitchen table from my dad, who was an ex-Marine, and I told him everything. He didn't say anything for a full minute, then looked at me with a cold, hard glare that I had never seen before. He stood up and grabbed his keys off the counter. "Get in the truck." We drove for 30 miles in silence. Then he glanced over at me. "This is on me. I thought I had trained you better to defend yourself. I'm really sorry, son. I think it's because after your mother died, I didn't want to be too hard on you, but that's gonna change now." That made me really sad because I knew he had always tried to do his best. I didn't ask where we were going, and he didn't tell me. We finally pulled into a strip mall parking lot. The sign over one of the doors read, "Combat Sports." Through the front window, I could see a boxing ring, a row of heavy bags, and a man inside taping another fighter's hands. I felt really insecure and scared. "I'm too busy to train you in the way you should be trained, so I'm handing you off to a fellow Marine." Dad walked me through the door, and the man came over. He was maybe 5'10", lean, with cauliflower ears and the kind of nose that's been broken so many times it was barely there. "It's great to see you, Rico." They shared a hug. "So, this is your boy, huh?" "Yeah, he needs to learn how to handle himself. The real shit. Don't go easy on him." Rico looked me up and down. He pressed on my shoulders, felt my hands, and noticed the way I was standing. "Rico didn't believe in conditioning you slowly. He believed in throwing you into the deep end and seeing if you remembered how to swim. The first day he made me jump rope for 20 straight minutes. I couldn't do it, and he didn't care. He stood there with a stopwatch, and every time I tripped, start over. By the end of the 20 minutes, I was on the ground throwing up into a bucket while he made notes on a clipboard. I looked at myself in the mirror that night and saw Chester's ugly face taunting me. "You ain't nothing but a weak-ass little piss boy." I felt terrified that I wouldn't be able to do this. The second day, he put me in front of a heavy bag and showed me how to throw a jab. Just a jab. For an hour. Left arm out, retract, left arm out, retract, until my shoulder was cooked. Every jab I threw, I saw Chester's face laughing at me on the heavy bag. "You missed, piss boy." I punched the bag harder and harder, using his words as continuous motivation. The third day, he put gloves on me and we sparred. Or at least, that's what he called it. I called it being hit in the face and the liver for 10 minutes by a 40-year-old former pro who was holding back just enough not to kill me. By the end of the round, I was crying. He pulled the gloves off my hands. "Save your tears for someone who cares. See you tomorrow." I went back the next day, and the next. I'd still get emotional after getting hit. Rico pulled me aside. "It's not just about the physical. You're gonna get tested mentally, and that'll be the hardest test you ever face." I understood and started to harden on the inside. I trained 6 days a week for months and months. Then one Tuesday, I looked at myself in the mirror, and my shoulders weren't the same shoulders I had in January. My jaw was set differently. There's a vein running down my forearm that wasn't there before, and my abs are starting to show. I went to school and saw Chester walking with his big brothers down the hallway and thought to myself, "Just wait until the last day of school, you piece of crap. There's a tornado coming." As I kept sparring, I started to find the rhythm and find the openings. I knocked a semi-pro onto his back with a left hook he never saw coming. He got up laughing, slapped me on the shoulder and told Rico, "He's getting good." Rico nodded. Through all of it, I said nothing at school. I let Chester keep taking my lunch money. He took it on a Tuesday, and I handed it over without a word, my eyes staring down at the floor, the way I had been doing it ever since sophomore year. He shoved me into a locker on the way out of English class, and I bounced off it and kept walking like I always had. He poured Coke down my back in the cafeteria one day, and I sat there and let it run down into the waistband of my jeans. I didn't move, and I didn't speak. I wanted him to think that nothing had changed. I wanted him relaxed. I wanted him sloppy. I was stoic and quietly cold, and had nothing but revenge on my calendar. June 14th, the last day of school. That date was the only thing I cared about. June 14th was a half day. Everyone was hanging out in the courtyard. Kids running around signing each other's yearbooks and crying about how much they'll miss everyone. I walked through the building with my backpack slung over one shoulder, and I didn't sign anybody's yearbook. I didn't care about anyone, not even Lauren anymore, who pretended I didn't exist my entire senior year. I went out of the side door by the gym, and I found Chester behind the building, smoking a cigarette next to the dumpster. He saw me, and he gave me that same little smirk. "What's up, piss boy? Want another ass whooping?" He shoved me in the chest. I let myself rock back a half step. He shoved me again, harder. I stayed quiet. I let my hands hang loose at my sides. He wound up for a slap. I smiled, feeling excitement I never knew I could feel. "Hey Chester, have you ever felt a scorpion sting?" He stared at me, confused. 14 months of pure, murderous rage formed within my gut as my left jab sprung out. 7 months of left arm out, retract, left arm out, retract. It caught him flat on the nose, and I heard the cartilage snap. His head jolted back. Before he could process what had happened, I came over the top with a right cross that caught his temple, rotated his whole skull on his neck, and dislocated his jaw. He started to fall. He didn't get to finish falling because another left hook slammed into his ribs on the way down, cracked 3 of them, and folded him sideways. As his head dropped to about waist level, a knee came up and caught him under the chin. He hit the concrete with a loud thud. I have never felt such deep satisfaction. I stood over him, breathing slow and even, the way Rico had taught me to breathe in the ring, in through the nose, out through the mouth. Then I heard a loud guttural yell. "What the hell?" I turned around and saw Bo and Cody charging towards me with rage in their eyes and clenched fists. I felt the fear grip my throat, but I put my fists up and braced myself. They rushed towards me, and right before they reached me, they stopped. They both wanted to hit me, but hesitated. They froze. Both of them were deeply conflicted with what to do. "Hit me like that." He held his arms out. "Come on, tough guy. Hit me like that." Cody pulled up next to him. "Yeah, hit one of us. Do it. I dare ya." I was terrified for a few seconds. Then I understood perfectly. "You dickheads can't take a swing at me, can you? You'll both be expelled, probably end up in jail." By the look in their eyes, I could tell I was right. I smiled. "You need me to swing first, then you can swing and call it self-defense." I grinned, flipped them off, stepped over an unconscious Chester, and walked away. I never set foot in that high school again. I heard later that Chester was rushed to the hospital. My dad was waiting on the porch when I got home. I sat down next to him on the steps, and I told him what I'd done. He nodded once. Good. I was happy as hell that night. I woke up thinking that I finally had a whole new life with nothing but happiness and joy to look forward to. Then I got a call from my cousin Sarah that works as a nurse at the local hospital. "Hey, are you the one that beat up some kid named Chester?" "Yeah. How did you know?" "His father, Wayne, is here, along with his 2 big brothers. He has a broken jaw, a broken nose, 3 broken ribs, and a severe concussion. He's gonna need to be fed through a straw." "Good. Well, I'm calling because when his dad saw him, he swore vengeance. I mean real murderous vengeance. And he knows it was you." I hung up, terrified. Wayne was a vicious ex-criminal who spent his whole life in and out of prison. I immediately told my dad about Wayne, and he knew exactly who he was, and tensed up. Shit. I got even more nervous when I saw my dad turned cold. A day later, a black pickup truck drove by with tinted windows. Then an hour later, the same black pickup drove by, but this time, there was a red pickup truck right behind it. Both trucks slowed down at our mailbox, then peeled out and sped off. My dad pulled me inside. "Remember when I showed you how to handle the shotgun and the rifle?" I swallowed my fear. "Yes, sir. Refresh your memory, because these guys aren't playing around." I grabbed the guns out of the closet and went through loading, aiming, and unloading. I readjusted the scope on the rifle and got it ready while my dad checked around the perimeter of our house. He then checked all the locks on the doors and handed me rubber buckshot bullets. "We want them stopped, not dead." That gave me some sense of relief because I didn't want murder on my conscience. "Look, son, you did your part in this. You stood up for yourself and did what's right. Now it's my turn to let these assholes know that we won't be messed with. So I need you to stay upstairs." I was confused and mad. "What? Why?" "Because fighting someone in hand-to-hand combat is a very different thing than dealing with weapons. But you've been training me on how to shoot ever since I was 3. I understand that. but it's my final decision. I can't have you getting into any real trouble over this. If shit gets really bad, I will be the one to handle it, not you. Remember, real strength is restraint. Hurting people is easy. Knowing when not to is hard. I knew I couldn't argue with him when he gave me that look. Turn out every light in the house. If they come in here, we'll still know where everything is and have the advantage. I went upstairs, turned out all my lights, cracked open my window just a bit so I could hear someone coming, and I waited. I only had my cell phone that was casting any light if I needed it. The next several minutes were completely silent except for the eerie hum of our refrigerator. I could hear and feel my heart pounding in my chest. A few seconds later, I noticed my cell phone had no service. They must have cut our Wi-Fi connection at our electrical box, which meant we couldn't call the cops. Then my stomach dropped when I heard footsteps coming from the outside. I quietly looked out of the edge of my window blind and saw Wayne Marshall, Bo, Cody, and what I assumed was Wayne's brother, who was a massive tattooed monster of a man. They were all carrying handguns and shotguns, and I'd bet my life that they weren't loaded with rubber bullets. I quickly turned away, having never felt terror that deeply coursed through my veins. I looked out again and saw Wayne pound on our front door and call out, "Your boy has a debt to pay. My son is on life support from a concussion that he did not deserve. He's an innocent, fragile, small kid that your son bullied." I shook my head in disgust at how bad of a lie that was. "So you're gonna hand over that dickhead son of yours, and we're gonna beat his little ass into oblivion, and you're gonna watch? Or else we'll come in there and take out whoever we need to. And we are not leaving this property until justice is served." I felt a burning mix of fear and rage boiling up in me. My dad wasn't having it. "I don't know what kind of lies you've been told about your angel of a son, but it's all bullshit. For over the last 2 years, that tiny bully tortured and beat up my son every damn day at school, and those big brothers of his were helping." I grinned, proud that I had an awesome dad who had my back. Then I heard Cody chime in. "He's lying, Dad. We both saw his kid beat up on Chester because he's so small." Wayne called out even louder. "It looks like you and I are at an impasse and have different understandings of what has occurred. So I'm gonna give you 10 seconds before we bust this door down, and I am not leaving here until justice is served and I bring that little piss boy to the brink of death." I felt a chill travel up my spine. He wasn't kidding, and he was willing to follow through. That scared the crap out of me. My father wasn't afraid at all. "I'm gonna warn you redneck assholes one time. If you take one step inside my house, you will be fired upon, and just so you're aware, I was planning to arm myself with rubber bullets. Well, those have been switched out to real bullets, so you will be taking your own life in your hands if you bust in here." There was a cold silence. I felt them hesitate after hearing that. I peeked outside and saw Wayne signal to Cody and Bo to head around to the back. The uncle went to the side of the house, and Wayne started kicking in at the door. Our house was old, and the wooden door wouldn't hold up for very long. Each kick he landed, I heard the wood splinter and crack. Then I heard the glass of our side window crash through. The fragile quality of my house made me feel so vulnerable to outside forces. There was no protection, and I hated that Dad wanted me to stay up here. I paced frantically, desperately wanted to go down and help him, so I grabbed my shotgun and waited at the top of the stairs. I looked down and couldn't see where my dad was. Then Wayne's boot busted through the front door. I got startled. Then I saw Wayne reach in, unlock it from the inside, and swing open the broken door. Only moonlight was casting any light into the room, and I thought to myself, will this be my last night on Earth? Wayne entered, shotgun aimed. Then I saw Cody and Bo climb in through the side window and heard the back door getting pounded in by their uncle. I panicked. Never felt that much fear in my life. Not only for myself, but for my dad, who was only one man versus 4. Then Wayne looked up towards me. Come out wherever you are. Pop, pop. I heard 2 loud shots, looked down, and saw my dad had shot Wayne twice in the gut. He keeled over in pain and dropped his shotgun. There wasn't any blood, which meant my dad still used rubber bullets. I was relieved to see that, but grew even more fearful when I thought that his brothers and the uncle would retaliate against my dad. Cody saw me at the top of the stairs and started rushing up towards me. I held my breath, readied myself, moved to the side of the hallway, waited for him to come up, and as he stepped over the last step, I slammed the hardest roundhouse kick across his face that I've ever thrown in my life. I heard the bone of his nose bust as he tumbled back down the stairs in a heap and smacked into the floor at the bottom. I heard him yell out in agony, looked down, and saw that he had landed wrong on his right leg and broke it. It was crooked and mangled. I felt vindicated because it was the perfect kick, then fell back into sheer terror when Bo aimed his gun up at me and fired 3 times. My ears were ringing, heart pounding out of my chest. My dad called out, "Put that gun down right now, son." He was talking to Bo. "I'll take out your father if you don't." Bo hesitated and turned around to see my dad standing behind Wayne with his shotgun aimed at his neck. "If you take any more shots at my son, I will end your father. Do you hear me?" I was amazed and alarmed at how calm my dad's voice was when he said that. Then everything took a turn for the worse when their uncle tackled my dad from behind and slammed him down to the ground. He had snuck in from the back door. Wayne, the uncle and Bo all aimed their guns down at my dad. I froze, panicked. I couldn't just let them hurt my dad. Wayne kicked my dad a few times in the ribs and looked up at me at the top of the stairs. "You better get down here, boy, or else your little daddy's gonna be paying a visit to an early grave." Cody was still at the bottom of the stairs, unable to move at all. My dad glanced up at me, still so eerily calm. "Don't you dare come down here, son. Don't worry about me. I'll be all right." Wayne took his shotgun, stuck a knee in my dad's chest, and aimed the weapon in his face, while Bo and the uncle held him down. I was so scared that they would hurt him. I wanted to cry, but I held it back. Wayne looked up at me. "I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to get down here, boy, or I'll end him. I've done it many times before. I'll do it again. 5, 4, 3. I had no idea what to do, but didn't feel like I actually had a choice. I knew that I had to give in, so I tossed my gun down the stairs. "All right, take it easy. I'm coming down," my dad barked. I said, "Don't come down here," I barked at him. "I won't sit back and let them hurt you, Dad. I'm coming down." I slowly walked down the stairs and stood in front of them with my hands up. My dad was laying on his back and had positioned himself near Wayne's legs. I made eye contact with my dad and was searching for some type of signal, but didn't see one. My fear grew in intensity, and I started mentally preparing myself for what's to come. I could barely breathe and felt a quiet adrenaline coursing through my blood. If I was about to take the worst beating of my life to save my dad, so be it. I made my way closer to Wayne. Bo and the uncle were standing on both sides of me. I glared at Wayne with a quiet, focused rage. Chester was the worst bully our school had ever encountered, and I think deep down, you know the truth about him. I hadn't ever hurt anyone my entire life until your son brought nothing but violence and hatred toward not just me, but every kid in the school, boys and girls. And your other 2 sons not only allowed it, they supported it. Wayne smiled as if he was proud of what they did. I raised them to be tough. If you can't stand the heat, get the hell out of the kitchen. So you think hurting girls is them being tough, huh? Wayne wasn't about to back down. The bitch probably deserved it. Bo and Cody laughed. That enraged me. I thought to myself, they might get the best of me, but I will take them to the grave with me, so help me God. Wayne gestured at Bo. Grab him, take him out back. It's time to enjoy the sweet taste of justice. This whole situation tested my will. This is what Rico was talking about. This was the ultimate mental test, and I was prepared. I knew that I needed to act quickly, so I nodded at my dad, giving him a signal. I took a long, deep breath in, knowing we only had one chance at survival. My dad nodded back, so I quickly threw a spinning sidekick into Bo's ribs and heard 3 distinct cracks. He keeled over in agonizing pain, his ribs definitely busted. At the same moment, my dad grabbed the uncle's leg, tripped him, wrapped his legs around his neck from below, and put him in a strangling chokehold. He was unconscious within seconds. Wayne was the last man standing. He saw that both of his sons were taken out and realized that the uncle was also unconscious. So he aimed his shotgun at me, and I didn't have the leverage to attack him. I wasn't close enough. I froze, felt abject terror. He grinned, started to pull the trigger. Then my dad swept his feet out from under him, causing him to fall forwards, drop the gun, and faceplant into the hardwood floor. Wayne went to reach for his shotgun, so I took a step towards him and pretended his head was a soccer ball. "Hey Wayne, have you ever felt a scorpion sting?" He glanced up at me, confused. "That's something your cunt of a son used to ask me." I took a step and kicked him in the side of the head so hard that he was knocked out for over 20 minutes. I helped my dad up and embraced him. I've never felt more relief and satisfaction in my life. The police finally arrived and carted all 4 of these idiots out on stretchers. 2 days later, a police officer called me at home, and I put him on speaker so my dad could hear. A judge has put Wayne back in federal prison for another 10-year stint for attempted murder. His brother and his sons will all be joining him for 5 years. Thank you, officer. A month later, I walked across the graduation stage in my blue gown with a tassel on my head, and I saw the principal. He had heard what happened with Chester's family, and he put his hand out to shake mine. He had a look of empathy and was hoping that I had forgotten that he did nothing to help me. "No hard feelings, right, son?" I ignored his hand and flipped him off. "Eat a dick." His face turned green with embarrassment because I made sure all the other teachers heard that. Then I walked past Chester, who was also graduating. He was still really weak and sitting off to the side. His jaw was wired shut. I leaned down to him and whispered, "When I think about how bad I beat your ass, it gives me the warm and fuzzies." I stood at the grill in our backyard, flipping burgers and listening to the laughter of close friends. My wife Sarah happily poured iced tea for everyone, while our daughter Ellie slept peacefully in her crib. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw a man I had never seen before reach down with both hands and lift Ellie out of her crib. I tensed up because I had never seen this man in my life. I walked over to him. "Hey, what are you doing?" She was sleeping. The stranger flashed an eerie grin, then sarcastically muttered, "Oh, was she?" I was confused. Sarah came over and was also staring at him. I whispered to Sarah, "Do you know this guy?" She shook her head. No. I stepped closer to the strange man, put her back in the crib. My friends kept to themselves, didn't notice anything weird. The man held my daughter closely to his chest and rocked her back and forth. "Don't worry about anything, Mike and Sarah. Ellie's in very good hands." My stomach turned with fear, and Sarah's face went pale white. I started to walk toward him to try and get my baby away from him, but he moved back. "I wouldn't do that, Mikey boy." I got enraged, clenched my fists. "If you take another step towards me, today will turn into the worst day of your life." I froze, panicked. He continued, "Sarah is going to politely tell everyone that there's a gas leak and that the fire department is on the way. Everyone needs to leave right now, and make sure you put on your best smile." My fists were trembling. "If you don't tell them to leave right now, your precious little peach will pay." My hands trembled with murderous rage. Then I nodded to Sarah, signaling that she should do what he says. She turned to the party and got their attention. "I'm so sorry, everyone. The gas company just called. There's a leak somewhere in the area, and they want everyone off the property until they can check it. Sorry." My friends groaned and moaned, then quickly left. The strange man smiled at my friends as he bounced Ellie on his hip and sang, "Rocka my baby on the treetop. If everything goes according to plan, the cradle will drop." My mom used to sing that to me. He laughed maniacally. Ellie squirmed against his shoulder and looked at me with scared, helpless eyes. "It's gonna be okay, baby. I'm here. Don't lie to her like that. How do you know everything's gonna be okay?" I lost my patience. "Why don't you quit your weird little game and tell us what the hell you want?" "I'd love to. My name's Dorian. 6 months ago, I was working out of a sweatshop in Pennsylvania. We ran phone scams, old people mostly, pretending to be the IRS, that kind of thing. One day I called your pretty little wife here." Sarah stiffened beside me. Unfortunately for me, she didn't fall for it. But Sarah is special because her dumbass father, I believe Frank is his name, is a freaking cop. He traced the call, sent a team, and kicked in our door at 4 in the morning. I went to county jail for a week. I was studying him as he talked and was searching for a way in to grab Ellie, but I could barely stop my hands from shaking. My mother had to bail me out. She was so ashamed of me all because of you, and there's nothing I hate worse than letting down my mother. I was alarmed to hear that. Clearly, this guy's psycho. Mother had to spend $40,000 to bail me out. 2 days after I got out, she slapped me across the face so hard that my lip started bleeding. I hate it when she does that. I had to swear to her that I would pay her back, and I will. He glared at Sarah. "You owe me $40,000, you twat. Cash, right now, or you'll be at Ellie's funeral within the week." Panicked, raging thoughts pounded through my head. Then I quickly formed a plan. I calmly put my hands out towards him, trying to disarm him. "Okay, just take it easy. We have a safe upstairs, and there's about that much cash in it. But it needs both of our fingerprints to open it." "Then what the hell are you waiting for? Go open it. If you're not back in 5 minutes, I leave with her. I will not let down my mother." I took Sarah by the hand and quickly pulled her into the living room. As soon as we were past the kitchen and out of his line of sight, she started to pace frantically as tears formed. "This guy's a psycho. What are we gonna do?" "Listen, I need you to take a deep breath and hear me out. We're going to give him a duffel bag filled with toilet paper rolls and make him think it's cash. As soon as I hand it to him and he opens it up, I'll dive low and take out his legs. You grab Ellie out of his hands. Got it?" She shook with terror and I grabbed her shoulders. Sarah, I need you to be strong right now. Can you hear me?" She nodded. "Good. Ellie's going to be okay and I'm gonna tear this bastard's limbs off. But for right now, we need to stay composed and execute the plan." I steadied myself, filled up a duffel bag with toilet paper rolls, and nodded at Sarah. She gritted her teeth and we stepped out to see. He was gone. I panicked, rushed out front to see him standing near a black sedan with Ellie in his arms. "Leave the cash right here in front of me." I slowly walked over to him and set down the duffel bag. Sarah followed closely behind me. Then he pulled out a handgun, and I hesitated. My plan might have to change based on that. He knelt down, kept the gun on me, and unzipped it. My anger boiled over, and I slapped the gun out of his hand, lowered my shoulder, and tackled him into the side of his black sedan. Sarah was right beside me and grabbed Ellie out of his hands before he hit the ground. Dorian went down hard on his back onto the concrete. I got on top of him. "You messed with the wrong family, you piece of crap." I slammed as many right hooks and straight left punches across his face as I could. My rage was boiling as every hit bounced his head off of the asphalt. He was unconscious in about 5 seconds and my fists crunched into him. Even after he was out cold, I kept swinging. I heard loud pops and crunches, and then saw his neck was laying in a crooked fashion against the curb. I finally stopped, glanced at my bloodied up knuckles. I wasn't sure if he was breathing. "Mike, stop. Are you all right?" I nodded, still trying to catch my breath. Sarah held Ellie, who was softly crying, on her shoulder, and I felt shame and embarrassment, having done what I just did in front of my baby. One of my fears was my little girl seeing me as a monster. I stood up, went towards them as Sarah held her tight. "It's okay, baby. Everything's all right now. No one can hurt you." Sarah glared down at the lifeless Dick. I got her attention. "Call your dad, Sarah. We're gonna need help with this." "Why?" "Because I heard his neck snap on one of the punches and it doesn't look good." Sarah's eyes bulged with terror. Then she quickly called her father, Frank. I made sure none of our neighbors could see anything and laid a blue tarp over him so no one could see anything if they drove by. Sarah hung up the phone. "He's on his way and he's bringing some help." He said, "Don't touch anything." I felt a crazy adrenaline dump and got exhausted for a few minutes before 2 unmarked Cleveland PD cruisers showed up. The 2 men inside were not in uniform and they were older, around Frank's age. They looked at me and then down at Dorian and at the pistol in the grass. Shortly thereafter, Frank arrived with his new wife, Diane. She took Sarah and Ellie into the house while Frank kneeled down to examine Dorian, felt the back of his neck, and let out a sigh. I got really nervous. "What is it?" "His neck's broken. Not sure how bad." I felt a strange mix of being satisfied and really awful at the same time. I wasn't trying to paralyze the guy, but I lost control. "Don't worry. I have connections at the hospital and at the station that can make the paperwork go away." I nodded, deeply appreciative that a guy like Frank was in my life. 1 week went by, and a police officer I didn't know called me. "Hey, just a heads up, Dorian's family is one of the worst criminal organizations on the East Coast. His parents have been running a gun and drug operation since the late 80s. I felt a chill travel up my spine. "Do you think they'll come for us?" "Unfortunately, I do." "Shit. What can we do?" "I'm not sure. It's not enough to trigger witness protection. All I can say is, watch your back." I immediately called Frank. "Did you know Dorian was connected to crime?" I had no idea. I thought it was strange that Frank didn't know that. I poured myself a drink and grew really fearful because I don't think this is over. 2 nights later, Sarah and I got Frank and Diane to babysit while we went out to dinner. We ate at an Italian place downtown, and on our way home, we reached a stretch of street that passes a quiet industrial area. I noticed a white van following us. My throat tightened. My hands gripped tighter around the wheel. Then I looked back in the rearview mirror and saw the white van pick up speed, come up right behind us, and slam into our back bumper. "Hold on!" Our car spun out of control. I felt the wheels spinning and turning. We slammed into a metal railing, and we were both being flung back and forth. I smacked my nose into the wheel, while Sarah's head cracked against the dashboard. Our car hit a speed bump, then flipped over onto its roof. The world was upside down, fading in and out of darkness. Then I finally woke up and groaned in pain. I looked over at an unconscious Sarah, saw that she was completely lifeless, and I trembled in panic. "Sarah, can you hear me? Come on, babe. Please answer me." She slowly woke up and her eyes blinked several times. Then we both saw the headlight of a car through the side mirror behind us, and 3 men wearing ski masks approached us with guns. I anxiously searched for anything I might be able to use as a weapon and found nothing. I was horrified because it looked like these guys were coming to finish the job. The man on my side aimed his gun down at me. "Give us your phones and crawl out. You're coming with us." I was momentarily relieved that he didn't just end us right then and there. Sarah took her cell phone and quickly put it down her bra. The doors were ripped open as 2 men in ski masks cut off our seatbelts with a hunting blade and dragged us out. All the blood had rushed to my head, and I felt a sharp pain in my lower back from the wreck. My head was pounding, and I saw some blood trickling down onto my eyelids. They zip-tied our hands in front, then threw black hoods over our heads. I couldn't see anything but shapes through the dark wool. Then I heard Sarah, "Please don't hurt us. We can give you money if that's what you want." I was anguished hearing Sarah pleading like that. "It's gonna be okay, Sarah." We got shoved into the back of a van that smelled like motor oil and old carpet. My shoulder hit the steel flooring and I felt Sarah land beside me. The van started and my mind was racing in a panic. What did they want with us, and where the hell were they taking us? A man's voice spoke out from the front. "Boss lady is pissed at these fools. Yeah, this one should be extra bloody." I felt my guts turn over in terror. This was payback, and if we didn't escape, we were dead. "We're going to take a little drive. Better enjoy it because it will be your last." I was well beyond panicked, and my drive for survival kicked in hard. I started feeling for any part of the zip ties to see if I could somehow escape. I heard Sarah crying and breathing heavily, so I put my head against hers, trying to signal that I was here for her. I felt the van move quickly, then slow down at intersections. I felt it speed up again and tried to count turns and distances, but lost track. Sarah whispered, "My phone." Our hands were tied in the front, so I could reach into her bra. I took her phone out and lifted her hood just enough so she could see the screen. I heard the soft click of her tapping the screen as the trunk faintly lit up. She tapped a name, then held the phone awkwardly between her shoulder and her ear. Frank picked up on the first ring. "Sarah?" She spoke in barely a whisper. "Daddy." Her voice cracked. "We've been taken. Track us." The man called out. "Shut the hell up." My entire body was trembling, and all I could do was take long, deep breaths and try to control my fear. I thought of how I might try and escape as soon as we get out. After about 10 minutes, the van stopped and the back doors opened. Hands yanked us out and the hoods came off. We got shoved down to our knees. I adjusted my eyes and saw that we were in an empty warehouse. The three men stood in a half circle around us, rifles slung over their shoulders. Then a Rolls-Royce pulled up into the warehouse, and a black-haired woman stepped out of it. She was small, maybe 50 years old, with a long dark coat and leather gloves. She glared down at us. I was really confused because I had never seen this woman in my life. So you two bastards are the ones responsible for crippling my only son. I felt a surge of terror roll through me. This woman wanted vengeance. I had to try some kind of tactic to get through to her. Did you know what your son did to us? I don't care, because whatever he did, he didn't deserve what you did to him. He held our 9-month-old baby captive because he wanted $40,000. She smiled as if she was proud. What can I say? He's always been a very resourceful kid. I couldn't help myself. Is that why he worked as a scammer in a sweatshop? He chose to do that because he wanted his own independence. He was rebelling against his father, and he was trying to break away from the family business and prove that he could do his own thing. He failed, just like I knew he would. Enough talk of the past. I'm going to give you two life-altering choices. Since you're the one that crippled my son, you will be the one to choose. Your wife will either die tonight or go and work in a sweatshop in India in the rice paddies for the rest of her life. Your choice. At first, I thought she was actually kidding. Then my neck stiffened when I realized that she wasn't. And if you're thinking that she might be able to escape, she won't. We have armed guards that surround the rice fields and shoot anyone that tries to run. I closed my eyes for a few moments. This was beyond even my worst nightmare. Choice number 2. You're gonna have to choose between your life or your baby's life. My anxiety shot through the roof. Then I glared at this bitch. If it's between my baby and myself, that's not even a choice. I'll choose my child's survival any day. Okay, fine. One choice has been made. Now what about your wife? She's had nothing to do with this. This was all on me. So I'm asking you, please let her go. She never hurt your son. Just punish me, not her. Please. Absolutely not. You turned one of my loved ones into a freaking vegetable. You will feel what it's like to lose someone you love, just like I have. She nodded to one of her men. It's time for him to choose. The man stood right in front of me and aimed his rifle at my face. My blood boiled over with rage and fear. Sarah wept. Don't worry about me. I'll be their slave. It's okay. Hell no. What are you talking about? I can't lose you. I didn't know what to do or say. I will give you 3 seconds. 3. I froze in panic. 2. I hesitated and mumbled incoherently as the gunman cocked his rifle and stuck the barrel against my head. Sarah wept harder. Please, don't do this. Your son was the one that brought this nightmare to our doorstep, not us. Sarah was right, but this crazy bitch didn't care. It's time to choose, death or slavery. 1. Time's up. I shook my head and trembled, at a loss. I saw the gunman start to pull the trigger, then I heard Frank's voice. Put your guns down right now. The 3 armed men aimed their rifles at Frank, who held a handgun and was on his own. The cops are 2 minutes behind me. Just put the guns down and no one's gonna get hurt. I was momentarily relieved, but scared that he wouldn't be able to take down all 3 men. The woman stepped out of the shadows towards Frank. Hello, Frank. Frank was shocked when she said that. I froze with even more panic. How do you know his name? Oh, he didn't tell you? Frank here's been taking payouts from our organization for over 20 years. Sarah and I were horrified. Sarah's eyes squinted at Frank. Is that true? Frank hesitated long enough to let us know that it was the truth. Look, I'll explain everything later. Right now, you need to let them go and get out of here before the cops come. The woman smiled. You never called any cops. Stop bluffing. I've known you for 20 years, asshole. I can smell a lie a mile away. Frank held his gun as the 3 men kept their rifles aimed at him. The woman got in Frank's face. Since tonight is a wonderful game of choices, I'd like to use this opportunity to test a father's love for his daughter. Frank's face turned pale. Look, Eleanor, this isn't the time. I think it's exactly the time. How much money do you want to walk away and leave your daughter for dead? Name your price. Frank shifted around nervously. Don't make me choose. Sarah was betrayed, disgusted. Eleanor got closer to Frank and put the barrel of his gun down. How much for the life of your daughter? Give me a number. He stared down at the ground, then quietly said, $5 million in cash. Sarah lunged up and tried to kick him, enraged. She screamed, "You're dead to me, you piece of shit. No wonder Mom left you." The gunman held her back and shoved her down to her knees. I was so pissed when I thought of all the times I helped this man and treated him like family. Eleanor was loving every second of this. I must say, I don't get surprised very often, but I am this time. Choosing cash over your own flesh and blood. Impressively vicious. Maybe you should come and work for me. He stared down at the ground in shame. Do we have a deal or not? No. I just wanted to destroy your family, and you did that all by yourself. I'm not giving you a penny." Frank turned red with rage, then raised his gun, and I heard, "Pop! Pop!" The two gunmen put bullets in him and ended Frank. Sarah was staring down at him in shock. Then I quickly used the opportunity of them aiming at Frank to grab her hand, and we both took off running towards a back entrance. Clack, clack, clack. Gunshots rattled out behind us and bounced off of the warehouse walls. I felt 2 bullets whiz past my head and ran faster. We rushed out of the main area of the warehouse, then down a hallway and into a large area of cubicles. The 3 gunmen were approaching us fast, and we ran further in and ducked down behind a desk in a cubicle. My palms were sweating as my heart pounded. I signaled for Sarah to be as quiet as possible, then saw a pair of scissors, grabbed it, and cut off our zip ties. I held the scissors in my hand as a weapon, and then waited. I heard one of the men whisper, "Split up." I clutched onto my scissors, peeked around the edge of the cubicle wall, and saw one of the men approaching us. He didn't see us, so I lifted the scissors and got ready for combat. He got closer, closer, closer. Then, as he got right next to our cubicle, he stopped. I held my breath and stayed as still as possible. If he took another step, I was going to attack. Then he quickly spun around the edge of our cubicle and aimed his gun at us. He knew we were there. I smacked his gun barrel out of our faces as he fired a shot. I lunged up and stuck the scissors into his midsection. As we fell, I covered his mouth so he couldn't call out for the others. His eyes bulged as he felt the knife inside him, then drifted away. We ducked down and rushed out of a back door and saw nothing but miles and miles of thick woods in front of us. I slammed the door shut behind us to buy us some time, and we took off running into the woods. Now we were in my terrain. I had grown up hunting with my dad, so I welcomed these assholes to chase us. I found the first oak tree and hid Sarah underneath some brush. I climbed the nearest perch of branches, aimed the rifle, and waited. I saw the first man approaching my position. He had no idea where I was. I focused the scope, caught him in the crosshairs, let out a slow, controlled breath, and pulled the trigger. He was gone before he hit the ground. His last remaining buddy heard the shot and carefully approached his friend's position. He was smarter, saw me up in the tree, and fired 2 shots that almost got me. I jumped down the tree and heard 2 more shots go off right behind me. Ah, shit! I took off running, unsure of how close he was behind me. Another bullet whizzed by me. Son of a bitch! Then another bullet bounced off the tree next to me, and I ran a few hundred feet and saw the entrance to a cave. I snuck in, waited right by the entrance to the right. He rushed in, gun aimed, and I had a bullet waiting for him. It was really dark, but the muzzle fire from my rifle revealed his position and his fate. He hit the cave floor, gone. I grabbed his rifle, took out the bullets, and headed back towards where Sarah was hidden. I arrived and saw that she wasn't there. My heart sank. I tasted a bitter fear and clenched my fists in frustration. Did Eleanor find her? Did she kill her? I searched everywhere and couldn't find her at all. I made my way back to the warehouse, slammed open the door in a panic, and saw Eleanor holding Sarah by the back of her neck, and she had a gun to her head. I aimed my rifle, trying to get a clean shot. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Put your gun down, or your wife gets it. I was terrified for Sarah. I knew I only had one chance to save her, and I couldn't do that by lowering my gun. Eleanor saw me hesitate and yelled out. I said, "Put it down right now." I aimed again, then thought of some way I could signal to Sarah to duck down. I didn't need to, because Sarah had such a wild-eyed, vicious gaze in her eyes and wasn't going to let this old bitch take us down. She waited for Eleanor to look away, then gripped onto her wrist and bit down so hard it caused her to drop the gun and wail out in pain. Ah! I didn't hesitate. I fired one clean shot and sent the evil twat to the fiery halls of hell. I made sure there was no one else, then pulled Sarah in close. We hugged and shed a few tears of relief. "I'm so sorry about your dad." "Don't be. He deserved what he got." We stepped out, found Sarah's cell phone and called the police. They arrived and we took them through everything that happened. When they saw Eleanor and identified her, they were celebrating like they won the lottery. She was on the FBI's most wanted list for the last 27 years. They all congratulated me, but I didn't care. I just wanted to go and pick up Ellie and go home. A few hours later, Sarah and I drove by Frank and Diane's house to pick up Ellie, and we were both afraid of what we would tell Diane about who Frank really was. We knocked on the front door and saw that it was partially open. We entered and saw that the whole place was empty, and Diane had packed up her bags and taken Ellie. She was gone. Sarah and I shared a terrified look. I drove home so excited that I get to surprise my beautiful wife and 5-year-old daughter. I honestly felt like the luckiest guy alive. I came home early from a business trip and had bought a huge bouquet of her favorite red roses and chocolate truffles. I rushed inside, thrilled beyond belief. When I entered, my daughter rushed out of her bedroom and hugged me in tears. "I'm so happy you're back, Daddy." "Hey darling, what happened? Why are you crying?" She just shook her head, not wanting to say. "Well, look at what I got you." I pulled a brand new teddy bear out of my bag and she hugged hugged it tightly. "Where's your mommy?" Her eyes bulged in fear. "She's in her room with her friend." I thought, that's weird. I held her huge bouquet in my hands, entered the hallway, and approached the closed bedroom door and opened it. Surprise! I had to adjust my eyes when I saw my wife sitting in bed next to another man, sharing a cigarette. I was frozen, horrified, and speechless. I locked eyes with her and they both glanced at each other, not sure what to say. I felt a deep betrayal in my gut that turned into a murderous rage. "With our daughter in the other room? Are you people insane?" My wife stuttered and tried to justify. "You weren't supposed to be home until next week. You should have called and told me." My throat tightened in pain. "As if this is somehow my fault? How could you do this? I thought you were happy." She stared at me as if I was a ghost. I glared at the man she was with and felt a murderous rage boiling inside me. Unfortunately, I knew this dick. "Whitman, you piece of crap. Get the hell out of my house." I walked out, went into my daughter's room, and sat next to her. She looked up at me with her big, sad brown eyes. "What were they doing in there, Daddy?" I felt a sting in my heart and tried not to show her that I was in pain, but she could tell. "It doesn't matter, baby. All I can tell you is that no matter what happens, I will always be there for you, and I love you more than you can imagine." "I love you too." I hugged her tightly. "Pack up a few of your clothes, okay? We're gonna go to a hotel." I walked towards the front door with her, and my wife yelled, "Where the hell do you think you're going with my daughter? To a safe place where she isn't exposed to your madness." Whitman came out behind her. "You're a small, pathetic, weak little man. I'm shocked that you're surprised to see your wife with me. Clearly, I'm more of a man than you'll ever be. That's why she chose me, you little weasel." My fists clenched and I felt the veins popping out of my forehead. I wanted to kill him so badly. Then I noticed my daughter watching me with fear in her eyes. I couldn't do it in front of her. She had been through enough. "You're lucky my daughter's here, or I'd end you." We went to a hotel, and 2 days later, I was awoken to a loud knock at my door. I opened it and saw a dainty little man. "You've been served." I read the summons. "A custody hearing? What?" I sat in court and watched Whitman's lawyer prance around and lie his face off. "Your Honor, this man is an unhinged drunk and a serious danger to the well-being of his daughter." I was horrified. I screamed out to the jury, "Everything he just said is a complete lie. Just ask my daughter." "We object, Your Honor." Sustained. I covered my face with my hands in horror. A week later, the judge spoke. "Will the defendant please rise? After hearing both sides clearly, I am giving full custody of your daughter to your wife." My heart sank. Then I saw my poor, sweet little angel fall to her knees and weep. "Please, let me be with my daddy. Please, I want my daddy." Her weeping tore my heart in half. I tried to comfort her. "Stay strong, darling. Daddy will always be here for you. It'll be okay." A month after the trial, they moved into Whitman's big mansion on his private island, and I was left with nothing. But I was not about to go down easily and lay down and die for these jerks. I had to make a plan, so I sat across from my FBI agent friend, Argento. "Whitman's having a dinner party on his island tomorrow night. I'm going undercover so I can sneak on, kidnap my daughter back and take her to live in Italy." He looked at me like I was completely insane, which I was. "I'm only telling you because I know you hate Whitman as well." He nodded. "Yeah, I do believe he's an excessively corrupt individual. That's why I'm gonna do you a huge favor. I'm gonna break into his safe and take pictures of all of his transactions. You'll have everything you need to bring him down." He grinned, excited at the possibility. "What do you need from me?" "A speedboat." The next day, I snuck up to a small cove near the shore of Whitman's island and started changing into my catering outfit, bow tie and all. In exactly 24 hours, Argento has arranged for a speedboat to pick me up at the shore. In my backpack, I had a marine GPS, a handheld radio, a flare gun, a prepaid cell phone, a small dive flashlight, a safe cracking mechanism, and a knife, just in case. I had also dyed my hair blonde and grew a goatee, just in case I served my ex-wife. Plus, I paid $600 for 2 Italian passports and 2 one-way tickets to Italy. I made sure everything was in my bag, went to leave the cove, then saw a Latin man glaring at me. "What are you doing back here?" "Oh, sorry. I just wanted to change in privacy. I'm way early for the catering gig." He squinted his eyes and stared directly at me. "I don't remember seeing your picture on the catering list. I was a last-minute addition. I replaced someone. Your boss didn't inform me of that. Sorry." He gets distracted. "You mean she?" My heart dropped. Terror creeped up in me. Was I seriously about to be busted this early? She, right. I've done so many of these gigs. I forget who I work for sometimes. "Look, this is not the gig to be messing around. Whitman's security team are all trained killers, and I don't mean that as a metaphor. If they catch any of my staff out of line, it falls back on me, and they will bring down the harshest punishments." My gut churned. "I understand, sir. I'll be on my best behavior." "You better be. I'll see you over at the catering tent in 20 minutes. He walked away, and I could breathe again. I headed towards the mansion. I studied the premises and clocked how many exits there were and where each one led out to. I memorized how many security guards were standing standing at each exit and where they weren't. I'm no soldier. I'm just a desperate data analyst with a belly full of rage and a justified goal to save my daughter. There was a marble dock, a gravel road, and the main house was the size of a small hotel. There was a guest compound, a helicopter pad, and a service area where the catering trucks were already unloading. The security men wore dark polos and walked the perimeter on a 20-minute loop. There were 6 of them I could count, plus the head of security, a man named Burke, who was built like a refrigerator covered in tattoos. I checked in with my boss. Go work on making salads. I made my way into the kitchen, and as I stepped into the hallway, I saw my ex-wife, Whitman, and my daughter, Sophie, all being led in from a back door. My heart sank as I watched this asshole holding my daughter's hand. I could tell by the look on Sophie's face, she was forced to hold his hand. My ex-wife had a cold, stoic look that showed me her new life was not all it was cracked up to be. I kept my head down as I passed them, and they didn't even acknowledge I existed. I was the help, and Whitman acted like the powerful elitist. These types pretend the help doesn't exist. My anger grew after seeing this loser prancing around my daughter as if she owed him something. I felt the sadness coming from Sophie and wanted to just grab her in my arms and run away, but I knew I had to be smart. I whispered to myself, "I'll get you out of here soon enough, darling." There were about 50 guests here for dinner, and I was assigned a table far away from where my daughter was at the main table. I waited for dessert, then slipped out of the kitchen with a tray of glassware, walked the long way around the back of the house, set the tray down behind a hedge, and went up the service stairs into the back of the West Wing. I snuck into Whitman's office, checked for any surveillance cameras, made sure the coast was clear, and went over to his safe. I plugged in my safe-cracking device and saw the numbers start turning, trying to locate the secret code. Each minute that went by felt like an eternity. The safe cracker read 70% solved, then 80% solved, then 90% solved. The door handle to the office opened up and I ducked down behind Whitman's desk. I managed to hide the safe cracking device with a folded napkin, so whoever was inside wouldn't be able to see it. I peeked around the edge of the desk and my guts went into knots when I saw Whitman enter and approach his desk. I curled up, closed my eyes, and hid below his desk in a panic. I held my breath, terrified. I could do serious prison time if I got caught right now. From my POV, I could see his feet on the other side of the desk. He went to search for something, didn't find it, then made his way around to the front of his desk, a lot closer to where I was hiding. I curled up into the tiniest ball I could and stayed as still as possible. He was 2 feet away from me, and if he actually sat down at his desk, he would see me for sure. He opened up a drawer, took something out, and then my heart pounded when the beeping sound of my safe cracking device went off. It had opened up the safe successfully. Whitman stiffened. He turned to try and see where the sound came from, and I shook my head in rage because there was no way he wouldn't catch me now, especially if he sees his safe has been opened. He was about to walk over to check on his safe when his head of security walked in. "Sir, your wife wanted me to tell you that she needs you to make a toast." "Ah, right. Okay." I got lucky as hell because he walked out. I waited a few seconds, then rushed over to his safe, opened it up, and took out a case file labeled Transactions. I took pictures of every name, number, receipt, and amount of money through 10 pages. I went to text every picture to Argento, then realized I had no reception at all. This island was too remote, and Whitman didn't want anyone being able to contact anyone on the outside. I climbed out of the window, and then saw I was 1 floor above the ground. There were some bushes below, and I awkwardly climbed out of the window, dangled as low as I could so the fall wouldn't be as hard, then dropped. I landed hard on the grass and turned my ankle a bit. Ah, crap! It wasn't a bad sprain, but it hurt. I stood up, turned the corner of the house, and bumped right into Burke, the head of security. "What the hell are you doing here?" "Hello, sir. Sorry, I was looking for the bathroom and got totally lost." He glared at me. As I grew terrified, he'd know I was lying. I looked down at the ground, and he got closer to me. "I smell bullshit. Why are you all nervous? I've just heard that you guys are seriously badass dudes that are not to be messed with, and I guess it scares me." It did. His hard exterior broke into a smile, and he smacked me hard on my shoulder. "That's right, don't you forget it. And the bathroom's that way, idiot." He walked away, and I let out a sigh of relief. I made it back to the catering truck and saw my boss. "Where the hell have you been?" "I just called security. I was searching for the bathroom, sir." "Stop lying. Our portables are right there." He pointed to the portable bathrooms, and then I saw Burke and 2 security guys approaching us. Burke saw me. "Yeah, I already saw that dope. He's fine. My boss had it out for me." "No, he's doing something weird because he knew the bathrooms were right there." Burke tensed up, glared at me. His security guards also stared daggers at me. I didn't know what else to do but run. I took off in the opposite direction and made my way towards the back of the house. Burke and his 2 security guards chased me, but I was a lot quicker. All that muscle definitely slowed them down. I made it to a a side window and hid behind an air conditioning generator. The security guys passed by me, and as they did, I heard Burke speak into his walkie. "We got a code 9. We got a code 9. Don't alert the guests just yet, but be on the lookout for one of the wait staff." I waited for them to pass, then quickly snuck into a back window. I just needed to get my daughter, convince her to come with me, and then make it to the speedboat across the island. I rushed into the hallway and started searching through each bedroom door. I needed to change clothes quickly, since they would be looking for a waiter. I found the master bedroom and rushed in and closed the door behind me. I can't believe I was about to steal a suit from the asshole that stole my wife, but desperate times call for desperate measures. I went into his closet, found a slick black suit, and quickly put it on. I stepped out of the closet and saw my ex-wife staring at me in shock. She instantly recognized me and dropped her champagne glass. My disguise did nothing for me being this close to her. "What in the hell do you think you're doing?" Flashes of everything she'd done put me into a state of murderous rage. "I should ask you that, you traitor." Her eyes bulged because she knew I was speaking the truth about her. There were a few things I really wanted to know. "Did you plan destroying me together?" "Don't be ridiculous. You methodically, strategically lied about me at a live trial, by the way, and committed perjury. And you're calling me ridiculous? Why do you have on my husband's suit, weirdo? Are you really that sick? You're trying to be like him now?" "No, I don't give a shit about his suits. I came here to finish some business, and I need to blend in." "Do you really think Sophie doesn't know the truth about you and your sicko new husband?" "Sophie knows exactly who you really are, because you've been lying to her, poisoning her with so much bullshit, and you're too dumb to know that she's too smart to believe it. My little girl knows exactly who I am based on how much I love her, and I bet that terrifies you." She turned cold. Part of her knew I was right and didn't want to admit it. "Why are you really here and what are you planning?" I grinned, even though I was so pissed. "You'll see." She grew terrified, then darted for the bedroom door. I cut her off, grabbed her by the arm, walked her into the bathroom, shoved her inside, and barricaded the door so she was never getting out. "Let me out of here right now. I will have you killed. Let me out." I checked my dumb suit in the mirror, then walked out. I kicked in all the bedroom doors and didn't see Sophie in her bedroom or any of the guest rooms. I entered the main ballroom area as if I truly belonged there and grabbed a glass of champagne. I had taken my fair share of acting classes and knew how to look important and blend in. I just had to sell it long enough to find Sophie and get out. I passed by a few guests and they stared at me, wondering who I was and how they knew me. On my way to the other side of the house, I ran into a bald man that was loaded with jewelry. I tried to walk past him, but he gripped onto my arm. "Where do I know you from?" I put on a slight British accent. "You don't. Whitman brought me here for reasons that I cannot explain." "Excuse me." I walked away, leaving him dumbfounded. Then I saw Burke and both of his security guards. Burke saw Whitman and pulled him aside. He said something in Whitman's ear, and Whitman turned red with rage. He gestured and pointed at Burke to keep searching everywhere, and then Burke stood up on a podium and addressed his guests. "Excuse me, everyone. Excuse me. I am so sorry to interrupt, but it has come to my attention that there's an intruder among us." There were gasps all around. I even tapped the guy next to me as if he did something wrong. "I'm only telling everyone because I hold all of you to be the most important people in my life, and you're only here because you were personally invited and loved by me and my wife." "Where is my wife, by the way?" He searched the crowd, and everyone looked everywhere. I pretended to look, then started to sneak away. "If anyone here doesn't recognize someone, please bring it to my attention." The bald man immediately pointed directly at me and yelled, "Intruder, right there!" Two party guests grabbed both of my arms and snarled at me. I kicked one in the nuts, then headbutted the other across the bridge of the nose and took off running across the living room. I slammed into a waiter that was carrying several champagne glasses, and his drinks crashed everywhere. Burke and his two security guys chased me. I shoved my way past a few more guests, sprinted across the entire house, and rushed into a play area where several children were playing. I spotted Sophie, rushed up to her, and she immediately recognized me. "Daddy!" She threw her little arms around my neck, and it took everything in me not to burst into tears right there. "Darling, I need you to listen to me, okay?" She nodded with her sweet little angelic face. "I'm here to take you away from these bad people so you can come live with me, but I need you to listen to everything I say, okay?" "Okay, Daddy. This is going to be a fun, exciting adventure." "Great!" I took her by the hand and rushed out of a side door. We ran as fast as her little legs would go and reached the shore to see the speedboat. For the first time all night, I thought that I actually had a chance at pulling this off. I smiled to myself. A tear spilled down my cheek as we approached the speedboat. Then my heart almost exploded out of my chest when I saw and heard the loudest explosion of my life. The speedboat burst into flames, and I had no idea how it happened. Sophie and I got sprung back off of our feet and landed in the sand. I was devastated. I got so close. Sophie started started crying out of sheer fright. I looked back behind me and saw Burke holding a remote-controlled detonator and grinning from ear to ear. He called out to me. I know it's a little early for fireworks, but I always loved a good show. Before they could reach us, I quickly whispered to Sophie, "Run and hide on the other side of the shore and wait. I swear to you, baby girl, I'll find you." She quickly took off running and was able to escape before Burke and his 2 security guards arrived. I quickly hid my burner phone that had all the photographic evidence underneath the sand and marked it off in my mind where it is, so I would be able to find it. It's about 3 feet away from a wooden post. Burke grabbed me, shoved my face into the sand, and zip-tied my hands behind my back. "Got you, you little bitch." They dragged me behind the house and into a small shed that had power tools all over the wall. They sat me down in a chair, and Burke didn't speak a word. I was trembling in horror, but did my best to cover it. He wrapped his hands in gauze and proceeded to start slamming punches across my face and into my gut. All I could do was grit my teeth and hope my body held up long enough to survive this onslaught. Burke had a lot of fun beating on me. I thought I might as well try and get in his head. Maybe give myself a chance of escaping. I spit out some blood and smirked at him. "I bet you think you're pretty tough beating up on a tied-up man, don't you? Tied up or not, I would own you. Start talking. Why are you here?" "I know why he's here." Whitman stepped out of the shadows. "What I'd like to really know is that my suit?" I laughed, flashing a set of bloodied teeth. "It sure is, and I've been bleeding all over it." Whitman got right in my face. "I know you were in my safe. It has fingerprint detection and tracked someone else. Why were you in there?" "Wasn't me." Whitman nodded at Burke. That prompted him to grab a drill and put a hole through my hand. "Oh, you could at least take me out to dinner before tickling me like that." They both stared at me, shocked. "I will give you one chance to speak before my man ends you and buries you next to where the others are." That terrified me beyond belief. They had done this many times before. If I was going to escape, I would have to find a way to do it while they were taking me to the graveyard. "Where's his cell phone?" Burke shook his head. "He didn't have one on him." Whitman started sweating. "He must have. Did you check everywhere?" "Yes." "Fine. You actually made this more convenient for me. You'll happen to go missing, and no one will ever find you. Even if you did take pictures and stash your phone somewhere, it doesn't matter. It'll turn up. Get rid of him." He nodded to Burke and left. Burke lifted me out of the chair, and as he did, I was able to grab my small knife out of my boot without him seeing. Burke and both security guards walked me out to a grassy area that smelled awful. I gagged and almost got sick all over myself. I was clutching onto my knife and they forced me down to my knees. "Start digging." The 2 guards started digging out a shallow grave as I trembled and panicked. I used the knife to slice and cut into my zip ties. I got loose and froze. I'm no murderer. I wouldn't even know what to do with the knife, so I decided to pretend to still be tied up, and once they had dug deep enough, I got into the grave. Burke was surprised to see me step in so easily. I laid down and looked up at him. "Come on, bury me. Let's get this over with. If I can't live with my daughter, I don't want to live anyway." Burke aimed a handgun down at my head, and I closed my eyes and prayed. Terror coursed through me. If he pulled that trigger, I was done. He aimed it at me for what felt like an eternity, and then lowered it while his guys started burying me alive. Right before the last pile of dirt covered my face, I sucked in a huge, long, deep breath and held it. I must have been under the dirt for what felt really long, but was only about 90 seconds. Then I used my free hands and the knife to scrape, swing, and claw my out of the ground. It seemed to take a lot longer than I thought, and I was feeling my lungs starting to collapse. I was seeing stars and felt myself starting to lose consciousness. I fought hard and thought of my sweet little girl that was waiting for me. "Come on, you got this. Dig deep." I had to survive for her, so I fought and fought, not caring about how painful the wound in my hand was, and the fact that I was a trained deep ocean diver seriously saved me. I made it out and gasped for air. I got up, caught my breath, and barely recovered. I made my way back to where my daughter might be. My mind was racing because I had to figure out some other way of transportation. Luckily, they all thought I was dead, so I made my way back to where I hid the phone, grabbed it, and then went the long way around the island to where I hoped my daughter was. I stepped through some trees and saw Whitman standing in front of my daughter and scolding her. She was staring down at the ground, crying. "How dare you disobey me like this? How dare you go against your mother and me, you little obnoxious brat?" Then my ex-wife stepped out of the shadows behind him. "Your crazy father locked me in the closet. What kind of a person does that? That's where you belong, Mom. Hidden in a closet where you can't say any more lies that hurt Daddy." I smiled to myself after hearing that. I loved it. I want to be with Daddy. I want to go home. Instead of getting sad, she turned to Whitman, took a step towards him, and kicked him as hard as she could right in the nuts. Whitman keeled over to his knees in agony. Then my daughter tried to run, but he tripped her. He raised his hand like he was going to hit her, and I lost it. I saw red head, clutched onto the knife and charged at him. "Yo, mother effer!" He was shocked and horrified when he saw me. So was my dumb wife. I held my knife high, gritted my teeth, and brought it down upon him. "No one lays a hand on my daughter, you piece of shit." I plunged it into his chest, and he dropped. I stared down at him. My hands were shaking. I turned to my daughter and pulled her in close. My ex-wife gasped and covered her mouth in shock. My daughter ran to me and tightly hugged me around my waist. "It's okay, darling. We're leaving here." My ex-wife looked at our daughter, then at me. She had a betrayed look in her eyes. "Don't even act like you're the victim here, you stupid bitch. You did this to yourself. You ruined our family, but I won't let you ruin our daughter." She kneeled down to Whitman. I looked at both of them and realized how pathetic and small they both seemed. He was bleeding and crying like a baby. "Who's the weasel now, you dumb prick?" I took my daughter's hand, walked with her to the other side of the island, and then shot my flare gun up into the air. Within a few minutes, I saw a speedboat approaching the shore. It was the Coast Guard. He pulled up to the shore and called out, "You all right?" I had to think fast. My daughter and I are in real trouble. There are men here that tried to kidnap her, and we barely escaped with our lives. I obviously wasn't going to tell him the truth. "Sorry to hear that. Hop on." He tossed us both life vests, and we swam out and climbed up onto his boat. He wrapped my daughter in a towel and gave her some hot chocolate. He drove us back to the mainland. We docked, and he approached us. "Just wait here. I'll notify the police." He went inside his cabin, which gave me the chance to take Sophie's hand, jump off the boat, and take off running. An hour later, we were on the first plane to Italy. About 3 weeks later, I heard that Whitman survived, but after I sent all the photo evidence to Argento, he had every single person on that list arrested by the FBI. Whitman got life in prison, and it turns out that he was into way worse criminal activities than anyone ever imagined. My ex-wife became the laughing stock of her hometown because the word got out about what she did to me. She can't even go to the grocery store without someone pointing and laughing at her. The whole town knew that she and Whitman had made up all the lies. I stood in court, in front of the same judge that gave my ex-wife custody. "I am so sorry, sir. Words cannot describe the guilt I feel for not believing you. I'll regret it for the rest of my life." I nodded, vindicated. I was cleared by the FBI but chose to raise Sophie in Italy anyway. We like to sit out on our front porch, sip on lemonade, and watch the sunset together. She still holds the teddy bear I got her and sleeps with it every night. Drew threw a kid through a plate glass window at a house party. The glass exploded across the front lawn, and the kid landed on his back in the bushes with blood pouring down his face, and Drew was standing over him with his fists still clenched, screaming at him. People were running. Someone was calling 911. I grabbed Drew by the arm and dragged him around the side of the house so hard he stumbled. Someone had already called the cops. I could hear sirens and blue light pulsed through the trees at the end of the block, and as soon as he realized what he had just done, it all hit him at once. Drew grabbed me by both shoulders and shook me so hard my teeth rattled, tears and snot running down his face. "If this goes on my record, I lose my scholarship. You don't have anything to lose. I have everything on the line. You owe me this." I shoved him off me, and my heart was pounding with panic. "I have a scholarship too. I know, and I'll protect it. I swear. I'll go to coach the second year out, and I'll help you prove it wasn't you. I'll tell them everything. I just need time." He dropped to his knees on the pavement and gripped the front of my jacket with both fists. "1 month. You'll do 1 month, and when you get out, I will fix everything. Your scholarship, your girl, your spot. I swear on my life." Drew had been my best friend since 3rd grade. The sirens were on our street. I grabbed the front of his shirt and pulled him up off his knees. I was terrified of what I was about to do, but I said yes. I took the plea. 1 month in juvenile detention. My lawyer told me I was throwing my future away, and I signed the paper anyway. My mom was in the front row, and when the judge read the sentence, she let out a sob so loud the whole courtroom turned, and the guilt hit me so hard I couldn't breathe. Drew was in the back row with his eyes on the floor, and he wouldn't look at me. My girlfriend grabbed both my hands in the hallway. She pressed her forehead against mine. 1 month is nothing. I'll wait. She squeezed my hands so hard her rings dug into my fingers. Write me every day, every day. She kissed me, and I held on, and the grief of leaving her was so sharp it tasted like metal. Drew was waiting at the bottom of the courthouse steps. He pulled me into a hug and gripped the back of my head. 1 month. I'll be here every single week. You won't even notice you're gone. He grabbed the front of my jacket and shook it gently. Your spot at the table, your seat in the locker room. I'll keep it all warm. He tapped the team logo over my chest. And the second you're out, I go to coach and we fix this. They put me in a van with blacked out windows, and I was so terrified my teeth were chattering. I slammed my palm against the glass. My mom was on the sidewalk rocking back and forth, and Drew was next to her with his hand on her shoulder. The van turned the corner and they disappeared, and I slammed my palm against the glass one more time, and nobody was there to see it. The facility smelled like bleach and sweat. They took my clothes and my phone and gave me a gray jumpsuit. A kid twice my size looked up from his bunk when they put me in my cell. "What are you in for?" I couldn't answer because my jaw was locked shut. He laughed. "You'll talk eventually." I lay on the mattress and pulled the blanket over my head, and I was so scared I shook until the lights went out. Someone was crying 3 cells down. A guard's boots echoed in the hallway. I kept shaking in the dark and told myself Drew would fix this. Drew promised. The lights came on at 6 and went off at 10, and every hour between was the same gray walls and the same gray food. Visiting day was Saturday. I showered and combed my hair and sat at a table in the visiting room, and every time the door opened, I jerked upright. Other kids' moms and girlfriends and brothers filed in and hugged them. An hour passed. The door stopped opening. The room emptied. A guard tapped my shoulder. "Nobody's coming, kid. Back to your unit." The humiliation burned so hot my face went red. I shoved back from the table so hard the chair flipped, and I stormed back to my bunk and punched my pillow until the seam split. One letter from Drew, 3 sentences. "Holding it down for you, bro. Everyone says hi. Miss you." I pinned it to the wall and read it so many times the paper went soft. I called Drew from the facility phone and he didn't pick up. I called again. Voicemail. I left a message. "Drew, pick up the phone. I'm in here for you." I called my girlfriend. She picked up and sounded far away. "Things are just really busy." I could hear music in the background and a laugh that sounded like Drew's, and she said she had to go, and the line went dead. And I was so sick with dread, I slammed the phone into the receiver so hard the cradle cracked. My mom visited. She sat across from me, and she looked like she'd aged 5 years. She reached across and held my hands and wouldn't look at me. "What?" She pulled out her phone and slid it across the table. A video. I pressed play, and my hands started shaking so hard I dropped the phone on the table. Drew at a house party, my jacket on his back, my girlfriend under his arm, my teammates around him. He was standing on a table doing an impression of someone, and everyone was laughing, and the camera panned to my girlfriend, and she was leaning into his chest, wiping tears from laughing, and he leaned down and kissed the top of her head, and the room cheered. He was doing my celebration, the one I did after every touchdown. Arms out, spin, point at the crowd. He'd stolen that too. I shoved the phone across the table so hard it almost went off the edge. "When was this?" "2 weeks after your hearing." She pressed her hands flat on the table. "A parent sent it to me. He's been telling everyone you were violent, that you attacked someone at the party, and he was scared of you." I slammed my fist on the table and the guard flinched. "He said he'd protect my scholarship." "Baby." She squeezed my hands. "He went to coach with your recommendation letters. He used them to apply for your spot. He has your scholarship." I shoved back so hard the chair tipped and the guard stepped toward us. I grabbed the table edge and pulled myself back and pressed my forehead against the metal and closed my eyes because Drew had used my own letters to steal my future. A kid from my school got transferred in. He told me Drew had been telling everyone I was dangerous, that I snapped at the party, that he'd been scared of me for years, that he needed a restraining order. I counted the days on the wall next to my bed, scratched them in with a pen cap. Every mark was one day closer to making Drew answer for what he did. Release day. My mom was in the parking lot. Nobody else came. I shoved through the gate and the sun hit my face, and my mom sprinted across the parking lot and crashed into me, and I could feel how much weight she'd lost. She drove me home. I drove to school, and my hands were strangling the steering wheel. I shoved through the front doors, and the hallway went quiet. A girl I'd known since middle school crossed to the other side when she saw me. My old lab partner grabbed his bag and walked the other direction. I passed my English teacher and said good morning, and she flinched and looked at the floor. I turned the corner toward the cafeteria and stopped dead. My lunch table, Drew in the center, my jacket on his back, my girlfriend next to him, my teammates around him laughing. He had taken everything, and I was so furious I kicked the cafeteria door open so hard it cracked against the wall. I shoved through the cafeteria doors and walked straight to the table, and every step felt like concrete. The table went silent. My girlfriend pulled her head off Drew's shoulder, and her face went pale. Drew looked up at me, and his face was blank. "Oh, hey man, good to see you. How was it?" "My scholarship." "Dude, you were gone. Coach had to fill it. You used my recommendation letters." He shrugged. "Things happen. You said you'd go to coach. You said you'd fix everything. And it is." He leaned back and spread his arms across the bench. "I'm here, aren't I?" He picked up his drink and took a long sip and smiled at me like I was a stranger asking for directions. Every person at that table dropped their eyes except Drew. I set my tray down and turned and shoved through the cafeteria doors and bit the inside of my cheek until I tasted copper. I went to Coach's office. He leaned back in his chair. Drew came to me with strong letters and a clean record. The scholarship was reassigned. I gripped the arms of the chair. Those were my letters. I wrote those essays. That was my scholarship. I understand how you feel, but the deadline for reinstatement is end of of this week. You'd need Drew to withdraw his application, and I'd need proof the original recommendation was yours. I gripped the arms of the chair so hard my knuckles cracked. That will never happen. Then I'm sorry. He stood up, and I could see the plaque on his desk with Drew's name already engraved on it. 1 week. Drew's ceremony was Friday. The whole school would be there to watch him accept the scholarship he stole from me. I found my girlfriend at her locker. She slammed it shut when she saw me coming. Don't. Just listen to me for 30 seconds. Drew told me what you did. You attacked someone. You're dangerous. He lied. He threw that kid through the window and I took the blame because he begged me. She shook her head and backed away. That's not what he said. Of course it's not what he said. He took my scholarship and my girlfriend and told everyone I'm a monster and you believed him. She turned and walked away, and I slammed my fist into the locker next to me so hard the metal caved in, and everyone in the hallway jumped. My old lab partner was at his locker. I walked up to him. You know me. You've known me for 3 years. Does any of this sound like me? He wouldn't look at me. Drew said you threatened him with a knife. I have never held a knife in my life. I don't know what to believe, man. Drew showed us screenshots. He showed us texts where you said you wanted to hurt people. He faked those. I don't know that. He closed his locker and walked away, and I kicked the locker next to his so hard the metal dented, and everyone in the hallway flinched. I ate lunch alone at a table by the trash cans, and the loneliness was so sharp it pressed down on me like a physical weight. Drew's scholarship ceremony was Friday, 3 days away. The whole school would be there. Coach would hand him the plaque with my name scratched off and his written on. I ripped my phone off the nightstand and pulled up every screenshot from the night of the party. Drew's texts begging me, take the blame. I will owe you forever. I'll keep everything warm. I swear on my life. And then I remembered something. The party. Dozens of people with their phones out. Someone had been filming. I spent 2 days tracking down every person who was at that party. I called everyone in my contacts. Most wouldn't talk to me. 3 hung up the second they heard my name. I drove to the house where the party was and knocked on the door, and the kid who lived there opened it and said, Drew told me you'd come. I don't have anything for you, and shut it in my face. One kid said he had a Snapchat video of the whole night, but he deleted it. Dead end. I threw my phone across the room so hard it bounced off the wall and the screen cracked. I didn't have the video. I threw myself backward on the bed and held the cracked phone above my face. 3 days until the ceremony. 3 days until he walked across a stage and accepted my future with my name scratched off the plaque. An idea hit me so hard I stood up. I didn't need the video. Drew just needed to think I had it. His own fear would do the rest. I told 3 people I had a video from the party that proved Drew threw the kid through the window. I picked 3 people who couldn't keep a secret if you stapled their mouths shut. I told each one a slightly different detail so I'd know which version got back to Drew. By second period, the hallways were buzzing. By lunch, kids I'd never spoken to were walking up to me asking if it was true. Drew cornered me in the hallway. He grabbed the front of my shirt and slammed me against the lockers. What video? You'll see Friday. There is no video. Then why are you sweating? He shoved me harder. If you ruin this for me, you ruined everything for me. My scholarship, my girl, my friends, my reputation. You told people I was dangerous and they believed you. A teacher won't look at me because of what you said. He let go and stumbled backward, and I could see his hands shaking and the panic flooding his face. Friday, Drew. The whole school's going to be there for your ceremony, and they're going to see exactly what happened. He shoved me one more time and then stormed away and kicked a trash can so hard it bounced off the wall and rolled into the middle of the hallway. Kids scattered. I could see him pulling his phone out with shaking hands as he turned the corner. I leaned against the lockers and my heart was hammering and I was grinning because his fear was already doing my job. I didn't have the video, but he didn't know that, and his fear was going to do my job for me. Friday. I barely slept. I got to the auditorium an hour early and my hands were shaking as I climbed the stairs to the tech booth. I plugged my phone into the projector and tested it twice. The auditorium filled up, every seat taken. Coach stood at the podium with the scholarship plaque. Drew was in the front row in my jacket looking like he owned the room. My mom was in the back row because I'd asked her to come. I was in the tech booth with my phone plugged into the projector and my hands shaking. Coach started his speech. This year's scholarship goes to an athlete who demonstrated exceptional character and dedication. I could see Drew straightening his jacket from the booth. My jacket. The dread and the determination were fighting in my chest. I pressed play. The screen behind the stage lit up. Not a video of the party, just the texts. Drew's blue bubbles 30 feet wide. Bro, please, I'm begging you. Drew's head snapped around. The room rustled. Take the blame. I will owe you forever. Drew jumped to his feet. His face went white. I'll keep everything warm. I swear on my life. Pure panic took over Drew's face. He charged the stage. He vaulted over the first row of chairs and knocked a girl's bag off her lap and sprinted up the aisle with his face wild. He tried to jump onto the stage and missed. pissed and scrambled up on his hands and knees and ran toward the tech booth, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Turn it off! That's not what happened! I was there, but I didn't!" He froze. "I was there!" Savage triumph flooded through me. The silence was so thick I could hear him breathing into the microphone he'd grabbed off the podium. A girl in the front row whispered, "Oh my God." A teacher stood up. Dead silence. I stepped out of the tech booth and walked to the front of the stage, and my heart was pounding with a grim, ferocious satisfaction, because every lie he'd told was unraveling, and he'd done it to himself. Drew was standing in the aisle with every eye in the room on him, and his own words hanging in the air like smoke. He tried to recover. "I didn't mean, I wasn't, there's no video of the party, Drew." I jumped off the stage and landed in the aisle 3 feet from him. "I never had one." His face crumbled. "You just told 400 people you were there. You just told them it wasn't what happened. You just told them you needed a video turned off because it could prove something." I held up my phone. "All I had were your texts. The ones where you begged me to take the blame. The ones where you swore you'd protect my scholarship. The ones where you promised you'd fix everything." The screen cycled. His posts. Photos with my friends captioned, "The Crew." Photos with my girlfriend captioned, "My Girl." A post that said, "Sometimes people leave your life and you realize it was for the better." Side by side with, "You're literally saving my life right now." Drew looked around the room like a trapped animal. "He's crazy. He went to juvie because he attacked someone. I had to get a restraining order." My teammate stood up in the 5th row. "Nah, you told me the same thing, but those texts are from the night it happened, and I remember you calling me crying about it." Another teammate stood. "He told me you threatened him with a knife." I believed him. "I'm sorry." Half the auditorium was crying. My girlfriend stood up. Our eyes met, and her chin trembled, and she pressed her hand over her mouth and turned and walked out, and the door closed behind her, and I felt nothing because she had made her choice a month ago. Coach stepped to the microphone. His face was gray. Drew turned to him. "Did you assault that student at the party?" Drew's mouth opened and closed. "Did this young man serve a month in detention for something you did?" Drew looked around the room, and every face was turned toward him, and not one of them was on his side. "Did you use his recommendation letters to take his scholarship?" Drew grabbed my jacket off the back of his chair and shoved past the entire row, knocking a girl's bag off her lap. He shouldered through the auditorium doors, and they slammed shut, and the sound echoed off every wall. The projector was still running. His words still glowed on the wall behind the empty stage. Coach walked down from the podium. He bent down and picked my jacket up off the floor where Drew had dropped it, and I was shaking with so much emotion I couldn't name all of it. He folded it over his arm and walked it to me and held it out. "I think we need to have a conversation about that scholarship." He turned to the room. "The ceremony is postponed, effective immediately." He turned back to me. "Come to my office Monday." I took the jacket and my hands were shaking, and I put it on, and it still fit. The whole room stood up. The clapping started in the back row and spread forward and built until it was thundering off the walls. My lab partner was standing. The girl who crossed the hallway was standing. My English teacher was standing with tears still on her face. I pressed my face into the collar of my jacket and cried, because a month ago, every person in this room thought I was a monster, and now they were standing for me. I shoved through the auditorium doors and into the parking lot. My mom was there. She saw the jacket, and the relief on her face broke something open in me. She sprinted across the parking lot and crashed into me and grabbed the lapels and smoothed them down with her hands. "I told that boy this was yours." I held her and cried into her shoulder. 1 month and a bluff to get my life back, but I was standing in it again. I felt like the luckiest guy on the planet at my senior prom, because the love of my life, Chrissy, had her arms around me, and we were slow dancing to our favorite song. In my mind, the rest of the students melted away. "I love you." She smiled at me, then touched the side of my face. "Good, because I love you too." We shared the most magical kiss of my life. Then I felt her body tense up. "What's wrong?" She was looking over my shoulder at someone across the room. I turned and saw a wild-eyed biker-looking guy watching her. He had a tattoo under his eye and a few scars down his neck. He couldn't see me, but I could see him. "Nothing. It's not nothing. Who is that?" "It's just some jerk that I met a few days ago. Don't worry about it. All that matters is us. Right now. Right here." We kissed again, and I quickly forgot about anything else. I looked up at the sparkling strobe light above us. I was in heaven. The next night, we were supposed to meet up at my place when she didn't show up. I called and texted her, but she didn't respond. I went over to her house, snuck into her window like I always did since we were 6 years old, and saw her laying in bed. "Chrissy?" She didn't respond. "Hey babe, you alright?" I tried to shake her, and she still didn't move. My heart sank, and I felt a terrible chill travel up my spine. "Chrissy, please, wake up, please." I rolled her over towards me and saw her eyes were wide open and she wasn't breathing. "Oh no, Chrissy, wake up." I felt for a pulse, and my worst fears came true when I didn't find one. Tears flooded my eyes and I called 911, but it was too late. 3 days later, I was standing at her funeral. Her mother sat trembling in the front row. I didn't cry because the authorities said that she overdosed on fentanyl. Chrissy hadn't even smoked a cigarette, or even tried one puff. She hadn't even tried a glass of champagne. She had watched her uncle pass away from drugs and alcohol and swore she would never touch anything. I was fixated at what actually happened and who was responsible, and I knew it had something to do with one of the Iron Vultures. They're a notorious biker gang and actually had the nerve to show up to her funeral. When I looked across Chrissy's grave at their leader, Deacon Kovacs, my fists clenched and my guts churned because I know he's hiding something. He was the same guy at our prom, and either him or someone from their gang did this to the girl I've loved ever since I was 3 years old. My father, Frank, put his arm on my shoulder, doing his best to comfort me. He had been a cop for over 20 years and also knew when something didn't sit right. On the way home after the funeral, I turned to my father. "You know as well as I do that someone from the Iron Vultures is responsible." His eyes darted at me, nervous. "Are you saying what I think you're saying?" I nodded. "You've been saying you wanted someone on the inside to expose their corruption. Well, what's better than a teenage kid that seems like he needs a family to be a part of?" My father took in a long, deep breath. "Please don't do it, son. I'm begging you. You're just a kid, and it's gonna be the most violent, disturbing thing you'll ever do. These people are savages, pure animals that will stop at nothing to destroy anyone that's in their way. I get it, Dad, but I can't let the memory of Chrissy down and let them get away with it. She deserves some form of justice." He understood. "All right, well, I know that even if I forbid you from doing it, you'd do it anyway, wouldn't you? There is nothing that will stop me, Dad." "That's what I thought you'd say." "Well, listen up. You need to know that there are some lines you will have to cross that you can't ever come back from, and those choices you'll make will haunt you for the rest of your life." I felt the weight of that land hard on me and nodded. I understood. Dad swallowed some pills that always calmed him down. I learned how to ride a Harley and researched everything I needed to know about biker gangs. Dad got me police files on the Iron Vultures, and I studied them thoroughly. 5 months later, I had successfully worked my way into riding at the back of the Iron Vultures motorcycle line, wearing a leather cut that read, "Prospect." The Iron Vultures were known for running guns and drugs from here in Detroit all the way down to Florida. We pulled over at a gas station, and I watched all the local cars fearfully scatter as we took over all the gas pumps. President Deacon waved me over. "I want you to go inside and tell the cashier that we'll be filling up all our bikes and we won't be paying a penny. And if he's got a problem with that, teach him a lesson. Can you handle that, Prospect?" My gut turned to stone, and my palms started sweating. I didn't have a choice but to agree. This was another test. Not a problem. I entered the gas station and approached the cashier. He was an old man and reminded me of my grandfather. There was an old picture of him in military fatigues. "Hey, so, we're gonna take as much gas as we need to and we won't be paying for it. Got it?" He gritted his teeth. "And if I say no, what happens then?" I felt awful putting him in this situation. "Look, man, I'm just following orders. You don't want to give us any trouble. And what if I do? I'm too old to be scared of you corrupt bastards. I don't care what you do to me." He reached under the counter for something. "Don't do that." I leaped over and saw that he was holding a shotgun and grabbed it away from him. "Let go, old man." I ripped the shotgun out of his hands and he fell to the floor and clutched his chest. I was momentarily horrified and thought, what if I'm responsible for this man having a heart attack? I kneeled down to him. "Are you all right? You don't care about anyone other than yourself. I hate everything your kind stands for." I felt so terrible because I wanted to tell this poor old guy the truth. I was doing this to bring these assholes down, and I agree with him. They make me sick as well. "I'm sorry you feel that way." I helped him up, waited until the last biker filled up his tank, took one last sad look at him, and left. When I got back on my bike, Deacon watched me closely. I tried to look tough, but I think he saw through it. My dad said to be as honest as I could and use my real name with these guys. These maniacs were experts at smelling out a rat, so I didn't have long to find and gather real evidence that would bring this whole biker gang to their knees and make them pay for what they did to Chrissy. We made it back to the clubhouse, which was a converted slaughterhouse with a chapel that had a long oak table and a bar in the back. I slept in an attic room above the chapel. There was a cot, a chest of drawers, no windows, but a loose floorboard where I kept a small notebook of every transaction I had witnessed. I also kept a photograph of Chrissy on the beach the summer she turned 16. I was writing a note when my door swung open. I quickly hid my notebook behind my back and saw Tonga, one of the lieutenants. "Yo, Prospect, my girl wants to talk to you. Don't be weird." He walked away, and his girlfriend Grace, who was also Chrissy's best friend, entered in tears. "I just need someone to talk to that knew her, and no one knew her better than you." "Yeah, of course. I can't get over it. I wake up crying from nightmares every night, and it's the same one. I see Chrissy's face and she says the same thing every time. What does she say? Nothing is as it seems. Do you know what she means by that? I felt my stomach tighten and tense up because I had to be very careful with what I said next. She had been connected to the Iron Vultures for years and would immediately go and tell Deacon if she even suspected anything. You were with her the night she died. Can you tell me about what you two did? Yeah, we were partying downstairs by the pool table and I was drinking, but she wasn't. You know how she gets. Then she went to the bathroom and was gone for a while, like at least 20 minutes. Then she came back with a really terrified, sad look in her eyes and a black eye. I asked her what had happened and she just shook her head, unable to talk. Did you see anyone go into the bathroom with her? Yeah, but it doesn't mean anything. The guys here are crazy. That made my stomach turn. Who went in with her? She hesitated, looked down at the ground. Deacon. Hearing that was like being stabbed in the heart. He doesn't want anyone in the club to find out what he did because the rules they supposedly live by don't ever harm a woman or a child. He could be ousted if the other guys found out. Thank you for telling me this, but I don't know if I can do anything about it. She leaned in close and whispered, I just needed to talk to someone, and I don't know why you're here, but I know that it's not because you want to be a vulture. She grinned at me, as if she was totally onto me. I looked away, nervous. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. She walked out. The next morning, the senior members met around the long oak table, and I stood at the back, where a prospect stands. They talked about a missing crystal meth shipment from Detroit and a drug dealer in Ann Arbor that was a part of it in some way. Plus, a Detroit cop who had been parked down the street from the clubhouse 3 nights in a row. I kept my face still when they mentioned the cop, because I knew exactly which cop it was. My dad. Sweat formed on my forehead and I gritted my teeth. I told him 3 weeks ago to stop hanging around because eventually he'll get caught. Tonga raised his hand to speak. Let me take care of the cop. Deacon nodded. I knew I had to say something if I was to try and save my dad. Can I be a part of that, sir? A few bikers around the table glared at me for speaking out of turn, and then one of them slapped me across the face. You don't get to speak, prospect. Besides, isn't our copper on the inside supposed to handle crap like that? Deacon nodded. Yeah, but hold up a second. Why would you want to help take out a copper prospect? I panicked and had to say something they would believe. I hate those pigs. Every one of them. They used to beat on me as a kid. If I can be a part of ending one, then that's a good day. Deacon burst out laughing. Then the others joined in. Deacon smiled at me. I like you taking some initiative. You'll go along with Tonga. Be discreet, but take care of Marco first. Tonga and I rode our bikes out to Ann Arbor and walked into a warehouse. Marco saw us and flashed a toothless smile. He was taking his own meth. His missing teeth clearly showed us the evidence. Tonga grabbed him by the back of his head and slammed his face into a wooden table. What did you do with the missing meth? I swear I don't know what happened to it. The last time I saw it, it was with the messenger. He's up to something. Tonga pulled out his blade and stuck it next to his right eye. Marco started crying and pissed himself. I was terrified for the guy and felt embarrassed for him. Please don't. I swear I don't know what happened to it. You have 3 seconds to tell me or you go blind. Okay, wait. Just wait. Look under my floorboards. He pointed down at the ground. We opened them up to see a huge crawl space that opened up to a large room. There were huge stashes of missing drugs and cash everywhere. Marco trembled. Tonga, prospect, I have an incredible offer for you both. That's why I'm willing to show you what's down here. How about I give you both $1 million each to keep this a secret? It's just cash, sitting right there. Go ahead and take it. Just promise me we'll keep this to ourselves. Cool? I must admit, I definitely thought about it. Then the idea of spending my life terrified of being caught brought me back down to reality. Then I grew fearful of what Tonga was about to do to this toothless bastard. Tonga took his time, looked around at years of what this idiot had stolen from the gang, then pulled out his handgun, aimed it at Marco's face. Oh God, no. Please don't. You lying, thieving piece of crap. I'm sorry. I have a problem. I'm an addict. I can't help myself. You're pathetic. Tonga was about to pull the trigger, then glanced at me, flipped his gun around and handed it to me. You do it, prospect. Let's see what you're made of. I took the gun, aimed it at Marco, and then hesitated. My hand shook, my throat went dry, and I thought, am I really going to cross the line? There's no going back once I do. I looked at Tonga out of the corner of my eye, and he was glaring at me. Then I thought, well, at least he's a scumbag drug dealer. I'm doing the world a favor, and if I don't do it, I'd be dead before sundown. I closed my eyes and pulled the trigger. I heard Marco drop. Then I ran over to the side of the room and lost my breakfast. Tonga laughed at me. I stood up from the trash can and saw Chrissy's face. She was standing across the room and looking at me with a deep sadness in her eyes. I was mesmerized. Was it her ghost or just my mind playing tricks on me? I spoke to myself under my breath. Please don't be upset with me, Chrissy. I'm doing this for you. We rode back to the clubhouse, and Deacon and the other vultures all hugged and patted me on the back as if I'd won a prize. A few hours later, while everyone was out on a ride, I stayed back to clean the toilets, as prospects have to do. I mopped my way into Deacon's office. I was searching for any real evidence that I could show to my dad and the cops and take these assholes down. I checked to see if there were any cameras, then searched through every drawer I could and snapped pictures of every document I found. I had found a goldmine of information, so many records and transactions. Then I saw the door swing open, and Deacon was standing in the doorframe. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" My heart started furiously pounding. I didn't know what to say, and looked so guilty. I discreetly hid my phone behind my back and slipped it into my pocket. He grabbed me by my neck and pinned me hard against the wall. "I'm only gonna ask you one more time. What the hell are you doing in my office?" He had that vicious gaze in his eyes that I'd seen before he killed people. His hand gripped tighter around my throat and I started to choke and see stars. "Answer the question, prospect." I just wanted to impress you." "By doing what?" "Cleaning your office so it's perfectly spotless." He stared daggers at me. I trembled and started to completely lose consciousness. My fear was vibrant. After what seemed like an eternity, he let go of my neck and I collapsed to my knees, trying to catch my breath. "That's the sweetest, girliest thing anyone's ever said to me. But how did you know?" "How did I know what?" "That I'm OCD with cleaning." I let out a huge sigh of relief. "It takes one to know one." He nodded. "Make it beyond spotless. I want to smell the fresh scent of pine sol when I get back." He grabbed his knife off of his desk and left. I closed my eyes in deep relief. Damn, that was close. I immediately emailed my dad and the cops every picture I had just taken, then called my dad and spoke quietly. "Listen, you need to leave town immediately. They're on to you." "What?" "They caught you parked outside. I told you what would happen if you did that and you didn't listen. Leave town right now." Okay. Later that night, I laid in my bed and stared up at the attic ceiling. I saw Chrissy's face appear again in front of me, but this time, she had a sympathetic look in her eyes. I could tell she understood everything I was doing, and tears flooded my eyes when I thought of how genuinely sweet and innocent she was, and these cruel assholes ripped her away from me. It made everything I was doing worth it. Then I heard a light knock at my door and opened it for Grace. "Hey, sorry to bother you, but I found something." She pulled out a thumb drive and handed it to me. I had one of Chrissy's pair of jeans, and I found it in the pocket, but I can't open it. I popped it into my laptop, tried to open it, and couldn't. "Can I hold on to this?" "Yeah." She went to leave and I stopped her. "Why are you helping me and not turning me in?" "These guys crossed a line with Chrissy. That's unacceptable to me." About an hour later, after I fell asleep, my door got flung open again, and Tonga barged in, ripped me out of bed, and dragged me down the hallway. "What's happening? What did I do?" He glared at me. "You tell me." I was speechless. "What did he find out?" "I have no idea what you're talking about." He shoved me onto the couch in the main room and started laughing. "You should have seen your face. Deacon wants me to take you with me to that cop's house. We found out where he lives. I wanted to be sick. Deacon wants you to do it, since you said how much you hate cops and all. He's giving you a gift." I was dying inside, but put on a smile. "Let's roll." We rode out to the house where I grew up. I was praying not to get spotted by any neighbors, so I kept my helmet on as we approached the house. Tonga took out his sawed-off shotgun and signaled that I head around to the back of the house. I quickly did, and grew terrified when I thought of Tonga breaking in and hurting my dad. I made it to my old bedroom window, slid it open because I always left it open, and snuck in. I stepped into the hallway and saw a light on in my dad's bedroom. I quickly entered and was shocked when I saw him packing a bag. In a panicked whisper, "I told you to leave. Why are you still here?" I had to wait to pick up a check and I had to come back for my medication. I'm not alone. He knew what that meant. I heard Tonga's footsteps and quickly gestured for my dad to hide in the closet. He rushed in and hid behind his wardrobe rack. I turned around and saw Tonga enter. I anxiously pretended to be searching the room. "He's not in here." Tonga pointed at my dad's half-packed bag on the bed. "He's still around here somewhere. Did you check the closet?" I stood between him and the closet and casually spoke. "Yeah, he's not in there." Tonga stopped cold. I pointed to the hallway. "Let's go and search the rest of the house." I signaled that he followed me, and he stayed still. "You said you checked the closet?" My breath caught. "Yeah, let's go." "Then why do I smell Old Spice coming from there?" "It's probably his clothes. Come on." He could be trying to leave. Tonga gripped onto my shirt. "How come you seem nervous?" I had to think fast. "Isn't it obvious? We're in a cop's house on an attempted kidnapping. It's my first time." That made Tonga relax a little bit, and he started heading towards the door. Then my heart sank when I looked over at the bedside table and saw a picture of Dad and me from a fishing trip last summer. My spine stiffened as I prayed under my breath. "Please don't see that picture. Please don't see that picture." Then, as Tonga reached the doorway, he stopped cold, turned his head to the left, and stared directly at the picture. I closed my eyes, horrified. I was busted. Tonga stepped closer towards the bedside picture, picked it up, and looked closely at it. He held his sawed-off shotgun by his side, and at that moment, I thought about putting a bullet in his back right then and there, but I didn't have it in me. My hands were were shaking as I held my gun by my side. He turned around to face me with rageful eyes. "Explain yourself, prospect." I raised my gun at him, and his shotgun was still facing down by his side. "Drop your weapon, Tonga." A vicious smirk flashed across his lips. "If you think I'll let some rookie-ass turd outdraw me, you got another thing coming, boy. I don't want to have to use this. Put your gun down, right now." Tonga stayed eerily still, ice water running through his veins. "Is he your daddy? Your uncle? He's in the closet, isn't he?" I said, "Put it down. This is your last chance. I don't want to have to do this. You're some dumbass kid with a cop daddy." I was shaking, feeling overwhelmed with terror and an intense drive for survival. I saw him jolt his shotgun up, and I opened fire. He was such a thick, tough, relentless Samoan that the shot didn't seem to do much. He even smiled. Then he fired his shotgun, and I quickly slipped to the side and put 2 more bullets in his chest. He was still standing. Then he squinted his eyes. "I eat bullets for breakfast, bitch." My terror grew because it seemed like nothing I did could stop this beast of a man. Then he took a step towards me, stopped, and fell flat on his face. His eyes were wide open in a cold, dead stare. "You probably shouldn't eat those for breakfast, 'cause that stuff will kill you." I have no idea why I just said that out loud. It's not like he could hear me. I let out a huge sigh of relief, then jumped out of my skin when Tonga's body convulsed, and he sat up and grabbed his shotgun. He wasn't dead. Holy crap, what the hell? I immediately fired 3 more shots down into him and ended it. "Jesus, what are you made of?" I caught my breath, then glanced at the closet and saw a shotgun bullet hole through the door. My panic shot through the roof, and I quickly swung open the closet door and saw my dad sitting against the wall, clutching onto his chest. Tonga's gunshot caught him. No, crap. "Dad, can you hear me? Are you still with me? Dad?" He slowly came to, and his breathing was shallow. I called 911. "We got an officer down with a gunshot wound. I need help right now." "Help is on the way, sir." The reporters and paramedics were there within minutes and rushed my dad to the hospital. I waited in the hallway near his room. The doctor stepped out and addressed me. "You're his son?" "Yeah. Look, the bullet nicked his heart, and it's a miracle he's still alive. We've slowed down the bleeding, but if I had to guess right now, his chances are not good. If I were you, I would start making final arrangements. I'm really sorry." I felt a wave of intense sadness rush through me and stared down at the cold tiles. 2 police officers were waiting to talk to me, and we went into an empty office. The first officer reached out and offered me a handshake. I was confused by it. "I just want to congratulate the kid that gathered that much evidence against the Iron Vultures to bring these suckers down. We got your email, and our lawyers are compiling the case now. We'll probably pick up Deacon in the morning." His cop friend wasn't as friendly. When he heard that, he turned cold, stood up, ripped open his police shirt to reveal a leather Iron Vulture cut. "Long live Deacon, and long live the Iron Vultures." I quickly stood up and backed away. My guts burned with fear. His partner didn't see what he was revealing. "What are you doing?" "Officer Reynolds." The officer pulled out his gun, turned to face his partner, and put a bullet into him at close range. I knew that if I didn't act soon, I was a dead man. He aimed his gun at me. "Deacon says, he'll see you in hell." I leapt over the desk and slammed my shoulder into the middle of his chest and nailed him into the ground. We fought back and forth for a few seconds. Then I was able to bust through the door and run out of the hospital. He was right on my tail, and I heard him make a call behind me as he was chasing me through the underground parking lot. "Deacon, I'm going hunting for a rat, and you and the boys need to join me." I hopped on my bike and peeled out down the street. I drove up the ramp onto the freeway. I rode several miles, hoping I was in the clear, but then heard the loud, thunderous roar of blasting bike engines. I looked in my side mirror and saw Deacon and 20 Iron Vultures revving their Harleys behind me. I hit the gas and took off as fast as my bike would take me. They were just as fast, and unfortunately for me, Deacon's motorcycle is seriously jacked up with rocket blasters, so no matter how fast I went, I wasn't going to outrun him. I sped across the freeway, hoping to reach an industrial area before them. The roaring sound of all 20 Iron Vultures cranking their bikes was deafening. Every other car on the freeway quickly swerved out of the way. They rode up next to me, and I started zigzagging across the lanes, threatening to bash into them if they got too close. "You wanna effing play? Let's play, you ugly bastards." I knew that I had to get as crazy as them if I stood a chance. Deacon's Harley sped right up next to me, and he aimed his shotgun. I tilted my handlebars and headed right for him, and he fired a shot at my tires. Boom! He missed by an inch, and sparks flew up from the street. Ah! I almost lost control of my bike, but something miraculous happened. I felt Chrissy's hand on my back, reassuring and straightening out my handlebars. She saved my life and was truly watching out for me. I managed to cut Deacon off and exit into a triangular maze of industrial buildings. I took hard, hard, cutting right turns and quick slicing left turns, but no matter how fast I thought I was, they always caught up to me. I needed to pick a location and barricade myself in. I turned a corner and saw where I needed to go. Ah, crap. No way. It was the same gas station with the same old man behind the counter. I zipped into the parking lot, quickly dismounted my bike, rushed inside, and locked the door. What the hell do you think you're doing? Listen up, old man. I'm not with these assholes. I just spent several months undercover, and I've just exposed them for what they are to the police. I need you to call the cops because we're about to… Boom, boom. 2 gunshots rang out and blew out the glass of the front window. The old man reached below his counter and took out a rifle. Get under the counter. I ducked down. Reach into my duffel bag and pick whatever you like. I quickly called the cops. 911, what's your emergency? Gunshots being fired at the gas station on Rosemont and 7th. We don't have long. I tossed the phone, then saw his duffel bag, unzipped it, and saw a cache of guns and even a couple hand grenades. Jesus, man. What are you, Rambo? It's your own damn fault. Since you were here last and stole from me, I wasn't gonna take any more crap. I nodded and grinned. I'm kinda glad. Deacon called in from outside. Hey, Prospect. Oh, Prospect. Tonga's looking down on us right now, waiting to watch us get payback like never before. I looked out of the corner of the window and saw Deacon signal to one of his bikers. The same biker pulled the pin on a smoke bomb and launched it inside. The all-consuming smoke filled the entire room. Both of us choked and coughed our lungs out. The old man clutched his chest. F me, I have asthma. He stumbled over and was hacking his guts out. I grabbed a grenade out of his duffel bag, pulled the pin, and chucked it out at them. Deacon saw it and quickly peeled out. Several of his other bikers weren't as lucky. Boom. Ah, crap. The scorching explosive fire consumed a few bikers and blew them off of their bikes. The remaining bikers all started firing in at us, and I dove for cover. I felt tons of glass shards and debris fall onto my back, and I got cut up. The firing stopped abruptly. I slowly lifted my head and saw Deacon walking in with a mask and a shotgun. Come out wherever you are, you little piece of crap. The old man was still wheezing on the ground. I was behind the counter. I just needed to survive long enough for the cops to arrive, so I ran down an aisle and ducked down. Deacon slowly walked down each aisle of the shop while he spoke. I bet you'd like to know what actually happened to Chrissy, wouldn't you? I tensed up and wondered how he knew. My cop on the inside gave me a whole profile on you, pal. I know everything I need to know. Chrissy was a live wire. I can tell you that. I felt rage unlike ever before. Is that why you drugged her? Because you tried to hook up with her and she turned your ugly ass down? I made my way around the counter and finally heard the police sirens approaching. Then I saw several of the remaining bikers enter the store. I was way outnumbered and felt a chill crawl up my spine because I realized that I might die today. I took a step out behind the potato chip rack, hoping to get the drop on Deacon, but then saw Deacon's gun in my face. Gotcha! My heart burned because I knew this was the end. I closed my eyes and then heard a loud pop go off. I didn't feel anything, so I opened my eyes and saw Deacon staring at me with a shocked, morbid gaze in his eyes. I glanced down and saw a huge bullet hole in his chest and could actually see right through him to the old man standing behind, smiling like a schoolgirl and holding a smoking shotgun. Deacon dropped. Within seconds, the cops swarmed the shop, guns drawn, and took out any remaining bikers that preferred to go out in a blaze of supposed glory. I just stayed down and covered my head. 20 minutes later, the entire gang had been eradicated from the earth. I went to Chrissy's grave, sat beside her and put down some flowers. You can rest easy now, babe. Justice has been served. An hour later, I was pacing at the hospital, and after several hours, the doctor finally came out and broke into a smile. Your dad's one tough son of a bitch. He's gonna make it. I felt a huge surge of joyful tears of relief and hugged him. Dad, I'm 10 years old. You don't have to tuck me in anymore. I thought you still liked me doing it like when you were little and I'd read you Batman comics. He smiled. Yeah, I used to love those stories, but I already know all of them. Are you excited to go on your school field trip tomorrow? Yeah, I actually am. You're going to the Empire State Building, right? I held up his school pamphlet showing the Empire State Building. Yeah, they're taking us on a tour and we're supposed to listen to Senator Greenway give a speech. I flipped the page and saw Senator Greenway's big smile. That should be fun. It's not gonna be as cool as this weekend though. We shared a smile. Yeah, buddy, it'll be your first time seeing Niagara Falls. I can't wait. Can we go on the ferry that goes underneath it and get sprayed by all the mist? Absolutely. I kissed him on the forehead. I love you, son. Sweet dreams. Love you too, Dad. The next morning, I was making myself breakfast when I saw that I had 5 missed calls from Eddie, my old partner from the CIA. I grew nervous. I haven't spoken to him since I quit 5 years ago. He would only call me if something was really wrong. I called him back immediately. Eddie, Eddie, what's up, man? You okay? His voice was strained. Meet me at our spot, ASAP, code red. He hung up, and I knew when Eddie gave me an order, I better follow it. We met at our normal spot in Central Park and started walking. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, man, but tell me your son didn't go to school today. He did. Why? What's wrong? A stranger walked by and Eddie quickly lowered his gaze. Ah, man. Well, I'm still working black ops for our old handler, and I've been investigating this terrorist cell out of Russia that's been embedded in New York for the last 3 years. They've been planning a highly coordinated chemical attack, and I'm afraid to tell you that it might involve your son's school. My gut churned with terror. What? How? They're targeting well-known buildings in Manhattan, and I came across a list of elementary schools that are all going on field trips to visit different landmarks today, and that's when I saw your son's school on the list. My heart literally stopped. Oh crap. Do you know if he's already left for the field trip? Yeah, they were supposed to leave first thing in the morning. What's the CIA doing about this? That's the problem. We have a leak, and we have to keep this on the down low. I'm also terrified that the Russians know about me. His eyes were darting around in a panic at every stranger we passed by. How can I help, Eddie? I need you to help me figure out the who's involved and the actual root of this one. Of course, just tell me what to do. We turned a corner, and then it was like a lightning bolt went off and struck Eddie in the head. Eddie, no! A sniper caught him from somewhere I couldn't see. Then I heard another shot go off and bounce off of the building wall beside me. My heart started racing, and my adrenaline massively spiked. I ducked down and took off running. I felt awful being forced to leave Eddie behind, but I didn't have a choice. I had no idea where they were shooting from, so I hid behind a dumpster and waited, trying to calm my breathing down. Then I slowly made my way down another street and back to where they shot Eddie. I arrived back at the spot and was horrified when I saw that he was completely gone, removed off of the street as if it never even happened. I looked at all of the people passing by, and they all acted so natural and calm as if nothing had happened. I anxiously grabbed the first stranger's arm. Did you see what happened to my friend? Get your hands off of me, weirdo. I got in another stranger's face. How about you? Step aside or I'll cut you. I searched the ground for any traces of blood or anything and found nothing. This group of assassins was elite and seriously knew how to cover their tracks. I now realized that it was up to me to stop this attack and make sure my son was safe. I immediately drove to the Empire State Building and spoke to their head of security. You've got to listen to me. This isn't a joke. There is going to be an attack. He laughed in my face. Okay, pal, get back on your meds. I was horrified at how little he seemed to care. I started searching through a massive sea of students of all ages and stopped when I couldn't find my son's group. I would need to stop the attack in some other way. I glared at the head of security. I'll be back to stop this shit, and when I do, it'll be on you for not taking this more seriously. Go back to Bellevue, you jerk. I quickly picked up some basic supplies and drove over to a park in Bethesda. Eddie and I had a fallback dead drop spot there ever since 2002. Whatever Eddie had been working on for the last 12 months would be here. My hands shook as I took out a loose brick in a retaining wall behind the maintenance shed and found a sealed manila envelope inside. The envelope had no dust on it, meaning that he'd recently made a drop. I kept checking my watch and thinking, there's not going to be enough time, and I need to figure this out quickly. I got back in my car, opened up the envelope, and took out a USB flash drive, a single Polaroid, and an index card with one word that read, Sokolov. Where do I know that name? I plugged the USB drive into my laptop and saw 340 files pop up on the screen. The titles read, Surveillance Photos, Financial Records, Immigration Manifests, Intercepted SMS Logs. I shook my head in disbelief. There was nowhere near enough time to read everything here. Eddie had been working on this case alone for years. I read more. Viktor Sokolov, Russian-born, naturalized American, who acts like a real estate mogul, but is actually a human trafficker. Then my heart sank when I saw a picture of Sokolov shaking hands with Senator Howard Greenway. Holy crap, this corruption goes all the way up the chain of command. Eddie had written down an address for Sokolov. He was my first target. I thought of my son and panicked, then sped down the freeway in a panic, made it up to New York, and parked out front of Sokolov's building. I waited for a few seconds. Then I saw Sokolov walk out and get into a black SUV. This might be my only chance. Ding, a text from my ex-wife. Call me, we're worried about you. That was always my ex-wife's way of wanting something from me. Can't engage in your bullshit right now. I'm trying to save our son. I had a horrific, nightmarish fantasy of seeing my son choking on some chemical gas. I shook my head. Snap out of it. You don't have time. I ignored her text and followed Sokolov to a warehouse in Long Island. I sat in my car across the street and waited. Then I finally finally saw Sokolov leave, and I decided to get a better look at what they were doing inside. So I snuck into a side window and saw a bunch of large wooden crates. I looked inside one of them and saw thousands of vials. What in the hell? What's that red liquid? No label. My heart sank. Eddie was right. This had to be the illegal chemical. I started taking pictures, and then my heart stopped cold when I heard a thick Russian accent. What the hell do you think you're doing? I turned around and saw Sokolov. My hands trembled and I started sweating. I quickly shoved him away and took off running down a row of crates. He chased me, aimed his gun, and my fear grew. I rushed down a hallway and hid inside one of the offices. Breathe, breathe. I don't know if he saw me enter. I quickly tried to open the window, but it was completely locked. Crap, I'm trapped. I hid in the closet and waited. Several seconds later, I could see through the closet door Sokolov's shadow walking past the office. He went by me, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Then I freaked out again when he doubled back and swung open the office door. He walked into the room, his gun still in his hand. I held my breath and stayed as still as possible. Then he walked right in front of the closet door, faced me, raised his gun directly at my face, and smiled. I can smell your fear. I had to act fast because he was about to blow my head off. He fired a shot, and at the last split second, I ducked down, missing the bullet by less than an inch, launched myself out of the closet, tackled him backwards, and we crashed through the wooden desk. My adrenaline to survive took over. His gun flew out of his hand when we landed, and I reached for it. Before I could grab it, he bit my ear and drew blood. Then he whacked me with an elbow so hard that I saw stars. I quickly recovered, moved out from underneath him, kicked him across the face, and took off. I made it out of a back door, jumped into my car, and sped away. I kept checking my rear view to see if I was being chased, but no one was there. Calm yourself down. You're still alive. Focus. You have to save your son. I looked closer at my reflection through the rear view mirror and saw that my ear wasn't bleeding anymore. Man, I heal fast. Weird. I pulled over at a rest stop, got on my laptop, and researched those red vials. Nothing came up. I dug into Eddie's notes again and found a page that had a drawing of the shape of the red vial at the top and a list of locations. The addresses were apartments and houses. I drove to check on the first home address and got another text from my wife. Call me, please. Have you spoken with your doctor? I ignored her again. She's always worried about everything, and if she knew what I was actually dealing with, she would really be freaked out. I drove up to the first house and saw a man with a thick black beard. He's gotta be a part of this, and he might know an exact time they plan to attack. Then I got a call from my doctor and sent it to voicemail. He was calling to give me my test results from a CT scan I had a week ago. I felt fine, so I'm sure it was nothing. I knocked on his door, and he opened. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm looking for a friend that had your address listed in his book. What's your friend's name? Eddie Garrett. His eyes widened. Come in. We need to talk. There is a lot to tell you about Eddie. Okay, but please tell me quickly. I have to get back to the Empire State Building. Okay, take it easy, my friend. I grew nervous, unsure. I stepped inside his house, and it seemed like no one lived here. There was no furniture and some unpacked boxes. Moving in or moving out? I'm leaving. I'll make us some tea. He went into the kitchen, and I glanced down at a label on one of the boxes that read, Ship to Islamabad, Pakistan. I heard him fidgeting around in the kitchen. Then he came out and had one hand underneath his tray that had a pot of tea with 2 cups on it. His other hand was behind his back. He had a big smile on his face, approached me, and I was skeptical of what he might have put in the tea if he was indeed a part of this, and what he was hiding behind his back. The strangest part to me was his eyes. He held an odd smile, but his eyes had a cold, dead quality behind them. That gave me a wicked chill. As he got close to me, he hurled the entire tray of scalding hot tea right at my face. I barely managed to lift my arm and block some of it. Ah! 3rd-degree burns on my arm. With his other hand, he pulled out a large kitchen knife from behind his back and stabbed towards my stomach. He pierced the tip of the blade into my side, but I didn't let him stab any further in because I gripped onto his wrist. He yelled, "You will never stop us." We struggled back and forth. Then I overpowered him, slammed a vicious headbutt across his nose and broke it. How are you a part of this? When is the attack happening? Eddie died like a dog in the street, and so will you. In a furious rage, I got the knife out of his hand, but he ran into the hallway and into a bedroom. I chased after him and he slammed the door in my face. I rammed my shoulder into it a few times and finally busted it open to see this man swallowing a pill and biting down on it. He looked up to the ceiling and said some prayer in a language I didn't understand, and then whatever he swallowed caused him to double over in pain, foam at the mouth, and die. What did you swallow? Answer me. What did you just take? I was shocked and horrified. Why did this man feel the need to do such a terrible, self-inflicted act? I took a few deep breaths, recovered, patched up my small stomach wound, and started looking around his place. In a side drawer, I found an address in New York City marked Target, Empire Empire State Building, and today's date, December 1st at 1:30 p.m. In 2 hours from now, I felt a terror unlike ever before. My son being exposed to some freaky chemical haunted me. I had to contact my old boss at the CIA, so I walked up to a sign that read, Harper Accounting. No one would know it's actually a secret location for the CIA, because from the outside, it looks exactly like an unassuming accountant's office. I walked in and told Agent Harper everything. He was my old handler and knew me better than most. He heard me out. Then to my surprise, he looked at me as if I was deranged. Wow, how long have you been investigating this? A few days now. I'm seriously onto something, Harper. I wouldn't have bothered you if I wasn't. He shifted around, nervously. I felt like he didn't believe me, and that maybe he was in on it. My stomach went to knots. You can verify what I'm saying. Go check out the address and where that man with the black beard lives. You'll find his body. Look at this wound. I lifted my shirt and showed him where I had been partially stabbed, and he looked at it, very unimpressed. Then he looked up at me, highly concerned. Fine, I'll pair you up with your old buddy, Ortiz. He signaled over to Ortiz to join us. Take him to where this all happened. Ortiz seemed uncomfortable. Are you sure? Yes, he needs help. So do what he asks you to do. Okay, I drove out with Agent Ortiz to the warehouse first. We arrived and saw the entrance. We got out and I braced myself. Just a heads up, we do not want to have another run-in with Sokolov. That dude's a nightmare. Agent Ortiz smirked as if I was making a joke, which pissed me off. There's nothing funny about it. The dude's a killer. Right, a killer. I'll be sure to stay on the lookout. I don't see why you think any of this is funny. My son and many other kids are in serious danger. I took him in through the same side entrance I went into, walked in and saw nothing. Not a trace of any red vials or wooden crates. He glanced over at me, very concerned. I swear it was right here. They obviously moved them once they knew I was here and thought that I might be onto them. Yeah, I'm sure that was it. You don't believe me, do you? Nah, I believe you. He seemed like he was lying. Look at this dust. I kneeled down and showed him some dust. They just moved the crates. Ortiz kneeled down and touched the floor. It looks like nothing's been in this warehouse for years. Sorry, man. I clenched my fists in frustration. I'm telling you, they just moved it. It was here. I know what I saw. Fine, let me take you to where the body is. That'll prove I'm not lying, okay? He was hesitant and even seemed scared, which was surprising to me for a CIA agent. It was almost as if he was just a regular guy. We drove across town, parked in front of the same house, entered and saw the man's body had been completely cleaned up and removed. There wasn't a trace of anything in the apartment that seemed like it was moved. No teapot, no kitchen knife, no traces of blood. Everything was put in its perfect place. I was shocked. Damn, these guys are really good at cleaning up their mess. This is crazy. It's just like they did with Eddie. Ortiz giggled. Yeah, crazy. He searched every room and I didn't even say anything. I shook my head, felt horrible. On his way out, is there somewhere I can take you? Maybe the hospital or… No, I don't need a hospital. I'm fine. I'm the only one that knows what happened, and I guess I'll just have to stop this attack on my own, since no one's going to believe me. I walked out. I knew that time was of the essence, so I rushed over to the Empire State Building and notified their head of security again. Look, I have reason to believe that within the hour, there is a serious threat to your building and all these people. I believe terrorists are planning to release a red vial that has some kind of chemical substance that will cause harm. It's what my friend Eddie was killed over. I know you think I'm crazy, but please just take this threat seriously. The security guy smirked. Yeah, I think you're actually onto something, pal. I had a moment of deep relief. Finally, someone believed me. Because we got a tip that Santa Claus just partnered up with Rudolph and the red-nosed reindeers, and they plan to drop a bomb. His partner choked up his coffee from laughing so hard. I was enraged. Then I saw a news headline from a newsstand that read, Senator Greenway to give his speech to elementary school kids. I need to get to the senator. I waited for the speech to start and saw Greenway surrounded by 4 police officers. That was my way in. Kidnap Greenway and force a confession out of him. I couldn't see any other way. I waited in the stall in the nearby restrooms for one of his security guards to use it. I was nervous as hell because I hated when I had to hurt an innocent person. As soon one stepped in, I locked the door behind me, snuck up behind him as he was peeing, and knocked him out. Ah! My knuckles hurt. I dragged him into the stall and took his clothes. I looked slick in a policeman's uniform. I tied his hands around the toilet bowl, put a gag in his mouth, and walked out. I made my way through the crowd and approached Senator Greenway. Sir, I just got word that someone in our security outfit is connected to a potential terrorist plot. I'm gonna need you to come with me to a safe place until I rectify the situation. Did you say someone on my team of security? One of you guys? Yes, sir. I've just been informed by the CIA. The threat is real. I need you to come with me right now because we do believe that you're in serious danger. I have to give a speech in 10 minutes. All these kids are waiting. How long will this take? It shouldn't be more than a few minutes. Greenway wasn't happy, but he followed me into a nearby empty office. I knew I only had one chance to stop him. I pulled out a knife and put it against his throat. I know what you've done with Sokolov and what you did to Eddie and what you're planning to do, you traitor. I'm gonna give you one chance to call off the attack or I will end your life right now. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about. Call off the chemical attack right now. I handed him a phone. Are you off your meds? Jesus. Shut up. You need to make whatever call you need to make and stop this right now. I'll give you 3 seconds or I will end you. Too many lives are at stake. 3, 2, 1. He stared at me with a strange, bewildered look, and his entire body trembled in fear. Okay, just take it easy. I'll make a call. Do it. He spoke into his phone. Hey, it's me. Mission abort. Yes, I'm serious. The chemical attack can't happen. Mission abort. I grabbed his phone and saw a blank screen. Liar, you weren't calling anyone. I'm sorry. I honestly don't know who you want me to call. 2 security guards rushed in, guns drawn. I leaped out of a window and took off running. The security guards chased me, but I was way faster. I ran into an alleyway near the Empire State Building and hid. They rushed by and didn't see me. The fact that he wasn't calling anyone confirmed that he was behind this. I would have to find another way to stop the attack and time was running out. It was 10 minutes before the attack time and I stood in front of the Empire State Building searching for any signs of foul play. I checked different people for anything suspicious and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. There were a few thousand innocent high schoolers standing around and waiting. I searched for my son, but he was nowhere to be seen. I wanted to scream out for them to run, but had no idea where to even start. I was terrified for them as I paced around and in between them. Then everything changed when I saw Sokolov turning a corner and heading towards me. Behind him was a semi-truck with what looked like the same cargo crates of red vials right behind him. He was about to launch the attack. The semi-truck pulled over to the side of the street and parked. The driver stepped out and joined Sokolov. I had to stop them. Hey, there they are! Someone grab them! I charged Sokolov and tackled him down to the floor. He looked up at me, enraged, and I saw a timer fall out of his hands. It was counting down in seconds. 30, 29, 28. I looked below the semi-truck, and under the main compartment, there was a block of C4 explosive that was on the same timer. I had to save my son and so many more, and I was rapidly running out of time. I had to disarm it before it exploded. Sokolov got up, kicked me, rushed into a black SUV, and they peeled out. I was left alone in the middle of the street with thousands of New Yorkers and high schoolers walking by without a clue they were about to experience a chemical attack. It was too late to tell people to run, so I went under the semi-truck and studied the timer. 11, 10, 9. I had no idea how to stop it. I saw 2 wires, a red and a blue one. 3, 2, 1. I had no idea which wire to pull, so I totally guessed and yanked out the red wire and tightly shut my eyes. Please God, help me. Please be the right wire. I love my son so much. Please. I didn't hear anything, so I opened up my eyes and saw that nothing had happened. Oh my God. I stopped it. I wept like a little kid. I was so relieved. Damn, I got lucky. I hugged a few high schoolers and they had no idea why, but I didn't care. Then I shifted my way through a few kids and saw my son. I pulled him into the longest hug ever. Then I saw a car pull up with 2 male nurses and my doctor. He was staring at me with concern. Hey doc, what are you doing here? He grew really sad. I'm sorry to tell you this. You escaped from the hospital again. It's taken us the last couple days to track you down. I looked at my son, who now looked concerned, and I started laughing. Yeah, right. What are you going on about? My doctor stepped towards me. Mr. Holloway, you're having another episode, and your ex-wife notified us. You didn't take your meds, and you escaped from Bellevue Hospital 3 days ago. Bullshit. I just saved the city from a chemical attack. Look inside the back of this semi-truck right here. Look in one of the crates. I just saved my son. They didn't move, so I hopped onto the back of the truck and popped open a crate. I'm gonna show you a vial of some type of the chemical itself, but be really careful because we can't let it get out. I reached into a crate, and to my complete shock, I took out a can of Bum energy drink. There was no red vial. I stared at it in shock. No, this doesn't make any sense. It can't be. I hopped off the back of the truck. Okay, well look down here. I disarmed the C4 explosive detonator. I reached under and found nothing. The doctor put a hand on my shoulder. You get delusional hero fantasies, Mr. Holloway. You never worked at the CIA, and you never had a partner named Eddie. You were an accountant. Then explain Sokolov. He's a Russian terrorist. He shook his head. No, Mr. Holloway. Sokolov is your wife's new husband. He works in real estate. You had another episode that was originally triggered from the time your daughter passed away when she was 3. That trauma triggered you to have to go to the mental hospital. I felt a massive wave of terrible sadness swell up inside of me, and I fell to the floor in tears. Lizzie. Lizzie. That's right. My baby girl. We need to get you back to the hospital right now. I glanced up at my son, and he was sad. Okay. The male nurses helped me up, and then 3 police vehicles pulled up, and the cops got out, guns drawn. Freeze! That man is wanted for attacking a senator. My doctor approached them and said something to them that I couldn't hear. They still had to handcuff me and take me downtown. I watched my son's face through the back of the police car window as they drove me away. I just wanted to make him proud of me, that's all. My doctor followed us, and a day later, they let me go back to Bellevue. It was the middle of the night, as I was hacking through a thick area of heavy leaves and brush with my machete, and also attempting to swat away the rat-sized mosquitoes as my family followed our guide through the Amazon jungle towards our archaeological dig site. Sweat soaked through my shirt, and my feet were killing me. I had just gotten over having food poisoning, so I was pretty weak. There were bats up in the trees and coiled up snakes dangling from tree branches. Our guide Mateo walked up ahead and had been eerily quiet for a while now. Mateo, is everything all right? He barely acknowledged my question and kept walking. My stomach dropped. Something wasn't right. A few minutes later, we reached the archaeological dig site. It was an incredible stone structure I'd only ever seen in pictures. My wife Elena and my daughter Maya stared at it, both mesmerized. I started setting up camp, and Mateo stopped me. No, wait. He pointed at a low branch and showed me a piece of red cloth tied around it. What does it mean? His eyes grew narrow, and he shook his head. We must leave this area, right now. But this is where we're supposed to be. This is why we came. You are supposed to listen to me and do what I say. We must leave and never return. You need to at least tell me why. Because they are watching us. Who's watching us? Just do what I say. We leave now. But we had an agreement and we just hiked 17 miles to get here. I don't care. I will return your money. I thought they were all gone, but they are not. We walk back now. Who? Who are you talking about? Something terrified him deeply, and I had no idea what it was. Just tell me something so I understand. Is it the Hichi tribe? He was shocked that I heard of them. You know about them. I studied them when I was a young archaeologist. I know that they're religious people with wild beliefs, but I thought they had gone extinct, as did I. But we are both wrong. Okay, we will leave. But my wife is in a lot of pain from spraining her ankle and she needs to rest. We'll go back, but we've been hiking for over 10 hours. Can we at least just rest here for a bit and then go? Mateo didn't want to agree, but nodded. 1 hour, then we leave. We all laid down and tried to get some rest. I quickly dozed off, then woke up at dawn to an eerie silence. A few more hours must have passed by then, I thought. I saw my wife and daughter sleeping next to me, but Mateo was gone. Vanished. The weirdest part was that his backpack, personal belongings, and his boots were still here. Why would he leave all of that behind? Terror creeped in. Maya woke up. Dad, where's Mateo? I'm not sure. I stood up, looked out, and at the tree line, evenly spaced 15 feet apart, were the same red cloths tied to tree branches. I counted 6 before I realized they continued in a complete circle around us. Then I saw the first person watching us. He had a painted face, his body was in red clay and white ash, and he was standing motionless between 2 trees on the south side. Then a second man in what I can only describe as a devil mask was standing on the east side. Then I saw another man, then another, all standing facing me with blank expressions as they eerily stepped out of the shadows. There were about 50 of them, all men. They had knives holstered in leather belts. I had never felt such a sinking feeling of horror. Elena and Maya joined me, speechless. Elena was quietly terrified and took Maya's trembling hand. 8 of them walked towards us, no weapons drawn. One was taller than the others, his devil mask painted black where theirs were white. He stopped 6 feet in front of me and tapped his chest twice. My hands trembled, my stomach turned to knots. He pointed at us, then pointed at the river and raised one finger. I understood the grammar of one raised finger in any language. It meant that we needed to follow them and didn't have a choice. Fear crept up my spine. The hike was long and silent. 3 hours upriver. Maya tried to whisper something to me, and a guard at her left tapped 2 fingers against his own lips, instructing her to stay quiet. I started watching the guard's hands. These people had an entire vocabulary through hand gestures that I couldn't understand. My wife had a light sprain on her ankle, but seemed to be managing it. It was probably only getting worse. We arrived at their village, and I saw that it was embedded into a cliff, which meant it would be impossible for any satellites to see it from above. Only one dirt pathway led to thick mud houses with children watching from doorways with curious eyes. I let out a quiet gasp of fear when we were taken past a row of human skulls that were arranged on a low fence. the way another culture might keep flower pots. Maya looked down at her feet, horrified. Elena looked at me, hoping I had an answer or a plan. I didn't. At the center of the village, they led us to what I can only assume was the leader. He was a tall, massive man sitting on a gold throne. He wore a crown made from what looked like bones painted black. He held a spear and stared at me like I was truly nothing to him. He pointed at Elena, then at Maya, then gave hand signals to the man that led us up here. They instantly grabbed my wife and pulled her away. I yelled, "No, get your hands off of my wife!" I reached out to grab her, but it was too late. He dragged her away as she reached for me, shaking and sobbing out of fear. Maya frantically wrapped her arms around my waist and closed her eyes, terrified. I held her tight. "It's gonna be okay." Another man ripped her arms off of me. "Don't touch her, she's just a kid." I tried to shove past him, but they were too strong. She kicked and screamed, "Don't let them take me, Daddy. I'll find you, baby. Try to be strong." My heart sank watching Maya being taken away. We locked eyes as she teared up and faded into the distance. Another man grabbed my arm and shoved me into a 5-foot-long cage. I started to quietly panic and felt this overwhelming sense of claustrophobia being in this tiny cage. Mosquitoes kept attacking me, and all I had was a muddy ground to sit on. The height of the cage was too low for me to stand up straight, so I was forced to crouch down by several inches, which ached my legs even more. But I watched these people. They were carrying water and food, some staring at me. The kids were playing with small spears and were vicious with each other. I couldn't stop shaking. What the hell was this place? But then someone else screamed. 2 villagers in devil masks walked Mateo out and placed him down on his knees in front of the leader. His hands were tied up behind his back, and he was quietly shivering and crying. He caught me looking at him out of the corner of his eye and yelled, "You have to get out of here. They're gonna kill us. They said they need 4 sacrifices by noon tomorrow." I felt my blood go cold. The massive leader slipped on his mask, grabbed an axe, said a few words to Mateo in their own language, and Mateo begged for his life. "I am a good worker. I can make food and clothing. I can..." Several villagers raised their arms up to the sky and prayed and chanted, "Bukaraka, Bukaraka," Mateo wept. "Please spare my life. I am one of you." But I saw the leader stare at him. Then he raised his axe. "No, please." And just as he swung it down, I covered my face. I was shivering. I knew I was probably next. If I had just listened to him and left immediately, we'd all be safe right now. It took everything in me not to be sick. Then I noticed several villagers joyfully grab Mateo's body and carry him away. Then it hit me like a ton of bricks. These people were cannibals. This was a normal routine for them. The skulls on the fence weren't decoration, they were trophies. I realized that I needed to escape as quickly as possible because me and my family were next. My mind was racing and my heart was pounding as I thought through several scenarios of escaping. A few minutes later, a little kid that couldn't have been more than 5 years old kept smiling at me while he was eating something with a wooden fork. His friend pushed him, causing his wooden fork to fly out of his hand and land near my cage. I quickly grabbed it and hid it behind my back. I couldn't see where Elena and Maya were, which was terrifying. It was unimaginable to me what might be happening to them. I waited until dark, broke off a small piece of the wooden fork and used it to pop open the lock on my cage. These people didn't have the most stringent security. They didn't have to because this village was so remote. I snuck behind the cage, then quickly ran into the jungle. I just had to get away, but just as I thought I was safe, I heard footsteps behind me. Then I saw him. Another masked man from the tribe was watching me, just staring, but he just stayed there. He knew that I wouldn't just leave my wife and daughter behind, so he really wasn't worried about where I went off to, and he was right. He knew I had no choice. I kept running, and finally found our camp from last night. I finally had food, water, but I knew I was running out of time. I needed to hurry. The thought of what my poor wife and daughter were going through was horrifying. I ripped open Mateo's backpack, found a machete, climbing rope, fishing line, 2 road flares, and a bag of digging spikes. I also found a small leather notebook. It was half in Spanish with pencil sketches of hand signs. His notebook was a dictionary. Mateo wrote on a page, "Will the lost child return to his people?" Was he talking about himself? Then I found the word that the villagers were all chanting, Bukaraka. I had spent 20 years studying how ancient people lived. It means blood of the returning betrayer. Mateo used to be one of them. No wonder he was the first one to take this job. I continued reading and discovered that there must be 4 sacrifices before the next full moon. Number 1, the betrayer. It said he will be slain. That was Mateo. Number 2, it states that she must be given to the water gods, which I can only assume meant they would take my wife to the river. My hands started to shake. Then number 3, which stated they would sacrifice her to the god of fire. And number 4, the king. They were setting up a rope and meant to be a sacrifice to the god of air. And if my studies of Mateo's journal were correct, Elena was next. I learned every hand gesture I could in 10 minutes, then rushed back up towards the village. Just as I got there, I saw someone. A scrawny messenger carried a long cloth-wrapped bundle to a shack near the river. It was his normal job. He probably did it daily. I looked at my arm, and it gave me an idea. Luckily, I was a similar shade of brown skin. I came up with a plan. I could go undercover and maybe blend in with the natives. I knew I had to, even if it had very little chance at working. I mixed clay and limestone and made the body paint, then made a mask from some tree bark. I put it all on, and I was in full-on disguise mode. This had to work. Right before dawn, I waited near the pathway that went up to the village. The messenger came up the path towards me with his package. He was heading back up to the village. I hid behind a tree and waited for him to get close. Then I tackled him to the ground, grabbed the back of his head, smacked him into a rock and knocked him out. I took his bundle, headed up the pathway and made it to the outskirts of the village. The first 3 villagers I passed touched their foreheads with 2 fingers, signaling a greeting. I returned the gesture exactly the way I'd seen it. I was sweating, but so far, they were buying it. Then I needed to find Elena's cage and started searching for it. A guard stepped right in my face. I bowed my head down and started to step past him, but he raised one hand to stop me and pointed at my feet. I looked down and slowly realized that the messenger had been wearing woven sandals. I was wearing my hiking boots. He looked up at my face. He couldn't see my eyes through the mask, but he could see my chin. My chin was the wrong color underneath the clay. He yelled out something guttural in his native language, making the entire village erupt into chaos. He pointed at me, and I knew I was caught. I panicked, took off running for the tree line, looked behind me, and saw 7 men chasing me with spears and hatchets. My heart was racing. They were screaming at me. But just as I ran into the forest, I quickly hid underneath the canopy of a low tree. The men ran past me. I covered myself with mud and only survived because it was still somewhat dark underneath the heavy leaves. I stayed completely still for a few minutes, praying they'd leave. But then I heard a different word being chanted. I looked out over the clearing and saw 20 women villagers all carrying Elena above their heads. She was wearing a long white gown and was crying in terror. I knew I was running out of time. I snuck over towards the river, desperately trying to come up with some way to save her. I felt the sweat dripping. I had to do something fast. I had to create something big and distracting enough for me to somehow get Elena away from them without realizing it. And as I looked down at the bamboo at my feet, it hit me. What would do that better than fire? I was running out of options. I only had minutes before they would sacrifice her. They were chanting, so I started grabbing up as much bamboo as I could and pulled the flare gun out of my backpack. I knew it was now or never, so I took a deep breath, lit it, aimed, and threw it. It quickly went up in flames and started spreading towards the edge of the lake. I backed up and had to run before it burned me. I kept going and heard them chanting. I looked up ahead, but they were still going. I could see the fire spreading, but it wasn't enough. The main village woman said a prayer up to the skies, grabbed Elena by the back of the head, and dipped her face down into the water. She held her down with all her strength as Elena was desperately trying to break free, her arms flailing, legs kicking back. I started to panic. They didn't see the fire. She was starting to lose consciousness as her body was no longer fighting. I picked up a branch and ran over. It caught fire, burning my hand, but I kept going. I threw it behind them, but the female villagers were so busy chanting and praying up at the sky to notice. Then the fire started to catch on her dress. Suddenly, she screamed. They all saw the fire and instantly started panicking, running away from her. They let go of her, and this was my chance. I ran to Elena, but she wasn't moving. I pulled her out of the water. "Elena, please!" I knew I had no time, so I instantly slammed my hands down on her chest. "Please, wake up, darling!" I performed CPR on Elena and rapidly went back and forth from chest compressions to mouth. Back and forth, I worked desperately. "Come back to me! Come on!" I was terrified to lose her. She was the love of my life. I worked harder, faster, and with even more urgency, and she still wasn't responding. It didn't matter. I would give her CPR until I passed out if I had to. 2 minutes in, I gave her a hard chest compression, and she jolted up and spit out a gallon of water and sucked in a long, deep breath. She was alive. "Thank God, you made it. I'm here. It's okay. Where am I? We need to go." I carried her away from the embankment and hid her underneath a tree. We kissed and hugged and shed a few tears together. I tried to lift her up so we could escape, but she grimaced in pain. "I can't go. Stop. Wait." Her ankle had swelled up enormously and she couldn't walk. Elena held back tears. "Have you seen Maya?" I shook my head. "We have to go. I can carry you." She stopped me. "I can't go with you. I'll only slow you down." We held each other for a few moments. "Stay hidden right here, darling. After I rescue Maya, I'll come back for you. You have my word." I kissed her one more time, made sure she was hidden underneath some mud and leaves, and left. I made my way back towards the outskirts of the village and had to try and locate where they had taken Maya. I knew I had to hurry. I hid behind a rock and saw the masked leader talking to more of them. I saw his hand gestures. Each one. Go. Find. Intruder. Kill. They all raised their spears and split up. I had to act fast. I snuck around, went from behind a mud hut, then snuck over to another, but then I heard footsteps. My heart stopped. I looked around and saw a barrel to hide behind. He was right there, so I dove behind it. He walked right in front of me and stopped. Sweat dripped down my forehead and I held my breath. He got close, closer, closer. He was right beside me, on the other side of the wooden barrel. Then, a branch snapped several feet away from inside the forest. He instantly looked and ran towards it. I waited for the coast to be clear, then stole a mask from a table in front of a mud house and secretly made my way through the village in search of Maya. I was in constant fear of getting caught as I looked everywhere and couldn't find her. I whispered to myself in a panic, "Please God, tell me she's okay." But just as I got to the middle of the village, I saw it. Maya was propped up in front of one of the mud huts, and 2 village women were in front of her, and she was wearing what looked like a fur bikini and was covered from head to toe in red clay paint. They were making her drink out of a gold cup, and she shook her head, not wanting her to. The village woman was mean as hell, which seriously pissed me off. "No, don't make me drink it." They poured it into her mouth anyway. She coughed, and I felt my fists clench. They were getting ready. I needed to save her now before they started their sick chanting. I looked across the way and saw 3 villagers light a small fire around a wooden stake. I remembered Mateo's book. It said fire. This was where they were taking her. I needed to stop this now, but had no idea how. I thought about it. Fire must be done by the leader, or the ritual is cursed. Only he could do it, and I knew I had to save her before he did. They turned around, leaving Maya there. This was my chance. I snuck over, praying they wouldn't see me. She was right there. I whispered, "Maya," but she didn't look right. "Maya, it's me." She looked over, and I saw her eyes. She was barely awake, and I knew something was in whatever she drank. I tried to get over to her. She was right there. I reached to cut the rope off of her, but then someone screamed. A guard pointed at me and yelled out. Everyone came running, and they all saw me, pointing their spears. I tried to run, but every direction I went, I was completely surrounded. There was nowhere left to run. They all started walking closer, and I knew this was it for me. I failed. Their leader pushed through the crowd, staring at me with fury in his eyes. They were starting the fire and ready to take Maya, but I remembered what it said. Fire must be done by the leader. Blood must be drawn by the sacrifice first, or the ritual is cursed. They had to draw blood from me, an outsider first, or their sacrifice wouldn't work. I knew I had to challenge him. It was my only choice. I needed to prove to these villagers that their spiritual rituals have failed and that they're the ones that are cursed. They were closing in, but at that moment, I pointed at the leader. They all froze. "You! I challenge you!" But then, I heard a drum roll. I turned around to see 20 or so villagers carrying Maya above their heads in a procession towards a wooden stake. She was fully made up with body and face paint, and her head was drooping down like she had been drugged. They were chanting something up towards the sky in their own language. They put her on the small plank and tied her hands behind her back to the wooden stake. The fire was just below her feet and was starting to rise. I had to do something quickly, or else they were about to burn her alive. I stepped in front of the masked leader's throne, made the loudest, most guttural yell I could. I knew this would be the only way I could get him to face me and stand up. The villagers all stopped after I yelled and turned to face me. Their leader stood up, not expecting me to raise my voice at him like I did. I had pure primal rage in my eyes, and I needed to piss him off, so I shoved him, held up my hatchet, and yelled, "Fight me, you ugly bastard! Come on, fight me!" His villagers hadn't ever seen someone threaten their leader before. It worked. He grimaced with murderous rage, grabbed a sword and circled me. He said something to his people, which made all of them surround us. They wanted to see their leader murder me. I briefly locked eyes with Maya and tried to signal confidence to her. She was grimacing in agony as the fire below her was quickly rising. I only had a few seconds before the fire would totally engulf her. The masked leader tossed off his mask, pointed at me, and laughed. He was truly a hulking man. He probably stood at least 6 feet 6 inches tall and weighed at least 300 pounds. When he laughed, his villagers all followed and were cracking up hysterically. I was terrified and hadn't ever felt a murderous rage like that in my life. "Come on, you fat ass, take your best shot." I figured if I got him pissed off enough, he might make a mistake. He cornered me against a mud hut, swung his sword down at me, and I tried to block it with my hatchet. His sword literally snapped my hatchet in half. Ah! My hands ached from the pain of gripping so tight. I had no weapon, and he had freakish power and speed. He swung down at my face again, and I leaped out of the way and barely managed to avoid the blow. The one small advantage I had was that I was quicker than him. My life flashed before my eyes as he swung down at my face. For a split second I thought, is this the end? Then I saw my daughter's face and snapped out of it. I slipped away from his attack, rushed over to his throne and searched for some type of a weapon. Shit, I didn't find anything. I would have to somehow disarm him and steal his sword. I turned back around to face him and felt more and more insecure. I was running out of options and started to seriously panic. The villagers started chanting, "Kanabacha, Kanabacha, Kanabacha." I looked over at Maya and she was screaming and crying, feeling the flames below her even worse now. Then my eyes darted down at the ground and I got an idea. I needed to use what I know, the earth, use it to my advantage. He lunged at me and I rolled down to the ground, grabbed a handful of dirt and flung it into his eyes. He was temporarily blinded, which meant this was my chance, my only chance. I tried to grab the sword out of his hands, but he swung a punch across my head with his other hand and nailed me in the temple. I flew 4 feet through the air and the side of my face landed hard on a rock. I saw stars, then saw the leader's mask on the ground and noticed that the bottom of it that covered the chin was seriously sharp. Under my breath, my weapon, I grabbed it and heard the ground pounding as he was rapidly moving towards me to finish me off. He swung his sword down again, and he missed by half an inch as I quickly crawled through his legs, used the bottom of the mask, and shoved it up into his groin. His eyes went wide as he dropped his sword and covered his private parts. His blood started dripping into the dirt. As soon as it did, his eyes bulged in panic. The entire village saw his blood being spilled, but it wasn't from me. I looked around and went from screaming and laughing to complete silence, all within a second. They all realized their sacrifice was ruined, but they all glared at me and looked more vicious than I had ever seen. I wasn't sure if they would all try and kill me or worship me. Then the strangest thing happened. One female villager started to yell up at the sky and cry, along with several children. Then many other villagers followed them, weeping up at the sky. It was what I had hoped might happen. They felt cursed for failing at these rituals. The leader sunk down onto his knees in the sand and wept like a baby. "Dad, help me." I turned to see Maya, who was almost fully engulfed in flames. Luckily, the entire village was consumed by grief, which gave me a window, so I rushed over to her, kicked and tossed a bunch of sand over the fire below her, and put it out. I quickly untied her from the wooden stake. "You okay? Are you burnt?" She was trembling, and her feet and legs were red from the fire. "I think I'm okay. You can walk?" She nodded, so I took her by the hand, and we ran towards the lake where Elena was hiding. We made it over to her and helped her up and out of the mud. Both of us put arms around her and helped her hobble out of the village and down the pathway. Elena was still freaked out. "Are they behind us? Please don't let them get us again, Dad." "I won't." I kept turning back to see if we were being chased, but we weren't. "We're okay now. I ruined their entire structure of survival. They don't care about us anymore." About 2 hours later, we made it down to the base of the mountain to safety, and I held my family close. We all wept with what we had all just experienced. We were so close to meeting our deaths. But even though we were all injured, traumatized, and barely still breathing, we were alive. I love you both. Love you too. All we knew was we had to get the hell out of here. We hopped onto the first airplane and flew home. I kissed the ground of the tarmac once we landed in the States. Thunder shook the gas station windows, and the lights flickered, and I grabbed the counter. The fluorescence steadied, and I exhaled. I was 16, and pulling a solo shift because the other guy called in sick. The storm had been building for an hour, and every time the thunder cracked, the lights blinked, and the dread punched through me. I paced past the fire extinguisher on the wall for the 10th time. A box of zip ties sat on the shelf under the counter next to the scissors. I counted the register twice to keep busy, and slid the drawer shut, and every light on the block died at the same time. The register died, and the coolers stopped, and I grabbed the counter because the dark was instant and total. I yanked out my phone, and the screen said, "Citywide power outage." My boss had already texted, "Stay put, lock the doors." I locked the front door and paced behind the counter, and the security camera above the register blinked once and went dark with everything else. I texted my friend Nate because he always answered no matter what time it was. "Bro, the whole city just went dark. You seeing this?" No response. Nate was the kind of kid who texted back before you put your phone down. We shared a desk in shop class, and he chewed the inside of his cheek when he was thinking. Rain hammered the roof, and nothing else made a sound. Something banged against the side of the building, and I dove behind the counter with my heart hammering. Wind was rattling the propane cage outside. I shoved a toppled display back up with shaking hands and laughed at myself for jumping. A knock on the glass. I spun, and a woman was standing in the rain holding a sleeping toddler against her chest. She knocked again, and her face was desperate through the wet glass. I flipped the lock and pulled the door open. "Can I just get gas? My daughter's asleep and I'm almost on empty." The toddler's head was on her shoulder, and one tiny fist was clutching a stuffed elephant, and she was drooling onto her mom's shirt. Of course, pumps are down, but I can flip the manual override in the back. "Thank you so much. We've been driving for 40 minutes trying to find somewhere open. My husband's deployed and it's just me and her, and I've been going in circles in the dark." I handed her a paper towel, and she wiped the rain off the toddler's face, and the little girl scrunched her nose and squeezed the elephant tighter without waking up. She could sleep through a hurricane. She basically is. The woman laughed, and the relief of having another person loosened the knot in my chest. "I'm Caleb, Michelle, and this is Lily." I noticed a name tag safety pinned to the elephant's ear, Ellie, in wobbly marker. Michelle caught me squinting at it. She named it herself. Can't spell yet, but she got close. She bounced Lily and hummed something, and Lily's fist tightened on Ellie's trunk in her sleep, and Michelle kissed the top of her head. "We'll be home soon, baby." The gas station felt warmer and smaller with them in it, and the blackout didn't matter. I went to the back room to flip the manual pump switch. I could hear Michelle laughing at something Lily did in her sleep. The front door chimed behind me. I came back out and my stomach dropped through the floor. 3 men in ski masks and gloves inside the gas station. The biggest one already behind the counter. The second flipping the lock. The third 2 feet from Michelle. She yanked Lily against her chest, and the girl woke up whimpering, and Michelle's face went white, and everything warm about the last 10 minutes died. "Nobody moves." He grabbed my collar and I swung at him, and he caught my wrist and slammed it down and had a zip tie cranked around both wrists before I could swing the other. I kicked and he pinned my legs and dragged me to the counter and zip tied my hands to the metal shelf underneath. I yanked immediately and the shelf rattled, and he kicked me in the ribs so hard something cracked, and I curled around the pain but kept pulling. He crouched and ripped my name tag off. "Caleb, I know your name. When this is over, you forget everything." He pointed at Michelle. "That baby stops crying or we have a problem." Lily was wailing. Michelle pressed the girl's face against her shoulder and rocked, and the terror on her face gutted me so completely. I pulled at the zip tie until my skin tore and blood ran down both forearms and dripped off my elbows. Michelle saw it and her face crumpled and she mouthed, "Stop," but I shook my head and kept pulling. The big one ripped the cash drawer out and bills scattered. "300? That's it?" He swept the drawer off the counter and it crashed into the chips. "We hit the houses. No alarms. No cameras. This is home base." He pulled a list of addresses from his pocket. The small one crouched in front of Lily, his head tilted, almost gentle. "How old?" Michelle's voice shook. 18 months. The gentleness vanished when he straightened up. "Keep her quiet." 2 of them went out into the dark. The small one stayed, jittery, pacing. His mask was crooked, and I could see his jaw, and something about it tugged at the back of my brain. The way he chewed the inside of his cheek. I'd seen someone do that every day in shop class. The second they left, I started pulling at the shelf. The screws were loose in the old wood. I braced my feet and pulled, and my cracked ribs screamed, and I bit down until I tasted blood and the screws ripped free. I flattened behind the counter. The security camera had a tiny green light, battery backup, still recording. I grabbed the scissors and sawed through the zip tie, and it snapped and blood was running down both wrists, and relief surged so hard through me my head spun. The fire extinguisher, red metal, 10 feet. He turned from the window and walked toward Michelle. "Your car still running?" She nodded. "Keys." She pulled back. "Please, her car seat's in there." He grabbed for the keys and she twisted, and Lily screamed, and the fury was so instant and blinding my body moved before my brain caught up. I ripped the extinguisher off the wall and swung at the back of his legs, and he went down hard. He rolled and kicked me in the stomach, and I doubled over but held on. I swung again, and his shoulder crunched, and he crashed into the chip display, and the whole unit toppled, and cans and glass exploded everywhere. He grabbed a bottle and hurled it at my head, and I ducked, and it shattered against the wall. I charged and swung low and caught his knee, and he buckled. Ellie was on the floor between us, staring up with button eyes. I slammed the extinguisher into his chest, and he let go. "Michelle, run! Your car!" She sprinted for the door with Lily screaming. I shoved through the back room door and slammed it and threw my weight against it, and he hit it from the other side so hard my feet slid. I jammed the mop handle through the door handle and burst out the back exit. Michelle's van was at the pump. She was turning the key, and the engine clicked dead. She'd been running it for 40 minutes. Dead battery. The panic was choking me. I sprinted to the hood and slammed my palms on it. "Pop it!" She was shaking so hard she couldn't find the latch. Lily was screaming in the back. "Michelle, the hood!" She found it, and I ripped the cables and dried the terminals with my shirt, and inside the store the mop handle cracked. He was almost through. "Try now!" Click. Nothing. I slammed the battery housing and corrosion crumbled off the terminal. Again! Click. The engine coughed and died. The back door was splintering. I grabbed both terminals and squeezed them against the posts with my bare hands. "Now!" The engine caught and roared, and I yanked my hands free and slammed the hood. "Drive! Don't stop! What about drive?" She tore out, and the taillights vanished. I sprinted to the front and hauled the door shut with my bloody hands slipping and grabbed the padlock from the propane cage, and it took 3 tries to snap it through. He was locked inside, pounding on the glass. The back door splintered open behind me. He was getting out, headlights coming fast. The other 2. The van pulled in, and the big one jumped out. What happened? He got out. Woman's gone. The big one scanned the dark. I was behind the air pump 15 feet away. "Find him!" I ran. Vaulted the fence, and my ribs screamed, and I stumbled through a backyard. Fence rattling behind me. Boots on grass. I cut through a yard, and a motion light clicked on, and I was lit up, and I dove over the next fence and landed in a garden and kept running. I shoved through a hedge, and thorns ripped my arms, and came out on a pitch-black street and sprinted 3 blocks and ducked into an alley behind a dumpster. Flashlight beams at the end of the alley. "Check over here." I pressed my face into my knees and pulled my feet in, and the beam swept past the dumpster 6 inches from my shoes. "He's gone. Come on. We're losing time on the houses." Boots fading. They went back to robbing the neighborhood. I stayed behind the dumpster, shaking and crying from exhaustion. Then I heard screaming. Not from the gas station. From a house 2 streets over. A woman screaming, "Get out of my house," and glass breaking, and I could hear it cutting through the rain, and I knew exactly what was happening. They were inside someone's home. I should have stayed behind the dumpster. I should have waited for the sirens. But Michelle's face flashed through my head, and the sound of Lily crying, and I was terrified. But I shoved myself up and ran toward the screaming. A little yellow house with the front door kicked open. I crouched behind the porch railing and dialed 911 with shaking bloody fingers. 3 men robbing a house on Miller Street. Yellow house. Broken front door. There's a woman inside screaming. I hung up. Inside I could hear them tearing through cabinets, and the woman was sobbing. I grabbed a garden gnome off the porch next door and hurled it through the side window of the robber's van, and the alarm erupted. The big one came crashing through the front door, and I was already running. He saw me in the streetlight for half a second. "It's the kid from the station." Both of them came after me. I sprinted down the alley, and the big one was fast for his size, and I could hear his breathing getting closer. I cut left and grabbed a recycling bin and threw it behind me, and plastic bottles exploded across the pavement, and he tripped and went down hard and cursed. I vaulted a chain link fence and dropped into a yard, and there was nowhere left to run, so I crawled under a deck and pressed myself flat against the dirt, and cobwebs stuck to my face, and something skittered across my hand, and I clamped my jaw shut to keep from screaming. Boots on the pavement above me, flashlight beams sweeping through the fence slats. The light crept along the edge of the deck 6 inches from my face. "Check under there. We don't have time. That alarm's gonna bring every neighbor on the block. We go now." The van peeled out. I crawled out from under the deck and spit dirt out of my mouth and stumbled back to the yellow house. The old woman was standing in her doorway in a bathrobe, clutching a phone and shaking. "Are you okay?" They took my mother's jewelry box. It was the only thing I had left of her. Her voice broke and I grabbed the porch railing because my legs were about to give out. "The police are on their way." I called them. She looked at my wrists. The gauze from the zip ties had soaked through and blood was dripping off my fingers onto her welcome mat. "Oh honey, you're bleeding everywhere." "I'm okay." "You are not okay. You're a child." She went inside and came back with a dish towel and wrapped it around my worst wrist and tied it tight, and her hands were gentle and steady even though she'd just been robbed. "What's your name?" "Caleb." "Caleb, why on earth did you run toward this house?" "Because I could hear you screaming." She pressed her hand against my cheek and her eyes filled up. I heard sirens getting closer and I turned and ran back toward the gas station because the night wasn't over. The parking lot was dark and empty. The padlock was on the front door, but the back door was hanging off its hinges. I stepped through and glass crunched under my shoes. The store was trashed, chips and soda and broken glass and the cash drawer on the floor. I grabbed the fire extinguisher from where I'd dropped it. Then I heard breathing behind the ice freezer. I raised the extinguisher and crept toward the sound. The green glow of the security camera lit up a face and I stumbled backward. Nate Mitchell. I'd known that jaw. I'd been staring at it all night through the crooked mask and my brain had been screaming at me to recognize it and I wouldn't let myself. 4th grade. He came to my birthday party and we ate so much cake we both threw up. Shared headphones in study hall every single day for 2 years. He was holding his shoulder where I'd hit him with the extinguisher and tears were running down his face. Nate, Caleb. A woman and a baby were in this store. A little girl with a stuffed elephant was screaming on the floor while you stood over her. He flinched at every word. I told them the station was closed. I told my brother, "Your brother kicked my ribs in. He's my brother." I couldn't say no. "You could have said no. You have my number. You sat next to me in study hall yesterday." "I know." He pressed his face into his hands. He said nobody gets hurt. Quick money. My brother got out of county 6 months ago, and he showed up at my house and said he had a plan, and I was going to help. You could have said no. You've met my brother. He was right. I had just met his brother, the man who cracked my rib and ripped a cash register apart with his bare hands. He moved into my room, took my bed, ate my food, told me I owed him because he didn't snitch on me for something I didn't even do. Nate wiped his face. "I'm not making excuses. I'm just telling you what happened." Headlights swept through the windows. The van was back. Nate's face went white. "They're back. My brother won't leave without me." He grabbed my arm. "If he finds you here, he's not letting you walk out." The flashlight cut through the broken back doorway. The big one ducked in, and he looked even bigger in the dark, and his boots crunched on glass. He was carrying a crowbar from the van. "Nate, let's go." Nate squeezed my arm. "Stay down." He stood up. "I'm here." The flashlight hit his face. "Where's the kid?" "Gone." He ran. The big one grabbed Nate by the collar and shoved him toward the back door. Nate stumbled and planted his feet. "Wait, we don't wait." I said wait. The big one swung the flashlight beam around the store and it landed on me, crouched behind the aisle, and I could feel it on my face like a heat lamp. "He's still here?" He shoved Nate aside and came down the aisle with the crowbar raised, and he was twice my size, and the fury on his face was volcanic. "You locked my boy in. You let the woman go. You called the cops on us at that house." I raised the extinguisher. "That's not going to stop me." I squeezed the handle and sprayed him point blank, and he screamed and staggered, clawing at his eyes, and crashed into the cooler doors and glass shattered. The second guy came through the back door. Nate stepped into the aisle between us. He spread his arms wide and planted his feet. "Enough!" The second guy stopped. Nate's brother was screaming and wiping his eyes. "Get out of my way!" "No! Nate, I swear to God, move! This is my friend." His voice cracked. "His mom drove me to school when mine wouldn't. She packed me lunch because nobody packed mine. I sat next to him every day for 2 years, and he never once made me feel like I was less than anyone." He was crying and shaking and half the size of his brother, and he didn't move. "I'm done. I did this because you told me to, and I watched a baby scream on a floor because of us, and I'm done." His brother lunged around him with the crowbar, and Nate grabbed his arm, and they crashed into the shelf, and cans rained down, and I swung the extinguisher and connected with the brother's back, and he dropped the crowbar and howled. The second guy bolted for the back door. Nate and his brother were on the ground, and Nate was holding his brother's arm with both hands, screaming, "Stop!" And I kicked the crowbar down the aisle and grabbed the front door key ring off the wall, and my bloody hands dropped it twice, and I yanked the padlock free and threw the door open. Red and blue flooding the parking lot. 3 cruisers, officers pouring in. 3 inside. They rushed past me and pulled all 3 out in handcuffs. The brother was still wiping his eyes and cursing. Nate came out last. He was bleeding from a cut above his eye, and his hands were cuffed behind him, and he was 17 years old. His face found mine across the parking lot, and he held my eyes, and neither of us blinked. The kid who stood between his brother and me with his arms spread was being loaded into a cruiser, and I pressed both hands over my my face. The security camera, battery backup, green-tinted footage of the whole night. The officer played it on his laptop. 3 men entering, me on the floor, Michelle holding Lily, me breaking free, the extinguisher, and at the end, Nate stepping between his brother and me with his arms wide. We have everything on camera, including that kid stepping in front of a crowbar for you. The paramedic wrapped my wrists in white gauze. These are deep, you'll have scars. Michelle's minivan pulled into the lot. She got out, and Lily was asleep in the car seat with Ellie tucked under her arm. Michelle crossed the parking lot and walked straight into me and held on shaking. You told me to run. You needed to run. She's okay. My baby's okay because of you. She brought Lily over and put her in my arms, and she weighed nothing and smelled like baby shampoo, and her tiny hand curled around my finger, and I choked up because this little girl was safe and had no idea what happened tonight. My mom showed up in her bathrobe, police scanner in the kitchen. She grabbed my face and saw the bandages and the bruise and pulled me in so hard my ribs screamed. You're done working nights. Mom, you're done. I buried my face in her shoulder because I was 16 and I'd fought 3 grown men twice and saved a woman from a house, and I wanted my mom, and she was here. The old woman from Miller Street gave a statement. She described the kid who threw a gnome through the van window, and the dispatcher confirmed my 911 call. He ran toward the screaming, she told the officer. Everyone else would have run away. Nate wrote me from county, 1 page. I stepped in front of my brother because you swung a fire extinguisher for a baby you didn't even know. I want to be the kind of person who does that. I'm not there yet, but I'm trying. I screenshot it and almost posted it to my Snapchat story, and then put my phone down because some things aren't for the internet. I read it twice. The register was replaced, but the dent in the counter from where his brother ripped the drawer out was still there. My first day shift, I found Ellie behind the shelf where she'd rolled during the fight. I picked her up and put her on the counter. Michelle came in a week later with Lily on her hip, and the little girl pointed and screamed, "Ellie!" and I handed it to her and she hugged it against her face. Michelle grabbed my hand and held it. She didn't need to say anything. I squeezed back. Lily was already toddling toward the candy aisle like nothing had ever happened in this building. Griffin Cole shoved a freshman into a locker so hard the kid's binder exploded and papers scattered across the hallway. He laughed and kept walking. 2 of his friends high-fived him. Nobody said a word because Griffin was untouchable. I pressed myself against the wall to let him pass, and he didn't see me because nobody saw me. Every day I ate lunch alone in the art room, hunched over my sketchbook with a granola bar. I was drawing a portrait of my dog when Griffin dropped into the chair across from me and said, "You should run for prom king," and I almost swallowed my pencil. Griffin Cole had never once glanced in my direction in 4 years of high school. He'd shoved a kid into a locker 30 seconds ago, and now he was sitting in my art room smiling at me like I was interesting. I'm serious. He leaned back and put his feet on the table and grinned. Everyone loves an underdog. He pulled a stack of clothes from his backpack, jeans and a button-down, and a jacket that still had the tag on it. "Wear these tomorrow." My hands tightened on the jacket. My art school application was due in 6 weeks. The portfolio section asked for evidence of community engagement. I had nothing to put in it. 4 years of drawing for nobody. The dread prickled up my arms, and I rubbed them because this felt wrong. But Griffin was smiling at me. The ache in my chest cracked open. I picked up the jacket and pressed the fabric against my face because I wanted it to be real so badly my hands were shaking. "Why me?" "Because you're different. People are tired of the same guys winning." He clapped me on the shoulder and walked out, and his cologne hung in the art room for 10 minutes. I pulled on the clothes the next morning. Everything pulled and bunched in the wrong places. The jeans were too long. The jacket grabbed across my shoulders. When I checked the tag in the bathroom, the shirt was from a clearance rack. Wrong size entirely. Griffin hadn't even bothered to check. But when I shoved into first period, 3 people said hi to me who had never spoken to me before, and I flinched at every single one because friendly voices aimed at me felt like a language I'd forgotten. A girl named Ren turned around in her seat. "You look nice." My voice cracked when I said thanks. She laughed, but it wasn't mean. Something cracked open in my chest that I'd been keeping sealed for 4 years. Griffin's crew yanked me into their lunch table. I squeezed in between 8 people. They talked about prom and the campaign. Not one person mentioned the art room. A kid named Dex nominated me for prom court during 6th period. The teacher read my name off the ballot. The whole class clapped. My face was burning, but I was smiling so hard my cheeks ached. They dragged me to a party that weekend. Griffin's house was huge with a pool in the back and 100 kids already inside. I shoved through the front door holding my sketchbook because my hands needed something to hold, and Griffin pulled it out from under my arm. Come on, show them what you can do. He opened it to a portrait of my dog. People crowded around the sketchbook. That's incredible. A girl asked me to draw her. I said sure, and she hugged me. I froze with my arms at my sides. The last person who'd hugged me was my mom. I drew her in 15 minutes while the party swirled around me. She watched my hand move without talking. When I showed her the finished portrait, she pressed both hands over her mouth, her eyes filled with tears. Nobody's ever drawn me before. I taped it to the wall, and 3 more people asked for portraits, and for one night the sketchbook was the coolest thing in the room, instead of the thing I hid behind. Ren dropped onto the back porch next to me while I was drawing the pool. She hopped onto the railing and dangled her feet and watched me work for a full minute without talking. You're really good. Thanks. Like actually good. She pointed at the water in my sketch. The way you drew the reflection. I gripped my pencil tighter. I opened my mouth to say something, and Griffin appeared behind us and threw his arm around my shoulder. My boy Elliot, future prom king. He squeezed hard enough to push the pencil off the page. When Ren tried to say something, he talked over her and steered me back inside. The grip on my shoulder tightened. Then Ren grabbed my arm before second period. She pulled me into the stairwell with a grip that was shaking, and her face was pale, and she held up her phone. I need to show you something. She turned the screen toward me. A group chat with 17 people called Project Prom King. Griffin's messages. $500 says I can get this kid crowned prom king. The freak in the art room. Crown the freak and film his face when we tell him it was all a bet. Who's in? 17 responses. I'm in. Dead. Someone get him clothes, he looks homeless. Dex. That's easy money right there. A girl named Brianna. I'll get him a date, lol, she won't know either. $500 and 17 people, and every smile and every you look nice was part of it. I was a $500 joke, and the punchline was my face when they told me on stage. I sank onto the stairwell step, and the humiliation was so total my vision blurred. I clutched my sketchbook against my chest and pressed my forehead against the cover. Ren dropped onto the step next to me. I'm not part of it. Brianna added me by accident. She scrolled down. There's more. I read the rest. Griffin's plan wasn't just to crown me. He was going to let me win, let me take the mic, and then grab it and read the group chat out loud to 600 people. Crown the freak, let him cry, then show everyone it was fake. He was going to humiliate me on stage in front of every person I'd ever tried to be invisible around. How long? Since the day he came to the art room. 3 weeks. I slammed my fist against the stair railing. Every high in the hallway was a setup. Every portrait I'd drawn for my art school application was built on a lie, and every kid who'd sat at my table and let me draw them would find out they'd been part of a bet they didn't know about. I ripped the jacket off and threw it down the stairs, and it landed in a heap at the bottom. I need to tell you something else, Ren said. Griffin told the group chat that if you find out and drop out, anyone who spent money on the clothes or the nomination gets their money back from him. He needs you to stay in so he wins the bet. I grabbed the railing and pulled myself up. Then I'm staying in. I pressed my face into my pillow, and the humiliation pinned me to the mattress. But around midnight, I threw the covers off, and the fury took over. Griffin bet $500 he could put a crown on my head and film me crying. I pulled on my own clothes, paint-stained jeans and a hoodie with charcoal smudges. Griffin saw me in the hallway, and his grin flickered. Where's the shirt? Didn't fit right. The fury kept me upright as I brushed past him. I set up a table in the cafeteria with my sketchbook and a sign. Free portraits, 5 minutes. First day the chair across from me stayed empty. I drew for the entire lunch period with an empty chair across from me. Griffin's whole table was laughing. Someone said, he's just sitting there, loud enough to carry. The desperation was choking me. I gripped my pencil so hard it snapped. I taped the broken halves together and kept drawing because quitting meant Griffin was right about me. Ren dropped into the chair at the end of the period. Draw me. She sat still, the freckle under her left eye, the way her hair fell. When I showed her, she didn't gasp like I expected. She just stared at it. That's how you see me? That's how you look. She folded it carefully and put it in her jacket pocket and patted it twice. I'll be here tomorrow, and I'm bringing people with me. She did. 3 kids the next day, 9 the day after that, 20 portraits in 3 days, and my hand cramped by the end of each lunch period. Each one I signed and taped to the wall outside the cafeteria, and people started stopping between classes to find their face. Ren printed flyers. Vote Elliot. He actually sees you. She plastered them on every wall. Griffin noticed fast and fought back harder. He ripped a button off a freshman's shirt and flicked it down the hall. You're voting for the art room freak? He spray-painted joke across my campaign poster, and I had to scrub it off with my bare hands while people filed passed. Owen's team put up professional posters with slick slogans. Owen's campaign had money, clout, and a lacrosse team behind it. The hallway poll showed Owen ahead by 30 points. The whiteboard showed the gap was so wide it felt like a canyon. Dex shoved me against the lockers. "You know this is a joke, right? Watch me. Griffin's gonna be pissed." "Good." Dex lowered his voice. "You don't know what he's like when he loses. His dad pulled him out of a basketball game in 8th grade for missing a free throw, dragged him out by the arm in front of the whole gym." I closed my sketchbook. He slipped a stolen answer key into my locker and reported me for academic dishonesty. I got hauled into the principal's office. For 2 hours, I thought my campaign was over. They checked the hallway cameras. The footage showed Griffin opening my locker. The principal called him in. Griffin went red in the face. The principal said, "I think we're done here." Griffin stormed out and kicked a trash can so hard it dented the wall. The humiliation hit like a truck. The cheating accusation spread faster than the retraction. Kids who'd been wearing my buttons stopped making eye contact in the hallway. I heard he cheats. I heard he got expelled from his last school. The portrait wall was thinning. Griffin's crew walked the halls telling people the portraits were embarrassing, and one by one the faces came down. 20 portraits became 14, became 9. Each empty spot on the wall was a person who'd been scared into pretending they'd never sat at my table. Ren found me staring at the empty spots on the wall. "They're scared of him." "I know. Are you?" My hand grabbed a fresh portrait and taped it over an empty spot. "Yes." She squeezed my arm. "Good. Scared people fight harder than anyone." Griffin started making a list. Every kid who'd sat at my portrait table. Every kid wearing a button. He told his crew to remember the names because, when this is over, everyone who backed the freak is going to know what that costs. The threat spread through the hallways like a virus. 3 kids came to my table and quietly asked me to take their portraits off the wall. They couldn't afford to be on Griffin's list. Then Griffin went after Ren. She came to school the next day with red eyes and wouldn't tell me what happened until I blocked her car door and said, "What did he do?" She told me everything. How he cornered her between 2 cars. How he leaned over her and said, "When this is over and he loses, everyone's going to remember you as the girl who backed the freak." She was shaking, and the fury hit me so hard, my vision tunneled, and my foot connected with her tire so hard, it throbbed. "He doesn't get to touch the people who helped me." She wiped her eyes. "I'm not quitting. Neither am I." The night before the pep rally, I spread every remaining portrait across my bedroom floor and looked at the faces and counted them. 23 people who'd risked Griffin's wrath to sit at my table. 23 people who looked me in the eye while I drew them. If I lost, every one of them would be a target. The pep rally was my last shot. Owen got a microphone and a podium and a highlight reel on the gym screens. The administration told me I could speak from the floor. No microphone and no screen. My feet planted on the gym floor in front of 600 kids. "My name is Elliot. I eat lunch in the art room because nobody ever asked me to sit anywhere else. 3 weeks ago someone did. It wasn't real, but the way I felt was." The gym went quiet. "I'm not running because I think I deserve a crown. I'm running because every kid who eats alone deserves to know somebody sees them." The sketchbook went up above my head. "I drew 42 of your faces. I saw you." No microphone. The gym was silent. For 3 horrible seconds nobody moved, and I thought I'd miscalculated everything. Then a girl in the back row stood up. Just one person. Then the kid next to her. Then a whole section. The clapping started slow and built. By the front row, it was a wall of sound. 600 kids on their feet. Griffin was slumped in the 3rd row with his face like stone. After the speech, the portrait wall filled back up overnight. Not just the originals. New people taping their own photos next to my drawings. The hallway poll flipped. Owen still led, but the gap had collapsed from 30 points to single digits. If I lost, Griffin would read the chat on stage anyway. Every kid who'd supported me would be named as someone who fell for it. And my art school portfolio would be 40 portraits built on a prank. Kids who'd pulled their portraits down came back and asked me to draw them again. I drew every single one. I snuck into school the night before prom and painted a mural on the wall outside the cafeteria. 100 faces. The janitor who always said good morning next to the quiet girl from AP Bio next to Ren with the freckle under her left eye. Every face the same size. Nobody bigger than anyone else. I painted until 3 a.m. and it was the best thing I'd ever made. Griffin showed up before first period with a bucket of white paint. 30 kids were already taking photos and Snapchatting it with my name tagged. He put the bucket down. His hands were shaking. He stormed down the hallway and kicked a locker. The bang echoed through the whole wing. Ren sent me the final poll numbers that afternoon. Owen 52, Elliot 48. 4 points behind with 12 hours to go. I dropped onto my bed and stared at the suit hanging on my door. The gap felt wider than 4 points. Every single undecided kid had to break my way. That was a bet I wasn't sure I could win. My phone buzzed. "Ren, you're close. Closer than anyone thought possible." My thumbs typed, "Close isn't wasn't enough, and I deleted it and typed, "See you tomorrow," instead. She called me that night. "You don't have to go tomorrow. You already proved the point. If I don't go, he wins. If you go and it hurts you, he also wins. Then I'll make sure it doesn't hurt. Wear the paint tie." Obviously, I bought a black suit with portrait money, 40 portraits at $10 each. The tie had paint splatters that Ren found at a thrift store. I drew a crown on the inside cover of my sketchbook. Simple, crooked, mine. Griffin was in the parking lot when I pulled up. He stepped in front of my car door. "You don't have to do this." "Do what?" "Go to prom. You could drop out. I'll give you the $500 right now." He held up a wad of cash. I shoved the door open and he stepped back. "Keep your money. You're going to embarrass yourself." I straightened my paint splatter tie. I've been embarrassing myself in front of people my whole life. At least tonight I get a crown for it. I strode past him. He grabbed my arm. I spun and pulled free, fury still pounding through me. "Don't touch me." He let go. I straightened my tie and pushed through the doors. The gym was transformed. Streamers, lights, a DJ, 600 kids. The energy was so loud I could feel it in my ribs. Ren met me at the door in a green dress with one of my portraits pinned to her corsage. "Ready?" "No." "Good. Let's go." They announced the court. 5 names. I was one. Owen was one. We lined up on stage and the lights were blinding and my hands were shaking but my feet were planted. "And your prom king is..." The principal opened the envelope. "Elliot Ward." The room erupted. I didn't move. The sound hit me like a physical thing. My legs locked. Ren was screaming my name from the front row. The joy hit so hard my knees almost buckled. 600 kids screaming and the floor vibrating and Ren jumping up and down in the front row. They put the crown on my head and the emotion hit me so hard I had to grab the podium. Cheap gold metal. It sat crooked because my head was smaller than Owen's and the edge dug into my temple and it was the heaviest, lightest thing I'd ever worn. The principal reached for the microphone. Griffin stood up in the 3rd row. He was heading for the stage. He was going to grab the mic and read the chat and destroy everything in front of 600 people. I lunged forward and took the microphone from the principal's hand before Griffin made it to the stairs. The room went quiet. I could see Griffin in the 3rd row, arms crossed, waiting. He was waiting for me to break, to deliver the punchline of his $500 joke. I lifted the mic. 3 weeks ago, I ate lunch alone in the art room every single day. I talked to my sketchbook more than I talked to people. Then somebody noticed me. I turned toward Griffin. He shifted in his seat. Griffin Cole walked into the art room and told me I should run for prom king. He gave me clothes. He got me invited to parties. He got me nominated. He got people to talk to me for the first time in 4 years. Dead silence. Griffin was standing at the edge of the stage. He'd made it halfway up the stairs before 2 teachers blocked him. His crew was exchanging glances, and 2 of them shifted their chairs away from him. What Griffin didn't know is that I found out about the bet 3 weeks ago. The ripple hit the room like a shockwave. I could see it travel row by row, heads turning, mouths opening. Griffin's face went white and his hands dropped from the armrests to his knees. $500, 17 people, crown the freak. Film his face. 600 heads turned toward Griffin. His arms uncrossed, his hands gripped the armrests. I could have quit. I almost did. I crouched on a stairwell and ripped the jacket off and threw it down the stairs. I almost never came back. My voice cracked and tears blurred my vision, and I let both happen because hiding was the old version of me. But here's what nobody planned on. When you treat someone like they matter, even as a joke, they start to believe it. Not because of you, because of what it wakes up in them. I gripped the podium. I started drawing portraits because Griffin's crew made me believe someone might actually want one. 42 people sat at my table. 42 people looked me in the eye. That was real. They were real, even if the reason I got there wasn't. I turned back to Griffin. His face was gray, and his hands were gripping his knees, and he wasn't moving. "You bet $500 you could make me prom king. You won. I'm standing here with the crown." I tapped the cheap gold medal on my head. "But I'm keeping it, because I earned it. Not because of your bet. Because of 42 portraits. A girl who believed in me. Every kid in this school who voted for someone they'd never noticed before, and decided he was worth noticing." I set the mic down on the podium, and the silence stretched for 3 full seconds, and I could hear my own heartbeat. Then the roar started. 600 kids on their feet. Ren grabbed me when I came off the stage. She hugged me so hard she lifted me off the ground. She was crying and laughing. My crown fell off. She caught it one-handed and put it back on my head and tilted it until it sat right. She pressed her forehead against mine. I could feel her tears on my face. "You earned that. We earned that." None of this would have existed without the girl who sat at an empty table on day 1. The crowd was still on their feet. Someone started chanting, "Elliot." It spread through the gym until the streamers vibrated. Griffin stood up. The chanting died. The whole room was looking at him. He reached into his jacket with a shaking hand and pulled out $500 in cash. He held it up so the whole room could see. He won fair. His voice was quiet. His jaw was tight. He set the money on the edge of the stage and walked back to his seat and and put his head in his hands. The relief and pride were so tangled together I couldn't separate them. I picked up the cash and handed it to the DJ. Play something good. The kids on Griffin's list were safe. Every portrait on the wall was real. My art school application was real. The freshman whose button Griffin had ripped off was standing in the second row. He reached into his jacket and pulled out the Vote Elliott pin he'd hidden inside and held it up above his head. Then another kid held one up, then 10 more. The DJ cranked the speakers. The whole gym rushed the floor. I was dancing in a paint-splatter tie with a crooked crown, and Ren's hand in mine. Griffin Cole was leaning against the bleachers alone, watching the kid he bet against own every second of the night he'd planned as a joke. Dex found me. I'm sorry. I know. I voted for you. So did half of Griffin's table. He held out his hand. I shook it. He pulled me into a hug and pounded my back. I'm sorry, he said one more time into my shoulder. Stop apologizing and go dance. I danced until my feet hurt, and then I dropped onto the gym steps with the crown in my lap and pulled out my sketchbook. I drew the gym, the lights, the streamers, Ren in her green dress, the crown on the velvet pillow, and in the corner of the page, small and alone by the bleachers, I drew Griffin. My hand shook while I did it because the anger hadn't fully left, but I drew him anyway, the same size as everyone else, because everyone deserves to be seen, even the people who tried to make sure you weren't. My heart stopped in the middle of a grocery store. I was reaching for a box of cereal, and my chest seized and my legs gave out, and I hit the floor, and the last thing I saw was the fluorescent lights spinning above me. I woke up in a hospital bed with paddles on my chest, and my mom gripping my hand so hard, her knuckles were white, and a doctor standing over me saying, "We got him back." Third time that year, and I was so scared I grabbed the bed rail with both hands and couldn't let go. My heart needed a valve replacement or it was going to kill me. Insurance denied me 3 times. My mom sold her car, and we still couldn't cover 1/10 of what the surgery cost. I was lying in the hospital bed when I saw the casting call taped to the bulletin board across from my bed. Last Chance, a new series where America decides who gets the surgery that could save their life. I ripped the IV out of my arm and crossed the room and tore the flyer off the board because I was desperate enough to beg strangers on television to let me live. My mom signed the consent form with tears running down her cheeks, and I grabbed her hand and squeezed, and I hated myself for making her do it. The studio sent a car. She held on so tight on the porch, I could feel her heartbeat against my chest, and mine stuttering against hers. Come home. I got in the car and didn't look back. The studio was massive, cameras on cranes, a live audience behind a glass wall. A man in an expensive suit gripped my shoulder. "I'm Graham. You're going to inspire a lot of people." I passed a heavy metal door on the side of the stage with no sign on it. It looked like it led nowhere. He walked me to a dormitory with hospital beds and the show's logo stitched into the pillowcases, cameras in every corner. I dropped my bag and a girl across the room threw a pillow at me. "Heads up, cameras are live 24/7. Mia, tumor on her spine. She had a folded piece of paper on her nightstand and a pen. She'd been sick longer than anyone, and she moved like it, but her mouth was faster than anyone I'd ever met. A woman with kidney failure sat on her bed FaceTiming her kids. I could hear them through the speaker. "Mommy, when are you coming home?" She pressed her hand over her mouth and muted herself so they wouldn't hear her cry. A 12-year-old named Corey tugged my sleeve. "Do you think they'll let me FaceTime my dog?" An old man pulled a photo of his grandkids from his wallet and held it up without me asking. His hands shook. 8 of us total, each dying of something different. I tried to call my mom after lights out, and a producer took the phone out of my hand. "No outside contact during filming. It's in your contract." I grabbed for it, and he held it above his head and stepped back. "You signed the agreement. Your phone stays with us until filming wraps. My mom doesn't know if I'm okay. She'll see you on television." He slid my phone into his pocket and walked out. I shoved past him and tried the dormitory door. Locked. I threw my shoulder into it, and the frame rattled and pain shot through my arm. I tried the one at the end of the hall. Locked. The emergency exit. Locked. A red light blinked above it where the push bar should have released it. I spun around, and every camera in every corner had a solid red light, and I kicked the emergency exit one more time so hard pain shot up my leg. Mia found me on the roof. Only door they didn't lock. She sat down next to me and pulled her knees to her chest. "You tried the door? It's locked. They all are. I tried everyone my first night." She pulled the hospital bracelet off her wrist and threw it off the roof, and we watched it spin into the dark. "I'm not going to die in a building with a logo on the pillowcases. What are you scared of? Dying boring." I gripped the edge of the roof so hard the concrete bit into my palms. "We need to get out of here. The only way out is winning. Every other door is locked from the outside." She pulled out her paper. "But if we're going to be stuck in here, I'm going to make sure the world knows what this place really is." "How?" "I stole a camera from the equipment room." She opened her jacket and showed me a small handheld camera tucked inside. "I've been filming filming everything. The locked doors, the confiscated phones, everything. I grabbed her shoulder. If Graham finds that, then he finds it. I'm dying anyway. What's he going to do? Kill me faster? Graham walked to center stage in a spotlight. America, tonight you meet your heroes. Each of our contestants will share their story. You'll vote for who moves forward. The bottom two go home. He smiled into the camera. And by home, I mean home, where they'll receive the best of care. Mia leaned over to me. That's a lie. The first two who got cut from dress rehearsal were escorted to the parking lot and driven to a bus stop. My hands curled into fists. Graham pointed at the first podium. Who wants to go first? Corey walked up, and the podium came to his chin, and he stood on his toes. He talked about his dog, Biscuit. He sleeps on my pillow when I'm gone. He doesn't know where I am. The audience was sobbing. Graham crouched next to him and put his hand on the kid's shoulder. America, look at this brave young man. The camera pushed in so tight I could see Corey's lip trembling on the monitor. Graham looked right into the lens, and his eyes glistened on cue. This is why we do what we do. I gripped the armrest of my chair so hard the plastic cracked. My turn. I slammed my hands on the podium and told them about my mom selling her car. I pulled my shirt collar down and showed them the monitor taped to my chest. The audience clapped. Polite. An old man and a woman with MS were in the bottom two. The old man slid his grandkid's photo back into his wallet and buttoned his jacket. They walked through a side door. No goodbye. The lights shifted and Graham said, "Let's keep the energy up." And I wanted to scream because two people had just walked through that door to die and nobody even said their names. I slammed my fist into the dressing room wall so hard the mirror cracked and a shard fell into the sink. Mia came in and shut the door and locked it. They just sent two people home to die and he said, "Let's keep the energy up." She held up her paper, both names written down. I'm keeping track of every single one. I'm going to shut this whole thing down. Not yet. She grabbed my arm hard. You shut it down, now they cut to commercial and spin it and nobody ever hears about it. You need the finale stage. You need 30 million people watching live. You need to win first. I pressed my bleeding knuckles against the counter. I had to play the game long enough to destroy it from the inside. Graham's voice crackled through the dormitory speakers. Tomorrow's challenge. Physical trials. America wants to see what you're made of. Rest up. He said it like a coach, like we were athletes and not dying people he'd locked in a building. The obstacle course was ropes and walls and balance beams. Graham's voice filled the studio. Let's see what our heroes are made of. First up, the rope. I grabbed the rope and by halfway up my heart was slamming so hard I could hear it in my skull. My vision went spotty and the studio lights smeared together and I squeezed the rope with both fists and hung there shaking 3 feet off the ground while the crowd screamed my name. A producer below me was circling with a camera angled up at my face. I pulled myself higher one fist at a time and my arms were burning and I could feel my heartbeat stuttering like it was trying to decide whether to keep going. I slapped the bell at the top and dropped to the mat and my knees buckled and I went down hard and I was terrified because my heart was doing something wrong and I was going to die on a stage for a game show. A medic sprinted over and pressed 2 fingers to my neck. His heart rate is 190. He needs to sit down now. A producer shoved between us. Can we get his face? Can we get this? I slammed the camera out of his hands and it cracked on the floor and I was so angry my vision went white. Mia finished last. Her legs gave out on the balance beam and she crashed sideways and caught herself with her hands and her elbows buckled and she hit the mat and the crowd went quiet and she pushed herself up and kept going and finished dead last. I found her backstage doubled over a trash can with her arms shaking. 30 million people watched me eat a balance beam on live television. She straightened up and wiped her mouth. Did you get anything today? I pulled the folded spreadsheet from my waistband. She opened it and her jaw tightened. Entertainment value. Medical need isn't even a column. She folded it and shoved it into her pillowcase. I grabbed Graham in the hallway. She's the sickest person here. That should count. He squeezed my shoulder hard enough that I felt his fingers digging in. The audience votes for who they connect with. You're inspiring people. Don't lose sight of that. He leaned closer and his voice dropped. And don't forget who opened these doors for you. Without this show, you'd be sitting in a hospital waiting to die. I gave you a chance. The least you can do is perform. A woman with kidney failure was eliminated. She stood up and smoothed her shirt and picked up her purse and turned to the camera. My kids are 4 and 6. She walked through the side door. Nobody clapped. Graham said, "What a journey. We'll be right back." I kicked the dressing room door open so hard it bounced off the wall and the handle punched a hole in the plaster. Mia found me pacing with my fists clenched. She grabbed my hand and wrapped my bleeding knuckles in a towel. That woman has 2 kids. I know. 4 and 6. She said it to the camera and they cut to commercial. I know. My voice broke. Write her name down. Mia pulled out the paper and added it. The list was getting longer. I stole a phone from a producer's jacket while he was in the bathroom. My hands were shaking as I dialed my mom's number from a supply closet with the door cracked open, listening for footsteps. She picked up up before the first ring finished. Come home. Please just come home. I pressed the phone against my forehead. I can't yet, but I'm going to end this. I promise. What does that mean? It means I'm not just going to win. I'm going to make sure nobody else ever has to do this. I started collecting evidence. I snuck into the production office after hours and pocketed a printed spreadsheet that ranked every contestant by entertainment value. I found an email chain between Graham and the network. Post-elimination care, NA, not our liability. Contestants sign release at intake. I photographed the locked doors, the confiscated phones, the contract clause that said leaving early forfeited all medical coverage. Graham caught me in the hallway outside his office. He blocked the door with his arm. What are you doing back here? Looking for the bathroom. He held my eyes for 3 seconds. Then he smiled. Bathrooms are the other direction. He squeezed my shoulder hard enough to bruise. Stay in your area. He held the grip for 3 seconds, and his smile never wavered, but his eyes were flat and empty. I'd hate for anything to affect your standing in the competition. I pulled free and walked back to the dormitory, and my legs were shaking. Mia hid everything under her mattress. Corey got sicker between tapings, fevers and nosebleeds, and he'd shuffle back to the dormitory and climb into bed and ask me about Biscuit. I made up tricks. I told him Biscuit could catch a frisbee in the air, and he'd smile with his eyes half closed and say, "He can't really do that." And I'd say, "How do you know you're not there?" And he'd giggle, and the giggle would turn into a cough, and I'd pull the blanket tighter around him. Graham turned it into a storyline. Will Corey make it to the next vote? Corey asked me after the taping why Graham kept talking about him on camera. He says I'm brave, but I'm not doing anything. I pulled the blanket up to his chin. You're doing plenty. I passed a mirror in the hallway, and the show's logo was stitched on my shirt. Same logo as the pillowcases. Same logo as everything in this building. I ripped the shirt off and threw it on the floor and put on my own shirt from my bag. I woke up at night with it hammering so hard the bed frame vibrated, and Mia sat on the edge of my bed and held my hand until it passed, and neither of us said a word. A producer told me the crack in my voice during the car story was television gold, and I gripped the edge of the sink and squeezed until my arms shook. I was disgusted with myself, and I was running out of time to end this. Graham appeared on the dormitory screens. He was sitting in a leather chair with his legs crossed. Tomorrow's finale qualifier. Each of you gets 30 seconds to stand in front of America and make your case. Why should you be the one who gets to live? He leaned forward. A vote counter will run on the screen in real time so you can see exactly how America feels about you. Word by word, pause by pause. He smiled. Make it count. 2 of you won't be here next week. The screen went dark. Corey pulled his blanket over his head. I dropped onto the edge of his bed and told him Biscuit could do a backflip, and he said, "Now I know you're lying." And I said, "You're right. He can do a double backflip." And he laughed, and for 3 seconds the room didn't feel like a cage. Mia went before me. She gripped the podium and told the truth. "I'm not going to make you cry. I'm dying, and I need help, and that should be enough." Her counter barely moved. She was eliminated. She pulled me into a hug in the hallway, and every bone in her spine pressed against my arms. "Win this thing." Her voice cracked. She shoved the crumpled paper into my fist, every eliminated name, hers at the bottom. She walked toward the side door and stopped with her hand on the frame. She turned around and looked at me. "The camera is in the equipment closet behind the spare batteries. Everything I filmed is on the memory card." She tapped the door frame twice and walked through. The door clicked shut. Final 3. Corey, an older woman with lung disease. Me. Graham pulled me into his office. "You're our frontrunner. Lean into the mom angle. Can you cry on cue?" I shoved back from his desk, and my whole body was shaking with rage. These are real people. That's what makes it great television. I grabbed the door frame on the way out. Under Mia's mattress, I had everything I needed. Finale night. The studio was packed. Cameras on every angle. My heart was skipping beats before I reached the stage, and I pressed my hand against my chest and kept walking. Graham walked to center stage. "Tonight, one of these extraordinary people will receive the surgery that will save their life. America, this is your decision." He called a 5-minute break for lighting adjustments. I told a producer I needed the bathroom. He waved me toward the hallway. I walked past the bathroom and kept going. The tech booth was behind a door marked "Authorized Personnel, Locked." Mia had told me about a gap between the booth wall and the backdrop rigging. I dropped to my knees and crawled behind the stage scaffolding, and I was so terrified my arms were shaking before I even reached the gap. Cables everywhere. The gap was barely wide enough for my shoulders, and I had to turn sideways and squeeze through with my back scraping metal poles and my chest pressed against the wall. I could hear producers on the other side of the backdrop. "Where'd he go?" "Bathroom. Get him back in 2 minutes." 2 minutes. My heart was slamming so hard I could feel it in my throat. The broadcast computer was mounted on a shelf inside the booth. I could see it through a ventilation grate. I reached my arm through and my fingers brushed the USB port. Too far. I pressed my shoulder harder against the grate and the metal bit into my skin, and I stretched until my arm was shaking shaking, and my fingertips found the port, and I shoved the flash drive in, and it clicked, and a wave of fierce triumph surged through me. I yanked my arm back, and a screw on the grate caught my sleeve and ripped the fabric, and the grate rattled, and pure panic flooded my body, and I froze. What was that? Footsteps right on the other side of the wall. A flashlight beam swept under the backdrop 3 inches from my shoes. I pulled my feet in and pressed myself flat against the scaffolding. The beam moved on. Nothing. Probably the AC. I squeezed back through the gap and scrambled to my feet and sprinted to the bathroom and splashed water on my face, and my hands were shaking so hard water went everywhere. I half ran back to the stage and threw myself into my chair 6 seconds before Graham called my name. The drive was in. Channel 4. My hands were still shaking from adrenaline, and I could taste metal in my mouth. Corey went first. A producer had dressed him in a clean white shirt and combed his hair, and he stood at the podium on his toes. He sleeps on my pillow when I'm gone. My mom sent me a video. He just sits there and waits. The audience was destroyed. Graham crouched next to him with his hand on his back. America, this is what we're fighting for. The older woman went next. Quiet, dignified. The counter was flat. My turn. The spotlight hit me, and my heart was hammering, and I could feel it skipping beats, and sweat ran down my temples. The prompter scrolled. Mention your mother. Pause after the insurance line. Camera 3. I gripped the podium, and I was terrified and furious and ready to burn this whole place down. I looked at the prompter. I looked at Graham with his earpiece. I looked at Corey in a chair too big for him. I looked at the side door. I reached under the podium where a monitor switch was mounted to the frame. I flipped it to channel 4. The screens behind the stage flickered, and the satisfaction was so savage I could feel it in my teeth. Graham's smile froze. The producer's document filled every screen in the studio. Contestant rankings by entertainment value. Every name, every number, the audience murmured. Graham's hand went to his earpiece. The screens changed. The email. Post-elimination care. NA. Not our liability. 30 feet wide. The murmur became gasps. I pulled out Mia's paper and unfolded it on the podium. These are the names of every person eliminated from this show. They were ranked by entertainment value. When they were voted off, they were driven to a bus stop. No follow-up care. No medical support. Nothing. I pointed at the screen. Not our liability. That's what this show thinks of the people who walk through that door. Graham sprinted for the tech booth. He ripped his earpiece out and screamed at a producer. Kill the feed! Kill it! 2 producers grabbed for cables behind the stage. The screen switched to Mia's footage. The locked dormitory doors. The confiscated phones. A producer telling a crying contestant, "You signed the contract. You can't leave." The audience was on their feet, not clapping, shouting. A woman in the front row pressed her hands against the glass and screamed. A man stood up and pointed at Graham. "You locked them in?" Graham spun toward the cameras with his hands up. "This is being taken out of context." I grabbed the mic. A woman stood at this podium and said, "My kids are 4 and 6 and you cut to commercial." An old man walked through that door with his grandkid's photo in his wallet and nobody said his name. "You turned a 12-year-old who just wants to see his dog into a plot line." I pointed at Graham. "You told me I was going to inspire people. This is what you meant. You meant I was going to stand up here and bleed for ratings." The audience behind the glass was pounding on it with their fists, and I was so overwhelmed I could barely stay on my feet. A man in the second row picked up his chair and threw it at the glass, and it cracked. Security rushed the stage, but 2 audience members had already shoved through the side entrance, and one of them grabbed Graham by the lapel. "You locked them in. You locked children in." Corey slid out of his chair and walked across the stage on shaky legs and grabbed my hand. His fingers barely wrapped around mine. The older woman stood up and took my other hand. 3 dying people holding hands under the lights, defiant and unbreakable, while the audience pounded the glass and Graham's earpiece buzzed and the evidence played on every screen behind us. They cut the broadcast. It didn't matter. Mia had uploaded everything to every platform she could reach from a phone she'd smuggled out in her bag the day she was eliminated. By the time the screens went dark, the footage had 2 million views. By the time Graham's lawyers sent the first takedown notice, it had 20 million. A surgeon in Boston called the network and offered to do every remaining contestant's procedure for free. 2 more followed. A hospital system in Chicago offered aftercare. My mom called me. She was sobbing. I pressed the phone against my ear and slid down the wall. "Mom, a surgeon called. Massachusetts General. He'll do it for free." The relief and the joy hit me at the same time, and I doubled over and pressed my forehead against my knees and sobbed. "Come home," she said. Same words from the porch. I held the phone with both hands and my shoulders shook. Mia called from her parents' house. "Surgeon in Denver. Pro bono." I loved her so much I dropped to the floor and pressed my face into the carpet. "Mia, don't you dare cry." I was already crying. Corey got his transplant. His mom sent me a video of Biscuit jumping on him so hard he fell into the grass, and I gripped my phone with both hands, and and my vision blurred because that kid deserved every second of it. The older woman sent me a card. I stood up because you did. The kidney failure woman's kids FaceTimed me from her hospital room. She grabbed the screen and said, 4 and 6 and they still have a mom. I put the phone down and pressed both hands over my face and cried because that sentence was the whole reason I'd done any of it. I pulled out the crumpled list and smoothed it flat and ran my finger down every name. The show was canceled. Graham was under investigation. The hospital that took me had no cameras and no logos on the pillowcases, and I pressed my face into the pillow and cried because that's all it should have ever been. Mia rode shotgun to my follow-up because she refused to let me go alone. I saw Graham on a billboard and she leaned across me and gave it the finger, and we both laughed so hard the car swerved, and for the second time since I met her, I forgot where I was and why I was there, and it felt like freedom. I appreciate you taking me on this trip. Of course, that's what big brothers do. I just wish there wasn't so much damn snow. I drove up the winding Swiss Alp mountain road and started to get nervous as I glanced to the right and saw a steep drop-off without a guard railing. The hair stood up on my arms as I tried my best to go slow and controlled up this wet, slippery road. Snow had covered all of the asphalt and I could feel my tires unable to grip onto anything solid. My GPS died an hour ago and I was guessing as to where our hotel was. Are we getting close? I'm getting hungry. I had no idea that 10-year-olds ate this much. Yeah, we should be there soon. Our hotel should be up here on the left. I quietly panicked, totally unsure. I drove about another 50 feet, went around a curve and felt the wheel shake. I gripped tighter. Whoa, the car's doing something weird. The front end started to move right, then left, then right. Snow was smacking down onto the windshield, and I couldn't see more than 2 feet in front of me. My worst nightmare happened as I lost control of the car. It slid, twisted, and turned. Crap. Oh my God. Hold on. What's happening? I gently pumped the brakes, but that didn't slow us down. Terror coursed through me because we were right on the edge of the cliff and were skating along it. Then I saw a huge tree right in front of us, put my arm across Carly, and desperately tried to swerve away from the tree, but we slammed into it and came to a stop. My adrenaline skyrocketed. Smoke seeped out from under the hood, and I immediately checked on Carly. You okay? Are you hurt anywhere? I bumped my head, but I think I'm okay. I checked myself over, and I was fine. Carly giggled. That kind of reminded me of when Dad used to drive. He was such a bad driver. I felt relieved we were alive and laughed along with her. Yeah, so was Mom. Remember how we used to take bets to see who ran a red light first? Yeah, she looked away and was gripped by sadness. I know you miss them, pal. I do too. But remember what we talked about? Yes, Dad's the angel on your shoulder, Mom's the angel on mine, and some nights they switch off. Exactly. And they're with us right now at this very moment. She glanced over at her shoulder and smiled. I caressed her head. We're gonna be all right. I just have to figure out a way to call for help. I checked my phone again and saw no reception. Snow started pouring down even worse and covered the windows. I started panicking from feeling trapped and alone in the wilderness. My terror only grew when I thought of how long we could stay in the car without freezing to death. What are we gonna do? I'm thinking on it. Not totally sure just yet. I thought to myself, don't let Carly see that you're afraid. Headlights flashed behind us and I jolted up. Wait here! I hopped out and quickly started waving my hands. Hey, we need help! Snow engulfed me and the bitter cold air filled my lungs, shocking my system. The truck slowed down and a man rolled down his window. What happened? I lost control around the curve. The car's totaled after hitting that tree. Can you give us a ride? Sure. It's pretty lucky I saw you because there's a major snowstorm coming in. I was seriously relieved and signaled to Carly. I grabbed our bags and got into the truck. My name's Trevor. This is Carly. I'm Peter. I can take you to my family's motel. It's just a few miles up the street from here. Peter had long, greasy hair and a tattoo of an old Celtic sword on his wrist, which was unnerving. We drove up the mountain road and pulled into what looked like an old Victorian Gothic mansion with a freaky-looking stone gargoyle perched in the front. We entered and saw a huge entrance with an old, broken, flickering chandelier and boarded-up windows with graffiti of ancient symbols sprayed on random walls. The place was empty. Peter dropped our bags down. Welcome. Can we call a cab to pick us up and take us to our hotel? There's no reception and you can't leave because of the storm. You have no choice but to stay here. I was disappointed because he was right. He went around to the back of the front desk and opened up a book. Would you like the penthouse suite or just a regular room? A regular room is fine. I noticed a family tree of several pictures behind him on the wall that showed 6 brothers. Peter was the oldest, and the matriarch of the family was an intense-looking red-haired woman above everyone else. That'll be $100 for the night. I paid him, got a key, and we headed up to our room. The room was covered in dust and cobwebs and had a foul smell. I looked at the bed and heard a strange sound, as if something was rubbing on cloth. What is that sound? I don't know. We both walked around the room listening for where it was coming from. The sounds transformed into a high-pitched squeaking sound, and I noticed that it was coming from the bed. I kneeled down, looked underneath it, and saw nothing but filth and dust balls below. Then, as I lifted my head and got closer to the actual mattress, I saw what looked like different shapes underneath the bed sheets, slightly moving on their own. What the hell? Carly saw it as well, got scared and moved away. That's okay, just stay over there. What in the hell could possibly be underneath the sheet? I put my hand down on top of the sheet and felt several things moving and hissing below it. It brushed and tickled my palm, giving me the creeps. It feels like some kind of animal or something. I was terrified to uncover whatever was moving, but I would have to do it at some point if we wanted to sleep. I slowly gripped onto the edge of the bedspread, cringed out of fear with what might be underneath it, and ripped off the top sheet. Then, I immediately felt 3 flying cockroaches leap onto my forearm, my stomach, and my neck. I twisted and batted the bugs off of me, looked down at the top of the mattress, and saw that it was covered in hundreds of grotesque-looking, multi-shaped bed bugs and roaches. Carly gasped. I tried not to puke. "We're leaving right now." I jumped with fright when I heard a loud knock at our door. I opened it, and the younger, rat-looking brother with no teeth was standing there. "Hi, we haven't met yet. My name's Charlie. I'm the nice brother." He saw the gross display of bed bugs behind us and stopped cold. "Hold on, please." He went down the hallway, went into a closet, grabbed a flamethrower, walked in, and set the entire bed on flames. He scorched every living creepy crawly there was. The smell of burnt, charred bugs was overwhelming. "There you go. All better. We want another room. Now." "That's very understandable. Follow me, please." I was getting more and more nervous because we were trapped, and I could tell that Carly was genuinely afraid of these guys. We walked out into the hallway and followed him towards a room at the very end of the floor. He unlocked it, and we followed him in. It looked like a large storage room that had a lot of old furniture in it. "Why are you showing us this room?" "Because it's our nicest accommodations. Just follow me." We walked into the room, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw him grab a metal pipe and swing it at my head. I barely moved out of the way, but still took a hard shot to the side of my head. I stumbled back to the ground and heard Carly scream. I saw stars, and the room started spinning. Then I saw him grab Carly, lift her over his shoulder, and run away. I tried to go after him, but stumbled and face-planted into the hardwood floor. I was in and out of consciousness. Then I heard the door we came in get shut and locked. I rubbed my eyes, shook off the cloudiness, and gathered myself. I stood up and rushed to the door in a panic. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" No response. I viciously banged on the door, but it was bolted locked from the outside. I felt a deep fear that they were going to harm Carly, and I was helpless to stop them. My hands trembled as I searched around the room for anything I could use as a weapon. I found a fire extinguisher and started smashing in the door. I busted through a large enough hole to reach out and unlock the bolt. I rushed out of the room and scanned the hallway and heard nothing. This place has 3 floors, and I got even more horrified because they could literally be anywhere. I still needed some type of weapon, so I headed into a storage closet and saw a shelf that had several cooking tools. I uncovered a black sheet. "Oh my God!" I gasped in shock and backed away when I saw a human skull with maggots crawling out of the eye sockets and nasal cavity. Terror and disgust gripped me as I looked away. I grabbed a metal pan and rushed out. I went down the hallway and had to gather my thoughts. No reception meant that I couldn't call the police, and I couldn't even leave to get help from the snowstorm. I felt an intense determination in my gut. I will go through every door to try and find my baby sis. I don't care if it leads directly to hell. I kicked in every door on the top floor and saw nothing but stale beds and cobwebs. Every room was infested with different kinds of roaches or bugs that kept crawling up my pant leg or onto my arm. I was trying so hard not to throw up from the awful stench that was consuming me. I cleared every room on this floor, then got into the elevator and figured I'd head down to the first floor and see if I could find anything. The elevator light flickered and made a creepy grumbling sound. As I made my way down, I raised the metal pan, ready for anything. My adrenaline was at an all-time high because I had no idea what would be waiting for me once the elevator door opened. I reached the first floor, and that stupid ding went off, telling everyone that I had arrived. The doors opened, and I saw no one. I stepped out with my pan raised and slowly and carefully looked around the foyer. Nobody was around. I went behind the desk and saw the office, but no lights were on. The door was open, but there was complete darkness coming from the room. I lost my breath because I couldn't see if anyone or anything was in the room. I made my way towards the edge of the doorframe and tried to get a better look inside. I turned my cell phone light on and shined it inside. My hand trembled and I saw moving shadows, but nobody. I entered slowly and saw a locked door. I gripped onto the door handle, took a deep breath, raised my metal pan, and prepared myself for whatever might be behind it. I opened it, and as soon as the door was halfway open, a fist slammed into my face. My nose busted, and I felt blood trickling down my mouth. I took a step back to see Peter wearing brass knuckles. He was standing at the top of a staircase and yelled back down into a basement. "I told you to neutralize him and you failed. Now I'll have to do it." He didn't see the metal pan in my hands, so when he turned back to face me, I cracked him across the face so hard that he tumbled backwards and collapsed down the stairs, completely unconscious. I followed him down and saw him splayed out at the bottom in a contorted, crooked heap. I slowly stepped down into a dark, candlelit room. I held the pan, again, ready for whatever might confront me. My heart pounded, my palms were sweating. I made it to the bottom of the stairs and saw Peter laying on the ground and shivering. He choked up blood and clutched onto his stomach. I looked at where he was bleeding from and saw a wooden spike sticking out of his chest. He landed on some kind of a trap. "You'll never get your sister back. She will become one of us, and there is nothing you can do about it." "What do you mean, one of you? Who are you people? Sanguis pro sanguine, anima pro anima. What does that mean? Blood for blood, soul for soul." He took one last breath and faded away. Then I heard the loudest, blood-curdling scream I have ever heard. "Ah!" It did not sound human. I stepped into the basement room, my heart thumping. There were candles lit in the four corners of the room. One of them lit up a wall that was covered in pictures of people of all different ages: men, women, young, middle-aged, and old. Then my heart literally stopped when I saw a picture taken of Carly. It was at the bottom corner of the wall. She looked so terrified, and that infuriated me. My mind raced with horrendous thoughts of what her picture being here meant. Was she about to be sacrificed? Was she about to be indoctrinated into some type of cult? My guts churned when I saw strange red symbols above the pictures. My throat tightened. My eyes watered from the candle smoke. Then I heard whispering voices coming from somewhere. I checked the entire room and didn't see any doors or closets or windows. The voices came down from somewhere in here. I felt along the wall for a hollow spot and came upon a soft dent in the wall. I heard a faint sound of hissing, which confused me. I punched into the wall and easily broke it open. The strange, high-pitched hissing sounds grew louder. My terror amplified because I had no idea what was going to come next. I shoved some drywall out of the way to make the opening larger, knelt down so I could get a better look at what was behind the wall, and saw complete darkness through the hole. Then I grabbed one of the candles and slowly moved it towards the hissing. I saw strange shapes and shadows moving together and intertwining. I got down lower, held the candle closer to the hissing, and lunged back when I saw hundreds of snakes spitting and striking at me. I dropped the pan and the candle and felt a chill up my spine. Snakes started slithering and crawling right through the hole I had bashed in. They quickly slid out and surrounded me. I quickly got up and heard voices whispering from upstairs. I grabbed the metal pan, rushed to the stairs, then saw a king cobra right in front of my face. I froze in terror and stayed as still as I possibly could. It bared its fangs, cocked back to bite. My breath caught because if I moved at all, it would bite me. The speed was terrifying, and the candles only illuminated its face partially. I locked in on its eyes, and the hair stood up on the back of my neck. I swung the metal pan as hard as I possibly could and whacked it across the face. It did absolutely nothing to it. It lunged at me, and I slipped to the side, making it miss me by less than an inch. Its strength was freaky. I smacked it again, rushed past it, and headed up the stairs. It tried to bite my ankle as I passed by and missed by a centimeter. I rushed up the stairs and noticed a surveillance camera in the corner of the basement room. Someone's been watching everything, and that scream sounded like it came from a woman. I headed up and didn't see anyone. I ran into the main foyer and saw another hallway that led to an entirely new wing of the hotel. I gripped onto my metal pan and saw images of Carly in my mind. I made a promise to myself after our parents died that I would protect her at any cost, and so far I was failing. Every minute that went by meant she was still in danger, which horrified me. I passed by a conference room, then a gym, then an old cafeteria. It looked as if no one had stepped into any of these rooms in a very long time. I was running out of rooms and options. I reached the end of the long hallway and hadn't seen anyone. I looked behind me and noticed a few snakes slithered away and went underneath a few closed doors. That gave me chills in the worst way. I hate snakes. I heard a loud clank at the back of the cafeteria in the kitchen. I raised my metal pan and snuck up through the cafeteria towards the entrance of the kitchen. I looked around the edge of the wall and heard a weird breathing sound. The lights were dim and someone was standing in the silhouette of the doorframe. I called out, "Show yourself. Come on, show yourself, you twat." Then I saw the younger-looking brother step out of the shadows and smile at me. He held the same flamethrower he had earlier in his hands. He yelled out, "Nox eterna nos devorabit," and then blasted a huge torch of flames towards me. I leaped out of the doorway and felt the heat cover my back. I slid on the floor, then felt my back and realized that the flame burned off the back of my shirt and some of the hair on the back of my head. He yelled out a guttural scream and charged towards me. My adrenaline kicked in again, and I realized that I wouldn't be able to outrun the fire. I would have to find a way to get close to him and somehow disarm the flamethrower. I grabbed a chair and hurled at him. He torched it. The wooden chair burnt to a cinder. I grabbed a small cafe table and chucked it as hard as I could at him as he kept advancing. He torched the table too. My heart was pounding and I could barely breathe from sheer terror overcoming me, and not to mention the lingering smoke. I panicked, searched for something to defend myself with as he chased me around the cafeteria and got closer and closer to me. I sprinted into the cold storage closet and shut the door behind me. I'd rather be cold than feel any more heat right now. I searched for some kind of a weapon and didn't find anything, so I climbed up a shelf and waited for him to enter. I heard the fire torch burning and exploding from outside the closet door. I gritted my teeth and thought about doing whatever I had to do to save my poor little sis. I couldn't imagine the hell she must be going through right now. I thought of my parents again and hoped that they weren't watching down from heaven at this moment. They would feel even more horrified than I feel right about now. The door burst open and he blasted a fireball into the room. I quickly covered my face and ducked away from the flame. Then there was nothing but an eerie silence. I waited, standing on the top shelf, ready to jump down and pounce. I knew I only had one chance at surprising him. The door reopened and he stepped in, aiming the flamethrower. I lost my breath, leaped down and slammed my elbow down onto the crown of his head. He dropped the torch and fell to the ground in a heap. I was on top of him and hammered my knee into the ground as I fell on top of him. I felt a shooting pain flash across my leg, but I didn't have time to feel it. I grabbed the flamethrower with one hand and grabbed the back of his rat-looking head with my other. I had him pinned and he knew it. Wait, I'll take you to your sister. Just don't kill me. Where is she? I'll take you to her. No, tell me where she is and I'll consider not ending you. Okay, I'll tell you exactly where she is. I'm waiting. He signaled that I come closer to his face. I did. He signaled again that I come even closer. I gritted my teeth, gripped hard onto the trigger of the flamethrower, terror consuming me. Talk, you sick bastard, talk! He pulled me in and yelled in my face. That little bitch has been sent to hell. Ha 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 ha! I saw red and felt my guts burn. I shoved the flamethrower into his mouth and ended him. How about a little barbecue, asshole? I stood up, took several deep breaths, hoping and praying that it wasn't true what he said about Carly. I gathered myself, feeling my adrenaline dump. I felt extremely fatigued, and also hoped that there weren't any more of these insane brothers. I noticed the flamethrower wasn't working anymore, and I dropped it. I stepped out of the ice storage closet and saw an old woman with red stringy hair and a tattoo of a weird red symbol under her eye. She saw the other dead brother on the ground and dropped to her knees. She looked up at the sky and started speaking in tongues. Where's my sister? Where is my sister, you crazy bitch? She ignored me, then raised her hand high in the air. That was a signal, because two more younger men in their mid-20s stepped out of the shadows of the room. They were dressed in black and red leather and wore evil-looking masks. They both held pitchforks and rushed towards me. I thought I was a goner for sure. I thought I had failed and would be joining my parents. Then, as they got close to me, to my surprise, they stopped. Then two more men, wearing the same strange outfits, came up behind me, grabbed my arms and tied them behind my back. One of them took out a cell phone and snapped a picture of me. They put a black potato sack over my head and everything went dark. They walked me somewhere and shoved me into a room. I landed on something hard and passed out. I woke up chained to a pipe in a four-wall dungeon. Then my heart broke a little when I heard Carly. Is that you, Carly? Thank God you're alive. I wept a little with relief that we still had a chance at survival, even if it was small. Where are you? I've been held in this room. I'm next to you. Have you been here the whole time? Yes. I was terrified to ask. Did they hurt you? Not bad. But the woman keeps coming into my room and making me try on different outfits. It's kind of like they're preparing me for something. That gave me chills. What do you think they're preparing you for? I don't know, but I'm really scared. That broke my heart. I'm so sorry this happened, but I want you to remember what Dad used to say to us before we'd go to the doctor. He'd say, always remember, the universe protects you like a big blanket of love. Do you remember that? I heard her get choked up. I do. And man, I really wish he and Mom were with us right now. Me too, kiddo. Me too. But I'm gonna make you a promise. I will get you out of this madness. You have my word. My door unlocked, and the woman entered. She glared at me as if I was the evil one here. I scanned every inch of the room, searching for an escape. You know, I was going to keep your sister as one of my own. She's adorable, smart, gentle, and is all that's good about the human race. But, since you took two of my sons, she got choked up and shook her head. My prized possessions, my boys. The only comfort that I get from this is knowing that they're in the next world with their father. And now I get to take from you the thing you value the most, your angelic little sister. And when that's done, you will be forced into being my slave." Her 2 other sons grabbed me and tied my hands behind my back with a rope. My wrists burned in pain. They walked me into the ballroom that had more strange symbols on the wall above a wide stage. They held Carly and had her wearing a freaky, multicolored dress with a headpiece. She was shivering and my legs were shaking. The red-haired woman stood behind Carly and held her by the shoulders. My eyes darted around, searching for a way out or some way to escape. I felt the rope around my wrists get a little looser. The red-haired woman stood up on the stage and raised up her arms. "Father of darkness, hear my voice. This blood is offered to you." I scratched and clawed at the ropes. The price of a soul, the gift of death. I yanked the ropes down as far as I could and felt my thumb start to dislocate as she kept speaking loudly. "The light is extinguished. The gate is open. Come, my master, and receive what has been owed to you since eternity." A sharp pain jolted through my thumb and up my wrist as I dislocated it and broke free. I grabbed a candle and shoved it into the face of the closest brother. He screamed out in agony as it burned him. I rushed up onto the stage and saw the red-haired woman holding a hatchet with carved-out satanic symbols on it. She went to raise the hatchet towards me, screamed out, "Ah!" Before she could swing, a king cobra slithered up onto the stage and bit her in the face. Her 4 boys reacted in shock and horror. They all went towards her as she fell to the ground in agonizing pain, clutching her eye. I grabbed Carly's hand and we took off running as fast as we could. I rushed by the front desk, saw Peter's car keys on the table, grabbed them and ran out. I didn't care how cold it was. We quickly got into Peter's truck and drove up the mountain towards our original hotel. The snow had let up by this point. I held Carly's hand. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" "No, I'm good. You kept your promise." I think Mom and Dad were watching out for us. Who knows, maybe Dad got reincarnated as that king cobra. For the first time in what seemed like forever, we shared a laugh. We made it up to the hotel, and I just held Carly in my arms, and we both cried. Partly out of relief, partly out of the intense darkness we had just witnessed. I was about to get out of the truck and felt something cold on the inside of my sleeve. I froze. "What is that? What's what?" I raised up my sleeve and saw a skinny snake slither out towards my face. It went to bite me, and I was horrified. It struck. Then with lightning speed, Carly grabbed it around the neck, smashed it into the dashboard and snapped its spine. I stared at her, genuinely impressed and grateful. We walked into the hotel, and I told them to immediately call the police and send animal control to that awful place. Several hours later, 2 cops arrived and told us that they had entered the abandoned motel and found everyone was dead, either by a snake bite or a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Good. Let them burn in hell like they wanted to. My dad's voice ripped through the house so loud I sat straight up in bed. He never raised his voice, not once in 16 years. I pulled the blanket against my chest and cracked my door open and pressed my face against the gap. Dad was pacing the living room with his phone against his ear and a locked briefcase gripped in his other hand. Mom was standing in the kitchen doorway with tears running down her face. I said they are not getting anywhere near my family. Dad spun toward the counter and swept a glass off the edge, and it shattered against the wall, and Mom stumbled backward. My hands tightened on the doorframe. Then Dad saw me through the crack. The fury drained from his face in one beat. His shoulders dropped, his jaw unclenched. He crossed the room and crouched in front of me and put his hands on my shoulders, and the glass was still on the kitchen floor behind him. "Hey buddy, go pack a bag. We're going on a trip." His voice was warm and steady, and it terrified me more than the shouting because the man who'd just thrown a glass was smiling at me like nothing had happened. Fresh start. Dad said it 3 times during the drive, and each time he gripped the steering wheel tighter. My sister Bea was asleep in the back seat with her stuffed rabbit pressed against her cheek. Mom was staring out the passenger window, chewing the inside of her lip. Nobody had spoken for the last hour, except Dad. His words said vacation, but his knuckles said something else. This is going to be great. The 4 of us with no distractions. His knuckles were white on the wheel. The dirt road twisted so deep into the woods the GPS had died 20 minutes ago. Trees pressed against both sides of the road so tight the headlights barely cut through. Dad pulled up to the cabin and killed the engine, and the silence was instant and enormous. Bea woke up and pressed her face against the window. "Is this it? Can we go swimming?" "Tomorrow, baby." Dad carried the bags in with one hand. The other gripped a locked briefcase that he hadn't let go of since we left the house. He shoved it under his bed before touching anything else. When he opened the trunk, I caught the smell of gasoline on his hands. "Why do you smell like gas?" "Filled up on the way. Pump was broken." I carried Bea and her rabbit inside. The cabin was small and clean and smelled like pine. For a second, I almost believed the vacation story. Dad unpacked groceries while Mom made the beds, and Bea ran from room to room, opening opening every drawer. I wandered out back and found the lake. The water was still and black. I crouched at the edge, and the trees reflected back like a mirror. Dad came up behind me and put his hand on my shoulder. I used to fish here when I was your age. He pulled a folding knife from his pocket and crouched by the shore. He picked up a stick and started whittling. My dad taught me to gut a fish with a knife just like this one. Want me to show you tomorrow? Yeah, he handed me the knife. Keep it. Every man should have a good knife. He showed me how to hold it and clean the blade on your jeans and fold it one-handed. The whole time he was smiling, the real smile, the one that reached his eyes. I folded the knife and put it in my pocket. The weight of it pressed against my thigh. His hand was still on my shoulder, and I leaned into it, and the desperate hope that everything wrong at home was going to be fine here made my chest ache. Then we went inside, and Dad locked the front door with a padlock. Not the deadbolt, but a padlock from the inside. The click rang through the whole cabin, and I flinched. Mom saw the padlock, and her whole body went rigid. Just for safety, Dad said. We're in the middle of nowhere, and if anyone comes up that road, you come tell me first. Why would anyone come up here? They won't. But if they do, he held out his hand. Phones. What? No distractions this week. That's the whole point of a fresh start. Mom handed hers over without looking at him. I held mine for a beat too long, and Dad's eyes locked onto me, and something behind them flickered. Jesse. I handed it over. He put all 3 phones in a lockbox and slid it under the bed in his room. Bea tugged his sleeve hard. Daddy, can I call Grandma? Not this week, baby. Why? Because this week is just for us. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out, and his face changed when he saw the screen. He silenced it and shoved it back. Who was that? Nobody. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. The dread crept up my spine, and my hands went cold for the first time. We ate dinner without talking. The wind scraped branches against the boarded windows. Dad made pasta that night. Bea talked about the lake and the trees and her rabbit. Dad smiled at her and responded to everything she said. He set his fork down with a click. Some ground rules for the trip. Mom's hand froze over her plate. No going outside after dark. No exceptions. He looked at each of us. No leaving the table during meals. He looked at me specifically. No talking after 8 p.m. That's insane, I said. It's peaceful. That's the difference. We can't talk after 8? You can talk, just not loudly. Mom put her hand on my arm under the table and squeezed. The squeeze said, shut up. That squeeze said everything her face didn't. After dinner, I cornered her in the hallway. What's going on? She wouldn't meet my eyes. Your father's been under a lot of stress at work. This isn't stress. He padlocked the door. Just do what he says. She grabbed both my hands, and her grip was shaking. Please, Jesse. It'll be over soon. What'll be over? What's he afraid of? People. What people? The kind that don't knock. She walked away. Bea was in the bunk room arranging her rabbit on the pillow. Jesse, this cabin is so cool. Can we go fishing tomorrow? Yeah, Bea, we can go fishing. I dropped onto the edge of her bed and she climbed into my lap. The knife in my pocket pressed against my thigh. The padlock on the front door pressed against my mind. My 7-year-old sister was asking about fishing while the fear crushed my ribs. Hammering jolted me awake. Dad was in the living room with a box of nails and a hammer, and he was nailing a board across the front window. What are you doing? Keeping us safe. From what? He drove the next nail so hard the wall cracked. There are animals out here. Bears. I don't want Bea near the glass. I gripped the door frame because there hadn't been bears in this part of the state for 30 years. He nailed the second window, then the third. Bea trailed him from room to room, clutching her rabbit. Daddy, are the bears really scary? Very scary, baby. Scarier than the dark. Much scarier. She held her rabbit tighter and pressed close to his leg. He put his hand on her head without breaking stride and kept nailing. The tenderness of that gesture made my skin crawl. The same hand hammering boards over windows was resting gently on his daughter's hair. He hung blankets over every window, and the cabin went from bright to dim to cave dark, and Bea came back to me, clutching her rabbit. Jesse, it's dark. And he crouched in front of her and said, I know, baby. We're playing a game. Whoever keeps the blankets up the longest wins. She believed him. New rules. No going near the doors. No looking behind the blankets. No asking about the phones. No talking about home. Every rule was delivered in the same calm voice, like he was reading a menu. Mom cooked lunch, and her hands were shaking so badly she dropped a pan, and Dad said, careful, in a tone that made the hair on my arms stand up. After lunch, Mom pulled Dad into their bedroom, and I pressed my ear against the door. You have to stop this. The kids are scared. The kids are fine. Jesse isn't fine. He's asking questions. Then stop him from asking questions. This isn't what you said. You said a week. You said it would blow over and we'd go home. Plans change. I want to go home. A sound. Sharp. Skin on skin. Mom gasped. Then silence. I shoved the door open. Mom was holding her cheek. Dad stood over her with his hand still raised. The horror hit me like ice water because the look on his face wasn't anger. He looked annoyed, like she'd interrupted a meeting. Go back to your room, room, Jesse. You hit her. I said go back to your room. Mom shook her head at me, tears streaming, mouthing, go. I went. I dropped onto my bunk, shaking. I pulled the fishing knife from my pocket and opened it. The blade caught the light, not to use it, to remind myself I had something. Bea was coloring on the floor. Jesse, is Daddy mad? No. He sounds mad. He's just tired. Can we go fishing? Maybe later. I waited until midnight. Dad was asleep in the chair by the front door with the hammer across his lap. I crept to the back bedroom and woke Mom and Bea. We're leaving. Mom shook her head. He'll hear us. The window in Bea's room. It's the only one he didn't nail from the outside. I carried Bea to the window. She held her rabbit against her chest. I slid the window up inch by inch. Night air rushed in cold and clean. I lifted Bea onto the sill. Climb down. I'm right behind you. The floor creaked behind me. Dad was standing in the doorway. Put her down. Bea started crying. Daddy, put her down, Jesse. Now. His voice was calm. I lowered Bea back inside. Dad walked to the window and closed it. He pulled a handful of nails from his pocket and hammered it shut. Bea was sobbing in the corner. Mom pressed her hand over her mouth. He nailed every remaining window in the cabin. The padlock on the front door and the nails in every window meant the cabin was sealed. The hammering took 15 minutes, and each nail was another door closing. When he was done, the cabin was sealed. No way in, no way out. He sat back in his chair by the front door. I'm doing this for us. I cornered Mom in the hallway. What is going on? She grabbed both my hands. Her grip was shaking. There were threats before we left. Phone calls. Someone threw something through the living room window. What? Your father said people were coming after us because of something at his company. He said the cabin was the only place they couldn't find us. The fear in her voice was real. The shaking in her hands was real. The padlocks, the nails, the phones. It all clicked. My dad wasn't losing his mind. He was protecting us. I went to him. He was sitting by the front door with the hammer across his lap, looking exhausted. Dad, he looked up. I'm sorry I fought you. His face changed. The tension drained out, and for the first time since we arrived, he looked like my dad again. You understand? People are coming. You're keeping us safe. He stood up and put both hands on my shoulders. That's all I've ever wanted to do. The next morning, I held the boards while he reinforced the back door. We worked side by side, and the rhythm of the hammer felt like something I'd been missing. He taught me how to angle the nails so they held stronger. You're a quick learner. I had a good teacher. He squeezed my shoulder. You're going to be a good man, Jesse. Just like me. I believed him. I helped him stack furniture against the side windows. I helped him check the locks. I stopped asking about the phones. I told B the blankets on the windows were a game, and she believed me because I believed it too. Then I heard them arguing through the bedroom door. Mom's voice. This has to stop. It's almost over. You hit me. I was scared. I won't do it again. You poured gasoline around the briefcase, David. Not the doors, not the windows, the briefcase. You're not protecting us. You're protecting whatever's in that case. If those documents get out, I go to prison for 20 years. And if someone lights a match, we all burn. The horror dropped through my stomach like a stone. I stumbled back from the door, terrified. The man who just told me I was going to be a good man had poured gasoline around a briefcase full of evidence. Not around the doors to keep people out. Around the thing he needed to destroy. I'd been holding boards for a man who was building a cage, not a fortress. I grabbed Mom's arm and pulled her into the bathroom. We're leaving. Now. He'll catch us. I don't care. The gasoline is around the briefcase, not the doors. He's not protecting us. She pressed her palms against her eyes. I know. I've known since he poured it. I pulled her hands off her face. I waited 2 hours. The cabin was silent. Bea had fallen asleep with her head in my lap and her rabbit tucked under her chin. I stroked her hair and counted her breaths. 12, 13, 14. She trusted me completely. She didn't know about the nails or the padlock or the bruise on Mom's cheek. She thought we were on vacation and the windows were a game and tomorrow we'd go fishing. I pressed my lips against the top of her head and made a promise I didn't say out loud. Dad had moved to the bedroom. I picked up Bea. She wrapped her arms around my neck. I grabbed Mom's hand and we crept to the back door. I reached for the handle. The porch light came on. Dad was standing on the other side of the screen door. He'd gone out a window himself. He was holding a red gas can. I told you. He unscrewed the cap. Nobody leaves. He poured gasoline across the back porch. Then he went inside and poured a circle of it around the bed where the briefcase was. The smell hit me so hard my eyes watered and Bea buried her face in my neck. He walked around the side of the cabin pouring gasoline gasoline along the foundation. The glugging echoed in the dark. The smell was everywhere. Bea whimpered, "Jesse," into my shoulder. He came back to the front, holding a match. He wasn't shaking. His hand was steady. "Sit down, all of you. We're going to talk about this like a family. You just poured gasoline around the house because nobody listens." He struck the match and held it between two fingers. The flame was tiny and orange. It lit up his face. His eyes were flat and empty. The terror narrowed my vision to a tunnel. I was not getting my family out through a door. My feet carried me to the back bedroom, and I kicked the nailed window with everything I had. The first kick cracked the board. The second shattered the glass, and the wood splintered outward, and the nails screamed out of the frame. I sliced my palms open on the glass, and blood ran down my wrists, and I didn't feel it. "Go!" I shoved Mom through the window. She fell onto the grass and rolled. I handed Bea through, and Mom caught her. Glass tore my shirt as I dove through the frame. It raked across my ribs. I hit the ground and grabbed Bea and her rabbit, and we ran. The woods swallowed us. No moon, no path. Branches whipping my face and roots catching my feet, and Bea on my back with her arms around my neck so tight I could barely breathe. Mom was behind me, gasping and stumbling. Gasoline soaked my clothes. Blood ran from my palms down the back of Bea's legs. She was crying into my neck, whispering, "Jesse, Jesse, Jesse," like my name was keeping her alive. We ran until my lungs burned. Bea's weight shifted on my back. My arms were screaming. I hitched her higher and kept running. Branches raked my face. I couldn't see the ground. Twice I stumbled and caught myself on tree trunks. The bark scraped my bleeding palms. The pain was white hot, but I couldn't stop. Behind us in the darkness, Jesse, Dad's voice, calm, conversational, like he was calling us in for dinner. "Come on back, buddy. It's cold out here." My hand found Mom's. I pulled her behind a fallen tree and pressed B against my chest. My hand clamped over her mouth. Bea's rabbit was pressed between us, and I could feel her heartbeat through the stuffed animal hammering against my ribs. "Jesse, Bea, let's go inside and talk about this." His footsteps crunched through the leaves, slow, steady. He wasn't running, he was walking. A man on an evening stroll through the woods looking for his family like he'd misplaced his keys. The footsteps passed us, faded. I waited until I couldn't hear them, and then I waited longer. The truck. I whispered it into Mom's ear. He left the keys in the visor. We crept through the woods toward the dirt road. Every snap of a twig froze all three of us. Bea was silent now, her face buried in my shoulder, her rabbit crushed between us. The truck was parked where he'd left it. The driver door eased open, and I lifted Bea into the back seat, and Mom climbed in after her. I slid behind the wheel. I was 16. I'd driven exactly 4 times in my life. My hands were slippery with blood and shaking so hard I could barely grip the wheel. I turned the key, and the engine roared to life, and the headlights blasted the trees. I reached for the gear shift, and the radio crackled on with the engine. A voice filled the cab. "Authorities are now confirming that Grayson Chemical knew about the contamination for over 18 months and failed to report. CEO David Harlan is wanted for questioning in connection with the poisoning of the municipal water supply in Carlton, affecting an estimated 15,000 residents. Harlan has not been seen since Friday. Investigators believe he may have fled with company documents that could be key to the prosecution. Federal agents have issued a warrant." Mom reached over and turned it off. Her hand was shaking. "He said people were threatening us." "I know. He said someone threw a rock through our window. He said we had to hide or they'd hurt Bea." She pressed her hand over her mouth. "Were the threats even real?" I gripped the steering wheel. "Mom, the people looking for us aren't threats. They're investigators, federal agents. The people Dad said were coming to hurt us are coming to arrest him." The horror hit worse than anything in the cabin. I gripped the steering wheel, and the blood from my palms smeared the leather. My dad hadn't snapped. He hadn't been protecting us. He'd poisoned 15,000 people, and then he'd driven his family to a cabin with a briefcase full of evidence and poured gasoline around both. The padlocks weren't to keep danger out. They were to keep witnesses in. The gasoline wasn't a contingency against attackers, and if his family was inside when it burned, that was a price he'd already decided to pay. He'd calculated every move. The cabin, the isolation, the phones in the lockbox, the rules, the gasoline. He was hiding his family because his name was about to be on every screen in the country, and he needed us where nobody could find us and ask us questions. Fresh start, that's what he'd called it. A fresh start. It was a cover story, and the cabin was the hiding place, and we were the loose ends. Headlights swept across the windshield. Someone on the road. I threw the truck in reverse, but the figure was already in front of us. Dad, standing in the headlight beams, the gas can at his feet. His shirt was wet with gasoline. His face was lit up white and flat in the high beams. He held up both hands, calm, still calm. "Jesse, turn off the truck." His voice was steady, the same voice that that read bedtime stories. The same voice that said, "Fresh start," in the car. I put it in park. My foot stayed on the brake. "You don't understand what's happening. I just heard it on the radio." A flicker crossed his face. Just a flicker. He smoothed it. "That's not the whole story. 15,000 people. It's complicated. You knew the water was poison and you let them drink it. I was trying to fix it. The board wouldn't listen. I tried to. You dragged us to a cabin and nailed the windows shut and hit Mom and poured gasoline around a house with your 7-year-old daughter inside." His jaw tightened, but he held the calm. His hands were still up. "I wasn't going to light it. You lit a match. I was trying to make a point." He took a step forward and I put the truck in drive. That's when it broke. The calm shattered like glass. His hands came down and he slammed both palms on the hood so hard the whole truck shook and Bea screamed in the back seat. "You are not driving away from me." He pounded the hood again. "I am your father." His voice was a roar now, raw and cracked and nothing like the measured tone he'd used all night. He grabbed the side mirror and shook it and the truck rocked. "I did everything for this family. The house and the school and the clothes and everything. And those documents are the only thing keeping me out of prison. If they find that briefcase, I go away for 20 years and you grow up without a father." He kicked the bumper, kicked it again. His face was red, veins bulging in his neck, spit flying. The man who hadn't raised his voice once in 12 hours was screaming so loud the trees seemed to pull back from him. "Get out of the truck! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get—" He stopped. Bea was sobbing in the back seat. The sound cut through his fury. He froze with his fist raised above the hood, his chest heaving. He looked through the windshield at his daughter's face, and something in him collapsed. His fist uncurled. His arm dropped. He stumbled backward. His legs gave out. He sat down hard on the dirt road in the headlights and pressed both hands over his face. "The briefcase is still in the cabin." His voice was barely a whisper, and the grief cracked my chest open. "With the gasoline," Mom made a sound from the passenger seat. Not a word, just a sound, because she understood now what I already knew. If we hadn't kicked through that window, he would have lit the match. Not to scare us back inside, to burn the evidence, with his family still in the building, the kind that comes from the very bottom of a person. The man who'd taught me to whittle by the lake. The man who'd handed me a knife and said every man should have one. He was sitting in the dirt in front of a truck, crying into his hands, and he looked so much smaller than he'd looked in the cabin. Bea climbed between the front seats. Her rabbit was soaked in my blood, and she was holding it by one ear, and she pressed her hand against the windshield. "Daddy?" Her voice broke the silence into pieces. "Daddy, your shirt is wet." "I know, baby. Can we go home now?" "We can't go home, baby." "Why?" "Because Daddy made a mistake." She pressed her whole hand flat against the glass. "A big mistake?" "Yeah, baby. A really big one." She pulled her hand back and looked at it. Then she looked at me. "Can you fix it?" "No, but I can get us somewhere safe." I put the truck in drive. Dad's eyes went wide. "Jesse, don't. Move. Please. Get out of the road." He didn't move. I eased the truck forward until the bumper was 6 inches from his legs. The headlights blinded him. I could see the sweat and the gasoline stain on his shirt and the terror in his eyes. His son was in control now, and he couldn't padlock a truck. He stepped aside. I drove. The dirt road was dark and endless. I drove with my bleeding hands gripped at 10 and 2 the way Dad had taught me in the church parking lot last summer. The irony almost made me laugh, except nothing was funny. Mom was sobbing in the passenger seat. Bea was in the back clutching her blood-soaked rabbit. "Where are we going?" "Somewhere safe." I didn't know where that was, but it wasn't behind us. The relief of pavement under the tires almost made me cry. I drove until I found lights, then a gas station. The fluorescent glow was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. Mom went inside and called 911 from the store phone. I sank onto the curb holding Bea. She was playing with her rabbit's ear and humming a song Mom used to sing at bedtime, and the normalcy of it in the middle of everything almost broke me. "Jesse, yeah? Is Daddy coming?" I pressed my face against the top of her head. Pine and gasoline and blood and the night air. "No, Bea. Is he in trouble?" "Yeah." "Big trouble?" "Yeah." She was quiet for a long time. Then she held up her rabbit. "He got blood on him." "I know. I'm sorry. It's okay." She tucked the rabbit under her arm. "Jesse? Yeah? You carried me the whole way." "Yeah. Thank you." Sirens grew in the distance. Red and blue lights flickered through the trees. The relief was so enormous I couldn't stand. I held my sister on a gas station curb and watched them come. The fishing knife was still in my pocket. The blood on my hands was drying. Somewhere behind us in the dark, a man who used to carry his daughter on his shoulders was standing alone in a cabin full of gasoline. The grief cracked open in my chest because I missed the man who taught me to whittle by the lake. That man was gone. I didn't know if he was still holding the match or if he'd finally let it go. Happy birthday, darling. Blow out your candles and make a wish. My wife Claire and my 12-year-old daughter Angie stared at me, waiting. I looked down at my cake and the burning candle and thought, I've never been happier, but something's different about Claire lately. I made my wish. Please let me find peace in our new home on this beautiful island. Claire stared at her phone, distracted. I got annoyed. Hey, are you with me? Yeah, sorry. I know it's my birthday and all, but what's up with you? What do you mean? The last few weeks you've been acting kind of strange. She casually brushed that off. I don't feel any different. She took out her diving knife from her holster and started cutting the cake. Angie awkwardly watched both of us. I decided to let it go for now. Okay, who wants cake? The next morning, Angie and I went swimming. I was going for a new personal record to see how long I could hold my breath. I loved the quiet of being underwater, although I had to be careful that I didn't touch any of that poisonous coral. My lungs were burning. Time to swim up. Great job, Dad. You made it to 10 minutes and 32 seconds. We were walking home when we heard the loud rumble of an engine from above. We walked up to a few trees that looked out over a small valley and saw a diesel engine airplane landing on the island. Daddy, I thought we were the only ones that lived here. We are, darling. They're probably just visiting. Let's get a closer look. We walked down the ridge, hid behind some trees, and watched 3 men in military fatigues get out of the plane and open the back cargo gate. Then 3 speedboats pulled up on the shore, and 6 men with rifles stepped off the boats and greeted the flight crew. What are they doing, Daddy? I have no idea, but it's probably not anything good, darling. They started unloading wooden crates from the back of the plane onto the speedboats. Then, a tall, dark-haired man stepped out from the back of the plane and was scanning the area with binoculars. Get down! I ducked down with my daughter as fast as I could, then glanced up through some tree branches and saw the man locked on us through his binoculars. I took her by the hand and rushed away. I got home and told Claire what happened. So you think the guy spotted you? Yeah, I think so. And we're the only house on this island, so I won't be surprised if they come knocking. She stayed eerily still and seemed totally unfazed. Did you hear what I said? Yeah, I got nervous because I could tell she was hiding something. What's up with you? She crossed her arms. Nothing. It's just, I had a weird phone call with my sister, that's all. What do you mean weird? She's just been acting kind of strange and distant lately, and every time I ask her what's up, she makes up some excuse. Before I could say another word. Knock, knock, knock. My back straightened up. Take Angie into the other room. Don't come out. And if something bad happens, run out of the back and hop in our boat and get to Nassau. I wouldn't leave you. If you need to save Angie, you better. Claire took Angie into the other room, and I peeked through the window blinds and saw the tall man that spotted us and 2 men with rifles standing behind him. I panicked. A million thoughts rolled through my mind. I figured that it was better to answer the door and see if there was a way to talk this out, instead of not answering and risking having him bust the door down. I opened it up, and the man smiled, flashing yellow, crooked teeth. Hello, my friend. How are you on this fine morning? All right. How about you? I am wonderful. Thank you for asking. My name is Salvatore. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking with? My name's Cal. I figured I might as well tell him the truth. Do you mind if I come inside and we have a little chat? My heart pounded. I had to come up with an excuse that didn't offend him. Actually, my daughter's not feeling very well, so if you don't mind, let's just chat here. He studied me, trying to detect a lie. I understand. I'll get to the point. Did you happen to see what my friends and I were unloading? I did not. He glared at me, not believing a word. Now that's not very nice. We are new friends, and you lie to me this soon in our relationship. I'm not lying to you. I saw you guys moving some wooden crates, but I didn't see what was inside them. Okay, I believe you. What do you do for a living? I'm a marine biologist. You study fish? I nodded, started getting impatient because I had no idea where this was going. Do you have any friends at the police department or the DEA by any chance? I don't. He pulled out a few $100 in cash. Just in case you feel the urge to call the authorities, let this little gift of, let's say, 10 grand help you decide not to. He offered me 10 grand in cash. I knew that if I took it, I would be in debt to what seemed like a serious drug cartel. I can't take that from you, and you don't have to worry. I don't plan on telling anyone anything. He held out the cash, not taking no for an answer. Take the money. I gritted my teeth. Had to stay strong. I appreciate the offering, but I really don't need it. He stepped closer to me. I don't think you understand how this works. If you don't take it, you become a threat. Let me tell you how I deal with threats. I eliminate their entire bloodline from this beautiful planet. Now take the money. I panicked, faced with a terrible decision. Either way, I was screwed. If I took the cash, he owned me. If I didn't, he might kill us right here and now. I took the cash and felt something shift inside me. That's a good little boy. I glared at him, wanting to knock out his ugly yellow teeth. I was in the Navy 15 years ago, and I can handle myself. But I also knew his 2 armed buddies were watching me closely. Salvatore smiled at me and wasn't done. Do you like it when I call you my little boy? I stayed quiet, not wanting to answer. answer me. Do you like it? He could tell that I was pissed, and he wanted to make me his bitch. I still chose to stay quiet because there was no winning with this guy. Better yet, why don't you get on your knees and kiss my hand? Kind of like in the old gangster films. Get down on your knees and kiss it. He put his hand out, glanced back at his pals, and they snickered. I realized right then that I had no other choice but to fight. This piece of crap would never let up and would probably try and kill me anyway, so I pretended to go along with it. Okay, whatever, man. I reached into my pocket and gripped onto my keys, making one of them a makeshift sharp object. He stood there, holding his hand out like he was a big boss. I grabbed his hand with my left hand, then quickly pulled him in towards me and stabbed him in the eye with my key. He screamed out in agony. Then I spun him around and held him in front of me like a shield with my key against his neck. Take it easy, fellas. They both aimed their rifles at me. Lower your weapons. Lower them right now, Salvatore commanded them. Put them down, you idiots. They followed orders. Toss your guns over to me, now. They threw their rifles near my feet. I shoved Salvatore towards them and picked up both rifles. You dicks are gonna leave this island and never come back here, or I will end you. I stuck his cash inside the front of his pants as he stared at me with his one good eye. Do you really think I'll just let you blind me and forget about it? I don't figure you will, but I had to try. He pointed his hand at me, formed his fingers into a fake gun, and shot towards me, signaling that he would come back and kill me. I'll be seeing you, Fishman. I'm sure you will. One-eyed Willie. I thought I was hilarious. He didn't agree. They walked away. I rushed back inside. Claire, pack your bags. We need to get to our boat and get off this island now. Wait, what? I'll explain on the way. Go. I quickly grabbed my duffel bag of guns and ammo and packed up some basic supplies. This island was pretty large, and we were the only ones to ever build a house on it. Do we have to leave? Yes. They will be back soon, and we can't put Angie in danger. We're gonna get over to Nassau and go straight to the cops. I had shoddy reception normally, but tried to see if I could get through. I trembled as I dialed 911. Come on. No reception. I hung up. Let's go. We gotta go, girls. We rushed out and made our way through thick brush. My blood pressure soared as I kept checking for any signs of trouble. I had carved out a thin pathway that led out to the beach where our boat was docked. I could tell Angie was scared. Honey, I'm sorry we had to leave so fast, and I know you're afraid, but you know I will never let anything bad happen to you or Mommy. I know, Dad. We made it out of the thick brush and rushed towards our speedboat. I tossed my bag down into it, looked down, and saw tons of bullet holes at the bottom, and the boat was already filled with water. They had already shot it up. Shit! Okay, let's head to the higher ground and camp out today. Claire looked at me, panicked. Are you sure we can't go back home and set up a barricade? Wouldn't that be safer? I hesitated, unsure. I mean, if Salvatore and his guys are really gonna come for us, I feel like we stand a better chance in shelter, right? I stopped cold, felt a shiver travel up my spine. How did you know his name was Salvatore? She fidgeted nervously. You told me his name. No, I didn't. Oh, then I must have overheard him at the door. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I glanced over at her, skeptical. I could feel that she was hiding something, but decided to let it go for now. We made it back to our house, rushed in, and locked the door. I paced around the house, desperately trying to get some reception. Come on, get through. Nothing. I hung up, then rushed into the garage, grabbed several wooden panels, and boarded up our windows and barricaded in our doors. I left a strip on the side of a window open, just in case I needed to fire my gun out. I strategically placed 4 guns around the 4 corners of my house. Claire was pacing, frantic. Hey Angie, why don't you go and play in your room, honey, okay? She nodded and left. I cornered Claire. You're being weird. You need to tell me if you know something. Fine. There's a reason I convinced you to choose this island. I froze. What do you mean? My sister has been trying to report on all the drugs flowing from the Bahamas up to Miami and has been shut out by her boss at the paper. She had a suspicion that the Cuervos cartel was using this island as a transport spot. She needed me to take pictures and document their activity so she could go to the DEA with something. I was so enraged that I could barely speak. So you put me and Angie in danger so you could track the cartel. I'm sorry. I didn't actually think it was real. She told me that the chances of it being real were really small. Well, she was seriously wrong about that. And why wouldn't you tell me? I didn't want you always thinking about it and ruin our perfect life here. I am so sorry. She covered her face, held back tears. Whatever happens here will be on you. Either way, we don't have time to talk about this. Grab that rifle and wait by the kitchen window. All we have to do is make it through the night and we can catch a ride on Ronnie's shrimp boat in the morning. He'll be stopping by with his weekly delivery. I grabbed my rifle and set my scope. We had water and some beef jerky, and it was now time to wait. Nightfall came, and then we heard footsteps and whispering outside. I could see through our surveillance camera monitors 2 cartel guys heading around to the back of the house, and 2 more making their way to the front. They started kicking in at the front and back doors. Angie rushed into the room, covering her ears. Come here, baby. Angie, come here. It's gonna be okay. They're just trying to scare us. They're dummies. Here. I grabbed the largest noise-canceling headphones and covered her ears with them. I had her hide in the closet, then grabbed my rifle and aimed out of the front window. I saw both of them trying to kick in the front door. Boom! Boom! The wood splintered. I aimed outside, let out a calm breath, and opened fire. I took out one, and the other one started firing towards my position. I ducked down, face first on the ground, and saw glass and wood shards scatter above my head and land on my back. Claire started crying and was paralyzed by fear. I rushed over to the back kitchen window and saw two more guys shooting in at the door, trying to bust it open. I fired back through a doggy door up at them. I took out both of them. They had no idea what hit them. Silence. Eerie, cold silence. I checked the surveillance cameras and saw no one was around. Each moment that went by felt like it was in slow motion. I lifted Claire off of the ground. Shh, it's gonna be okay. It doesn't matter what happened in the past. We'll get through this, okay? She nodded as I wiped the tears off of her cheeks. I checked on Angie and she was fine, still listening to music on the headphones. I took in several deep breaths, trying to keep my composure. My heart was pounding and I was covered in sweat. We survived the first barrage, but wasn't sure we would survive the next one. I kept checking the cameras and didn't see anyone yet. My fear level raised big time. We may want to consider getting out of here. They'll be returning with something way worse. Where are we supposed to go? Isn't being out in the open way more dangerous? I'm not sure. We're also trapped in here, so I don't know. I'll at least give us a way out just in case we need a quick escape. Then my spine stiffened when I heard Salvatore calling out, "Fishman! Oh, Fishman! Are you there?" I decided it would be better to stay quiet, looked at my surveillance camera, and saw Salvatore about 20 feet away, holding a rocket-propelled grenade launcher. I froze in absolute terror, not expecting that kind of firepower. In a panicked whisper, "Get Angie. We need to go now. I'll give you 10 seconds before I blow up your stupid little house." I grabbed Claire and Angie's hands in a frantic pace and rushed towards the opposite side of the house. 10, 9, I don't want to wait that long. 1, the sound of the rocket firing off was like hearing a whistling train that's about to storm right through the middle of your house. I ducked down, and a massive fireball blasted into the living room. I yanked Claire and Angie down, and we made it through the side door. We all flew a few feet through the air from the explosion and landed in some brush. To make matters worse, I wasn't able to grab a gun. We had nothing to defend ourselves with. Angie was terrified, which broke my heart and pissed me off beyond belief. The fact that he put my daughter through this made me want blood. We got up, rushed away from our burning home, and headed towards a higher ridge on the island. Claire was genuinely horrified, and I saw how much guilt she was torturing herself with. "Look, you can't go back now. We need to help each other and survive, okay? It's not going to help me or you to be so hard on yourself." She nodded. "Good. Angie, yes? Do you want to play a little game with me? Okay. I need you to help me find the best hiding spot on the island. Can you do that for me?" "Okay, Daddy." We quickly hiked up the ridge, and I looked back and saw Salvatore and 5 men spreading out and approaching our position. "Daddy, over there." Angie pointed at a small ditch below a tree. "Perfect. Great job, Angie. Crawl inside and hide." She slid down inside the ditch, and we used leaves to cover her up. "Stay right here and be really quiet, okay? Only come out if you hear my voice, okay?" "Okay." I walked a few feet away with Claire. "You need to stay hidden as well." "No, I want to help. You'll help if we split up and make it difficult for them to find any of us. I want you to hide near Angie so I can lure them to the water. If I can get them to fight me underwater, we stand a chance." She grabbed my face and kissed me. "I can't tell you how sorry I am." I nodded, then stayed quiet. It wasn't the time to deal with the past right now. I had her hide underneath some brush on the top of the ridge. I made my way down the hill towards them and saw Salvatore heading towards me. I positioned myself to a spot where he could see me, and I ran as fast as I could down to the ridge. I came out to the beach, turned around, and saw an area where I loved diving. There were sharp, poisonous coral reefs only 3 feet under the surface. I was a hell of a swimmer and could hold my body just below the surface without touching the coral. I saw Salvatore and 2 men approaching me from the jungle and dove into the water. The first guy rushed up to where I was swimming and fired like a maniac into the water. I curled up below the surface and prayed that I didn't get hit with a bullet. I saw white, bubbly streaks whiz past my head only inches from my face. It was dark, so they couldn't see where I was swimming. Then I noticed a cartel guy drop his gun on the sand, pull out a knife, and dive into the water. I took a deep breath just above the surface, then swam down a few feet and waited near a rock. When he got close to me, I grabbed his leg and yanked him down hard into the edge of the rock. It scraped his back, and I saw him grimace in pain. He stabbed at my face, and I slipped out of the way, used his momentum, and slammed his face into the rock. He went unconscious and sank down to the bottom of the ocean. Before I could resurface and get some air, The other cartel guy was already on my back with a knife around my throat. I gripped onto his wrist and felt his blade cut into my throat. I gritted my teeth and fought to get the knife away from my neck. I reversed positions and got his back to face the sharp rock. I started to lose my breath and was flailing in a panic. I started seeing stars and then used all the strength I had in my legs, swam backwards, and slammed his back into the edge of the rock. He let the knife go, sunk down into the water, and face planted right into the poisonous coral. I quickly swam up and gasped for air, barely surviving. I walked out onto the shore and saw Salvatore waiting for me. I thought to myself, only one more, and my family and I will be safe. Then I looked behind him, and out of the shadows, more than 20 cartel men stepped up behind him with their guns raised. I was screwed. I put my arms up in surrender and lowered my head in agony as I saw my wife and daughter being held with gags in their mouths. Salvatore got in my face. I must say, you have been a very troubling surprise. Normally, any civilians that get in our way are easily eliminated. You are a fighter. I like that about you. But you chose to mess with the wrong cartel, my friend. And ending you and your family right now would be way too easy and, to be honest, unsatisfying. I plan to get highly creative with how I will kill you. Put them in the boat. My terror deepened when I thought of how fragile my daughter was. They put us onto a large yacht and shoved us down in the engine room. We were all gagged and had our hands tied behind our backs. My wife and daughter weren't crying anymore. They were more resigned and scared at this point. I needed to quickly formulate a plan. The yacht picked up speed, and I scanned through all the engine equipment, at a loss. Claire wiggled and shimmied and was grunting. Then I looked down and saw that she was using her small diving knife and cut through her zip ties. She did the same for me and Angie, and we all spit the gags out of our mouths. I hugged them. I'm so sorry. Claire held back tears. You have no reason to be sorry. I spent a summer with my dad on a Navy ship when I was a teenager. There's a lot here to mess with. If we don't get off this yacht before we reach wherever we're going, we're done. I scanned the room and saw what I needed. We need to sabotage the boat. I used Claire's knife and cut the raw water cooling line. The yacht instantly slowed down. I heard chatter from above and yelling from Salvatore. What the hell is happening? I tried to open the ventilation window to see if we can actually crawl out, but it was too small. Then we heard the rumbling sound of another boat approaching and slowing down. The hatch opened up and I quickly signaled that we all put back on our zip ties and gags. The hatch was just about to open when we got back to our original positions. A cartel guy grabbed us and pulled us up onto the deck. I looked across and saw another boat with a woman standing on board. She stepped over a ramp to our deck and the light finally hit her face to reveal Samantha, Claire's sister. I could see that Claire felt a sense of relief. I was confused because she was on her own. Then my gut turned into knots when Salvatore swung his arm around her as if they were old friends. There's my favorite American journalist. Claire stared at her in utter disbelief. I don't understand. Samantha was ice cold. Sorry, sis. There's a lot you don't know and I don't have time to explain it. Claire shook her head in disarray. No, you're a journalist. Yeah, no, never actually been one. Who would want that kind of boring-ass job anyway? I had to know. So what do you do for these animals? Salvatore didn't appreciate that. Whack. He cracked me across the face with the back of his hand. I am a very sophisticated human being that understands the primal brain. Don't ever refer to me as an animal. Samantha smiled as if she agreed. I run the North American logistics for the Cuervos cartel. I put you on that island and fed you that fake story because we needed a civilian family to live there, so when the DEA did aerial surveillance, they would see you and your stupid little family swimming and farming and doing dumb family crap. It was the perfect cover. That is until freaking Rambo over here decided to be a hero and mess everything up. Salvatore took out a long blade. I still cannot believe I let this cabron blind me. I want to handle him personally. My terror peaked. If you want, I can also handle your sister and their idiot child. I shook my head, amazed at how little these people value human life. Samantha casually lit a cigarette. Yeah, you take care of it. I need to handle some other business. Claire glared at her, astonished. My own blood. Yeah, whatever. Blood's overrated. I wanted to end her so badly, and I felt our options quickly running out. A cartel guy ran up from the engine room. Boss, this guy cut the water cooling line. We're stuck. Salvatore's eyes turned red with rage. He grabbed Claire, raised his blade, and then flashing red and blue lights swirled around us, and a loud siren went off. This is the United States DEA. You are all under arrest. I looked out, and for the first time I felt a small ounce of actual hope. I saw Salvatore swing down his blade towards Claire, and I quickly shook off the zip ties and tackled Salvatore into the side railing of the boat. At the exact same time, all 20 cartel guys aimed their guns and opened fire at the DEA boat. I couldn't see how many DEA agents agents were on the boat, but they happily fired back, and they weren't caring who they shot. Salvatore stood up, caught a bullet to the skull, flopped over the railing, and fell into the water. I grabbed Claire and Angie and rushed back down into the engine room. Claire pulled her hand away from me. "I have to kill that bitch," I signaled to Angie. "Run down and hide, now!" Angie rushed into the engine room. I followed Claire up to the deck, and we saw Samantha firing her gun at the DEA and trying to hop back onto her boat. The bullets kept whizzing by, and I was horrified for Claire. She snuck up behind Samantha, disarmed her, and punched her across the face so hard that she catapulted her body over the railing and into the water. Then 2 more DEA boats approached along with Ronnie, our delivery boat driver. He's not a delivery guy. He's an undercover DEA agent. Claire ducked down and ran back over to me, and we quickly hid back inside the engine room. We heard pure insanity, chaos, and gunfire rattling off, and then complete silence. The DEA had eliminated every cartel guy. I heard voices from above. "If anyone else is here, come out with your hands up." I nodded to Claire and Angie, and we stepped out from below in surrender. They had lifted Samantha out of the water, and she was crying. "Thank God you guys showed up. They were going to kill us." Claire was about to call her out, then Ronnie chimed in. "Bitch, we have binoculars and cameras that showed you firing at us. Idiot." Samantha's tears turned to stone as she got handcuffed. I hugged Claire and Angie and was overwhelmed with relief. A few weeks later, we were on another island building our next house, and we're right next to another coral reef.
My best friend's brother stood alone on the deck of a yacht and offered me champagne. "Welcome aboard, my lady." I smiled awkwardly. "Where is everybody else?" "They're all waiting for us out at the island." I stayed back to give you a ride. I froze because I thought I was supposed to sail out with all the other girls. He put his hand out and I took it, stood up on deck, saw a huge spread of food and a stocked bar. "You remembered all of my favorites." "I remember everything you tell me." "That's weird because we've barely spoken in 5 years." "It's strange that Carly didn't text me to let me know." "I told her that you were good with me taking you out to her birthday party. Trust me, my yacht's way nicer than the dingy ferry they were on." He smiled, stared at me for way too long, then sailed the yacht out to the open ocean towards the party island. The sun was starting to set over the horizon when Adrian sat a little too close. "I want to share something deeply personal with you." I fidgeted with my phone. No cell service. The memory of my mother leaving me when I was 9 haunts me to this day. I'm terrified to ever feel that way again. I still can't watch anyone pack a suitcase without getting choked up. I took a gulp of champagne. He touched my bracelet. I'm really careful who I let in because I have a lot of women that want me, which makes me really picky. A true connection should feel organic and magical, kind of like what we could have. I stared ahead and stayed quiet, wishing the yacht could go faster. I was so relieved when we came up alongside the party island, but then he sped right past it. "Where are you going?" "Chill. The sun sets in 5 minutes and I know another spot to watch it from that will make your heart stop and your panties drop." He laughed. I turned cold. "Relax. It's just a joke." We sailed a few hundred yards away to another small deserted island and docked at an inlet with no lights. We stepped out onto the pink sand and he laid out a blanket with wine, strawberries, and chocolate. "This place is only for people who understand what real exclusivity means. Only the privileged elite get to experience this. I wanted to get this over with as soon as possible." "Wow, great sunset. You ready to go?" "You haven't even tried a strawberry." We watched the sun go down, and then he shifted closer to me on the blanket. I felt his thigh touch mine and he gently caressed my arm. "You good?" I moved away. "Yeah, I'm good." "Are you sure? Because just a few seconds ago, you were leaning up against me all flirty, and now you're being a little standoffish." "I mean, I wouldn't have brought you somewhere this private if I wasn't picking up a very strong vibe that this was mutual." "I don't know what gave you that idea, but I'm not interested in you like that." He stood up, aggressively wiped sand off of his pants, walked a few feet away, and turned his back to me. The silence stretched out, and I felt the air turn cold. You know what's genuinely frustrating? False advertising. I didn't advertise anything. You loved the yacht. You loved the champagne and the chocolate and all the attention. You came out here acting all excited and happy, and then you give me some "I'm not interested" bullshit. "Yeah, okay, let's just go to your sister's party." I stood up, started walking back towards the yacht. He stepped directly into my path and got right in my face. When I looked into his eyes, I saw a very different person. Cold, calculated, and deliberate. I understood in that moment that everything on the yacht, the food, the questions, the crafted vulnerability, had all been manufactured. "We're not leaving just yet." I slowly backed away, then turned to run. He quickly closed the distance and tackled me face first into the sand. He straddled me, flipped me over to face him, and put his hands around my neck. I like it when they fight me. I kneed him as hard as I could between his legs, squirmed out from underneath him, and took off running. He clutched onto his groin and turned red. I looked back and saw him casually stand up. He started chasing me. "You're a lot safer with me right here than out there all alone, but don't take my word for it." I hit the tree line and kept going. There was still no reception on my phone, but I flipped on the flashlight and used it to navigate through the thick, dark brush. My dad's voice popped in my head. The terrain is always on your side if you know how to use it. My dad had taken me camping every summer since I was a little girl. Not glamping, real camping. How to read the ground, how to move without sound, how to make yourself invisible in an environment that wasn't built for comfort. I hadn't thought about any of that in years, but it was quickly coming back to me. I made it to the rocky shoreline on the far side of the island, where the ground broke up into a field of uneven coastal rocks sitting over shallow water. I slowed down and started stepping across them, one at a time, testing each one for stability. He came up behind me near the tree line, saw me, and sped up. My dad's voice rang out again. Predators hate uncertainty. I hopped from rock to rock, luring him to follow me. He smiled as if he was enjoying the hunt and stepped onto the jagged rocks. He was getting cocky. Then his foot slid into a gap, dragged across a ridge of sharp surface coral on the way down, sliced open his thigh, and crashed into the water. He lost his arrogant smile and clutched onto the wound. I made it to the sand on the other side of the rocks and looked back. He was struggling to pull himself out of the water and was clutching onto his leg. That's a pretty nasty cut. Hope it doesn't get infected. You think this is a game? I will find you. And when I do, you'll beg me to stop. I kept running. About 30 seconds later, my vision blurred. My legs went wobbly beneath me, and I stumbled down to one knee. The trees were pulsing at the edges. I steadied myself. Shit, he drugged the champagne. I knew it looked a little too thick and cloudy. I had no choice but to hide and wait it out. I stumbled towards a fallen tree in a dense patch of brush and dug into the dirt underneath it. I clawed my fingernails deep into the mud, made a hole just big enough to barely fit in, and completely covered myself. I placed some dry leaves on top and closed my eyes. Stay awake, stay alert. I fought as hard as I could, but I passed out. The next however many hours were surreal fragments. Branches turning into colors, sounds coming from way too many directions. I had no idea how much time had passed when I was abruptly awoken by the sound of footsteps crunching down on leaves. I looked up and saw him, standing a few feet away. I sucked in a long, deep breath and closed my eyes. God? Help me out on this one, will ya? Then he shifted over to where I was and was faced me. I struggled to stay as still as possible as the sound of his footsteps got closer and closer. Then I felt a sharp pain on my forearm. I opened up one eye and saw him standing right on top of me. I'm busted. I heard him breathing above me, heavy and labored from his wound. I felt drops of the warm blood from his leg trickle down onto my cheek. It took everything in me to hold every muscle still and not breathe. He stepped forward, and his full weight came down on my stomach. The pain shot up, and I gritted my teeth so hard I thought they'd crack. He stood there for a long moment, then he moved on. I didn't exhale for another 10 seconds, just in case he was still close. When I felt like I was in the clear, the drug had thinned out just enough for me to be able to walk. I stood up, took 2 steps, and was still really woozy. I spent the next hour and a half circling back toward the inlet, moving slowly through the trees. I must have gotten lost because I came up to a small wooden shed and froze. Is he in there? The door to the shed swung open and I lunged back. A squirrel shuffled out. He wasn't inside, so I stepped in and saw a stranger's fishing equipment, spotted a small knife and pocketed it. I made my way back to the yacht, checking every shadow from behind trees. The yacht was still there. He wasn't, or at least I couldn't see him. I boarded carefully, searched every room and found nothing. Then I stood at the controls and stared at a dashboard that meant absolutely nothing to me. I started pressing buttons. Some of them did things I didn't understand. Some of them did nothing. One of them, eventually, started the engine. I managed to pull away from the dock with no idea what I was doing and didn't care. I got 100 yards out onto open water and let myself cry for about 4 seconds. Then I heard him screaming out from the shore and saw him sprint across the beach, dive into the water at full speed, and start swimming directly for me. I pressed several other buttons, desperately trying to go faster, but it did the opposite and killed the engine. I pressed the start button in a panic, but it wasn't turning on. By the time the engine finally kicked in, he was already climbing up the yacht. I kicked at his hands, but that didn't slow him down. He was coming up, and there was nothing I could do about it. So I sprinted into the main cabin, and as I turned a corner, my ankle caught on the edge of the door frame and sent me crashing down. I grimaced in agony and saw that my ankle was facing the wrong direction. I crawled back up, hopped on one leg. My ankle burned, but I could still move it, so it was most likely sprained and not broken. I locked the door, pulled open every drawer I could find, and saw a flare gun, toolkit, and a marine radio. I loaded the flare gun and pressed my back against the wall. He slammed his shoulder into the door and tried to bash it open. You don't get to reject me. Do you understand that? You are a fucking commoner. You don't get to decide anything here. What the hell is wrong with you? Just wait until your sister finds out what you've done. She'll murder you herself. She won't do shit, and it'll be your story against mine. Guess who they'll believe? Definitely not the dumb girl from a poor neighborhood. If you bust through that door, I will shoot you in the face, you sick perv. Just try me." He laughed, then slammed his fist through the flimsy wooden door. I saw his face pop through and I fired through the hole. There was a short yelp, then an eerie silence. Smoke drifted through the opening and I stood there trembling. I reloaded the flare gun and listened for any sound or movement. I carefully made my way toward the door to check. Each step felt like a lifetime and pain kept shooting up my leg. I made it close to the door, then a hand reached through the hole, grabbed my collar and slammed the side of my face into the door frame. I saw stars and dropped the flare gun. His hand reached in to open the door from the inside, so I bit a chunk out of it and tasted blood. He backed away from the door, got a running start, bashed his body through the door and slammed into me, sending me to the floor. He picked up the flare gun, got on top of me, pressed the barrel down into my forehead, and pushed in the barrel until I felt my own skin split. Do you know what this would do to your pretty little face? Your pretty, calculated, manipulative little face. That's what you used on me. You all do it the same way. You make us feel seen, you make us feel chosen, and then you rip it all away. I stayed quiet, as different ideas of attacking him rolled through my mind like thunder. My mother used to do it to me. Out in public, she'd act warm and interested and attentive. Then at home, I didn't exist. I'd do anything to get her attention, and she would look at me like I was a piece of furniture. And then, of course, the bitch left. You study what a man needs, and you use it against him. I saw my chance, and I drove my thumb as deeply into his eye socket as I could. He screamed and moved back as I swatted the flare gun sideways and scrambled out from underneath him. I hobbled out through the destroyed doorway and out onto the deck. My ankle was throbbing, but I ignored it. I thought about diving into the water and swimming to the island where Carly was probably getting drunk and wondering where the hell I was. Then I noticed a light flashing across the water, a Coast Guard boat moving towards us. I screamed, waved both arms. "Help me!" The Coast Guard boat started heading towards me. Thank God. Then I felt a hard thud slam into the back of my head and the lights went out. I woke up inside the bathroom with a gag in my mouth and a rope around my wrists and ankles that were tied to the handle of the cabinet. I desperately tried to make any sound I could, but I was completely stuck. I heard the Coast Guard pull up alongside the yacht and could hear the entire conversation. "Everything all right out here? I noticed you've been drifting." "Yeah, we're totally fine." He put on his fake, charming voice like he usually does when he speaks to someone that has authority. "Just sleeping. We're heading out soon." "We?" There was a half-second pause. "Me and my baby here, the Mary Mayflower. I always call her we. Old habit." I threw myself into the bathroom door with my knees and my forehead. I made every sound I could make through the gag, low, guttural, and desperate. "What's that sound?" "What sound?" "That weird banging sound." I banged into the wall even harder, scraping up my knees. "It's the engine. I just got a new raw water repeller, but I don't think she's the right fit. Your leg looks bad. What happened?" "I'm such a dumbass. I scraped the hell out of it coral diving. I'm fine, honest. You have a good night." I heard footsteps approaching, and the Coast Guard's engine start up and move away. Adrian swung open the bathroom door. "Close one. Now, where were we?" He dragged me back into the main room of the cabin and sat me down against the wall. I saw him wince, look down at his leg, and his face went several shades whiter than it had been. He started blinking slowly as his head started drooping down from blood loss. "Feeling a little woozy? Shut your mouth. You've lost a lot of blood. My mom was a nurse. I know what the beginning of sepsis looks like, and you probably have 2 minutes before you pass out." He glared at me with pure contempt, but underneath it was something else. Doubt. "You need to clean that wound. Pour alcohol on it and then drink a good amount of it. Seriously, alcohol kills the infection from the inside. My mom taught me that. If you don't, you'll go into septic shock. Up to you. None of that's medically accurate. Drinking alcohol thins your blood. If he was already bleeding out, more alcohol would only accelerate everything." He knew I might be lying, but he was scared, and he was fading fast and didn't know enough to be sure. He grabbed the vodka bottle and poured some over the wound, howling at the sting of it. "When I fix myself up, you and I are going to have a lot of fun." Then he tilted the bottle back and took a long, hard swig. His eyes went glassy. I smiled. "You're a fool, and your whole family will know the truth about you. I don't care how wealthy your father is. No one will save you." He opened his mouth to speak, and nothing came out. His head went forward and he hit the floor face first and didn't move. I still had the small knife from the shed and struggled to get it out of my pocket. I loosened the ropes just enough to grab it and spent 2 full minutes sawing at the rope. He moved. I froze. Then I started sawing faster. He moved again. I cut through the rope and got loose. I used the same rope to tie him to the bedpost, double knotted, checked it twice, grabbed the flare gun, and walked out onto the deck. I shot up into the night sky with pure relief. The sky lit up red as tears ran down my face, and for the first time in hours, I finally let myself feel how terrified I had been. The Coast Guard boat came back in under 5 minutes. He pulled alongside the yacht, saw me standing on the deck, muddy, bruised and bloodied and holding a spent flare gun. Jesus. Are you all right? I am now. He's inside, tied up. You're going to want to call the police. He spoke into his radio, then stepped onto the yacht, put a blanket over my shoulders, and handed me hot cocoa. I stepped onto his boat and sat down and trembled for several minutes. The police and the medics came. They went aboard and returned with Adrian, who had regained consciousness and had been handcuffed. This girl attacked me. I'm the one who needs medical attention. Are you listening to me? The cops ignored his bullshit, put him onto their boat, and drove away. We came into the mainland dock as the sun was starting to rise. Adrian's father and my best friend Carly were already there. She was wearing her birthday outfit and looked terrified. The cop pulled his father and Carly aside and talked to them quietly for a few minutes. I watched both of their faces. Their father didn't flinch or argue or shake his head. He just listened and then nodded once, slowly. It was the nod of a man receiving confirmation of something he'd long feared. His father walked over to me, looked at my bruised face, the dried mud still in my hair, and the cut on my temple. I am deeply, profoundly sorry for what my son did to you. I've spent years trying to get him help. I've tried everything and nothing has worked. His voice broke slightly. Please press charges to the fullest extent of the law. Carly started crying and hugged me. Adrian started squirming. Dad? Dad? Why did you tell her that? You can't let them take me. I won't survive behind bars. Please. His father walked away. Adrian got shoved into the back of the police car, and that's when I felt gratitude for my father and what he taught me about survival. During the court case, it came out that men like him chose women like me because I was self-sufficient, the type who would take time to trust him, which made earning that trust feel like a conquest. Adrian had spent his entire adult life on a continuous loop of chasing the love he wanted from his mother that he never got. I'll tell you what he did get, though. 20 years. I was at the grocery store when I saw a woman at the end of the aisle staring at me with my exact face. We walked toward each other like magnets and met in the middle next to the canned tomatoes. "Were you adopted?" she asked, and even her voice was mine. My whole body went cold. "Yeah, were you? What's your birthday?" "March 9th. Her basket hit the floor. Same birthday, same hospital, same adoption agency, both told we were only children. She grabbed my hands and said, "I'm Iris. I think you're my twin sister. I'm Abby, and I think you're right." She said she just moved to the city, that she'd grown up 2 hours north with a family that never quite felt right. I told her I'd felt the same way my whole life, like there was a gap inside me I couldn't fill. She had to get to work, but we made plans for drinks that night. I drove straight to my best friend Nadia's apartment doing 15 over the speed limit. Nadia and I had grown up together and told each other everything. I'd always called her the closest thing I had to a real sister, which seemed so funny and sad now. I banged on her door until she opened it with a sheet mask on and a fork in her hand. "I found my twin sister." Nadia stared at me. "You met a stranger who claims to be your twin, and you're going out with her tonight? She's not a stranger. She's literally me." Nadia pulled her sheet mask off. "You are the most trusting person I have ever met, and it terrifies me. Text me the address, keep your location on, and if anything feels off, you call me. Not text, call. You worry too much. Somebody has to, because you sure don't." She pointed her fork at me. "Text me the address." That night, Iris and I talked for 2 hours, and everything she said made me more certain I'd found the other half of myself. Same music, same habits, same nervous napkin shredding. She ordered the same drink I always order without me saying anything. When I told her about hiding under a canoe at summer camp, she laughed so hard she choked on her drink and said she'd done the exact same thing at a different camp the same summer. "We were probably scared at the same time," she said. "Twins do that. They feel each other even when they don't know the other one exists." At one point, the waitress came by and looked at us and said, "Oh my God, are you two sisters?" And we both started crying, laughing, and the waitress looked terrified and backed away slowly. "I've been looking for you," Iris said later, reaching across the table. "I've been looking for you for such a long time." "Me too," I said. "I just didn't know what I was looking for until now." She ordered us another round and slid my glass across the table. It tasted sweeter and thicker than the first, but I was too happy to question it. Halfway through, the room started tilting. I put my hand flat on the table and my fingers didn't feel like mine. "Something's wrong," I said, and my tongue was slow and heavy. "I don't feel right." Iris slid into my side of the booth and put her arm around me. "I've got you," she said. "Don't worry, I've got you." Everything went black. I woke up inside a dog cage with a padlock on the door in a basement that smelled like bleach. Iris was sitting in a folding chair 4 feet away drinking coffee. "I know this is scary," she said, "but I'm doing this to protect both of us. Behind her, the entire wall was covered in printouts, photos, and notes connected by red string. In the center were dozens of surveillance photos of me walking to my car, me at work through the window, me and Nadia on her balcony. She'd been watching me for years. "You're not my twin," Iris said. "You're my replacement. The government created you using my DNA. You're a clone." "Iris, I am a person." She slammed the cage so hard it rattled my teeth. "That is exactly what they programmed you to say." She tested me, asking questions about our birth parents that I couldn't answer because I'd never searched for my biological family. Every blank answer made her smile wider. "A real twin would know. You're a copy with gaps in the file." Then she picked up my phone and unlocked it with her face. She texted Nadia, "Met up with my sister, spending a few days together." Nadia wrote back immediately, "That doesn't sound like you. Call me." Iris turned the phone off and dropped it in a drawer. The next morning, she brought me food on a paper plate, cut into small pieces, slid through the bars. Then she started making calls, on my phone, with my voice. She called my boss. "Hi, this is Abby. I have a family emergency." She called my mother. "Hi, Mom. Just taking a trip with a friend." My mom said she loved me. Iris said, "Love you too, Mom," and looked at me through the bars. Your own mother couldn't tell. That afternoon, I heard her upstairs being flirty on the phone. When she came down, she was smiling. "Who was that?" "Ethan." My stomach dropped. Ethan was the guy I'd been seeing for a month. We weren't official yet, but I really liked him. He asked if I wanted to move our date to Friday, Iris said. I said yes. "Don't you dare." "Why not? He thinks I'm you." An hour later, she came downstairs dressed in my clothes and my perfume. "How do I look?" She left, and I lay in the cage for hours thinking about her sitting across from Ethan wearing my face, touching his hand across the table, him having no idea the real me was locked in a box across town. That was the night something hardened inside me. I stopped crying. I stopped begging. I started thinking. I knew I had to get out. The first time I picked the padlock with a wire while she was upstairs. Almost had it when her footsteps came down the stairs. She moved every object 6 feet from the cage. Clones are resourceful. I should have expected that. Later, she fell asleep in her chair, and I reached through the bars for my phone in the drawer. Got within an inch before her hand clamped down on my wrist. I wasn't sleeping. I was testing you. She came downstairs one morning and casually mentioned she'd emailed my boss and quit my job. "You weren't going back anyway," she said. "And honestly, the commute from here is terrible." "You quit my job?" "I also called your landlord and told him you wouldn't be renewing your lease. He was sad. He said you were a great tenant." She was dismantling my life piece by piece and rebuilding it around herself. She stopped talking about me as a separate person. She started calling herself Abby, not to the outside world where she'd been doing it all along, but to me. "Abby needs to get some sleep," she'd say to herself while walking upstairs. She printed out photos from her dates with Ethan and taped them to the conspiracy wall next to the surveillance photos of me. Old photos of me walking to my car next to new photos of her with Ethan at dinner, her in my jacket at a park, her holding sunflowers. The wall was becoming a timeline of a life being stolen in real time. "Look at this," she said one morning, pointing at the wall. "This is me before I knew who I was," she said, gesturing at the surveillance photos. "And this is me after." She pointed at the date photos. "Don't you think I look happier?" She was losing track of her own delusion. Then one morning, she came down looking rattled. "Nadia is becoming a problem. She wants to FaceTime and she caught something." "What?" "I posted a photo of an egg sandwich on your story." She sent back 17 question marks and called 4 times. Something warm flared in my chest. Nadia knew I'd rather die than eat eggs. That afternoon, I heard 3 hard bangs on the front door. Nadia's voice, furious. "I know she's in here. Open the door." I screamed until something tore in my throat. The basement swallowed every sound. Iris opened the door above me and spoke calmly. "She left town. I haven't heard from her." "That is a lie. Her texts are wrong. Her posts are wrong. Whoever has been living her life doesn't know the first thing about her." "I don't know what to tell you. You can tell me where my best friend is, or you can tell the police. Your choice." "Your friend is going to destroy everything I've built." "Everything you've built? That's my life. It's my life now." She kicked the cage and I flinched back. "I have Ethan. I have your apartment. I have your friends and your family and your Instagram, and none of them can tell the difference except that one psychotic woman who is obsessed with eggs." She was panting. Her hands were balled into fists. For the first time since I'd been in this cage, I thought she might actually hurt me. Then she took a breath and smoothed her hair and straightened up, and it was like watching a mask slide back on. It's fine, she said. She doesn't have proof of anything. She's just a paranoid friend with a weird theory about eggs. She went upstairs, and I lay in the dark knowing that Nadia was running out of time to find me, and I was running out of time period. That night, I heard glass shatter upstairs, footsteps, then Nadia's voice whispering my name. She came down the stairs, saw the cage, grabbed the key off the hook, and got the padlock open. I crawled out and she caught me. Can you walk? I think so. Then we go right now. We made it to the hallway. Nadia had her hand on the doorknob when it turned from the outside. Iris walked in with groceries. She saw us and the bag hit the floor. Oranges everywhere. It got out! How did it get out? She saw Nadia. You're part of the program. Nadia looked at me like, what the hell is she talking about? So I did the craziest thing I've ever done. I decided to gaslight my own twin sister into believing she was the clone instead of me. Iris, I said, and I have no idea where the calm came from. You have it backwards. You've had it backwards the whole time. You're the clone. You always were. She stopped screaming. What? Think about it. You have my phone. You called my mother and she thought you were me. You went on 4 dates with my boyfriend and he told you he loved you and he had no idea. You walked into my apartment and my landlord didn't blink. You wore my clothes and posted on my Instagram and my own family commented hearts. None of it was hard because it wasn't acting. It is your life. You are me. You were made from me and they gave you false memories so you'd think you were separate. Nadia was staring at me like the cage had broken my brain. I couldn't look at her. I needed to stay locked on Iris. That doesn't make sense, Iris said, but the certainty she'd had for 7 days was cracking. Then explain Ethan. He told you he loved you. He looked into your eyes and saw the woman he wanted to spend his life with. He talked about moving in with you. He's thinking about proposing. That wasn't acting, Iris. You can't fake that. He saw me when he looked at you because you are me. Nadia's face shifted. I saw the second she got it. She stepped forward. She's right. I've known about the program for months. They programmed you with an obsession to find her. That was the test. And you passed. No. 3 years of research. 3 years of surveillance photos of the person you were copied from, Nadia said. Look at your life, I said. Printouts and string and a cage in your basement. I have a job. Well, I had a job until you quit it for me. I have a boyfriend who loves me, a best friend who broke through your window tonight. Does your life look like an Originals? Or someone built to watch from the outside? But I remember summer camp, the canoe. I told you that story at the bar. You don't have your own memory. You have mine. She slid down the wall. What's happening to me? The programming is failing, Nadia said gently. That's why you took her things and dated her boyfriend and started feeling like his love was yours. Part of you has been trying to go home. What do? Isolate yourself, I said. You already built a containment unit. Some part of you knew you'd need it. I built that for you. You built it because underneath the false memories, you knew the truth. Iris walked to the basement stairs and went down without looking back. She stood in front of the cage, stared at it, crawled inside and pulled the door shut. I closed the padlock. Nadia grabbed my phone and keys and we walked out and she locked the door behind us. I made it 4 steps before my legs gave out. She caught me on the curb. You just convinced a clinically insane person she was her own prisoner. 7 days inside her head. That's the only reason it worked. The eggs, she said. How'd you know I'd catch the eggs? Because you've been yelling at me about eggs since we were 12. She laughed, then grabbed me and held on. She called the police. My best friend was held captive by her twin, and the twin is now locked in the cage herself. Yes, I'm serious. No, I could not make this up. She hung up and looked at me. I told you to be careful. You did. I said you don't know this person. I closed my eyes. She's literally me. We started laughing and couldn't stop. Finally, she said, I'm sorry finding your family was such a nightmare. I looked at my best friend who just climbed through a window for me. My family was right here the whole time. My best friend Jules sat on my bed folding swimsuits for my honeymoon and said, this honeymoon is just what you two need after you almost died on that mountain. I knew she was right. Now that I was done with physical therapy from shattering my ankle on our engagement trip, Caleb and I deserved a trip where nothing went wrong, and this honeymoon was going to be perfect. Caleb and I flew to an island that felt like something out of a James Bond movie. For 3 days, we drank out of coconuts and splashed in the waves, and I felt like I was finally getting a break from the awful year we'd had. Then it was time for the scuba dive. The captain took us out 6 miles in a small boat. The resort was already behind us, this tiny strip of white against the green hills getting smaller and smaller until it disappeared. We left our phones and belongings on board, and the captain said he'd circle back in an hour. Caleb held my hand on the edge of the boat and said, "This is it. This is what I've been waiting for." The water was so clear you could see the bottom 40 feet down. Caleb squeezed my hand through our gloves underwater and pointed at a sea turtle, and I remember thinking this was the happiest I'd ever been in my entire life. When we surfaced, the boat was gone. I pulled my mask up and spun around in a full circle. Blue water in every direction. No boat, no land, no anything. Just the horizon line cutting the world in half and us floating in the middle of it. "Where's the boat?" I said. Caleb ripped his mask off and started spinning. What the hell? He was supposed to anchor right here. He was supposed to be right here. His voice was cracking and his hands were shaking, and he grabbed onto me like I was the only solid thing left in the world. We floated there for 20 minutes, scanning for a boat that never came. The sun was getting lower. "We can't just float here," I said. "We need to swim." Caleb looked around helplessly. "I don't even know which direction land is." I picked west because the coast was that way. "Okay," he said. "You're right. I'd be completely lost without you." We started swimming. The first hour wasn't bad. We had adrenaline and the wetsuits kept us warm. By the second hour, everything hurt. My arms were concrete and my legs were cramping so bad I had to stop twice to float on my back and stretch them out. The salt was burning my eyes blind. My lips were cracked and swollen, and every swallow tasted like ocean. I could feel the wetsuit chafing against sunburnt skin on the back of my neck. Caleb was struggling beside me, breathing ragged, falling behind. I kept slowing down to let him catch up. "Talk to me," I said. "About what? Tell me about our first date. You were 20 minutes late because you changed your outfit 4 times. Who told you that?" "Your mom, at the rehearsal dinner, in front of everyone. I'm going to kill her." "You looked incredible though. That blue dress. I knew I was going to marry you before the appetizers came." I smiled even though my face hurt. He told me about burning Thanksgiving dinner trying to impress my parents, and I told him about throwing up in the parking lot before meeting his mom. We kept swimming and kept talking because the conversation was the only thing holding the fear down. After another hour, I spotted something on the water, a shape, far away but moving, a boat. I stopped and waved both arms, screaming as loud as I could. "Hey, over here, hey!" Caleb grabbed my arm. "Stop, you're wasting energy. There's a boat. It's miles away. They can't see us. You're going to exhaust yourself and then you won't have the strength to keep swimming." He was right. I dropped my arms. The boat crossed the horizon and disappeared, and I watched it go, feeling something heavy settle in my chest. That was our shot, and it was gone. We kept swimming. My arms were failing. Every stroke was like lifting a sandbag out of the water and putting it back in. "Are we even going the right direction?" I asked. "I don't know," Caleb said, "but you picked it, and I trust you. What if I'm wrong? What if there's nothing out here? Then we swim until there is. We don't stop. That's the rule." "I'm so tired, Caleb." "I know. Me too. But I'm not letting you give up. You're the girl who survived a rock slide on a broken ankle. You don't quit. It's literally your worst quality." I laughed, and it turned into a cough, and the cough turned into choking on salt water, and he held me up while I sputtered. "See?" he said. "Can't even drown properly." I thought about Jules, about what she'd say if she could see me right now. She'd tell me I was being dramatic. She'd tell me I survived Colorado so I could survive a little swim. And she'd be right. I survived that mountain because I refused to quit. If I survived that, I could survive this. The sun went down and the water turned black. Temperature dropped hard enough that I started shivering even inside the wetsuit. Waves got bigger. Every sound was louder, and I kept feeling things brush my legs in the dark underneath me. I couldn't see the horizon anymore. I couldn't see anything except the faint outline of Caleb's face next to mine, and the stars above us and the black water below that went down forever. "Caleb, I'm scared." "I know. Me too. But we're together." That's what we said in our vows. Whatever comes, we face it together. What if we don't make it? We're going to make it. Because you chose West, and I trust you, and we are not dying in the ocean on our honeymoon. That would be the worst wedding present in history. He grabbed my hand, and I squeezed until my knuckles ached. That's when I saw the fin. 40 feet to our left, moving slow through the black water. I stopped swimming. "Caleb, I see it." "Oh God, don't splash. Just float." We pressed together and held perfectly still. The fin traced a wide circle around us like it was drawing a line we weren't allowed to cross. A second fin appeared behind us, smaller and faster, cutting a tighter arc. "There's 2, I whispered. "I see them. Stay calm. They're curious." Curious is not the word I'd use for something with 300 teeth. The larger shark came closer on its next pass, close enough to see its body underneath, massive and gray. moving with a deliberate patience like it had all the time in the world, because it did. It passed within 10 feet, and I could see its eye, flat and black and reflecting nothing. And every cell in my body screamed at me to kick and thrash and swim. It turned and came back closer. I felt the water push against my legs as it moved underneath us. I can feel it under us. Don't move. Caleb, it's right under us. I know. Hold on to me. The shark surfaced 5 feet away, dorsal fins so close I could have touched it, then dove and vanished. Then a third fin appeared, further out, circling wider. 3 sharks, in open water, at night. We have to swim, I said. Now. The splashing will attract them. There are 3, and they're getting closer. We move, or we die. I started swimming. Hard, desperate strokes that sent water everywhere. One of the smaller sharks cut across our path, and its wake shoved me sideways. I choked on a wave and kept going. Caleb was right behind me. There, I yelled. On the horizon. A dark shape, solid and unmoving while everything else shifted and rolled. I don't know if that's real, Caleb said. It's the only thing out there. We swam for it. I counted strokes to keep my brain from shutting down. 100, 200, 300. My arms became dead heavy things that I was somehow still forcing through the water. One of the sharks passed directly underneath me, and its back scraped my legs like rough sandpaper, and I screamed so loud something in my throat tore open. Caleb grabbed my hand. Don't stop! I thought about Colorado, about lying on that ledge, sure I was going to die. I didn't die then, and I wasn't dying now. The last stretch was the worst. Arms gone, I switched to kicking on my back. A wave pushed me toward rocks, and my knees hit solid ground, and I crawled out of the water and dragged myself up the beach until I was clear of the tide. I lay face down in the sand, and I could feel the earth underneath me, solid and still, and I pressed my whole body against it. I rolled over and vomited salt water and lay there shaking and gasping and crying. We made it. We actually made it. Caleb collapsed beside me. He was breathing hard, but within minutes, he was sitting up and looking around while I was still trying to remember how lungs worked. You saved us, he said. If you hadn't found this island, we'd be dead. I couldn't respond yet. I just lay there feeling the sand under my back and the sky above me and the beautiful absence of water. When I could finally move, I forced myself up. I found rainwater collected in a rock depression and drank, and it was the best thing I'd ever tasted. I brought some back to Caleb in my cupped hands. You're incredible, he said. I never would have found that. I walked the perimeter cataloging everything. Driftwood along the waterline, some dry, some soaked. A flat clearing where SOS could be spelled in rocks. Scrub brush that might burn if we could get it lit. Jules would be proud of me right now. She always said I was the toughest person she knew. We need to build a signal fire, I told Caleb. Wood soaked. Not all of it. I found dry pieces further up. You need to rest first. You can barely stand. I'll rest after we build it. If a boat or plane passes tonight and there's no fire, we could miss our only chance. Babe, it's the middle of the night in the middle of the ocean. Nobody is flying over this spot right now. We conserve energy and wait for morning. You don't know that. What if nobody notices the boat is missing until tomorrow? A fire could save us hours. And if you collapse from exhaustion trying to build it, you can barely stand. Please, just rest until sunrise. Fine, but at first light we build the fire, spell SOS with rocks, and do everything we can. Absolutely. First light. I promise. I walked over to the dry wood I'd found and started trying to build the fire myself anyway. I gathered sticks and dried brush and tried rubbing 2 pieces of driftwood together the way I'd seen in movies, and nothing happened except my palms blistered. I tried faster. Nothing. Caleb watched me from the sand. I can help you with that in the morning. I'll find better tinder when there's light. I kept trying. My hands were raw and shaking, and I couldn't generate enough friction to produce even a wisp of smoke. After 20 minutes, I threw the sticks down. I can't do it. I know. He walked over and put his arm around me. You're the most stubborn person alive, and I love that about you, but your body is shutting down. Please come lie down. He pulled me close and rubbed my shoulders and kissed the top of my head. You are the strongest person I have ever met. You swam through sharks for me. The least I can do is make sure you survive the night. Wake me if you see something. I will. I curled up in the palm fronds he'd gathered, and he sat beside me, running his fingers through my hair. Hey, he said softly. Yeah? I need to tell you something. When we were in the water and I saw those sharks, I thought about what would happen if they got you. And I realized I would have let them take me too. I wouldn't have kept swimming without you. There would be no point. Don't say that. It's true. You're the only thing in my life that matters. Jules, my parents, my job, none of it means anything if I don't have you. I reached up and touched his face. We're going to be fine, I said. We're going to get home and laugh about this. I know, because you won't let us die. That's your superpower. I thought about Jules. I thought about calling her from the resort and telling her everything. I thought about the three of us having dinner when we got home. She loved me so much. I was asleep within minutes. I woke up in the dark to his voice behind a boulder 20 feet away. She's done. She can barely move. Just get here before morning. My first thought was rescue. Then, no, I'm fine. She did most of the work. If she wakes up and sees you, she's going to have questions. A pause. The island I told you about. Same coordinates I sent you last week. While we packed suitcases, he was sending coordinates here. Just be here by sunrise. Then softer. I know, baby. It's almost over. I'll be home before you know it. This is going to work out for both of us. Baby. He was calling someone baby on a phone he'd had in his pocket this entire time. I didn't understand yet. I just knew I needed to get to that phone. I lay still and waited. He came back and settled into the sand. I waited until morning light crept across the sky. Caleb, I'm freezing. Something's wrong with me. He opened his eyes. You're probably hypothermic. Can you find driftwood on the other side of the island? I can't stand up. He studied me, then got up. Stay here. The second he disappeared, I grabbed the phone. No passcode. The last call was to Jay with a heart emoji. I opened the texts and scrolled, and my blood went cold because Jay was Jules. 3 weeks ago from Caleb. Found the island, 6 miles offshore. Current runs against you the whole way. She's not strong enough. You pick me up at sunrise and we tell everyone she drowned. From Jules. Are you sure? From Caleb. This is the only way. I scrolled faster. A text from the morning of our wedding. Caleb to Jules. Last day I have to pretend. I love you. Wait for me. The night before our dive. Tomorrow's the day. By tomorrow night, she'll be at the bottom of the ocean. A year of messages. They'd been together before the proposal, before the engagement, before any of it. Then I found a thread from right after Colorado. Caleb. The hiking thing didn't work. She was supposed to die on that mountain. Jules. I know. What do we do now? Caleb. We try again. But next time, I make sure there's no way out. Colorado wasn't an accident. The rock slide that I'd spent a year being proud of surviving was the first time my husband tried to kill me. And my best friend knew. She knew the whole time. I called the Coast Guard. I gave them coordinates. My husband tried to kill me. Helicopter dispatching. 40 minutes. Footsteps on rocks. Phone back in the bag. Lie down. Eyes closed. He came back with sticks. This is all I could find. Thank you. He sat and arranged wood while a helicopter flew toward us, and he had no idea. Then I heard the blades. Caleb's head snapped up. The spotlight hit the island. He looked at the helicopter, then at me, and 2 years of performance dropped off his face. Did you find my phone? Flat. Cold. Nothing behind his eyes. I stood up. You had a phone the entire time. Did you go through it? I read everything. Colorado. Jules. All of it. His face went gray. Colorado wasn't an accident. You tried to kill me on that mountain, and when it didn't work, you and Jules spent a year planning how to do it again? The helicopter was overhead, sand whipping everywhere. You were never supposed to make it here, he screamed. The current should have taken you an hour ago. Why couldn't you just stop? Because I didn't want to die. I didn't want to marry you. My parents loved you, and I couldn't break their hearts. So you tried to kill me? Twice? And my best friend helped you? Jules loves me. She's loved me since before I ever met you. The hiking trip was supposed to end it, but you wouldn't die, and then she felt so guilty she started coming around all the time, and you two became best friends, and I had to sit there watching you plan girls' nights with the woman I actually love. She drove me to physical therapy. She sat on my couch and told me how lucky you were to have me. I know. Do you think that wasn't torture for me? Watching the two of you become inseparable while Jules and I were trying to figure out how to get rid of you? I brought you water in my hands tonight. I found rainwater and carried it to you, and you drank it and told me I was incredible. And the whole time you were waiting for Jules to come pick you up so you could leave me here to die. You are incredible. That's the problem. You are too stubborn and too strong and too good at not dying, and I hate you for it. You just told me 4 hours ago that you'd let the sharks take you rather than live without me. I was lying. I've been lying since the day we met. Every kiss, every vow, every I love you, all of it. The only real thing in my life is Jules, and you almost took her from me by refusing to die. Officers were coming ashore. He grabbed driftwood. Stay back! His bag! I screamed. His phone has everything. A year of messages to my best friend who helped him try to kill me twice. He swung at the first officer. Missed. 2 more tackled him face down into the sand. He was thrashing and kicking and screaming, and it took 3 of them to hold him while a 4th secured his wrists. "She was supposed to die in the water," he screamed into the sand. "The sharks were right there and she just kept swimming. What kind of person sees sharks and just keeps going?" An officer looked at me. "Ma'am, are you hurt?" I was barefoot on a rock in a wetsuit I'd worn for 16 hours. Sunburnt, dehydrated, shaking. The man I married 6 days ago was screaming into the sand. The woman I'd called my best friend was waiting at a marina to collect him. "I'm alive," I said, "so I'm doing better than either of them planned." They found the phone. Jules was arrested at a marina loading gas into a rented boat programmed with the same coordinates. She confessed within the hour, told the police everything, said she'd loved Caleb since before he ever met me, and that they'd been together the whole time, and that Colorado was supposed to end it, but I was too stubborn to die, and they'd been trying to figure out a second attempt ever since. On the helicopter back, I sat in a thermal blanket and thought about Jules sitting on my bed helping me pack. If anyone deserves this, it's you two. I thought about her driving me to physical therapy after Colorado and making us dinner and sitting on our couch telling me how lucky Caleb was. I thought about every girl's night and every phone call and every time she hugged me and told me I was the toughest person she knew while she was texting my husband about how to finish what the mountain started. I thought about treading water in the dark with sharks beneath me, telling myself I was a survivor because I'd survived Colorado. I almost heard Jules's voice out there telling me to keep going. And now I knew that voice belonged to a woman who'd been waiting at a marina to collect my husband's body and leave mine on a rock in the middle of the ocean. She was right about one thing, though. I am a survivor. I just didn't know until tonight that she was one of the things I needed to survive. At my mother's funeral, I screamed, "Daddy, why is Mommy trapped in that box?" "Because Mommy's in a better place now, honey. But why can't I see her?" At Grandpa's funeral, we got to see him and say goodbye. My mother had died suddenly the week before, and the only thing that had gotten me through it was believing I would get to see her one last time. "Please, Daddy, I want to see her." He knelt down and held my face. "The accident hurt her too much, sweetheart, but she's beautiful where she is now. I need you to be brave for me, okay, Pumpkin? You're my rock. You know your brother isn't as strong as you are." I nodded and held back my tears. The whole town came to the funeral. People I didn't know hugged my dad and told him how sorry they were and brought us food for weeks. My brother Nolan took it the hardest. He stopped talking and stopped going to school and locked himself in his room for days at a time. Dad told the neighbors Nolan was spiraling. He told everyone who asked that he was terrified of losing his son the way he'd lost his wife. A few years later, my dad sat me down at the kitchen table and took both my hands. His eyes were red and his voice was shaking. "Nolan is gone, baby. He hurt himself last night and he's gone." I screamed so loud the neighbors came running. Another funeral, another closed casket. "Why can't I see him?" I begged, and my dad held me and said, "He's with Mom now. They're together, and we're going to be okay because we have each other." After that, it was just me and Dad. The whole town treated him like a saint, this poor broken man who buried his wife and his son and still got up every morning for his little girl. I grew up believing I was all he had left, and he made sure I never forgot it. Every time I talked about moving out or applying to a college more than an hour away, his face would go hollow, and he'd say, "You're all I have, Autumn. You're the only reason I get out of bed. Please don't leave me alone." So I went to a college 30 minutes from home and called him every day and came home every weekend because how could I abandon the man who had already lost everything? I was in my 3rd year of pre-med when I called him on a Tuesday afternoon. "Hey Dad, I've been thinking about switching my major to pre-law. One of my professors thinks I'd be a really good fit." The line went quiet for so long I pulled the phone away to check if the call had dropped. "Dad, that's not what we agreed on." His voice was flat. No warmth, no curiosity, nothing. "We talked about this when you started school. You're going to be a doctor." "I know, but I really feel like law is where I belong." "You belong in medical school because that is what we decided." "Dad, it's my degree. Everything you have is because of me. I kept this family together when there was nothing left. I stayed for you. And this is how you repay me? By throwing away the plan?" I told him we'd talk about it over the weekend and hung up feeling shaken in a way I couldn't explain. That night, I was asleep in my dorm when I woke up to a hand over my mouth and something wet and sharp-smelling pressed against my nose. I tried to scream, and my voice died against the cloth. I tried to grab the arm, and my fingers wouldn't close. The room went sideways, and then it went dark. I woke up on a thin mattress in a room I had never seen before. White walls, fluorescent lights, a door with a narrow window of wire mesh glass and no handle on the inside. I was wearing cotton clothes that weren't mine, and there was a plastic bracelet on my wrist with my name and a patient number. I pounded on the door until a nurse opened it. "Where am I?" You're at Briarwood Psychiatric Center. You were brought in last night after you had an episode at the campus library. I didn't have an episode. I was in my dorm. Somebody broke into my room and put something over my face, and I woke up here. She gave me a look like I'd just confirmed something she already suspected. Okay, Autumn, we're going to get you in to see the doctor. She walked me down a hallway with locked doors on both sides. As I passed the common room, a woman sitting alone at a table looked up and watched me go by. She had dark circles under her eyes and this flat, medicated stare that I didn't understand yet. She didn't say anything. She just watched me like she recognized something in my face. The psychiatrist was Dr. Rains. Wire glasses, calm voice, thick folder with my name already on it. I told him someone drugged me. He said my school reported an episode. I told him that was a lie. He said the paranoia I was displaying was consistent with my documented history of self-harm. I told him I had no history of self-harm. He folded his hands and said, "So you believe your father had you kidnapped and committed because of a disagreement about your college major." When he said it like that, it sounded insane. He started me on medication that turned my brain to wet concrete within an hour. Everything I did after that became evidence against me. Telling the truth was persecutory delusions. Getting upset was emotional dysregulation. Staying calm was manipulative behavior. I wrote a letter to the patient advocate. Reviewed, no concerns. Gave a note to a janitor. Handed straight to a nurse. Tried to talk to a visitor. Orderly pulled me away. Every door locked from the other side. One night, I counted the nurse's steps during rounds. 60 to the end, 60 back. 90 seconds. I slipped out, tried every door in the hallway. All locked. Flashlight caught me. Checks increased to every 30 minutes. I played the model patient for 3 days. Told Dr. Rains the medication was helping. Asked for one phone call, denied. I tried walking out through the cafeteria during a food delivery. Kitchen worker read my bracelet. They moved my bed next to the nurse's station. Then Dr. Rains called me into his office with 2 nurses flanking him. Based on your continued escape attempts, I'm recommending transfer to our long-term care ward. How long is long-term? That depends entirely on your progress. The way he said it made clear that progress meant giving up. That afternoon, he brought me to group therapy and made me sit in a circle with 6 other patients while he asked me to share my story. I told the truth. I said I'd been drugged in my dorm and brought here against my will. Dr. Rains nodded patiently and said, "And does anyone else in the group hear a pattern in what Autumn is describing?" A woman across from me raised her hand. Constructed narrative, externalized blame. She said it like she was reading from a textbook because she was. He'd trained them to diagnose each other. The whole room was looking at me like I was the crazy one, and Dr. Rains sat there with his clipboard and a small, satisfied smile. "Very good," he said. "That's exactly the kind of insight we're working toward here." After group, he pulled me aside. "I want you to understand something, Autumn. Every day you resist treatment is a day you stay here. I'm not your enemy. I'm trying to help you. Your father is trying to help you. The sooner you accept that, the sooner you can go home. I want to call my father. I don't think that's wise right now. If he's trying to help me, then why can't I talk to him? Because you just spent 30 minutes in group telling 6 patients that he kidnapped you. That's not the behavior of someone ready for outside contact. Everything was a trap. If I said I wanted to leave it, proved I was unstable. If I said I was fine, it proved I was in denial. If I accused my father, it proved I was paranoid. If I stopped accusing him, it proved the medication was working. There was no combination of words in the English language that would open a single door in this building. The next morning, I looked out the common room window and saw my father's car in the parking lot. My heart slammed. I pressed my face against the glass and saw him walking out of the building with Dr. Rains beside him. They were laughing. Not like a worried parent and a doctor, like old friends. My dad clapped Rains on the shoulder and got in his car and drove away. He'd been 30 feet from me and hadn't asked to see me. During breakfast the next morning, a patient named Miles knocked his tray off the table during a panic attack. 2 orderlies pinned him face down while a nurse injected something into his arm. His body went limp, and they dragged him down the hallway. He didn't come back for 3 days. When he did, the lights were off behind his eyes. A woman named Erin was supposed to be discharged that week. Paperwork filed and approved. On the morning she was supposed to leave, a nurse told her the paperwork had been lost. Erin sat on the floor of her room and cried until they sedated her. A new nurse started. Kind face. I told her everything. She walked straight to Dr. Rains. That night, screaming 3 rooms down. 10 minutes. Nobody came. I found scratches in the wall behind my bed carved into the paint with a fingernail. They won't let me leave. I found a payphone in the basement during a fire drill. The next day, I snuck down and lifted the receiver. Dead. The cord was connected, but the line had been cut, not broken. Cut clean. Someone had made sure that phone would never work while making it look like it simply couldn't. Every system in this building was designed to look functional while being completely rigged. The patient advocate reviewed complaints, but always found nothing. The payphone existed, but didn't work. The discharge paperwork got filed, but got lost. The doctors listened, but had already decided. It was a machine built to process people into silence, and it was very, very good at its job. The woman from my first day sat down next to me the next afternoon. "You've been here long enough to see it now," she said. Her name was Georgia. Her ex-husband committed her during a custody battle. She'd been here longer than anyone. "I have a daughter," she told me. "Her name is Lily. She was 4 when I came here. She'd be 11 now. Her dad tells her I'm sick, that I chose to leave. She probably doesn't even remember what I look like. We're going to get out," I said. "You'll see her again. I stopped saying that a long time ago, but I'll help you get out. And that's almost as good." She told me about the patients who'd been here for years. Delia by the window, committed by her son after she tried to sell the family house. 10 years. A man on the second floor committed by his business partner during a lawsuit. 7 years. A woman on the third floor committed by her own sister over an inheritance. "None of them are sick," Georgia said. "They're just in someone's way." Georgia taught me the real rules. Which nurses cared and which were clocking in. Where the cameras didn't point. What time the shifts changed. She taught me to palm my medication and spit it out in the bathroom. The fog took days to lift, but when it did, I could finally think again. The first clear morning felt like surfacing from deep water. Colors were brighter. Words came back. I sat in the common room, and for the first time in weeks, I could hold a thought from beginning to end without it dissolving. Georgia sat across from me and watched me come back to myself and smiled. "There you are," she said. "I was worried I'd lost you." We met in the common room every afternoon during the shift gap, pretending to play cards while she talked in a voice the cameras couldn't pick up. "Why do you help me?" I asked her one afternoon. "Because when I came in here, I was you, screaming, begging, trying every door. Nobody helped me. It took 3 years to figure out what I'm teaching you in 3 weeks." She looked at the cards. "And because someday someone is going to walk out of here and prove this place is what it is. It's not going to be me, but it might be you. It's going to be both of us." She smiled, and it was the saddest smile I'd ever seen. "Deal the cards. I have a daughter, Lily. She was 4 when I came here. She's 11 now. Her dad tells her I'm sick, that I chose to leave. She probably doesn't remember my face. We're getting out," I said. "Both of us. You're getting out. I'm making sure of it. That's enough for me." Georgia told me about a woman 3 years ago who'd proved she was wrongfully committed. Had a lawyer, had evidence. Dr. Rains transferred her to another facility the day before her hearing. Nobody found her for 6 months. One afternoon, I saw Dr. Rains walking a man in a suit to the parking lot. They were laughing. The man got into an expensive car. Georgia said, "Family lawyer. Comes twice a month, getting people put away. Rains does the evaluation, lawyer does the paperwork, family pays both. You're not a patient. You're a product." Then one night, a nurse found my evening pill in the bathroom trash. They brought me to Dr. Rains at 11 at night. He doubled my dosage without saying a word. The new pills hit so hard I couldn't stand. Georgia found me on the common room floor the next morning and held my hand while the room spun. "They know you're palming," she said. "We have to move now." That night, she shook me awake. "Window, quick." Below us, 2 orderlies were loading a sedated woman into an unmarked white van. "Third one this month," Georgia whispered. "Once they move you out of state, nobody can find you. Your lawyer, your family, nobody. You disappear." Is that what the doubled medication is for? They're getting you ready for transport. We have days, not weeks. She'd been memorizing the building for 7 years. That night, she drew a map on a napkin from memory. Every camera, every shift change, every blind spot down to the minute. "Friday is guardianship day," I said. "If I'm still here when that paperwork goes through, I'm done. Then we go Thursday." That's 2 days. That's all we need. 2 days later, I overheard Dr. Rains on the phone through his cracked office door. "She's stabilizing. I'll have the competency evaluation filed by Friday, and you can proceed with the guardianship." He was filing paperwork to take legal control of my entire life. I told Georgia, and she got me onto the common room computer during the shift gap. I searched my name. Guardianship petition, filed the day I was admitted. I searched Dr. Rains. Fraternity photo. Him and my father in matching blazers, arms around each other. College roommates. The man deciding if I was crazy was my father's fraternity brother. I searched my father's name with guardianship. Georgia said men like him don't start this big. 2 more petitions. Nolan, my mother, no death certificates for either of them anywhere in the system. They were alive, locked in facilities in different counties while my father stood at their funerals and cried. Georgia read it over my shoulder. "Print everything," she said, "and then we get you out." Georgia knew every blind spot in Briarwood. Fire exit, east hallway. Alarm's been broken for months. I clear station B, you run. Come with me. 1 missing patient triggers a search. 2 triggers a lockdown. I'm not leaving you here. Yes, you are. Because if you stay, they put you in that van and we both lose. If you go, you come back with a court order and I walk out the front door. She squeezed my hand. "You want to be a lawyer? Go be one." The next afternoon, Georgia erupted in the common room. Trash can through a window, books off shelves, screaming so loud the entire floor stopped. Staff came sprinting from every direction because Georgia hadn't raised her voice the entire time I'd known her, and the eruption was terrifying. I walked down the east hallway. Don't run. If you run, you look like you're escaping. If you walk, you look like a patient going to an appointment. A nurse came around the corner. Where are you going? Dr. Rains asked to see me. She hesitated. I was 3 steps from the door. She started toward me. I slammed through the fire exit, took the stairs 3 at a time, burst into a parking lot. The sunlight was so bright after weeks of fluorescent that I ran blind for the first few steps. Chain link fence at the edge. I'd never climbed a fence in my life, but I grabbed it and went up, and the metal bit into my palms and my slippers fell off in the links, and I threw myself over the top and dropped onto grass and ran barefoot through a field and a tree line and out onto a road. A car slowed next to me, driver staring at a barefoot woman in scrubs with bloody hands sprinting down a county road. He sped away. I kept running until I found a gas station and walked in shaking so hard I could barely speak. The woman behind the counter took one look at me, barefoot in scrubs with blood on my hands, and said, "Honey, are you okay? Can I use your phone? Please." I called my Aunt Karen. Dad locked me in a psych facility. Mom and Nolan are alive. I have proof. Come get me now. She didn't ask a single question. Where are you? Courthouse. I filed emergency motions in hospital scrubs and bare feet. A judge looked at the printouts, the guardianship petitions, the fraternity photo, 3 family members committed to 3 facilities by the same man with the same doctor signing every evaluation. He ordered an independent evaluation. A new doctor cleared me in one visit. We found Nolan in a facility hours away, thin and foggy. When they told him who I was, he stared at me like I was a ghost. Dad said you blamed me for Mom's death. He said you never wanted to see me again. I grabbed him and held on. Mom is alive. We're going to get her. Our mother was in a facility in another state. She'd been there the longest. When I walked in, she didn't recognize me. Her hair had grown back from whatever it had been when my father decided it was reason enough to erase her. Mom, it's Autumn. She grabbed my hand so hard I thought she'd break every bone. I told them someone would come. Every single day I said it, and they wrote it in my chart as a symptom. But I never stopped saying it. We drove to our father's house. I knocked with Nolan on my left and our mother on my right. He opened the door and went white. His dead wife, his dead son, his locked-up daughter. "Hi, Dad. We're home." He tried to shut the door. Nolan put his foot in it. "You told me my sister hated me. You told me Mom was dead." Our mother stepped forward and our father stumbled backward. "I did what I had to do." "What did Mom do?" I screamed. He was shaking. "She cut her hair. She went to a salon without telling me and came home looking like a completely different person." I knew what that meant. My mother's hand went slowly to her head. She touched her hair, the hair that had grown back over years in a facility. "I got a haircut. I got a haircut because I wanted to try something new, and you told our children I was dead." "And Nolan?" I said. His jaw tightened. He wouldn't quit the band. He was failing school and smoking and running around with those kids from the neighborhood, and I told him to focus on his grades, and he told me no. "He told you no?" Nolan said. "I was in a garage band. I was 16. "And me?" I said. "I wanted to be a lawyer instead of a doctor." "That's it." His face twisted. "None of you ever listened. I had a plan for this family, and every one of you fought me. All I ever wanted was for us to be perfect. So you erased us," I screamed. Mom wanted a new haircut. Erased. Nolan said no to quitting his band. Erased. I changed my major. Erased. Anyone who doesn't follow your plan gets a closed casket and a eulogy while you stand there and cry and accept casseroles from the neighbors. My father's back hit the wall. "You don't understand what it's like watching your family fall apart. That's what families do," Nolan shouted. "People grow up. People leave. That's not falling apart. That's them being alive. And you couldn't handle it, so you killed us. You killed all 3 of us, and we weren't even dead. You gave us funerals. You let people bring you food. You let the whole town feel sorry for you while we were locked in rooms screaming for someone to come find us." Police sirens. His face changed. The performance fell away, and underneath was nothing. They cuffed him in his living room. Dr. Rains was arrested the same week. I went back to school and switched to law. Graduated top of my class. The first case I took was Georgia's. 4 months later, she walked out of Briarwood into the parking lot and stood there looking up at the sky for a long time. "How does it feel?" I asked. "Like I'm a person again," she said. A car pulled into the lot. A girl got out of the back seat, 11 years old. She stood by the car looking at Georgia like she was looking at a photograph that had come to life. "Mom?" Georgia made a sound I'd never heard a human being make. She dropped to her knees on the asphalt, and Lily ran to her, and they held each other in that parking lot while I stood there and cried. 7 years. 7 years in a building where nobody comes when you scream. I knew exactly how she felt. Our yellow bus pulled into a sketchy gas station in the middle of nowhere, and the entire cheer squad poured out like we'd been caged for a week. My friend Kayla sniffed herself. "I can't believe we have to travel in our cheer uniforms." I bet football players don't have to deal with this. I was scanning for road signs when I noticed an old man sitting on a bench outside the front window. He was watching us. His eyes moved from girl to girl like he was taking attendance. Our coach, Ms. Adler, walked right up to him and asked, "Hello there? Do you happen to have directions to the Topekiki Yugni Teamwork Summer Camp?" He slowly looked up at her and spit on the ground. "Go back the way we came and turn right at the yellow scarecrow, not the blue one. You'll see it further down their road." Ms. Adler clasped her hands. "Thank you so much, kind sir." Then he added, "The land up there takes what it's owed." Ms. Adler laughed it off, patted his shoulder, and walked back to the bus smiling. "What an interesting man," she said as she walked by. Kayla whispered in my ear, "Did that man just curse us?" I snorted and headed back to the bus, but when I looked back, his eyes were locked directly onto mine. I looked away first and rushed back onto the bus. The bus wound up the mountain. The road narrowed and the cell towers disappeared. Kayla pulled a switchblade from her jacket and flipped it open against her knee. I looked around to make sure no one saw. "Kayla, you know weapons aren't allowed." She tucked it back. "I'm going to the middle of nowhere with a bunch of people who can't even change a tire. You're welcome." 2 rows behind us, Brianna and Jess were doing a terrible job of whispering. "My boyfriend Tyler is driving up tonight after lights out to meet with me." Jess gasped. "No freaking way." Hannah, sitting ahead of us, held her freshly painted nails out the window to dry. Dripping neon pink polish hit everything in a 3-foot radius. At the edge of a small town we passed, I noticed a hand-painted welcome sign nailed to a rotting post. A weird symbol was painted on it, a circle with lines radiating inward, like a sun collapsing into itself. I stared until it was behind us. The campgrounds looked like it hadn't been updated since before my grandparents were born. Wooden cabins formed a half circle around a fire pit. An open field had knee-high grass you could get lost in. The only cool thing was the rusted archery range with targets mounted on hay bales that were falling apart. Hannah pressed her face against the bus window. "Please tell me those targets are for us. I've been dying to shoot something all summer." Devin turned to her. "Summer started last week, Hannah." "Whatever. I called dibs on the first shot." 5 counselors stood waiting by the fire pit, all men, all smiling with every tooth showing. The head counselor stepped forward. His skin looked like it had been left in the sun for years. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You are going to have the time of your lives." Hannah didn't wait half a second. "Do you even brush your teeth? They're so yellow. Are there bathrooms here? Because I'm not squatting behind a tree for a week." Half the team burst out laughing. The counselor's smile didn't drop, but his eyes narrowed. Then he laughed and gestured for us to follow. The cabins had screen doors, no locks, and mattresses that looked like they'd survived a flood. Another counselor pointed at the tree line. "Woods go on for miles in every direction. Don't wander off alone or something might take a nasty bite out of you." He winked. None of us smiled back. Once inside the cabin, I pulled out my phone. 1 bar, then none, then one again. Kayla checked her phone. No signal, no data, nothing. She tossed her phone on the mattress. "Guess we're roughing it." I fell back onto my bed and eventually fell asleep to the sound of bugs and branches scraping the roof. Suddenly, a hand shook my shoulder, and I opened my eyes to no sunlight. A girl stood over me, flashlight trembling, mascara smeared. "Hannah is missing." We searched the woods for hours. Our flashlights shone into endless trees that swallowed the beams with darkness 20 feet out. The counselors kept steering us whenever we got too far. "Try this way. Stay in pairs." After 3 hours of finding nothing, the head counselor waved us all over to regroup. "We'll pick it back up at first light. Everyone back to your cabins." Ms. Adler squeezed my arm on the way back. "I'm sure she's fine, sweetheart. She probably found a warm spot and fell asleep." I looked at her face and could tell she believed her own words. I laid in my bed for hours, unable to fall asleep. A scream cut through the air before the sun cleared the ridge. I was out of my bunk and running barefoot toward the archery range. My cheer squad members were stopping one by one ahead of me. Each one froze in place. Then I did the exact same thing. Hannah was pinned to the center of the archery target. Her head hung forward and her hair covered her face. Her neon pink nail polish caught the early morning sun. The girl next to me dropped to her knees in the grass. Screaming started and didn't stop. Cheer members grabbed each other. The boys held about 3 crying girls each. Ms. Adler's hand covered her mouth and stayed there. One boy said, "We need to leave. Right now. Let's get on the bus." Suddenly, we were turning, retreating from the corpse of our friend and teammate. My legs were already moving when the counselors stepped forward, blocking our path. The head counselor held up his hands. "Everyone, listen to me. We just got word that cell towers in this area are completely down, and there's been a rock slide on the access road overnight. The only way off this mountain is blocked until an emergency crew can clear it." He paused and scanned our faces. "We've already radioed for help. It's on the way." For now, everyone needs to stay calm and stay together. This is the safest place for you." Everyone pulled out their phones at the same time. One girl said, "Why don't I have any bars?" Another cried, "With no way to call home. Call the police. Call anyone. What do we do?" Ms. Adler stepped in front of the group. She put her arm around the nearest crying girl and raised her voice. "The counselors are trained for situations like this. Help is coming. We need to trust the process." She looked at the counselors with complete, unquestioning faith. I looked at the counselors with the complete opposite look. The counselors insisted on splitting us into smaller groups across different cabins. For safety, to keep everyone calm. They grabbed our arms and pointed in different directions. Some of us resisted, holding on to one another like a life preserver. However, they got their way. I ended up in a cabin with Kayla, Devin, and Lisa. The four of us sat on our bunks in silence until Kayla pulled me to the corner. She pressed something into my hand, her switchblade. "Just in case," she whispered. "What about you?" She held up an even bigger switchblade and smirked. "You didn't think I only carried one, did you?" I tucked her gift into the waistband of my cheer skirt and pulled my shirt over it. "Thanks, Kayla." We hugged and were terrified of letting go. The day dragged on. The counselors brought us food, canned soup and bread that tasted like it had been stored underground for months. They smiled and said, "Don't worry, help is on the way." The moment the sun set, a counselor stopped by our cabin to deliver the worst news. "One of your fellow teammates, Amber, wandered off toward the creek. We're looking for her now." He left before we could ask a single question. We stared at one another in horror. The next morning, the counselor came back. "Unfortunately, 2 more from your squad are gone. They snuck out during the night. Happens every year. Scared kids try to walk home. We'll find them, don't worry." He smiled, showing his yellow teeth. I noticed his shirt had a dark stain near the collar. He noticed me staring and buttoned his jacket over it. The moment he walked out, Devin leaned into me. "Nobody who wanders off comes back? This is super weird." I nodded my head, agreeing. "We need to talk to Ms. Adler." Lisa stepped forward. "But they won't just let us out." I grabbed Kayla's hand. "Can you distract them long enough for me to sneak out?" She smiled and winked. "Leave it to me." 10 minutes later, Kayla was crying hysterically in the arms of the counselor guarding our door, and I was hopping out the window. I found Ms. Adler in the mess hall. She was alone, tearing a piece of bread into smaller and smaller pieces and not eating any of them. I sat down beside her. "Girls are disappearing and nobody is coming back. The counselors are lying. We need to get the rest of the girls and run." She put her hands on my shoulders. "These are trained professionals, sweetheart. I know it's scary, but we have to trust the system." I looked at her, then pulled away and walked out. I had to crouch by the back wall of a cabin, holding my phone at weird angles trying to catch a single bar of signal. Voices carried from the cabin next door caught my attention. 2 counselors were talking, so I inched forward to hear them better. I got blood on my damn jacket again. My eyes widened. "From which one?" "That mouthy bitch from the first night. Glad she went first. She had a mouth on her that wouldn't quit. The land doesn't care about manners." "No, but I do." They both laughed. I covered my mouth with my hands and my phone slipped out, landing in the dirt. I pressed my back against the wall and held my breath. After 5 minutes of not breathing, I grabbed my phone and tiptoed away. I climbed back through the window and found Kayla, Devin, and Lisa waiting for me. I told them everything I'd learned. Lisa collapsed onto the ground and pulled her knees to her chest. "How many of us are left?" I counted on my fingers. Maybe 9 or 10, spread across 4 cabins. Devin started pacing. The archery range had tools in the storage box by the targets. I saw a hatchet during the tour. Kayla ran over to her bag and pulled out a notebook, then started sketching a map of the campgrounds. "If we go through the tree line behind the mess hall, it connects to the access road about a mile out." Lisa looked over. "What about the rock slide?" I frowned. "I doubt it's real. If it is, then we climb over it. If it's a lie, we can drive to safety." Lisa started crying. "What if they catch us? How can we get a car? Oh my God, we're all going to die." Kayla looked at me. I touched the switchblade in my waistband. I walked over and put my hand on Lisa's shoulder. "Then we die fighting. We're cheerleaders. No one's going to snuff out our spirit." Lisa took a deep breath and nodded slowly. We waited until 2 a.m. when it was pitch black out. We slipped out the back window, one at a time, and moved low through the grass. Devin tapped on the next cabin's glass. 2 girls appeared at the glass and opened the window for us. Devin expertly gave me a foothold so I could silently tumble through and land inside the cabin. I quickly whispered everything we knew to them, as well as my plan. They joined us without hesitation, sneaking out the same window. Devin split off toward the archery range while we collected the next cabin, who had 3 more. One of them started crying the second we explained. Kayla grabbed her face with both hands. "You can cry when we're safe. Right now, you move." The girl nodded and climbed through the window. Devin came back over with the hatchet in one hand and his face drained of color. "Hannah's gone," he whispered. "The target she was on. She's not there anymore. All that's left is a pool of blood." I looked toward the range, but couldn't see much further than our small group in the dark. Lisa covered her mouth. "What did they do with her body?" One of the girls started breathing fast. "Do you think they buried her? Or did they?" Kayla grabbed both their arms. "Stop. We're not doing this right now. We need to move, or we end up on one of those targets too." 9 of us moved in a line through the shadows, behind the mess hall toward the tree line. The woods were 30 feet away. 20, 10. A flashlight snapped on behind us. "Hey, what are you doing out here?" We ran. The tree line swallowed us. Branches tore at my arms and my face and my legs. My hair got caught in a branch, but I kept running. Behind us, flashlights clicked on and voices shouted, "They went into the woods! Get them, idiots!" A counselor crashed through the brush and grabbed Devin by the backpack. He was pulled back and slammed into the ground face first. The hatchet went flying and landed near Lisa, who picked it up and ran at the counselor who was standing over Devin. Lisa swung and the blade caught his forearm. He screamed and stumbled away. Devin scrambled up and grabbed the hatchet with one hand and Lisa's hand in the other. We kept running. However, the thick forest hid our view of one another and the group fractured. Pairs split left, trios split right. I heard screaming behind me, then a squelching sound, then only my breath as I ran and ran. I ran until every direction looked the same. I stopped behind a thick tree and pressed my back against the bark. My lungs burned. I pressed my hand over my mouth to quiet my breathing and listened. I heard footsteps and crouched lower. That's when my knee pressed into something soft. I looked down and wanted to cry. My knee had touched a body. I scrambled backward into another tree. It was a boy who went to my college. I could tell from his school sweatshirt. Then I recognized him as Tyler, Brianna's boyfriend. I stared in horror at the man who snuck in for a romantic rendezvous. I pinched my arm, trying to shock myself out of it. I spotted his phone in his jacket pocket and pulled it out with shaking hands. No signal, but a sliver of battery. I scrolled to his music app, propped the phone against a tree root, cranked the volume to max, and ran fast in the opposite direction. Music echoed through the silent woods. Flashlight beams swung toward the sound like moths. I kept moving until trees thinned and I found a small cabin set back from a dirt path. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. My eyes were still adjusting when something hit the back of my head and the floor came up to meet me. I opened my eyes and saw dirt underneath me. Goosebumps arose on my skin. My hands were bound behind my back with rope and I was laying in a circle where 6 other cheerleaders sat beside me, bound the same way. Kayla was on my left. Her eye was swollen shut and her lip was split. Blood had dried on her chin. Devin was across from me, still unconscious. Lisa sat next to him, willing Devin to wake up with her eyes. There were only 7 of us left. I sat up and looked around. We were in a clearing surrounded by trees so tall they blocked the stars. Torches burned in a wide circle around us, their flames hissing and spitting in the mountain air. At the center of the circle stood a stone altar. It looked older than anything on this mountain. Moss grew up the sides, and the base was stained dark in ways I didn't want to think about. Carved into the face of the stone was a symbol, a circle with lines radiating inward. I thought about the symbol I saw on the town welcome sign when we first drove in. I looked further away from us and saw every person I'd encountered since we arrived. They stood around the torches, the counselors with their 2 wide smiles, the gas station man from the bench who still hadn't blinked, townspeople I'd only glimpsed through the bus window when we drove in. There were 30, maybe 40 of them, all standing around, staring at us like a roach you found in your tub. The gas station man stepped forward. He looked directly at me. The land takes what it's owed. The head counselor walked to the altar and placed both hands on the stone. His 2 wide smile was gone. Every year, the mountain calls for a large sacrifice, and we answer. A group arrives willingly. We welcome them. We show them a good time. I almost laugh at his definition of a good time. He paused. Each night, one is given to the land, and on the final night, the rest are given together. He looked at us. This is the final night. Their chanting started low, a hum that built from the edges inward. The townspeople swayed. Torchlight flickered across their faces and stretched their shadows into the trees behind them. Kayla's shoulder pressed against mine. Her breathing was fast and shallow, but she still smiled at me. I'm glad we're together. Devin started slowly waking up. The other girls were shaking in terror. I worked my fingers behind my back and found the handle of the blade tucked into my waistband. I smirked, thinking, I guess they thought a teenage girl in a cheer skirt wasn't a threat. The chanting grew louder. Suddenly, an argument broke out near the altar. Two townspeople shoved each other. The head counselor stepped away from the stone to stand between them. A woman screamed at an older man. "I think the man should go first. He's already waking up." The older man pointed at his broken nose. "No way. The bitch who broke my nose goes first. She needs to pay." I flipped the blade open and sawed, strand by strand. My wrists burned. Blood ran down my palms and made the handle slippery. Finally, the rope gave. My hands came free. I kept them behind my back and didn't move. I slowly leaned into Kayla. She opened her hands and the blade passed between us. She cut herself loose in seconds and passed it to Devin, who had finally woken up. Devin to Lisa. Lisa to the next girl. Down the circle, one by one, we passed the knife, while 40 people screamed at each other by the altar. Nobody looked at us. We sat perfectly still with our hands behind our backs. I whispered, "Once I give the signal, get to that truck over there." Lisa looked at me. "What signal?" 3 men were chest to chest by the altar. I bolted forward, grabbed the nearest torch from the ground, and drove it into the base of the altar. The dry cloth caught instantly. Flames climbed the stone and leapt to the wooden frame holding the torches. The fire spread fast and hot, and the chanting collapsed into screaming. Their sacred altar was burning, and years of ritual was turning to ash. The others ran, and I turned to catch up with them. Devin made it to the truck first, searching around for keys. The keys fell from the visor, and Devin shook them in triumph. "Ha ha!" We piled in. Kayla sat on my lap. Lisa hopped in the bed with a few others, gripping the sides. Devin turned the key, and the engine started on the first try. Devin drove the truck down the mountain in the dark, with only the headlights cutting through fog. The road curved and dropped and straightened out. Kayla looked around. I guess the rock slide was a lie. Behind us, through the trees, an orange glow climbed into the sky. The fire was spreading, consuming the campgrounds and soon the surrounding forest. I looked at everyone in the truck. Kayla next to me. Her eye was completely swollen shut now, blood on her chin, gripping the dashboard with white knuckles. Devin kept his eyes on the road, focused, but I saw how 2 of his fingers were bent in the wrong way. Lisa hugged the other girls in the truck bed. Out of an entire cheer squad, only we remained. I looked in the rearview mirror one last time to watch the fire grow. Jess grabbed my arm at lunch and said, "Why is the new girl staring at you?" I looked up, and a girl I'd never seen before was standing in the cafeteria doorway, looking directly at me. She smiled and walked straight to our table. "I'm Piper. I just transferred. I love your shoes." She sat down before I could answer, and suddenly she was everywhere I was. She asked me questions like she was filling out a form, and I told her all of it, and it felt good, like being seen for the first time. I told her Jess was my best friend, and I played setter on volleyball, and I'd been in love with Danny Moreno since freshman year. I showed her a photo on my phone of me and my dad at my last game, and she stared at it for a long second before saying, "You're really lucky. Not everyone gets that." She was already asking about my classes before I could respond. She brought me a volleyball cupcake, texted Jess calling me the coolest person she'd ever met, and showed up at my volleyball game and sat in the stands 3 rows behind my dad. After the game, she found me in the parking lot and said, "Your dad was cheering louder than anyone. That must feel amazing." She brought me a smoothie the next morning, and it was my exact order from the cafe near my house. I hadn't told her my coffee order. Jess was standing right there and said, "How did you know she gets that?" Piper laughed and said, "Lucky guess." And Jess looked at me for a second, like that was weird, but we both let it go. I walked up to Jess at her locker, and Piper was already there, and they were laughing at something, and when they saw me, they both stopped. "What's so funny?" "Nothing," Jess said. "You had to be there." Something small and sharp twisted in my chest because Jess had never once shut me out of a joke. Jess started canceling our plans, and I'd scroll through their stories watching them pose together in captions I wasn't tagged in, and each one stung worse than the last. Then Piper tried out for volleyball and played setter like she'd been training for my position for months. The coach pulled me aside. "Piper is more dynamic in the setter position." I felt like the floor had been pulled out from under me. Piper hugged me in the hallway afterward. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I had no idea that was your spot." I stood there with her arms around me, feeling sick to my stomach, and said, "It's fine, because what else do you say when someone hugs you while they're taking something from you?" I walked into a party wearing my green top that I'd told Piper about, and my stomach dropped to the floor. Piper was on the couch next to Danny wearing my exact shirt. Same brand, same color, same cut. She was leaning into him, and he was looking at her the way I'd spent 2 years waiting for him to look at me. Something inside my chest closed like a fist, and I stood against the wall all night holding a cup I never drank from. Danny came over to get a drink, and I asked how he and Piper started talking. He shrugged and said, "She just knew stuff about me. Like she knew I was into cars and that I want to go to state and that my dog just died. I don't even know how she knew about the dog. I knew exactly how, because I told her all of it." My phone buzzed in second period with a screenshot from a girl on the volleyball team. "Did you actually send this?" A text from my number calling the entire team talentless. I stared at it, and my blood ran cold. I had never written those words. Then Jess's name with a screenshot calling her desperate. Danny's name with a text saying I only liked him because I felt sorry for him. My phone kept buzzing, and each notification felt like a punch because by the time I could start explaining, the entire school had already seen every screenshot. I found Piper between classes and grabbed her arm. "I know you did this." Her face transformed in half a second. Her eyes filled with tears, and she turned to the hallway and said in a shaking voice, "I thought we were friends. What did I ever do to you?" A girl shoved herself between us, and someone behind me pulled out their phone and started recording. I stood there with my hand in the air, watching Piper walk away, sobbing into Jess's shoulder while the hallway stared at me. I have never felt more humiliated in my life. I scrolled through my feed, and every other post was a screenshot of my face with captions like, "Imagine bullying the new girl." And someone had turned me into a meme, and my hands were shaking so hard I dropped my phone. Jess called me and didn't say hello. I can't be friends with someone this toxic. She is stealing my life, Jess. She asked me every detail about myself, and then she took every item on it. Nobody is stealing anything. Piper is just better at things than you. She's a better volleyball player, she's a better friend, and Danny likes her more than he ever liked you. That's not theft, that's life. Don't call me again. I sat on my bed after she hung up, and I felt like someone had reached inside my chest and ripped something out. Every friend I'd had since middle school stopped talking to me. Girls I'd known since 5th grade looked at their phones when I walked past. My lab partner asked the teacher to switch groups. I had never felt so alone in a room full of people in my entire life. A girl from my math class stopped me in the hall and said, "This is probably nothing, but Piper asked me about you on her first day. Like before she even talked to you. She wanted to know who your friends were and where you sat at lunch." I stared at her. "Before we met? Yeah. I figured she was just trying to figure out the school, but now with all this stuff happening, I thought you should know." She walked away before anyone saw her talking to me. Piper started dating Danny and posted a photo of them holding hands with a caption about finding her person, and my stomach turned because I could see my locker in the background. I saw them at his car after school, and Piper opened her eyes in the middle of kissing him and looked directly at me over his shoulder and winked. My whole body went hot and then cold because that wink told me everything. She told the coach I'd been bullying her, and the coach pulled me aside. "I'm benching you until this gets resolved." She's lying. Multiple girls confirmed it. I sat on the bench for 3 games watching Piper play my position. At the last one, she made a save that brought the gym to its feet, and Danny jumped up screaming, and Jess was next to him wearing a shirt that said Piper in marker, and my dad was in his usual spot in the stands clapping for a girl he barely knew, while his actual daughter sat on the bench in a uniform she wasn't allowed to use, and I had to dig my nails into my palms to keep from crying. Then Piper started coming to my house. She told Danny my parents had invited her to dinner and they were too polite to say she hadn't been invited, so my mom set an extra plate. She sat at our kitchen table and complimented my mom's cooking and asked my dad about his job and laughed at his jokes, and he said, "Why can't you bring around friends like this more often?" I sat across from her watching my own father beam at the girl who was destroying my life, and I felt something dark and heavy settle in my stomach. She came back twice more. She brought flowers for my mom. The second time, she walked straight to the bathroom without asking where it was. My mom looked at me. I looked at my mom. Neither of us said anything. She asked to see old photo albums, and I didn't know how to say no without looking crazy. So my mom pulled them out, and Piper sat on the couch flipping through pages of my childhood with an expression I couldn't read. She stopped on a photo of me at age 3 sitting on my dad's shoulders at the beach, and her fingers pressed into the page, and she stared at it for so long, the room got quiet. "Must be nice," she said. "Growing up like this." She said it with a smile, but her eyes were flat and cold, and something about the way she was looking at my father in that photo made the hair on my arms stand up. After she left, I found my mom cleaning up the kitchen and said, "Is it weird that she's always asking about Dad? Like she laughs at everything he says and keeps finding excuses to sit next to him." My mom dried a plate without looking at me. "She's just being friendly." It doesn't feel friendly. It feels like she's into him. She's 16. I know. That's what makes it creepy. I stayed up writing a post with IP addresses proving the fake texts didn't come from my phone. Piper posted a video of herself crying about harassment, and my post vanished under a wall of hearts, and I sat on my bedroom floor and felt something inside me go quiet because proof didn't matter. The principal called me in and gave me a formal warning for cyberbullying, and I walked out shaking with anger because the one adult who was supposed to protect me had just told me my evidence was irrelevant. I was eating lunch alone in the library when I noticed Piper's Instagram only went back 4 months. I traced an email from one of her comments to a second account with no profile picture and one following, which was mine. I opened it and my hands went cold. The account had been following me for 4 years, with every photo I'd ever posted saved. But the folder with the most screenshots wasn't my friends or my parties. It was every photo I'd ever posted of my dad. My dad in the stands at games. My dad helping me with my serve. My dad and me at Christmas. Dozens of photos of a man she had never met. My skin was crawling because I had been right about her and my dad, and this was so much worse than I thought. She hadn't just been flirting with him at dinner, she had been obsessed with him for 4 years. I showed Jess the account, and she looked at my phone for 5 seconds. You made a fake account to frame her. I showed Danny, and he pushed my hand away. Piper told me you'd do exactly this. He walked away, and I felt something crack inside me because she had told every person exactly what I was going to do before I did it. Becca from English found me in the library. I don't think you sent those texts. The language didn't sound like you. I didn't send them. She faked all of it. I believe you, but she's telling everyone that anyone who talks to you is next. I just can't. She left, and I felt the last flame of hope go out because even the one person who believed me was too scared to help. Piper bumped me in the hallway, and while picking up my books, she whispered, "Nobody is ever going to believe you. I took your friends, your team, your crush, your reputation, and you have no idea what I'm actually here for. You have no idea what you have that should have been mine." She squeezed my arm and walked away. I stood there holding my books, and I felt completely empty because she was right, and nobody was ever going to believe me. I went home and cried until my face was so swollen I could barely see. My mom knocked and wouldn't leave until I opened the door. I told her everything from the first day to the burner account to the folder of photos of Dad. "Mom, I think she's obsessed with him, like actually obsessed. She has 4 years of his photos saved." She sat very still and listened to every word. "What's this girl's last name?" "Lane. Piper Lane." The color drained out of my mom's face. Her hands tightened on the edge of my mattress, and she stared at the wall behind me, and a cold feeling spread through my chest because my mother's face had just told me that whatever was happening with Piper was bigger than high school. "Mom, do you know her? I'll talk to the school." Her voice went flat like she was choosing every word. "Mom, what is wrong? Try to get some sleep." She left my room, and I pressed my ear to the door and heard her on the phone speaking too quietly for me to make out a single word. I came home from the library, and the front door was unlocked. My mom always locked it. I pushed it open, and a chemical smell hit me so hard my eyes started watering and my throat clenched shut, and I could smell gasoline everywhere. I pulled my shirt over my nose, and my heart was hammering because gasoline in a house means one thing. The carpet was dark and wet. The couch cushions were soaked through. The curtains were dripping. Piper was standing in the middle of the living room, holding a lighter in her right hand and staring at our family photos on the wall with a face I had never seen on her before, completely still. No tears, no performance, no audience to play to. "What are you doing?" She flicked the lighter open, and a small flame appeared, and the fumes in the room felt thick enough to chew. "Ask your dad about Karen." "What?" "Ask him about Karen Lane. Ask him about the daughter he left in a studio apartment with a mother who couldn't keep the lights on while he came home every night to this." She swept the lighter across the room at the photos and the furniture. "I don't know what you're talking about. He had a whole other family before your mom. He had my mom, and he had me. And when your mom got pregnant, he decided he liked that version better, so he packed a bag and walked out our front door and never came back. I was 3 years old. He used to read me bedtime stories. He used to call me his little bird. And one day the door closed and he just never walked through it again. I didn't know." My voice came out barely above a whisper because the floor felt like it was tilting under me. She wasn't obsessed with my dad the way I thought. She wasn't trying to seduce him. She was his daughter. The dinner visits, the photo album, the way she pressed her fingers into that picture at the beach, the burner account full of his photos. She hadn't been stalking a stranger. She had been watching her own father raise someone else. I know you didn't know. You didn't know I existed, and I spent my entire childhood watching you exist online. your birthday parties and your volleyball games and your dad in the stands cheering for the daughter he chose. I sat at your kitchen table and watched him laugh and tell stories, and he didn't even recognize me. His own daughter was sitting 3 feet away from him eating his wife's cooking, and he looked right through me like I was nobody. I watched you get a car on your 16th birthday while my mom worked double shifts and I ate cereal for dinner. I watched you complain about your parents being annoying, and I wanted to reach through the screen and scream because at least you had them, both of them, in the same house, loving you. The fumes were making my eyes stream and my throat close. I edged sideways toward the front door, and Piper stepped to cut me off with the lighter flame dancing between us. So, you came here to take everything from me because my dad left you. He gave you everything and he gave me nothing, and nobody was ever going to make that fair. So I made it fair myself. I took your friends, I took your spot on the team, I took the boy you loved, I took your reputation. I sat at your dinner table and made your dad like me more in 3 visits than he liked me in 13 years of being his actual daughter. I took everything you told me about your life and I used it like a checklist, and now I'm going to take this house too. And then what? You burn it down and go to prison, and you still don't have a dad. At least you won't have one either. She threw the lighter. I watched it arc through the air toward the soaked carpet, and pure terror shot through me, and I launched myself at her before it landed, and we crashed into the gasoline-soaked floor together. The lighter bounced off the hardwood and skidded across the room and hit the baseboard, and the flame flickered and went out. Piper was screaming and clawing at my face, and I got on top of her and pinned her arms against the floor while gasoline soaked through my shirt and jeans. She ripped a hand free and dragged her nails across my cheek hard enough that I felt skin tear, and I grabbed her wrist and slammed it back down. Let go of me! He left us! He left us! And you got everything! I dragged her across the floor toward the front door because even after everything she had done, I was not leaving her in a house full of gasoline. She fought me every inch of the way, kicking and biting and screaming, and I got the door open and pulled her through it, and we crashed off the porch onto the lawn. I pinned her down in the wet grass and held her there while she sobbed so hard her whole body convulsed under me. Porch lights came on up and down the street, and a neighbor ran toward us with a phone pressed to her ear. My dad's car pulled into the driveway. The headlights swept across the lawn and lit up the 2 of us on the grass, covered in gasoline. He got out slowly and looked at me, and then looked at Piper, and his whole body went stiff. "Who's Karen?" His face collapsed, and it wasn't confusion, and it wasn't surprise. It was guilt. And looking at that guilt on his face, I felt a rage build inside me that was bigger than anything Piper had ever made me feel, because my dad had known about this girl my entire life, and he had never said a word. I can explain. Can you explain why a girl I've never met showed up at my school and destroyed my entire life because you left her when she was 3? It's complicated. It's not complicated. You had a daughter and you left her, and she spent her whole childhood watching me online because you gave me everything you were supposed to give her. Every birthday, every volleyball game, every Christmas morning she spent alone eating cereal while we opened presents. That was you. She sat at our dinner table, and you told her she was the kind of friend I should have, and you didn't even recognize your own child. And then she showed up at my school and took everything I had because she thought it should have been hers. And honestly, she's not wrong. Piper was on the ground, sobbing so hard her whole body was shaking and her face was pressed into the grass. My dad looked down at her, and his mouth opened and closed and his eyes went wet, and watching him look at her like that made my chest ache because he was seeing his daughter for the first time in 13 years, and it had taken a gasoline fire to make it happen. The cops came, and 2 officers walked across the lawn and pulled Piper up off the grass and put her in handcuffs, and she screamed the whole way to the car, and I stood there watching, and I didn't feel relief or satisfaction or anything close to it. I just felt tired. My dad stood in the driveway with his arms hanging at his sides and didn't say a single word. The firefighters told us the whole first floor would have gone up in seconds if that lighter had landed on the carpet instead of the hardwood. My mom pulled in behind the fire truck and saw the firefighters and the cops and my dad standing alone by his car, and she looked at him and he looked at her, and neither of them said a word. "How long have you known?" I asked her. She closed her eyes. "Since before you were born, and you never told me. I thought he made his choice, and it was done." "She's 16, Mom. She grew up eating cereal for dinner while we had family movie night. It was never done." She pulled me into a hug and held on tight, and I could feel her whole body shaking against mine. I visited Piper at a juvenile facility on the other side of town. She was sitting across a metal table in a gray sweatshirt with her hair pulled back and no makeup, and she looked like a completely different person. Smaller and younger, without the armor she'd built around herself. Looking at her sitting there, I didn't feel the anger I expected to feel. I felt sad for both of us. "I'm not here to forgive you," I said. "I'm here because nobody from the family that got everything has ever said this to you, and someone should. You deserved better than what he did to you. You deserved a dad who stayed." She sat there looking at me with red eyes, and she didn't say a word, but she didn't look away. I was delivering a pizza to a house on a county road with no streetlights when two men in ski masks opened the door and grabbed me by both arms and yanked me inside so fast I didn't even scream. The pizza bag hit the floor. One of them clamped his hand over my mouth, and I could feel every finger crushing into my jaw, and I bit down as hard as I could, and he slapped me across the face so hard my head snapped sideways and my ear rang and stars exploded behind my eyes. I stopped fighting. They dragged me to a chair and one held my shoulders down while I thrashed and shook so hard the chair legs rattled against the floor. The other knelt in front of me and pulled a vest out of a duffel bag, wires running through it and a small metal box on the front with a digital screen. I tried to twist away, but the man behind me clamped my shoulders and the vest came over my head and the wires caught in my hair and I could smell metal and something chemical that burned the back of my throat. He cinched the first strap across my chest so tight I lost my breath. Then the waist strap. The buckle bit into my shoulder blade and the metal box pressed cold against my sternum and I could feel my own heartbeat slamming against it. The screen lit up. 30 minutes. I stared at those numbers and started crying before I even understood what they meant. He held up a sheet of paper. "You're going to go back to your shop and empty the register. Then you go to First National Bank on Oak Street and hand the teller this note and fill the bag. Take everything to the green dumpster behind the strip mall on 10th. Come back here. We take the vest off." He leaned closer. "If you call anyone, we detonate. If anyone calls the cops, we detonate. 30 minutes. We're watching everything." He held up a phone with a live feed of the bank parking lot. I could see a woman walking to her car with a purse over her shoulder. Real people. "Is it real?" I whispered. He leaned close enough that I could feel his breath through the mask. "Do you want to find out?" They shoved me out the front door and the lock clicked behind me. I stood on the porch in the dark with a bomb on my chest and I couldn't feel my legs. I grabbed the railing to hold myself up. My whole body was shaking. The vest was pressing against my ribs with every breath and I could feel the wires shifting under my shirt. I saw the timer and every second I felt in my teeth. I pulled out my phone and scrolled to my manager Dale's name because Dale always picked up when I called and Dale always knew what to say and he'd made me coffee an hour ago and told me to drive safe and I wanted to hear his voice so badly my thumb was shaking over the call button. I pulled it back. If he called the cops, they'd detonate. I was alone on a porch in the dark and there was nobody in the world I could call. I shoved the phone in my pocket and ran to my car and my hands were shaking so hard I could barely get the key in the ignition. I drove so fast, the car drifted on the first turn. I checked the timer. 25 minutes. I pulled into the shop parking lot and left the engine running. I could see Dale behind the counter and Bree folding boxes in the back with her collar pulled up to her jaw. I zipped my jacket over the vest and pressed my hand against the metal box to hold it still. I got out and walked to the door and the bell jingled and I flinched. Dale looked up. "Back already?" That was fast. "No show. Weird address. Nobody home." My voice came out thin and shaky. Hate when that happens. "Here." He was already pouring my coffee. Cream and no sugar. He slid it across the counter the way he did every shift because he remembered how I took it without asking. "You look rough. You okay?" "Just tired." "You've got that nursing exam Monday, right? Go home after this and study. You're the smartest person in this shop." He said it so casually, leaning against the counter with his coffee, and I was standing 3 feet away with wires against my skin and a timer ticking under my jacket. Bree was in the back folding boxes with her head down. She'd been quiet for weeks. Every shift she kept her collar pulled up and her eyes on the cardboard. I waved at her and she flinched so hard her shoulders jumped and then she caught herself and smiled quick and tight and went back to folding. I needed Dale away from the register and I needed him gone now because the timer was under 24 minutes. My heart was hammering against the metal box and sweat was running down my back and pooling at the waist strap. "Dale, can you grab me box tape from the back? I'm almost out." "Sure thing." He walked through the back door and I lunged for the register and my hands were shaking so badly I hit the wrong button twice. I jabbed it again and the drawer popped open with a ding that echoed through the quiet shop. The order screen was up and I could see every delivery from tonight listed in a column. My delivery to the county road wasn't there. It wasn't in the system at all. My hands hesitated on the cash for half a second, but I didn't have time to think about it. Bree looked up. I smiled at her, and my face felt like it was cracking apart. She looked back down. I grabbed the cash in fistfuls and shoved it into the bag. A stack of 20s slipped and bills scattered across the floor. I dropped to my knees and scooped them up, and I could hear Dale's footsteps coming back. I crammed the last bills in and slammed the drawer shut and spun around, and Dale came around the corner with the tape. "Here you go." He set it on the counter, and his eyes moved over my face. "You sure you're okay? You're really shaking. Cold out there." I grabbed the bag and walked toward the door, and my legs were shaking so badly I stumbled on the doorstep. I caught the frame with one hand. "Drive safe," Dale called after me. I got in the car and saw the timer. I had 21 minutes to get to the bank, empty it, drive to the strip mall, and get back to the house. I pulled onto the road and pressed the gas until my foot was flat on the floor. A red light. I slammed the brakes, and the vest shifted and the wires scratched my ribs, and I gripped the wheel until my knuckles cracked. A minivan pulled up next to me. Kids in the back seat watching a movie on a tablet, 6 feet from a device that could kill every one of them. The light turned green, and I floored it. The bank parking lot had 4 cars. I checked the timer. I wiped my face and got out. My legs almost gave out in the parking lot. I leaned against the car for a second and took one breath. I walked through the front door. 3 customers, 2 tellers, a security guard on a stool by the entrance. I walked to the counter. My hands were shaking so hard the note was vibrating between my fingers. The teller was a woman with gray hair and glasses and a name tag that said Gloria. She smiled at me. "How can I help you?" I slid the note across the counter and watched the smile drop off her face. Her eyes went to the bulge under my jacket. They went wide. She reached under the counter. Her hand moved toward a button. The screen on my vest lit up through the fabric in red letters. "We see you." I grabbed the edge of the counter so hard the wood bit into my fingers. "Please don't." My voice cracked. Tears were running down my face. "They can see the parking lot. If cops show up, they detonate this thing and everyone in this building dies. Please." Her hand froze an inch from the button. She stared at me. Her eyes moved between my face and the vest. "I deliver pizzas. I'm in nursing school. They grabbed me and strapped this on me, and I don't know if it's real, but I can't take that chance. Please just give me the money and let me leave." Her hand came up from under the counter slowly. She put both palms flat on the surface, and I could see her fingers trembling. She looked at the security guard. He was on his feet with his hand on his belt, and his face was gray. She opened her drawer and started putting cash in the bag with shaking hands, and she dropped a stack of bills and bent to pick them up, and I could see tears forming in her eyes. The woman behind me looked up from her phone. She saw my face, and she saw the teller's face, and her eyes went from confused to terrified, and she backed toward the wall. The security guard said, "Everyone needs to stay calm," and his voice was shaking almost as badly as mine. I checked the timer through the fabric. I wanted to cry. The teller pushed the bag across the counter, and I grabbed it and turned around. The security guard stepped in front of the door. His hand went up. "I need you to wait here. If I don't leave right now, everyone in this building dies, including you and including me." He looked at the vest. He looked at the timer. He stepped aside. I walked out, and the cold air hit my face, and my knees almost buckled on the sidewalk. I looked back through the glass. Gloria was sitting on the floor behind her counter with her face in her hands. I did that to her. My eyes burned, and I turned away and got in the car and dropped the bag in the dumpster and drove back. I had 4 minutes left. Every red light made me grip the wheel harder, and the numbers kept getting smaller, and my foot pressed the gas, and I blew through a yellow light, and a horn blared behind me. The house was dark when I pulled up. 1 minute left. I ran inside. Nobody there. A burner phone on the chair. A text on the screen. "Device is fake. Thanks for the money." I ripped the vest off, and it came apart in my hands. Plastic casing. Wires that went nowhere. A kitchen timer duct taped to an empty metal box. I threw it at the wall and dropped to the floor and sobbed. The cops came. I told them everything. One of them said this was the 3rd time. Same house, same setup, same bank. 2 other drivers from my shop. I grabbed the officer's arm. "Someone sent me there? The order came from inside your shop." I sat there on the floor of that dark house staring at the fake vest, and my hands were shaking. They showed me the ordering system. All 3 orders came from the same internal login. Dale. The same Dale who made me coffee and said drive safe and called me the smartest person in the shop. I dropped the phone in my lap and bent forward until my forehead touched my knees. The cops told me to go back to work and act normal while they built the case. I stood outside the shop door and stared through the glass. Dale was wiping the counter and bobbing his head to the radio, and he looked like the same person who had poured my coffee 3 hours ago and told me to go home and study. Bree was in the back folding boxes with her head down and her collar pulled up to her jaw the way it always was. I stared at her through the glass and my chest ached. 2 other drivers. I pulled the door open. Dale smiled. Back again? Long night. He slid a coffee across the counter. Cream and no sugar. I wrapped my hands around it and squeezed until the cup bent. I put on my apron and started making boxes, and my hands were trembling so hard I crushed the first one flat. He kept looking at me. Heard there was something at the bank tonight. Cops everywhere. You deliver anywhere near there? I hadn't told him which bank. My hands went still on the cardboard. No, other side of town. Weird. Heard it on the scanner. He didn't own a scanner. There was no scanner anywhere in this shop, and I had worked here for a year. I texted the detective from the bathroom. He texted back that they were working on a warrant, and I needed to stay in the shop and stay calm. When I came out, Bree was at the sink. She looked at me in the mirror, and her eyes were red and swollen, and her jaw was working, and her knuckles were white on the edge of the sink. She opened her mouth, and I could see her trying to get something out, but nothing came. My chest tightened, and I wanted to grab her and ask her what happened to her, but she dried her hands and walked past me and went back to folding boxes with her collar pulled up. The closing driver called in sick. Dale handed me a ticket. I looked at the address, and the paper crumpled in my fist. Same county road, 2 miles further down into the dark. I'm not taking that. It's a delivery. That's your job. Send someone else. There is no one else. I looked at Dale, and there was nothing behind his eyes, and my stomach dropped because Bree hadn't called in sick. Dale had made sure I was the only driver tonight the same way he'd made sure I was the only driver last time. You know what? He said, and he leaned forward on the counter, and the friendly manager voice was gone, and his face was flat and hard. I think you know exactly what happened at that bank. My phone was in my back pocket with the detective's number on the screen. I owe people money. They told me 3 deliveries would cover it, but the 3rd didn't bring back enough. They want a 4th. You sent me to that house. My voice was shaking and I could feel the heat rising in my chest. You made me coffee and said drive safe and called me the smartest person in the shop, and then you typed my name into a delivery for a house where men strapped a bomb to my chest. And then I came back here and stole from your register with that bomb under my jacket while you poured me coffee and asked about my nursing exam. I slammed my palms on the counter so hard the napkin holder bounced. I was standing right here with a timer on my chest, and you handed me tape. It wasn't real. I didn't know that. I walked into a bank and cried in front of a woman named Gloria, who smiled at me, and I begged her to give me money because I thought I was going to die. She filled a bag with cash while tears ran down her face, and then she sat on the floor and cried. I did that to her. You did that to her. Nobody got hurt. Gloria got hurt. The security guard who had to decide whether to let a girl with a bomb walk out the door got hurt. I got hurt, Dale. I had a timer on my chest, and I drove 10 under the speed limit because I was afraid that if I got pulled over, a cop would die next to me on the road. My nails cut into my palms. He reached under the counter and pulled out another vest. Same wires, same box, same screen. He set it on the counter between us, and I backed up 3 steps, and my hands flew to my chest where the first vest had been. Tonight, same thing. Then we're done. I already called the cops. The color left his face so fast he looked like a different person. His mouth opened and closed. He grabbed the vest off the counter and came around the side fast with his face wild and panicked and grabbed my arm and yanked me toward him and tried to pull the vest over my head. The wires brushed my hair and the metal box scraped across my forehead, and I could smell the same chemical smell, and my whole body locked up because the last time I smelled that, I was being held down in a chair. I twisted away so hard, something popped in my shoulder and pain shot down my arm, and I grabbed the metal pizza peel off the wall with my good hand and swung it into his forearm, and it cracked and he screamed and the vest hit the floor. He grabbed my shirt collar with both hands and slammed me backward into the drink cooler, and my head hit the glass and my vision went white and cans crashed off the shelves behind me. I kneed him in the stomach and shoved him off me and ran for the door. My hand slipped on the handle. I wiped it on my jeans and grabbed it again and threw it open and sprinted into the parking lot screaming. 2 unmarked cars pulled in with lights flashing. Officers with weapons drawn. Dale came through the door behind me and saw the guns and froze. They grabbed him and cuffed him against his car. He kept screaming that he had no choice, that the men would kill him. He kept twisting around to look at me like I was the one who had done something wrong. I made you coffee, I screamed at him across the parking lot. You said drive safe. His face crumbled. I stood in the parking lot shaking with a bruise forming on the back of my head and watched them put him in the car. He looked at me through the window as they pulled away. I looked at my phone. Dale's name was still on the screen from the porch. Still the last person I'd almost called for help. My hands were shaking so hard, the phone slipped out of my fingers and cracked on the asphalt. The detective told me they found the 2 men at the second house. One had a vest in his lap. We tested it. Working timer, working detonator. Actual explosive material. If Dale had gotten that vest on you tonight, one wrong move and everyone within 30 feet of you would be dead. I sat down hard on the curb and pressed both hands over my face. 3 fake vests and then a real one. Bree walked out of the shop. She stood in front of me with her arms wrapped around herself and tears running down her face. She reached up and pulled down her collar. A bruise line ran across her collarbone in the exact shape of a vest strap. I was the first one. Her voice was barely a whisper. 4 months ago, he made me coffee too. He said drive safe. He handed me the ticket and I drove to that house and they put it on me and I walked into that same bank and stood at that same counter. She pressed her palm over the bruise. Gloria, the teller with the gray hair and the glasses. She read the note and her smile went away the same way it went away for you. And I stood there and cried and begged her the same way you did. And she put her hands flat on the counter for me too. Same woman. She chose to trust me the same way she chose to trust you. Tears ran down her face. She's been through this twice and she doesn't even know why. She sat down next to me on the curb. I never told anyone because I thought nobody would believe a pizza girl over a manager. And then I watched him hand you a ticket and say drive safe, and I was standing 10 feet away folding boxes and I knew exactly where you were going and I didn't say anything. Her voice broke. I folded boxes. That's what I did while you drove to that house. I folded boxes and pulled my collar up. I looked at her collarbone. She pulled her collar back up and tucked it under her chin with shaking fingers. I pressed my hand against my ribs where the vest had been. Bree pressed her palm against her collarbone. We sat on the curb in the parking lot of a pizza shop and stared at the road and didn't say a word. The Airbnb looked exactly what the photos promised. A gorgeous 2-story home with a balcony. Danielle threw her arm around me. This place is awesome and totally why we love you. You're our little trip mom. I punched in the lockbox code and said, I texted you guys the code, but memorize it just in case. Then I opened the front door. Everyone rushed past me. Morgan shoved past me into the last open room and threw her bag on the bed. I turned toward the second bed, only for Yasmin to toss her bag on top. Addie stood in the doorframe of the room across the hall. She looked at me. She opened her mouth like she was going to say something. Then she stepped inside and closed the door. I set my bag by the living room couch and looked around at the small space. The couch would be just tall enough for me to lay down comfortably, and there was a small bookcase in the corner. I told myself, it doesn't matter where I sleep as long as we have fun. I pulled out my itinerary binder and looked through our restaurant reservations and a few day trips I planned. I held it up as the other girls walked towards me. Okay, so tonight I booked us a waterfront restaurant. It's got incredible reviews and I reserved a table at 8. Tomorrow morning, Danielle put her hand on the binder and pushed it down. Babe, we're on vacation, not a field trip. Can we just wing it? Yasmin nodded. I saw a club district when we drove past. Can we just go there tonight? I looked at Addie. She opened her mouth. Danielle crossed her arms and stared at her. Addie closed her mouth and shrugged. The restaurant sounds nice, but whatever everyone wants. I frowned. That was Addie's version of having my back. Morgan put her hand on my shoulder. You need to relax. Seriously, this is literally why you haven't been on a trip in 3 years. I took a step away from her and slid the binder back into my bag, then nodded. While the girls showered and fought over the bathroom mirror, I unpacked. I pulled a fat envelope of emergency cash out of my suitcase. I tucked it inside a hollow book I'd brought. Then I slid my passport into the same gap in the book. I walked over and placed the book in the bookcase nearby. Addie watched me from the doorway, wearing nothing but a towel and a toothbrush hanging out of her mouth. Did you just hide money inside a book? I shrugged. Emergency funds. You're insane. She walked away laughing and tossed her passport onto the dining table. Soon the girls came out, dressed in clubbing clothes, and tossed a skimpy dress in my face. Within the hour, we were walking around the club district. Danielle grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the loudest venue. Now this is what vacation is supposed to look like. I tried to let loose once we got inside. I danced for a few songs before I realized I was the only one not on their third drink. Addie and Yasmin were dancing together, while a few locals cheered them on. Danielle was at the bar with a guy flirting on either side of her, but she was smiling, so I wasn't worried. However, Morgan was nowhere in sight. I jerked my neck around trying to find her. I pushed past crowds of people and finally found her in the back alley of the club. She was doing shots with a table of strangers who didn't speak English. I grabbed her hand. "Sorry, boys, I need her back." The men all glared at me, examining me from head to toe, but they only laughed as Morgan and I walked away. I whispered, "You can't just go off on your own." Morgan rolled her eyes. "Yes, Mom." We joined Yasmin and Addie, who had found a table to sit at. I saw Danielle still at the bar. The moment a tall guy in a suit walked over, the two flirty guys looked terrified, lowered their heads, and rushed off. The guy gave Danielle the kind of confident smile that had every woman in a 10-foot radius swooning over. He bought her a drink. She laughed at something he said and put her hand on his chest. Then he walked over to our table, arm in arm with Danielle. "Girls, this is Enzo. He's an entrepreneur." Addie and Yasmin giggled and waved at Enzo. Enzo grabbed each of our hands and kissed them. Lovely to see such beautiful women in such a rundown place. Perhaps a change of venue to better admire your qualities. I laughed. "Oh yeah, we're all just eagerly awaiting a chance to be alone with you. What kind of stupid pickup line is that?" I got a few glares from the other girls. He turned and walked back to the bar without a word. My friends pounced on me. "Why the hell would you say that? What is wrong with you? He was being so nice. I swear you have no manners." Now he's gone. However, a moment later, he walked back over to our table and set glasses down in front of each of us, like he already knew what we were drinking. He pulled a chair up to the end of the table and sat down. 3 of his friends followed suit and stood behind him. They were all holding drinks and flirting with each of us. But I watched one of them raise his cup to his lips and lower it without taking a sip. Then another one did the same thing. I leaned over to Addie. "Have you noticed none of his friends are actually drinking?" Addie glanced at them and shrugged. "So, not everyone needs to be wasted. Stop looking for problems." Enzo smiled at the table. "So where are you beautiful ladies visiting from?" Danielle lit up. "We're here for 2 weeks. It's our girls' trip. She planned the whole thing." She pointed at me. Enzo leaned forward. 2 weeks. No boyfriends? No husbands waiting back home? Danielle waved her hand. "Nope, just us." He nodded slowly. "And does your family know where you're staying? Or is this one of those off-the-grid adventures?" Yasmin laughed. "My mom barely knows what country I'm in right now." Enzo smiled at that and turned to me. "The planner. Nice. So you picked the hotel?" I did. Addie swatted me in the arm. It's an Airbnb, not a hotel. We're not cheap like other girls." Enzo tilted his head. "Oh, really? Where is it? I know every neighborhood in this city." Before I could open my mouth and lie to him, Danielle jumped in. "It's this cute white place on Rua das Flores. 2 stories. It has a balcony and everything." She touched his arm again. "You should come see it." I kicked her under the table. She didn't blink. Enzo asked, "Is there security in the building? Cameras?" I only asked because I'd hate for such treasures to be alone and unsafe. Danielle melted. "Aw, that's so sweet of you." I stared at him. "There's a lockbox on the door. We're fine." He held my gaze for a second. Then he picked up his drink and smiled. "Good, just looking out." I said, "I think it's time to head out, girls." Danielle, who had been whispering and leaning into Enzo the entire time, nodded her head. I couldn't agree more. "I'll see you guys later." Enzo stood up and offered his hand, which Danielle took, and they walked off. She waved over her shoulder. "I'll catch up later." Yasmin turned away and started dancing with one of Enzo's friends. Morgan didn't look up from her phone and said, "Have a fun time." I grabbed Addie's arm. She just gave that guy our address and left with him. He asked if we had security. He asked if anyone knows where we are. Am I crazy, or is she? Addie glanced at the door. She spared 2 seconds of concern on her face before she swallowed it. She's a grown woman. She'll be fine. Morgan leaned over. "You need to relax. She's having fun." I texted Danielle. "Send me your location, please." I saw her bubbles starting to type, then stopped. No response. Morgan groaned. "Ugh, stop being a mom." 20 minutes later, I got the other girls to leave the club, and we made it back to the Airbnb without Danielle. The others got to the front gate before me and stood outside, pulling on the handle like it might just open if they tried hard enough. Yasmin groaned. "What's the code again?" I punched it in. Nobody said thank you. They walked past me and went to their bedrooms, slamming the doors shut. I sat on the living room couch and watched the front door. My phone sat in my lap with the screen on, brightness cranked so I wouldn't fall asleep. I texted Danielle 3 more times. "Are you coming home tonight? Can you send me your location? Please answer. I'm worried." I looked at the clock on my phone glowing at 4:47 a.m. Then I Googled the number for the police in my area. Danielle walked in right at that moment. Her lipstick was smudged, shoes in her hand, grinning like she'd won something. I stood up so fast, the blanket fell off my legs. "Are you okay?" I've been sitting here for 4 hours. She waved her hand. Relax. I was just with Enzo. He's incredible. I'm seeing him again tomorrow. She dropped her shoes onto the floor and went to bed. I sat back down and stared at the useless itinerary binder on the coffee table. The next morning, I made coffee and set the mugs on the dining table. The girls drifted in, sitting on chairs and sipping on their mugs. Once they got comfortable, Danielle set her phone down and smiled at the group. So Enzo suggested coming by tonight. He's bringing some friends. Just a little get-together. Yasmin perked up. Wait, really? That sounds fun. I set my coffee down. This Airbnb is under my name. My credit card is on the deposit. We don't know these people. I didn't agree to a party in a rental I'm financially responsible for. Everyone either scoffed or glared at me, like I was the problem. Danielle tilted her head. It's not a party. It's like 10 people, maybe 12. You met this man yesterday, and he was a perfect gentleman. Morgan groaned. Oh my God, you're literally such a buzzkill. It's a vacation. People have people over. That's what you do. You meet people and you hang out. Danielle turned back to me with a cold expression I'd never seen before. Nobody asked for a chaperone. Either come hang out or sit on your couch with your little binder. Yasmin laughed. I looked at Addie expectantly. She opened her mouth. Danielle's eyes flicked to her. Addie looked back and forth between the two of us before looking down at the table. She stirred her cereal. I mean, it's just one night, right? One party. How bad could it be? I watched my last possible ally fold into herself. She couldn't even look at me. 4 hours later, I was opening the door to Enzo and 8 guys standing behind him. They were all holding grocery bags with liquor and snacks. We're here for the party. The moment they walked in, I went to shut the door, only for it to be pushed back open by 3 more guys coming in. The front door barely shut after that as 2 girls arrived, then a group of 3. Soon, everyone who knew someone was there. The Airbnb was wall to wall with people I didn't know. The music was loud enough that I felt it in my chest. I squeezed through a group of guys standing in a circle, and someone's hand brushed the small of my back. I spun around. 3 guys were behind me. All of them were staring directly at me, smirking, like this was a fun guessing game. I turned around and kept walking. I passed one of Enzo's friends sitting on the arm of the couch. His phone was in his lap with the Notes app open. I slowed down. He was typing my friends' names. Danielle, Yasmin, Morgan. He caught me looking and turned off his phone. He smiled and said, just keeping track of who to add on Instagram. He slid the phone into his pocket and walked away. I tried to set boundaries by closing bedroom doors. However, unlocked doors stopped no couple looking for a secluded spot. I pushed into the hallway toward the bathroom and heard 2 guys talking around the corner. One of them said, after they're all asleep, it's easy. In and out. The other one said, what about the loud one? She sleeps in the living? He looked up and saw me, then swatted his friend's arm and nodded towards me. I stepped forward, and they both went silent. One of them smiled. You headed to the bathroom? I opened my mouth to answer, and the other one reached out and grabbed my hip, pulling me towards him. I jerked away. 2 more of Enzo's guys walked up behind me, and I was surrounded. 2 of them openly examined me and grinned. The other one looked at the ceiling as if he was admiring a painting. Every time I turned to keep my eyes on one of them, I felt fingers graze my back. Every time I turned, the one behind me would reach out. I put out my arms and screamed, "Stop it!" They looked at one another, then back at me, and took a step forward in unison. I stumbled back, and they started laughing. One held up 3 fingers to the other and nodded. The other said, "Ha! Nice!" and they bumped fists. I pushed past the smallest of them and moved as far from them as I could get. Danielle danced past me with Enzo's arm around her waist. Isn't this party amazing? See? This is what a vacation should be. I grabbed her arm and leaned towards her. There are 50 people in our rental, Danielle. I don't know a single one of them. And your boyfriend's friends keep putting their hands on me. She rolled her eyes. Oh my God, someone bumped into you at a party. Call the police. You should be flattered if anything. Go bother the other girls by the table. They need another person. She turned and disappeared into the crowd. I turned and headed towards the dining table where a small group had gathered, playing a drinking game. Enzo's guys were asking questions and my friends and other friends were answering. One of the guys pointed at Morgan. What's the most expensive thing you brought on this trip? Morgan thought for a moment and held up her wrist. This bracelet. It was my grandmother's. He nodded and looked at the guy next to him. They smile at one another. Another one of Enzo's friends leaned toward Yasmin. What time do you usually fall asleep? She laughed. Why? You seem pretty interested in my bedtime routine. For a moment, I smiled, hoping she caught on. But then the guy laughed and said, I am absolutely interested in your bedtime routine, and winked. Yasmin's entire body turned bright red and she hid her face behind her hair. The table laughed. I stood behind the group and watched. A glass shattered in the hallway and glass hit my foot. I stood up and saw one of Enzo's guys pulling a girl. She could barely stand. Her head was bobbing and her feet were dragging against the floor. He had her by the arm and was heading toward one of the bedrooms. I stepped in front of him and put my hand flat on his chest. "Where are you taking her?" He smiled. "Relax. She's my girlfriend. She just had too much to drink." The girl's eyes were barely open. I looked at her. Hey, do you know this guy?" She mumbled something I couldn't understand. I didn't move. Morgan appeared next to me and grabbed my arm. "Oh my God, can you stop being a parent? You're being so embarrassing right now." He said she's his girlfriend. Morgan pulled me away. The guy winked at me and guided the girl into the room. The door shut. I stared at it. Morgan walked away. I stood in the kitchen and watched one of Enzo's guys reach into his jacket pocket and pull out a small plastic bag. He pinched powder from it and dropped it into a red Solo cup. He swirled it around and started walking toward the living room. I followed him. He was heading straight for Addie. I cut between them and smacked the cup out of his hand. Red liquid splashed across the living room carpet and soaked into the fabric. The room went quiet as everyone stared at me. Danielle looked at the carpet and her mouth dropped open. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Morgan threw her hands up. "Oh my God, the deposit! Do you know how much that's going to cost us?" I pointed at the guy. "He put something in that drink. I watched him do it. He was about to hand it to Addie." The guy put his hands up and laughed. "I didn't put anything in any drink, and it really isn't cool you bumped into me." He turned to the other guys and spun his finger by his head like I was crazy. Danielle grabbed my arm. "You've probably had too much to drink. Sit down by yourself for a bit." Addie looked at me. For a split second, something flickered behind her eyes. Then Yasmin pulled her away and handed her a new cup. I sat on the couch and watched Enzo, who wasn't socializing anymore. He moved through the Airbnb room by room. He opened the hallway closet and looked inside. He ran his hand along the shelf by the TV. He crouched near the bookcase in the living room where I'd hidden my cash. I walked up to him. "What are you looking at?" He stood up and smiled with every tooth. "Just looking for more glasses for some vodka bottles my boy brought." I stared at him. "The glasses are in the kitchen. You know that." He picked up a red Solo cup and handed it to me, only to clink our cups together. I set my cup on the table and walked away. He watched me go. That's when I spotted a black duffel bag sitting near the front door. The zipper was half open. I crouched down and pulled it open. Coils of rope sat inside. I picked the bag up and walked it over to Enzo, who was twirling Danielle's hair. "What the hell is this?" He didn't flinch. "That's my overnight bag." He winked at Danielle. Danielle bit her lip and smiled. I looked at her. "Danielle, there's rope in here." Danielle gave me a long, pitying look and opened her mouth. "Well," one of Enzo's guys stepped forward and grabbed the bag from me. "Some people are into that." He grinned at me. I reached back for the bag and his jacket shifted when he lifted the duffel bag above my head. That's when I saw it. A dark handle tucked into his waistband. I stared at it. He stepped back and adjusted his jacket. I looked around the room. Everyone was either drunk or didn't care. I backed away. Once the party wound down, the Airbnb looked like a crime scene. Red cups on every surface. My itinerary binder was on the tile floor, knocked off the counter, footprints across the plastic cover. Everyone went to their bedrooms, one by one. Danielle pulled Enzo, who was carrying his duffel bag, in, and the lock clicked. Yasmin disappeared with one of his friends. Morgan took another guy by the hand and shut the third door. I stood in the hallway, listening to locks click, and crossed my arms, uncomfortable as hell. Then Addie walked past with the quiet guy. She paused at the bedroom door and looked at me. She gave me a half-hearted smile. Then she went inside. I was standing alone in the hallway, left to clean up the mess. I flipped the burned couch cushion over and lay down, pulling a throw blanket over my legs. I closed my eyes and fell asleep. Suddenly, rough hands were touching my body and I was dragged off the couch. Hands were on my wrists, over my mouth. I opened my eyes and bit down on the hand keeping me from screaming. However, before I got the chance to breathe, a cloth was shoved between my teeth. My wrists were yanked behind my back and zip-tied so tight the plastic bit into my skin. I was flipped onto my stomach. A knee jammed into the small of my back. I tried to kick and someone pinned my ankles. My eyes adjusted and I watched tall figures move through the Airbnb. 3 men were in the living room. 2 were in the hallway. They whispered to one another, searching through the house. Enzo quietly stepped out of Danielle's bedroom, carrying her suitcase over one shoulder. Her phone was in his other hand. He pointed at one guy, then at Yasmin's door. The guy winked and said, "Already done. Her stuff's in the van." Another guy snuck into Morgan's room. He came back out with her wallet, jewelry box, and her phone. I lay on the floor, struggling against the zip ties, watching them expertly go from each corner of the house, searching for valuables. Enzo did a final sweep and looked at the floor. He picked up my itinerary binder, flipped through my hours of hard work and planning. He closed it and dropped it on the floor, like junk. He looked at me on the couch and smirked. "Your friends should have listened to you." He walked over and grabbed my chin roughly. "Don't bother contacting the police or we'll find each of you and make an example out of you. Just go back home where you belong." He walked out. His guys followed single file, bags over shoulders, pockets full. The door clicked shut. I struggled to escape the zip ties until my skin was so raw I was bleeding and couldn't stand the pain. Then I lay in the dark for 6 more hours. When morning light came through the windows, I realized it made everything worse. I saw every drawer hung open. Bags were turned inside out. Our personal belongings scattered across the tile like a yard sale after a surprise hurricane. The gag in my mouth had soaked through from my spit and tears and dried stiff against my face. Addie's door opened first. She shuffled out, squinting against the light, wearing a man's baggy t-shirt and last night's mascara smeared down her cheeks. She looked around at the mess on the floor. Then she looked over at me near the couch. "Oh my God!" She ran over and yanked the gag out of my mouth. Her fingers pulled at the zip ties on my wrists. "What happened? Who did this?" My jaw ached so badly I rubbed it and couldn't form words for a few seconds. My voice sounded like gravel as I said, "Enzo and his friends robbed us while you all slept." Addie stared at me. How long have you been like this?" I coughed. "Since 3 a.m. Her hands covered her mouth. The bedroom doors started opening one by one. Danielle came out first, yawning, hair matted to one side, and froze in the hallway. She looked at the scattered contents on the floor and ran back into her room. Addie helped me stand as Danielle screamed, "My passport is gone. All my money is gone." We walked over to her room and I watched as she ripped sheets off the bed, threw pillows onto the floor. Yasmin came out next. She picked up her purse from the floor, turned it upside down, and shook. Fear consumed her face as she dropped to her knees. "My laptop is gone. My thesis was on that laptop. 2 years of work. I won't graduate college now." Morgan emerged last. "What's going on?" I walked over and took her hands in mine, knowing this would hurt her the most. "We were robbed." Her face paled as she ran straight to the dresser. "Where's my jewelry box?" No. Her hands touched the bare surface. "My grandmother's necklace with her ashes. It's gone." She ran to the bathroom in tears. As soon as I heard vomit sounds, I walked over to the other girls. Danielle paced. "Everything I brought is gone." I watched them tear the Airbnb apart and thought about how much more delicate the men were while robbing the place. Suddenly, they turned on each other and pointed fingers. Danielle pointed at Yasmin. "You told them which bedroom was whose. This is your fault. You gave them the idea to seduce us." Yasmin's head snapped toward her. "Are you kidding? You're the one who walked off with him the first night and gave him our address." Morgan threw her hands up. "Exactly, Danielle. None of us invited them over to rob us." Danielle whipped around. "You gave him a tour. You showed him where our bags were. I was being friendly while you stood there drooling all over the guys." "No, you were being stupid." I sat down on the couch, rubbing the welts on my wrists, and watched the women scream at each other. A scab on my wrist peeled off and I started bleeding. Furious, I yelled at them all. "You want to know whose fault it is? All of you. You sat around that table playing a drinking game with those guys and answered every question they asked. Morgan, you held up your wrist and told them your bracelet was the most expensive thing you brought. Yasmin, you talked about your bedtime routine. They asked you all, 'Hey, what's worth taking from you?' And you answered every single time like it was a fun party game." The girls all stared at me with either guilt or anger. Morgan uncrossed her arms and nervously tugged at her fingers. Yasmin stared at the floor. Danielle spun toward me and pointed. "Why didn't you do something? You were right there in the living room this whole time. This whole trip was your idea anyway. This is your fault too." I held up my wrists. The zip tie marks were red and impossible to miss. The fresh blood from the scab ran further down. I was tied up, Danielle, gagged, for 6 hours alone, while you all slept like babies. At least you guys got extra screwed by the men who robbed us. She looked at my wrists, then looked away. Morgan recrossed her arms. "Okay, so what do we do now? You're the planner. Plan something." I laughed bitterly. "The only thing I'm planning is how I'm going to cover the damage cost from this whole mess. My name is on this Airbnb. My credit card is on file. I didn't throw this party, you guys did. I didn't invite anyone over, you all did. And somehow, I'm the one who pays for it." Morgan waved her hand dismissively. "We can deal with that later. Right now, we need to figure out how to get home. None of us have our phones, money, or passports. We're stranded. I stood up. No, you all are stranded. I walked to the bookshelf where I'd stored my hollow book. It was still there, untouched. The robbers didn't go near the bookcase. I pulled out the book and opened it, revealing my emergency cash and passport. Everyone was watching me. Addie's eyes moved from my passport to the dining table where she'd tossed hers. Danielle saw the passport in my hand and her entire posture changed. The anger evaporated. Oh, thank God. Okay, you can get us to the embassy. You can find a phone and call someone. Come on, you always figure this stuff out. That's what you do. I stared at her. Oh, now you want a trip, Mom? She flinched. Yasmin grabbed my arm with both hands. Please, I don't speak the language. I can't call my family. I can't even read the street signs. I have nothing. Morgan stepped forward. Give me some of that cash so I can at least get a cab to the... I pulled back. Give me this. Give me that. Give you everything. Jesus, can you guys let me breathe? We'll pay you back. I scoffed and put the cash and passport in my pocket. The way you paid me back for the plane tickets to get here? Morgan's jaw tightened. This isn't the time to be petty. Petty? I looked at her. You told me nobody wants to travel with me while I swept up broken glass at a party I begged you not to throw. You each took a bedroom and locked your door so I had to sleep on the couch during a vacation I planned. I spent 6 hours tied up on the floor 10 feet away from you, and none of you have even asked me if I'm okay or if they hurt me. I looked at Morgan, and when I tried to stop one of those guys from dragging an unconscious girl into a bedroom, you pulled me away. You told me I was embarrassing. You chose those men over another woman's safety, over mine. Morgan opened her mouth, closed it. I turned to Danielle. And you. He asked you if we had security. He asked you everything except your bank PIN number, and I bet you would have given him that too if he'd smiled while he asked. Danielle's face crumbled. The girls lowered their heads. I frowned, not believing their act for a second. I'm flying home. Morgan's arms dropped. You're not serious. Yasmin's voice cracked. You can't just leave us here. We're stranded. I shrugged and walked towards the front door. The embassy address was on page 6 of the itinerary binder. If you find it, you'll figure out your next steps. I stepped over the footprint-riddled itinerary on my way to the door, wondering how long it'd take them to find it. The door closed behind me. I got a 3-second head start before the door opened again. Danielle came out first. You cannot do this! Yasmin's voice pitched so high it cracked. Don't abandon us, you coward! Morgan yelled my name over and over again. They all stood next to one another on the street, barefoot, yelling and cursing me out as I walked away. The last thing I heard was Addie loudly screaming. Damn it! What's the code to get in? Danielle screamed back. We're locked out? I called over my shoulder without turning around. I told you to memorize it. The sun was warm, the street was quiet, and I didn't look back once. I was hanging up missing posters for my sister when my phone buzzed in my pocket. I grabbed for it so fast I almost dropped it. Ava? No, honey, it's Mom. My whole body sagged. I pressed my hand against my chest and closed my eyes. I need to talk to you about Oliver. Mom, not this again. He's just Ava's boyfriend. I checked her location. Her phone is pinging at his house. He told the police she left after dinner. If she left, why is her phone still there 3 weeks later? I pressed my forehead against the telephone pole. Maybe she left it on the counter. People forget their phones. Your sister? The girl who panics if her phone is in the other room? Mom. And he calls me every day. He cries on the phone, but it's the same cry every time. Same words, same pauses. Like he's reading from a script. My stomach tightened and I gripped the phone harder. I didn't want to believe her. I was standing in front of the missing poster I'd just stapled up. Ava's birthday photo. She was laughing with the sun necklace Mom gave her glinting against her collarbone. I reached up and touched her face in the photo and my throat tightened. Mom, you haven't slept in 3 weeks. You're wearing her sweatshirt to bed. I think the stress is making you see things. I'm not crazy. Her voice cracked and I could hear her start crying and I squeezed my eyes shut. I'm telling you something is wrong with that man. I'll go check on him today, okay? I'll look around. Will that make you feel better? Bring something of hers home. Anything. I just want something that smells like her. And pay attention, because I'm telling you that boy is not what he seems. I hung up and wiped my eyes with the back of my hand. I pulled out my phone and typed, "Good morning, sunshine," to Ava, the way I did every morning, because she used to send it to me every day since I left for college, and I couldn't stop sending it back. Delivered. I stared at that word, and my chest ached. Oliver called me 10 minutes later, crying so hard I could barely understand him. He said he couldn't stay in the house anymore, and he needed help packing. His voice cracked when he said, "Her shampoo is still in the shower." My eyes stung, and I wiped them hard because he sounded like a man who missed my sister as much as I did. I told him I was on my way. The drive to Oliver's house took 20 minutes, and I cried for most of it. I kept picturing Ava standing on the porch waving at me the way she always did when I pulled in. I pulled into the driveway and sat there staring at the porch. Empty. I wiped my face and got out. Oliver opened the door and he looked terrible. Red eyes, unshaven, shirt wrinkled like he'd slept in it for days. He pulled me into a hug and held on, and I could feel him shaking against me. I rubbed his back and told him we'd find her, and my voice cracked on, "Find." He pulled back and wiped his face with both hands and tried to smile and couldn't. He walked me to the kitchen and poured me a coffee without asking. Cream and no sugar, the way he always made it at family dinners. He pulled out a chair for me and set a box of tissues between us. I pulled out my phone while he poured his own cup and checked Ava's messages. "Good morning, sunshine." Delivered. Still delivered. He sat down across from me and I put the phone away. "Do you think they'll find her?" His eyes were wet. I gripped my cup and my throat tightened. "I don't know. I just keep thinking about where she could be." His voice got quiet. Like, is she scared? Is she cold somewhere? Is she alone? My eyes burned and I looked down at my cup. He looked up at me and a tear ran down his cheek and he wiped it away. I was going to ask her to marry me. I had the ring and everything. I was going to do it at that Italian place she loves, and she was going to cry because she always cries at everything. He pressed his hand over his eyes. He was crying the same way he cried on the phone with my mom. Same words, same pauses. I squeezed my coffee cup until my fingers ached. He pointed me toward the garage. "Start in there. I'll work upstairs. I can't handle her stuff yet." He went up the stairs without looking back. The garage was cold and smelled like motor oil. I started pulling boxes off shelves and stacking them by the door. I worked my way to the chest freezer against the back wall. I pulled out my phone and typed "Good morning, sunshine" to Ava, the way I did every morning. I hit send, and from inside the freezer, a phone buzzed. I stopped. Every molecule in my body stopped. I stared at the freezer. I typed "Ava" and hit send. The phone buzzed again, inside the freezer. I grabbed the counter behind me to hold myself up. I walked toward the freezer. My legs were moving, but I couldn't feel them. I grabbed the lid with both hands and lifted it. Frozen vegetables on top. A folded blue tarp underneath that didn't look like it belonged with the food. I grabbed the edge of the tarp and pulled it back. Something was under it. Skin. Gray-blue skin. I stopped. My fingers were still gripping the tarp. I pulled it further and a shoulder appeared. Then a neck. Then a jaw. Then a face. My hands locked around the fabric and I couldn't let go. A woman was curled on her side at the bottom of the freezer with her knees pulled to her chest. Her eyes were open. She was frozen solid with dark lips and stiff hair fanned out behind her head, frost on her eyelashes. And in her frozen hand, pressed against her chest, a phone with a cracked screen glowing with my text. "Good morning, sunshine." I stared at her face and my whole body went cold because I knew that face. I had known that face my entire life. She was wearing the sun necklace. The tiny gold chain with the sun pendant that Mom gave her, frozen against her collarbone, the same necklace from the missing poster on every telephone pole in town. I was looking at my sister. A sound ripped out of my throat and I choked it back with both hands. I stumbled away from the freezer and my hips slammed into the workbench and a can of screws crashed to the floor. I pressed both hands over my mouth so hard my teeth cut my lip. My whole body was convulsing. I could feel vomit rising in my throat and I swallowed it down and it burned. Tears were pouring down my face and I was shaking so hard my knees were knocking together. Oliver's footsteps creaked upstairs. I froze. Snot and tears were running through my fingers. The footsteps stopped. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The footsteps started again and I let out a shaking breath through my nose. I looked at Ava one more time. Her eyes were still open, still looking at nothing. I lowered the lid with both hands and pressed down on it. My arms were shaking so hard the lid was rattling against the frame. I pressed my forehead against the cold metal and sobbed as quietly as I could. My phone was in my back pocket. I pulled it out with shaking hands and typed "body in freezer" to 911. I had to delete and retype twice. I hit send. The progress bar crawled halfway and stopped. 1 bar of signal flickering to nothing. The bar disappeared. The message failed. I squeezed the phone so hard the case creaked. I wiped my face with both hands and took 3 shaky breaths. I forced myself to let go of the lid. I forced my legs to move. I grabbed the door frame because my knees almost buckled. I could hear Oliver upstairs. I wiped the last of the tears off my face and opened the door. Oliver was right there, coming down the stairs with a knife in one hand and an apple in the other. I almost screamed. I bit it back so hard my teeth cracked together and I tasted blood. He held a slice out to me on the blade. "Want some? You look like you haven't eaten." I shook my head. My mouth wouldn't work. He bit into a slice and set the knife on the counter with the blade facing me, 3 feet away. "You okay? You look pale, dusty in there." I tried to smile. My face twitched instead. He watched me for a beat too long, then leaned against the counter. "I'll be upstairs if you need me." His footsteps faded, and I lunged for the kitchen counter and grabbed my phone out of my jacket pocket. My fingers were shaking so badly, I mistyped the address twice. I deleted it and started over, pressing each letter with shaking hands. I typed the location and "my sister's body in freezer, please help," and hit send and gripped the counter edge with both hands and held my breath until the bar filled and it said delivered. I shoved the phone on silent and into my back pocket. I grabbed a box and carried it to the living room. My hands were trembling so hard the glasses clinked together when I picked them up. I wrapped one in newspaper and set it in the box, and my fingers kept slipping on the paper. I picked up a framed photo face down on a shelf and turned it over. Oliver and Ava at Christmas. She was wearing the red sweater I gave her, and she was laughing with her head thrown back, mouth wide open, eyes squeezed shut. Oliver had his arm around her. I stared at her face, and my eyes burned. I set the photo in the box, and a hand touched my shoulder, and I spun around so fast I knocked a glass off the shelf. Oliver caught it. "Easy." He was standing right behind me. I hadn't heard him come down. "That's my favorite one of us." He picked it up and held it with both hands. He stared at it, and his chin started trembling. I keep turning it over because I can't look at her face without losing it. She had the best laugh. You know that thing she does where her whole face just disappears? His eyes filled with tears. He wiped them with the back of his hand and set the photo down gently, face up, right where he could see it. I dug my nails into my palm behind my back. Ava's coat was on a hook by the front door, red wool with a red scarf draped over the collar. "She didn't even take her coat," Oliver said softly. "Who leaves without their coat?" He reached out and touched the sleeve. He pulled his hand back like it burned him and turned away, wiping his eyes. He went to the kitchen and I heard water running. He came back and held a glass out to me. "You look like you need this more than I do." His hand was steady and warm when it brushed mine. He smiled. I wrapped both hands around the glass and squeezed until my knuckles went white. I couldn't be in the same room as him anymore. I walked to the bathroom as fast as I could without running and shut the door behind me. My hand fumbled with the lock. It took 3 tries because my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I slid down to the floor and pressed my back against the door and shoved my fist in my mouth to keep from sobbing out loud. I sat there for 10 seconds with my head between my knees trying to breathe. I splashed water on my face and gripped the sink and squeezed my eyes shut. I pushed myself up and opened the door, and Oliver was standing right outside it. I jerked backward. He was holding my jacket by the collar. His other hand was sliding along the pockets, squeezing the fabric. He looked up, and his hand went still. "You left this in the kitchen." He held it out and smiled. I took the jacket and slung it over my arm and shoved my trembling hands in my pockets. "You're shaking," he said, his head tilted to one side. "Cold house," he called from the kitchen. "Come sit down. I'm making more coffee." I walked in and sat across from him because I didn't have a choice. He picked up the knife and cut another slice of apple, and I flinched. He looked up. "You sure you're okay?" "Fine." He set the knife down and reached across the table and put his hand on mine and squeezed it. "I just want to know she's okay. That's all I want." I stared at his hand on mine. His thumb was rubbing my knuckles. His hand was warm. My sister was frozen in the garage. I bit down on the inside of my cheek so hard I tasted blood. I pulled my hand back and picked up my cup. "Sorry." Jumpy from the dust. He watched me drink. "Your mom called me yesterday. She was crying so hard I could barely understand her. She kept asking me if Ava seemed different, if she was unhappy." My stomach dropped and I dug my nails into my thighs under the table. He pressed his hand over his eyes. My nails cut half moons into my palms under the table. My phone buzzed in my back pocket. I slid it out under the table. The text I'd sent that morning. "Good morning, sunshine." Delivered. I shoved the phone back in my pocket and picked up my cup. I pushed myself up from the table and my legs felt like they were made of water. I walked through the garage door and the freezer was right there, humming, and I had to look away from it. I opened a box on the workbench. Zip ties, plastic sheeting cut to size and folded with sharp creases, bleach, duct tape, rubber gloves. Everything organized like a toolbox. The plastic had been cut into a shape, a long shape. My hands started shaking so hard I dropped the lid and it slammed shut and the sound echoed through the garage. I stepped back and bumped into the freezer and the hum vibrated through my hip and I jumped away from it so fast I knocked a paint can off the shelf. I grabbed my phone. No response from 911. 1 bar of signal flickering to 0. I typed the message again with shaking fingers and hit send. The progress bar crawled halfway and stopped. I held the phone up toward the ceiling. The bar disappeared. I moved to the corner and tried calling. 1 ring, then silence. The call dropped. I squeezed the phone so hard the case creaked. A shadow filled the garage doorway. I spun around and shoved my phone in my back pocket. Oliver was standing there. "Did you open the freezer?" My whole body went rigid. I could feel the blood drain out of my face. "No," he looked at me. His eyes moved down to my hands and back up to my face. "Good. Compressor died. Smells pretty rough. The freezer was running. I heard it humming 2 minutes ago." He walked past me so close his shoulder brushed mine. He put his hand flat on the freezer lid. He patted it twice. "Old meat." He looked at me and smiled. His hand was resting on the lid 6 inches above my sister's face. I smiled back. My jaw was aching from the effort. He held the smile for a beat too long, then walked out. The freezer hummed behind me. I crept back through the house, checking every doorway before. I stepped through it. I stopped in the hallway. Oliver was on the couch facing the front door. He wasn't packing anymore. He was just sitting there with his hands on his knees, still, watching the door like he was waiting for something. I looked at the door. The deadbolt was turned. I looked lower. The chain was on. I stared at that chain. My mouth went dry. It hadn't been on when I walked in. I looked at Oliver. I looked at the chain. I looked at the distance between him and the door and the distance between me and the back of the house. I took 1 step backward. I put my weight down as slowly as I could. A floorboard creaked under my heel and I stopped breathing. "Where are you headed?" He didn't turn around. His voice was casual. "Getting boxes from my car. Sit down." I took another step back, then another. My shoulder blades touched the hallway wall and I pressed myself flat against it. "I really need to get to my car." "Why?" He turned his head and looked at me over his shoulder. The grief was gone, completely gone, wiped clean like someone had erased it. His eyes were flat. His mouth was a straight line. Sweat broke out across my forehead and my hands started shaking at my sides. I heard something faint in the distance. Oliver's head tilted toward the window. Sirens, far away but getting louder. Oliver stood up slowly and turned all the way around, and he was smiling. Not the grieving boyfriend smile, a real one. Wide and calm and steady, and every hair on my body stood up. "I saw her, Oliver." "I know." He didn't ask who. He didn't flinch. "You've known since you came out of the garage. Your hands were shaking and you put the photo down too fast." He took a step toward me. "But honestly, I'm a little disappointed. I thought you'd last longer." Ava lasted almost 2 hours before I saw it in her face. My breath caught. "What did you just say?" "Ava found Jenna the same way you found Ava. I sent her to the back room to start packing, told her to check the closet. She opened the hatch and there was Jenna." He took another step. I pressed my back harder into the wall. "She came out shaking, same as you. Tried to act normal, same as you. Smiled at me across the kitchen table while her hands were trembling under it." He tilted his head. "Same as you." My legs went weak. "That's what this is. That's what you do." Every one of them finds the one before her, and I get to watch them figure it out. I get to sit there and pour coffee and ask about my missing girlfriend and watch them try to hold it together. That's the best part. Not the end. The middle. The part where you know, and I know you know, and you're sitting at my table drinking my coffee trying not to scream. I was inching sideways along the wall toward the garage door. The zip ties in the workbench box. Those weren't for Ava. No. My hands went numb. They were for me. I had your name on the tape. The sirens were on his street now. Red and blue light bounced off the wall behind him and lit up the side of his face. Jenna found the one before her, and Ava found Jenna, and you found Ava, and whoever comes next was going to find you. There's not going to be a next. He smiled at me, and the red and blue light pulsed across his teeth. "Why Ava? She loved you. She told me you were going to propose and she couldn't sleep. She was so happy." His jaw tightened. "She found Jenna. She ran for the door. I couldn't let her leave. She was your girlfriend. She was supposed to be afraid longer. She found Jenna too fast. You were better. You lasted all day." My skin crawled. The coffee, the photo, the hand on mine. the smile. Car doors slammed outside. Oliver's head snapped toward the window. His jaw tightened and his hands curled into fists, and he lunged. I grabbed the hallway table and threw it between us. A lamp shattered. He caught his shin on the edge and stumbled, and I was already running. I yanked the garage door open and ran through and spun around to close it. He was right there, 3 feet behind me, eyes wild. I slammed the door. His fingers jammed into the gap. I heard a crack. He screamed so loud it echoed through the garage. He ripped his hand back, and I saw blood on the door edge. I threw the deadbolt with both hands and pressed my back against the door. He hit it with his shoulder. The frame shuddered and dust rained from the hinges. I grabbed the side door handle and twisted, but it was locked. I looked up and saw a sliding bolt near the top of the door frame, 6 inches above my reach. I grabbed a box and dragged it under the door. I climbed up and my shoes slipped on the cardboard. I grabbed the door frame to keep from falling. I reached up and wrapped both hands around the bolt and pulled. It wouldn't move, rusted shut. He hit the garage door again. The wood around the deadbolt cracked. I wiped my palms on my jeans and grabbed the bolt again with both hands. I pulled until my arms shook and my fingers went white and my feet were sliding on the box. Come on, come on, come on. The bolt screeched and moved half an inch. He slammed the door a third time. The frame cracked. Through the gap in the splintering wood, I could see his face. I pulled on the bolt with everything I had and screamed, and the bolt shot sideways with a grinding shriek. I twisted the handle and threw the door open. The box tipped under me and I fell through the doorway onto the grass. I pushed up and ran. The garage door crashed open behind me. His footsteps hit the concrete, then the grass. He was fast. Faster than I expected. I could hear him closing the gap with every stride. My lungs were burning. I pumped my arms and sprinted around the side of the house. My foot caught a garden hose and I went down hard. My chin hit the dirt. He was right behind me. I could hear him breathing. I scrambled up with dirt in my mouth and ran harder than I have ever run. I came around the front corner and the cruisers were there with lights going. I screamed so loud my voice cracked and my throat burned. An officer spun toward me with his weapon drawn. I threw my hands up, still running. My legs gave out on the lawn, and I hit the grass and rolled onto my back, gasping for air, staring up at the sky with my chest heaving. I looked back. Oliver was standing at the corner of the house. He just stopped. He rolled his shoulders back, straightened his shirt, put his hands in his pockets, and walked back like he was going for an evening stroll. 2 officers took off after him. There's a body in the freezer in the garage. It's my sister. And there's another one in the crawl space under the bedroom. An officer grabbed my shoulders and I was talking so fast the words were running together. They went through the side garage door. I sat on the sidewalk wrapped in a shock blanket, shaking so hard my teeth clicked. They brought him out in cuffs. He wasn't fighting. He wasn't screaming. He was calm and his breathing was steady, and he looked the same as he had when he opened the front door and hugged me. He looked at me as they walked him past. His face didn't change at all. I would have made it quick. That's more than Ava got. I dropped onto the curb. My whole body was shaking and I couldn't make it stop. A detective crouched in front of me. None of your texts went through. Not one. I stared at him. Your mom called us. She's been calling every day for 3 weeks telling us Oliver was lying. Nobody took her seriously. He looked down. She drove to the station today, walked in wearing your sister's sweatshirt with a legal pad full of notes, and screamed at us until we sent a car. My eyes filled with tears and I pressed both hands over my face. I told her she was crazy and she saved my life. I pulled out my phone with trembling hands. I called my mom. She picked up on the first ring the way she'd been picking up on the first ring for 3 weeks. Did they find her? I opened my mouth and nothing came out. Honey, did they find Ava? I pressed my hand over my eyes and my whole body shook. Mom, I need you to come to Oliver's house. What happened? Is she okay? Did Oliver find something? Mom, just come, please. You're scaring me. Tell me she's okay. Just tell me she's okay. I couldn't say it. I sat there on the curb with the phone pressed against my face, and I could hear my mom's breathing getting faster, and I could hear her grabbing her keys, and I could hear the door slam, and I could hear her start crying before the car even started. I looked at the front door of the house, and I could see Ava's red coat still hanging on the hook inside the hallway. My mom had asked me to bring something of hers home. A detective told me they found a 3rd set of zip ties and plastic in the bedroom closet with my name on a piece of tape on the outside. I looked down at my phone. I scrolled to the voicemail from the night she disappeared and pressed play and held it to my ear. Her voice came through, shaky and rushed and scared. Hey, call me when you can. It's important. I squeezed my eyes shut. She had needed me and I was asleep. I pressed play again. I held the phone against my ear and closed my eyes and listened to my sister's voice one more time. The man who murdered my mother has been living 3 doors down from my brother. I was 7 years old when I held my hand over my brother's mouth in order to keep him alive. My brother Javier was 5. We were inside the hallway closet, and I had him pressed against my chest. I watched through the closet slates a man in a ski mask wearing all black tearing through our house. He flipped the kitchen table. He ripped drawers out of the kitchen dresser and dumped them on the floor. My mothers ran at the man with a broom and screeched, "Get out of my house!" The man's ski mask fell as the broom whacked him across the face. The man took the broom from our mother and raised it above her head. Javier squirmed against me, and I looked down at him, squeezing him tighter, making sure he couldn't see or hear anything. When I looked back through the slates, I spotted the shadow of the man moving from room to room, stretching and shrinking across the wall as he searched. My heartbeat was so loud in my ears, I was terrified he could hear it through the closet door. Then the shadow grew larger on the wall. He was coming toward us. I watched his boots move closer to me. 1 step, 2 steps. He stopped directly in front of the closet. I could see his belt buckle through the gap. His hand reached for the closet door handle. Javier whimpered against my palm, and I pressed down so hard I felt his teeth scrape against my fingers. My skin tore and blood dripped down. The handle rattled. I looked up and saw the man's deep green eyes. Then my mother's arms wrapped around the man's arm, pulling him away from us. "You want money? All I have is hidden in the kitchen." The man's hand dropped from the handle. He turned. "Lead the way, gorgeous." His boots moved away from us, back down the hall. A few minutes later, the man spoke again from the kitchen. "Not much, but it'll do. You know, if you had listened to me earlier, things could have been different. Too bad you've seen my face." I heard a hand slap. I held Javier tighter against me. My mother whimpered and I heard her body hit the floor. Then I heard a thud, and then there was nothing. I tightened my grip over Javier's eyes, but kept my own open, refusing to look away. If I closed mine, no one would know what happened in this house. The man walked past the closet on his way out of our home. His shoes left a trail of red footprints on the hardwood, and the pattern went left foot, right foot, right foot, all the way to the front door. The front door slammed. I counted to 100 in my head and opened the closet. I sat Javier down and said, "Stay. Don't move or open your eyes until you hear my voice, okay?" He nodded his head. Then he reached into his pajama pocket, pulled out his Zorro action figure, and detached one of the plastic katanas. The blade was barely the length of my pinky finger. He held it out to me with both hands, like he was presenting a real weapon. "Take this," he whispered, "to protect yourself." I looked at my brother, and something inside me cracked, but I didn't let it show. I smiled. I closed my hand around the tiny sword and said, "Thank you. I'll be right back." He nodded again. I palmed the plastic sword and walked to the kitchen alone, tiptoeing the whole way, terrified of making a sound. Every step felt like walking toward my own doom. I made it to the kitchen entryway. The window above the sink was open. 2 birds sat on the windowsill. Their chirping caught my attention. Their heads tilted, watching everything with their small black eyes. I almost smiled. Then I looked down at the kitchen floor and my face paled. My knees buckled, but I grabbed the counter to keep from falling. My mother lay unconscious at my feet. Her gray eyes were now red and white. Instead of looking at her any longer, I reached over to the counter where my mother's phone was, and I called 911. "Hello? A man just did something very bad to my mommy. He left red footprints out the door. No, she's not moving or breathing." I stared at my mother with curious horror as I gave the operator my address. I didn't cry until after I hung up. I ended up in a courtroom 8 months later. I was so small in the witness chair, but I spoke into the microphone with all my confidence. That man sitting over there was the one who hurt my mommy. I watched from the closet as he talked about her owing him money for a bet on a horse. I sat in the front row as the judge banged the gavel and declared, "Sloan Merrick is found guilty." That was the first time I'd heard his name. They put him in handcuffs and started walking him out. However, he quickly shoved his way through his armed guards, sending them stumbling back. He bolted straight towards me. I refused to flinch as he reached forward. My fingernails dug so deep into the wooden armrest, I felt the grain split under them. He laughed and his spit hit my face. "I'll find you. I don't care how long it takes. I'll make you pay for locking me up." The courtroom erupted. Multiple men in security uniforms rushed forward and grabbed him. The bailiff shoved him forward. I held eye contact as they dragged him out, all the way until the door closed behind him. Someone patted me on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, he can't hurt you anymore." I stood there, knowing that somehow that wasn't true. 15 years later, I was jogging around my neighborhood with my boyfriend Daniel beside me and my phone pressed to my ear. Javier was on the other end saying, "My professor gave me the most annoying assignment. I have to write about my most serious trauma." I froze mid-stride. Daniel slowed to a stop beside me, giving me a worried look. "Write about something else." Something clanged in the background on his end. Javier laughed. "Sorry, I knocked over one of my practice swords. Hey, maybe I'll write about the time I impaled my hand in a sword fight when we were 12. I stood up straighter, and Daniel had to take a step back not to get hit. Perfect. Very dramatic. I gotta go. Love you, loser. Love you too. I hung up as we reached my mailbox. My fingers touched a plain envelope sitting at the bottom. No postmark. I tore the envelope open. Inside was a white paper with 2 mysterious red stains and a single handwritten line. I kept my promise. I'll see you soon, Kylie. My knees hit the grass and I couldn't breathe. Daniel crouched beside me, his hand on my back. Hey, breathe. Talk to me. What does it say? I handed it to him. He read it, and his expression darkened. Who wrote this? I shook my head. He pulled me closer. Kylie, who is this from? I looked up at him, crying. The man who killed my mother. Daniel went quiet. Then he said, "You need to call your brother back. Right now." I called Javier, and as soon as he answered, I said, "I just got a letter. It says, I kept my promise." Javier went quiet, then said, "Yeah, I got a letter too." I dug my nails into my knee. "What did yours say?" He paused. "She screamed your name as she bled out." Daniel was reading my face the entire time. I pressed the phone closer against my ear. Javier tried to keep his voice light. "But it's a joke, right? Some prank?" "Yeah, totally a joke. Do me a favor and leave the letter in your mailbox. I might come get it later." "Why?" "Because I'm your sister. That's why. Do it, loser. Love you. Love you too." I hung up. Daniel took my hands. "What did Javier's letter say?" I told him. His jaw tightened. "This person knows details about what happened to your mother. Details that aren't public, right?" I stared at him. I hadn't even processed that yet. Terror filled his voice as he grabbed both my arms. "He's so close, Kylie. Whoever sent these is close to both you and your brother." The next morning, Daniel drove me to the police station. I brought both letters in a folder, along with the court transcripts and the recorded threat from years ago. I walked into the precinct and asked to speak to a detective, then waited for over an hour before a man wearing an old brown suit came out. He led us to his desk. "Hi, I'm Detective Guster. I've reviewed your mother's case file. How unfortunate the charges were overturned, miss." My jaw dropped. "What do you mean?" Detective Guster spoke slowly. "Sloan was released about 8 months ago over a technicality. It appears no one got through to you." I couldn't speak. Daniel leaned forward. "She was 7 years old when she testified, and no one told her that her mother's murderer was walking free?" Detective Guster looked uncomfortable. "We apologize for the oversight." I slid the letters across his desk. He read them carefully, then gave me a sympathetic look. "There's no direct threat of violence here. Nothing tying these to a specific individual. I'd recommend filing for a restraining order, but without knowing his current address." Daniel put his hand on my shoulder and said, "Detective, I understand. We'll document everything going forward." I looked at Daniel. He gave me a small, "Trust me, let's go," nod. Detective Guster handed me his card. "Call if anything escalates." The moment we got in the car, Daniel hit the steering wheel. "He's been out for 8 months. 8 months, and nobody told you." He turned to face me. "You shouldn't be sleeping alone. Do you want to invite Javier over?" I shook my head. "No, I don't want him to be more involved than he already is. Can you stay with me?" Daniel smiled and nodded. "We have to make a stop first." We walked into my home a few hours later with security cameras and new deadbolts. Daniel held the bags up, smiling. "Hopefully this brings you peace of mind. Let's get them set up." I headed to my bedroom, then slid a knife I bought under my pillow while Daniel watched from the doorway. He just pulled the blackout curtains shut and gave me a reassuring smile. 4 days later, I went to work, hoping for a semblance of normalcy. However, as soon as I walked into my office, I saw a letter on the floor. It must have been slipped underneath. I picked it up and read, "You wore a blue blouse and off-white silk pants yesterday. You looked beautiful. Tonight, I'll be paying you a visit in person." My hands went numb. He knew where I worked. He'd been watching me. I called Detective Guster first. He finally answered after the 3rd call. After explaining the note, he only said, "The best you can do is document everything." Then he hung up. I FaceTimed Daniel next. His voice sounded panicked. "This grown man is watching you. He knows where you work, and now he's telling you he's coming tonight?" "Yes, I'm coming to get you. Right now." When we got to my apartment, Daniel walked me to the front door and stopped. He crouched down and ran his finger along the lock plate. There's a scratch here that wasn't here yesterday. Someone tried to pick this lock. I stared at the scratch and felt the floor disappear beneath me. I wanted to run away. I was so scared. Daniel stood up and cupped my face. I'm not going anywhere, okay? I'm right here. Tears welled in my eyes. I can't ask that of you, Daniel. I don't even have spare clothes for you. He smiled gently. It's okay. I have a suitcase in my trunk with some of my stuff. I was surprised, but he pulled me into a hug. He stayed for a few hours, helping me feel safe. Then his phone buzzed. He checked it and he frowned. It's work. Emergency at the office. I have to leave for a few hours. He pulled me close. I'll come back as soon as I can. Lock up behind me. He left. The apartment went quiet. I locked the deadbolt. Then I stared at the door and thought about the note. Then I dragged the kitchen table across the floor and shoved it against the front door. I pushed the couch behind it. I piled random vases, lamps, and books on top of the table and couch. It looked like a garage sale. Then I sat on the floor in the hallway with my back against the wall and the kitchen knife in my lap. I pulled my knees to my chest and watched the door. At 1 a.m., I heard footsteps. The door unlocked and the handle moved. Then something pushed against the door harder. The table scraped an inch across the floor. My grip tightened on the knife until my knuckles turned white. I stood up and opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. The door pushed again and the couch groaned against the tile. Kylie! Daniel's voice was muffled through the door. Kylie, it's me. Open up. I dropped the knife and it clattered on the floor. I shoved the furniture out of the way with shaking hands. Daniel stood in the hallway, wide-eyed and out of breath. I finished up at work and got worried. Are you okay? I sobbed against him. I thought he was here. I thought you were him. He held me tighter. I'm here. I'm right here. He stayed the rest of the night. I fell asleep with my head on his chest. The next morning, I checked the security camera footage from the night before, and my whole body seized. A figure stood in the alley beside my bedroom window at 2 a.m., hood up, face covered. He held up a piece of paper to the lens that read, "You look so cute holding a knife." Then he turned and walked away. He had been here after all. I drove myself to the police station and showed Detective Guster the footage. He watched it, leaned back, and said, "The figure's face is completely obscured. No identifying features, no direct threat of physical harm. Standing on a public sidewalk is not a crime." He was outside my window at 2 in the morning. After he sent me a letter promising he'd come, and I understand how unsettling that is. But without a clear threat or identification, my hands are tied. If anything escalates further, call me immediately. But please, stop wasting my time with things I can do nothing about. He turned to his desk, a silent dismissal. My phone rang. Javier said, "I need you to come over right away." I texted Daniel where I was headed. He was already waiting in the parking lot of Javier's apartment complex when I arrived, pulling me into a hug. We walked into Javier's apartment without knocking. Javier stood with his arms crossed and a disgusted look on his face. He pointed to a plain box on his counter. I went over to look, and the moment I peered inside, I gagged. Wrapped in cloth was a dead bird. Its neck was broken clean. The note underneath read, "Your sister's neck is next." I thought back to when I was 7, looking up at the birds on the windowsill, only to look down and see my dead mother again. I grabbed at my chest, having forgotten how to breathe. Daniel grabbed my arm and supported my weight. Once he dropped me off on the couch, he went and closed the box's lid to hide the bird from sight. Javier sat next to me and said, "I can't help but think about how different that night with Mom would have gone if we had a life-sized Zorro protecting us." I looked at him curiously and wished I could protect him better. Javier shook his head and forced a smile. On a lighter note, I was doing awful in this microbiology course. Then I mentioned it to my neighbor, and he helped me out with a tutoring session. Daniel perked up. "Oh yeah, I've met that guy. 3 doors down, right? Seems solid." Javier nodded. "Good dude, keeps to himself, moved in a few months ago." Javier looked at me. "By the way, I'm going on a camping trip with some friends this weekend. Can you watch Zorro?" I scrunched my nose. "Your tarantula?" Javier clasped his hands together. "Please, just stop by and keep him company. And feed him. I know what feeding him entails, Javier. So you'll do it? Fine." Javier kissed my cheek. "You're the best, sis." The next Saturday, I let myself into Javier's apartment with my spare key. I fed the horrifying monster my brother calls a pet. Above the terrarium were my brother's katana blades, shiny and taking up half the wall of the tiny room. I shook my head and told the spider, "Your owner is a geek." I went to the window to close the curtain and glanced toward the street, spotting someone by my car. I held my hand up to block the glare. The man turned around to walk up the steps to the apartment complex entrance. As soon as I saw him, I started shaking. My body gave out and I hit the floor, bruising my knees. I dragged myself to the window and watched through the blinds the same way I'd watched through the closet slats when I was 7 years old. Same green eyes. I called Javier. My hands were shaking so badly I had to use both of them to hold the phone. "I think your neighbor is the man who killed our mother." Javier laughed. "Kylie, come on." I crawled away from the window while saying, "I'm in your bedroom looking at him right now. That's the man. You've been sleeping 4 hours a night for a month. You see threats in everything. Daniel told me so." His voice softened. "Kylie," I hung up, not wanting to hear his excuses, and called Daniel. "I'm at Javier's apartment. The neighbor 3 doors down is him. It's Sloan." Daniel was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Kylie, you saw him for a few seconds through a window. Don't do that." "I'm not doing anything. I'm asking you to be sure before you blow up your brother's life over a neighbor who tutors him in microbiology." I swallowed my fears and went to leave the apartment, realizing that if Daniel didn't believe me, then I must be crazy. The moment I stepped outside, the man turned around and looked straight at me. Then he waved. My mouth went dry. Every nerve in my body screamed run, but my legs wouldn't move. The wave was so normal, so ordinary. When I got in my car, I locked the door and sat there for a full minute to fix my breathing before I turned the key. Daniel walked through my front door, worry etched across his face. I was curled up in a blanket on the couch. He kissed my forehead and set a bag of takeout on the table. "You need to eat something." I hid further under my blanket. He sat next to me. "Listen, I talked to Javier." I looked up. "You what?" "He called me. He's worried about you. And honestly, so am I. I don't need people worrying about me. I need people believing me." Daniel took my hand. "I've been thinking, what if you're not wrong?" I felt relief and exhaled deeply. The moment I reached forward to hug him, his phone rang. Daniel stood up and said, "I'll make us some tea, then we can talk more." I sat on the couch and opened my laptop to scroll through the court records again. A few minutes later, I heard Daniel's voice coming from the bedroom. I walked down the hall toward the half-open door. His back was to me. He said, "I've talked to Javier twice already. The kid doesn't suspect anything." My feet stopped and I planted myself flat against the wall. His voice continued, "You said if I kept her away from him, you'd hold up your end. And I've done everything you asked." The room tilted. I took a step forward and the floorboard creaked. Daniel spun around. His phone was still pressed to his ear. We stared at each other. I watched the mask of the sweet boyfriend fall from his face. It turned into a sick, twisted smirk. My voice and body shook as I asked, "Who were you talking to?" He lowered the phone. "Kylie, you said the deal. Who was on that phone?" He slammed his fist on the nightstand and sat on the edge of the bed. "My father." I took a step forward in shock. "Your father?" "Sloan is my father." My spine hit the hallway wall. Daniel stood up slowly, inching toward me like I was a scared animal. "Everything I've done has been to protect you. My dad got out 8 months ago. First thing he did was find your brother. I knew if I didn't intervene, he'd come for you too. So I made a deal with him. If I kept you away from Javier's apartment, kept you from going to the cops with anything they'd believe, he would leave you alone." I pressed myself against the wall and put one arm out to keep him back. He stepped closer and touched my face. "I love you." That part was never a lie. His thumb brushed away my tears. I told my dad, "She's off the table, permanently. He can have your brother, but not you." My fear turned into anger as my hands stopped shaking and balled into fists. "What do you mean, he can have my brother?" His grin fell. "The deal was about you, not Javier. Is my brother in danger right now?" Daniel pressed his lips together. I pushed against his chest and demanded, "He went to Javier's tonight, didn't he?" He looked away. "Didn't he?" He stepped forward, screaming in my face. "Be grateful you're alive at all. We both know Javier would die for you." I crouched down, ducked out of his grasp, and lunged for the bedroom door. Daniel's hand caught my wrist and a bruise started to form. "If you go there, the deal is off. He won't spare you." I looked at his face and saw his father, the same green eyes. Then I spit right in them. "Let go of me," he grinned. "I can't do that, Kylie." I reached over to grab the nearest picture frame with my free hand and swung it toward Daniel's head. He only had time to widen his eyes before glass shattered against his skull. He released my wrist. I ran for it, yelling over my shoulder, "Never touch me again, or I will kill you." He didn't follow. His hands dropped to his sides as he yelled out, "You're going to get yourself killed." I grabbed my keys from the counter and sprinted to my car. The moment I walked up to Javier's apartment, it felt like someone punched me in the gut. The front door was wide open. The lights were off inside. I walked cautiously toward the door. Javier, are you there? I stepped inside and immediately saw a shelf by the door had been bumped. A chair near the kitchen was turned over on its side. The hallway table was pushed against the wall. I moved through the hallway slowly. I passed the kitchen and saw a drawer open. The knife block sat on the counter with 2 slots empty. Fear tickled my spine as I wanted to burst into spontaneous tears. I spotted my brother's bedroom door wide open. Javier was on the bed, duct tape around his wrists and ankles. A strip of cloth was across his mouth. I rushed forward without thinking, only fearing for my brother's life. His eyes were wide and locked on me. He looked at me, then he looked to his left. The bedroom door swung shut behind me. Sloan stood there, older now, thinner, same green eyes as his son. Javier made a muffled cry. The man grabbed me by the collar of my shirt and slammed me into my brother's dresser. Pain cracked across my spine and my vision whited out for a half second. The first thing I saw as my eyes opened was the devastation on my brother's face. It was worse than fear. The man spoke almost fatherly. "Took you long enough, Kylie. You always were the smart one. My son should have kept a tighter leash on you." I grabbed the lamp off the nightstand and swung it at his head. The base connected with his temple and the bulb exploded. He stumbled sideways into the dresser and knocked a mirror to the floor. The advantage lasted 2 seconds. He straightened up and came at me with his hands out, ready to strangle my neck. I crouched down and ducked under his arm, then ran out of the bedroom. I didn't stop, didn't look at Javier, didn't let the guilt of leaving him there slow my legs for even 1 step. The only way to save him was to not be in that room. I turned left at the hallway and knocked a coat rack behind me. I heard the man grunt in pain. He was closer than I thought. His voice followed me. "Daniel told me everything about you, Kylie." I shoved the hallway table further into the path and looped toward the kitchen. His voice stayed right behind me. "He told me you sleep with a knife under your pillow. How cute." I reached for the knife block on the counter. His hand came down on mine before I could grab one. His fingers closed around my wrist and twisted. He smirked. "Got you, little girl." I yanked free and spun away from the counter, back toward the hallway. He barreled forward and stood between me and the front door, his smile widening. "He told me you cry in your sleep because of me. My boy said you barricaded yourself like a scared little girl hiding in a closet." I stumbled as the words hit me like a physical blow. Every night I thought I was safe in my boyfriend's arms was a lie. Sloan took a step closer, and I forced my legs to move. I changed direction and sprinted back into the bedroom, slamming the door shut and locking it. The lock was cheap apartment hardware and would hold for maybe 30 seconds. Javier was thrashing on the bed, pulling at the duct tape with everything he had. I scanned the room. On the wall above Zorro's tank, mounted on a decorative display rack, were the 3 replica katanas. I grabbed the first one and pulled it from the sheath. The blade caught the light from the window as I cut the tape on Javier's wrists. He ripped the strip off his mouth while I cut his ankles free. The bedroom door splintered inward. The cheap wood cracked along the frame, and Sloane's face came through the gap. Javier stood up and grabbed the other 2 katanas off the wall. He planted himself in front of me. He held the katana like he'd trained with them his whole life. He glared at Sloane and yelled, "You're not touching her!" The door finally gave in and Sloane burst in, practically foaming at the mouth. Javier moved like the blades were extensions of his arms. He closed the distance in 2 steps, and the man barely had time to raise his hands. The first strike caught the man across the forearm. He took a big step backward, hissing in pain. The second strike caught the man's chest in a diagonal slash that dropped him to the floor. When he tried to get up, Javier stood over him with both blades crossed at the man's throat. I had never seen my brother look so calm and controlled, but his eyes were full of so much anger. I stepped closer beside my brother and glared at the man who haunted my nightmares. "Looks like monsters do bleed. Thank you for being my right-hand man, Javier." My brother looked at me and said, "You saved my life. I owed you one, sis." I pinched my arm so hard it bruised, because if I fell asleep in the NICU, a baby could die. My first overnight shift. The charge nurse Diane had pinned my student badge to my scrubs and pointed me at Bay 4, premature girl, 3 pounds. The mom hadn't moved from the incubator in 4 days. 12 hours in, and the NICU was warm and quiet, and my body was shutting down. I pinched my arm. I paced the room. I splashed water on my face. I dropped back in the chair, and my eyelids dragged down, and my head tipped forward, and the beeps dissolved into nothing. Every alarm in the bay screamed at once. I fell out of the chair and hit the floor and scrambled to the incubator, and the baby was gray. I slammed the call button so hard the plastic cracked. Diane, the charge nurse, sprinted in. Then Dr. Linden, head of pediatrics, shoved past me so hard my elbow cracked against the doorframe. He ripped the curtain shut. Everyone out. I shoved back toward the incubator. I can help. He grabbed my arm and threw me into the hallway. Out. The mom was in a wheelchair next to me, clawing at the armrests. I grabbed the handles and she fought me. Let me in there. They're working on her. I'd spent 12 hours with this woman. She told me about the emergency delivery and the surgery while I checked her daughter's vitals every 30 minutes. She held up her phone and showed me a video of the nursery at home, a crib she'd hammered together herself, a mobile of paper stars she'd cut by hand and strung from the ceiling. I made those the night before she came. At midnight, I'd lifted the baby onto her chest for skin to skin, and she'd sobbed into my shoulder so quietly, it barely made a sound. She's warm. She's so warm. You promise me she's okay? I'd wrapped them both in the hospital blanket, white cotton with blue stripes. I promise. She squeezed my hands so hard her rings dug into my skin, and I squeezed back harder. Now she was screaming in a wheelchair, and I was gripping the handles so hard the rubber peeled under my fingers. 15 minutes of pacing the hallway and gripping the wheelchair handles. Linden came out and crouched in front of her. I'm so sorry. She screamed so loud the monitors in the next bay alarmed. She collapsed out of the wheelchair, and I dropped beside her and held her on the tile while she screamed. 5 minutes before the alarms, I'd checked the vitals. Heart rate 142, oxygen 96. I'd tapped the screen to make sure. It was current and everything was solid. Dread flooded me, and I shoved off the floor and pushed past Linden and threw the curtain open. The bay was empty, and I stumbled backward into the curtain. Not just the baby, the incubator, the monitors, the blue-striped blanket, all of it scrubbed and removed in under an hour. I ripped open the cabinet under the bay. Empty. I checked every bay on the floor. I grabbed Diane by both arms. Where is the baby? Dr. Linden handles post-mortem transfers. There's nothing to transfer. She's gone. I sprinted to the elevator and punched the basement button and shoved through the morgue doors. The tech checked his log. No infant tonight. A baby died on my floor. Nothing came through. I slammed both hands on his desk so hard his sandwich jumped. Check again. Check the coolers. Check every room in this basement. Lady, I've been sitting here since midnight. Nothing came in and nothing went out. I shoved past him and threw open every cooler door in the morgue myself. Empty, empty, empty. I sprinted back upstairs and kicked Linden's office door open so hard it bounced off the wall. He jumped. The baby isn't in the morgue. The vitals were stable 5 minutes before the alarms. You fell asleep. You missed a decline. It happens. The monitor would have alarmed at the first sign of decline, not flatlined with no warning. I grabbed the edge of his desk. Where's the body? He stood up slowly, and the warmth drained out of his face. You're a student on your first night. Go home before you make this worse for yourself. Make it worse? A baby disappeared and you're telling me to go home? He picked up his phone. Security. I shoved past him to the nurse's station and pulled up the NICU log. Bay 4, deceased. No death certificate, no morgue transfer. I scrolled back. 2 more babies in 2 years. Same unit, same doctor, same missing paperwork. I shoved back from the desk because I'd been adopted from this same hospital. Same NICU. The horror crept up my spine. I photographed every screen. A security guard grabbed my shoulder. Administrator's office. Now. Linden was standing next to the administrator. She fell asleep during monitoring and may have caused the infant's death. Her program has been notified. The fury was choking me. I slammed my hands on his desk. I did not cause that death. The vitals were stable and the body is gone from the morgue. Run the security cameras. Check the hallway footage from 3 a.m. You'll see where that baby actually went. The administrator glanced at Linden. Linden shook his head once, almost invisible, but I saw it. Security will escort you out. Diane was in the hallway. I grabbed her arm. Diane, you know me. She pulled away, and the rejection hit me like a punch. You fell asleep, and a baby died. A nurse crossed to the other side of the corridor. They took my badge and walked me out. I threw myself into my car and pounded the steering wheel until my palms throbbed. I called the police non-emergency line and told them a baby vanished from the NICU with no death certificate and no body in the morgue. The dispatcher asked if I was a family member. I said no. She said the hospital handles its own protocols and suggested I contact patient services. I threw the phone onto the passenger seat and screamed until my throat was raw. I went back inside to the family room. The mom was awake, hollow. She grabbed my hand the second I came through the door. Did they find her? I crouched next to her wheelchair. The body isn't in the morgue. There's no death certificate. I don't think she's dead. The mom's grip tightened so hard my bones ached. What are you saying? I'm saying something is very wrong and I'm going to figure out what. Everyone is telling me you fell asleep and my baby died because of you. I know what they're telling you. Did you fall asleep? Yes, for 3 minutes. But the vitals were stable when I checked and the monitor would have caught any change. She grabbed my chin and turned my face toward hers. I believe you. 3 words. The only person on earth willing to say them. Find my baby. I was terrified to go back into that building, but I'd made a promise to the only person who believed me. Midnight. I held Diane's copied badge barcode against the scanner and the staff door clicked open. I climbed the stairs stairs and crept past the nurse's station with my hood up. A nurse glanced, and I threw myself behind a supply cart and crawled past on my hands and knees. East corridor, renovation, no access. Plastic sheeting, but the dust had fresh footprints. I pushed through and stopped. The air was warm and smelled like formula, not construction. Emergency lights every 20 feet with darkness between them. I turned a corner and froze, a baby crying. I pressed against the wall and held my breath. I'd listened to that cry for 12 hours. Bay 4's baby. Bay 4's baby was alive behind these walls. Desperate hope surged through me, and I followed the sound through the dark to a set of double doors. I pushed through. A clean, bright room, 3 bassinets, monitors, formula in a fridge, a hidden nursery inside the renovation wing. First bassinet, a baby boy with a bracelet that didn't match any hospital system she'd ever seen. A folder clipped to the side with transfer paperwork already filled out. Second, a girl, maybe 3 months old, with a laminated card listing a family name, an out-of-state address, and a 6-figure number. A 6-figure number. These babies had price tags. Third, a tiny girl wrapped in a white blanket with blue stripes. I scooped her up and she weighed nothing, and she was warm and alive, and my knees buckled, and the relief was so fierce I almost dropped. A door opened behind me. Linden, street clothes, leather bag. Put the baby down. She's alive. You told that woman her daughter was dead. He lunged for the baby, and I spun away, and he caught my scrubs, and the fabric ripped, and I shoved him so hard he crashed into the counter and bottles shattered. He slammed a panel on the wall. Doors locked across the wing. He grabbed the phone, and his voice came through the PA, calm and steady. Code pink. Unauthorized person with an infant. This individual fell asleep, and an infant died under her care. She was terminated and has returned. She is dangerous and mentally unstable. He hung up. Every guard in this building thinks you killed a baby and came back for another one. Every nurse, every doctor, the whole hospital is looking for a mentally unstable girl who murdered an infant. Nobody is going to help you. Nobody is going to believe you. You're going to hand me that baby and walk out of here and keep your mouth shut, or you're going to spend the night in a cell. I could see that woman collapsing out of her wheelchair. I could hear the sound she made. I whispered, I promised, into the baby's hair, and I ran. Double doors, locked. Side door, locked. Supply closet, unlocked. I ducked in and crouched in the dark, shaking with terror with the baby against my chest. Boots pounded in the hallway. My whole body clenched. Check every room. Handles rattled closer and closer. My door handle rattled. The guard was breathing on the other side. The baby whimpered, and I pressed my hand gently over her mouth, and my heart was slamming so hard I was sure he could hear it through the door. He rattled the handle again. Harder. Locked. His partner. Skip it. Check the next swing. His boots faded. I counted to 10 before I exhaled. I cracked the door and sprinted down the corridor. A security guard turned the corner, and the fear jolted through me, and I threw myself behind a laundry cart, and he walked past so close I could smell his cologne. Elevator dead. Linden killed the power. Fire exit at the end of the hall with the push bar zip-tied shut. I bit through the first tie and my teeth ached. Twisted the second until it cut into my fingers and snapped. The third wouldn't give. Boots behind me, getting closer. I yanked so hard the plastic sliced my palm open and it snapped, and the door flew open and the alarm screamed, and I sprinted through with the baby tucked inside my scrub top against my skin. Second floor main hospital. A nurse at the station reached for the phone. That's the code pink. He's lying. This baby was declared dead and she's alive. There are 2 more in a hidden room in the renovation wing. Check Bay 4. No death certificate, no transfer. If I'm wrong, you lose nothing. If I'm right, babies need help. She hesitated. Something in my face landed. She pulled her hand back. Bay 4, she repeated quietly. I nodded and ran. 2 guards rounded the corner, a third from behind. I juked through double doors and ducked into an empty room and locked it and climbed onto the bed and shoved a ceiling tile up and hoisted myself into the ceiling, one-armed. I crawled on my elbows with the baby pressed against my ribs and her heartbeat racing against mine. A tile shifted and dust rained down. She's gone! I kept crawling and dropped through a bathroom tile, and my foot caught the edge of the sink and my ankle rolled sideways, and I crashed to the floor with the baby screaming against my chest and pain shooting up my leg so sharp my vision went white. I hauled myself up on the towel rack. 1 bar on my phone. I sent every photo to the mom, to Diane, to 911. Hidden nursery renovation wing. 3 babies alive. Dr. Linden taking them. I am the student nurse. I am not dangerous. Sent. I half ran toward the lobby. 2 guards between me and the door. Linden's voice on every radio. Do not let her leave. I grabbed a crash cart and ran behind it and shoved it at the guards, and supplies exploded and they dove sideways, and the terror was electric, and I sprinted through the gap, and Linden's voice crackled, "Stop her!" and the automatic doors started to close. Someone had hit the lockdown button, and pure adrenaline shot through me, and I threw myself sideways through the narrowing gap, and the doors caught my backpack, and I ripped free, and the night air hit my face, and I ran across the parking lot, and my legs gave out, and I slid down my car, holding the baby and sobbing. The first officers came for me, guns drawn. Put the baby down. She's not stolen. She's rescued. Check your phones. An officer checked with dispatch. His face changed. Searched the renovation wing. They found the room, the bassinets, the laminated cards. They found Lyndon in the parking garage with a leather bag and a plane ticket. He pointed at me. She fell asleep and a baby died. She was fired. She broke in and took a patient. I screamed from the ground. I'm a student on her first night and I fell asleep for 3 minutes and you've been taking babies for 20 years. He was calm in an expensive coat. I was a teenager in ripped scrubs, bleeding from the wrists. The dread was suffocating because for 10 seconds, I thought they were going to believe him. An officer held up the laminated card. Then why does this bassinet have a price tag? Lyndon's hand started shaking. You don't understand. Turn around. I'm a doctor. Turn around. They cuffed him against a cruiser and his expensive coat bunched around the handcuffs and he looked small for the first time. The NICU mom was 20 feet away. She shoved out of her wheelchair and ran barefoot across the asphalt and screamed, "You told me my baby was dead!" So loud, every cop in the lot flinched. I placed the baby in her arms and her knees buckled and she sank to the ground and pressed her daughter against her face and rocked, sobbing, "They told me you were gone!" And the baby's hand found her chin and curled around it and the mom laughed through the tears because her daughter was grabbing her face and she was alive. The blue-striped blanket was still wrapped around her, the same one I'd tucked around them both 12 hours ago. She pulled me down and held me and the baby between us. "You promised." I pressed my face into her shoulder. "I promised." The nurse from the second floor found me. I checked Bay 4. No death certificate, no transfer. She squeezed my hand. I almost didn't check. Diane found me and saw her stolen badge still clipped to my scrubs and her hand flew to her mouth and she started crying. "You trained me well enough to catch it," I told her. "That counts." A detective pulled me aside. Routine questions, name, age, how I found the nursery. Then he stopped writing. "This is going to sound strange. Where were you born?" "Here, this hospital." "Were you adopted?" My stomach dropped. "Yes." The panic hit me before I understood why. He turned his laptop toward me. Placement records going back 20 years. He pointed at the very first entry, a date, my birthday, a hospital, this hospital, a family name, my family. I shoved backwards so hard I hit the cruiser. "That's me." He nodded slowly. "Your adoption was processed through Dr. Lyndon. The birth mother was told you didn't survive. The blanket in the nursery, the same blue stripes as my baby photo on the mantle at home, the record starting the year I was born. It all clicked at once, and the horror was so bottomless I couldn't breathe because I was baby number 1. The first baby he ever took from a mother's arms. The nursery I'd crawled through tonight was the same nursery I'd been stolen from 20 years ago. Somewhere out there, a woman was told her newborn daughter died. She grieved me. She might still be grieving me right now. She might have built a nursery with paper stars and a crib she made with her own hands, just like the mom I just saved. And I'd been alive the whole time, 3 zip codes away, calling someone else mom. The NICU mom was still on the ground holding her daughter. She looked up at me and mouthed, "Thank you." And I mouthed, "I promised." And the sun was coming up behind the hospital. My first shift was over, but I wasn't done, because somewhere out there was a woman who'd been mourning me for 20 years, and she deserved to know I was alive.